After a lot of twists and turns, Mu Bai finally beat the red-haired drought demon that blocked his way. Ma Heng, whose mouth was twitching, was numb all over. Although he thought it would be easy to deal with this kind of drought demon with Mu Bai's strength, he never expected it to be so easy. After all, the most famous feature of these creatures that survive in the southern region is that they have copper skin and iron bones, and have an indestructible body. Mu Bai, whose arms were slightly numb, was silent for a long time before he expelled the incorp spirit in his body. Where is this place? I was dragged here after being swept by the waves. Ma Heng, with a frown on his face, realized that Mu Bai did not enter on his own. He stood up helplessly and said, "It seems that you really don't know much about the legends of the southern region. I'm afraid most people in the southern region will recognize this place as long as they see the appearance of the building." "Okay. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to say more, just stay here." Mu Bai, who was resolute and decisive, glanced at the other party casually and continued to head south. Wait! Seeing that Mu Bai didn't want to listen to him, Ma Heng also told him the details of the Shura temple in the south region. When the other party talked about the legend of Shura God Emperor, Mu Bai's body moved slightly. It was not because he was shocked by the fierce battle record of Shura God Emperor mentioned by the other party, but because of the prompt sound of the eternal system. Ding dong. The South Region League was forced to cancel the task. Ding dong. Obtained a new task. Shura Temple task requirements, survive. Task reward, unknown. Such a concise and seemingly simple task requirement made Mu Bai's originally black eyes glow with a faint golden color, which was a manifestation of his concentration. According to his previous experience, the tasks issued by the eternal system were not groundless, but constantly changed according to the environment he was in. The difficulty of the task would be limited to a reasonable range. The reward would be very low if the task difficulty was low, and the reward would be higher if the task difficulty was high. However, he had never seen a task like this to survive. In addition to being shocked, he was also very alert. Wait, are you saying that the body of the Shura God Emperor might be stored here? Mu Bai, who had just recovered from the mission, was moved when he heard the other party talking about folk rumors. But he immediately laughed at himself. If the body of the Shura God Emperor was really in this space, and had transformed into a corpse, like these red-haired drought demons, then let alone Mu Bai, I'm afraid that even the top masters of Zhongzhou and the other 4 regions would not be able to survive here. The God Emperor. He is the peak master who carries the destiny and dominates an era. It is not an exaggeration to say that everyone below the God Emperor is an ant. Even if the God Emperor dies and only leaves his transformed body, it is enough to sweep the entire main world. And this is exactly what Mu Bai laughed at himself. If the body of the God Emperor is really going to be revived as he thought, then the task of survival itself is a luxury. It's just a folk rumor. I didn't believe it before. But after entering here and seeing these buried worlds and the red-haired drought demon, I began to believe it a little. While the injured Ma Heng was speaking, he was using light to mend his body, before the hole in his chest was healed. Mu Bai suddenly stood on this remote cliff and looked at the burial ground they had escaped from before. He saw many red dots with strong auras appearing together in the ancient tomb that had been opened at some unknown time. Only by looking closely can you find that those red dots are not ordinary beings, but all of them are Hanba. Such a number of Hanba must be crazy. If these Hanba whose bodies surpass those of the Star Wheel realm start killing here, I am afraid that few people can resist them. Ma Heng, with a bitter voice, pounded his head in annoyance. A lot of people came in here? Mu Bai asked curiously after hearing the voice. He thought that the poison dragon fruit and slow fruit ability users he had seen before were also swept in by the strange waves like him. More than a lot of people. If it weren't for the Shura ancient temple blocking some people with 2 long lifespans from entering here, they would have been blown up by the people of the southern region. Now even with the age limit, the geniuses of the major forces in the southern region have already come in. As the two talked, the open ancient tomb in the distance actually burst out a red beam of light. And in the beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth, an illusory figure jumped out. And at the same time, the entire buried world was shaking. Seeing that things were not going well, Mu Bai naturally could not approach. He immediately activated the high-temperature movement of the Golden Crow Divine Fire again and quickly left the place. Ma Heng, who followed closely behind, also immediately changed into the form of a flash man and followed the other party's speed and left the place. They had just walked for less than 3 minutes when 2 red-haired drought demons covered with blood rolled their eyes and looked around with the head being eaten. They twitched their noses and seemed to have sensed some residual smell in the space, and immediately vibrated their wings to fly away. At the bottom of the Shura ancient temple, the evil god group that entered the core area did not find anything too valuable. The only and most valuable thing was probably the body of the red-haired boy with spells all over his skin. The breath on the other party gave people a feeling of half-dead and half-alive. As people of the same period as the Shura god emperor, how could the evil god group not recognize who the person with the innate divine body in front of them was? The person who lost the battle for destiny with Shura god emperor was also the super boss who had been suppressing for 10,000 years. When he was in that era, everyone thought he was destined to be the one. No one could compete with him in the early days of his era. More importantly, Jiang Shutian had another identity. That is the inheritor of the superpower Heavenly Court. He has the blood of at least 2 god emperors. Others are from aristocratic families, and have been inherited for no more than 1,000 years. But his origin is to crush those ordinary aristocratic families. He is a rare god emperor family. I am afraid that only the other party knows all the secrets about the superpower Heavenly Court. It is a pity that Jiang Shutian failed on Yaosheng Mountain and finally became a stepping stone for Shura, who was born in a grassroots family. Ha ha. What if you were invincible in the world more than 100,000 years ago? Now, those who should disappear disappear, and those who should be sealed are sealed. There can be many people who compete for the destiny in this era. But I will definitely have an absolute advantage. The evil god gathering occupied by the ancient soul broke free from the shackles of the flesh and blood body, and pierced Jiang Shutian's body with countless tentacles. As long as he can get rid of the evil god's body, and occupy the body of Jiang Shutian, this unknown person can instantly surpass all the top geniuses. Become the person closest to the position of God Emperor in this era. Jiang Shutian, whose body was covered with curse marks, seemed to feel the invasion of the outside world. He suddenly opened his red eyes on the eve of the evil god gathering to transfer his consciousness. Live towards death. Die towards life. Go to paradise. Reverse yin and yang. The divine body of rebirth in paradise is opened. The yin corpse aura accumulated in his body for hundreds of thousands of years has actually transformed into the pure breath of the living at this moment. Jiang Shutian, who was still in a state of suspended death, was completely resurrected. Although his cultivation was completely lost and his memory was all lost, this person, who was one of the top figures in the entire world hundreds of thousands of years ago, did not panic. The boundless red light instantly drowned the voice of the evil god gathering. Jiang Shutian, who woke up in the appearance of a teenager, looked at the top of the bronze space indifferently, where the bronze pattern reflected by the stars gradually turned into a piece of information in his amber pupils. So that's it. With the help of the layout of the Shura ancient temple to be reborn, everyone here is an entrant. One step out of the Star Warrior. Jiang Shutian has reached the Star Warrior without taking half a step out. When he stood still completely, he actually stepped into the realm of the Star Apostle in an instant. Such a terrifying promotion speed of one thought and one realm is unprecedented. One thought, one realm, finally stopped at the first level of the Star Apostle. It's not that his realm cannot be improved, but because he was resurrected through the secret technique of the rebirth of the bliss divine body, he could not condense the sea of stars again in a short time. If his soul could not be settled, he naturally could not enter the star domination realm. The resurrected Jiang Shutian did not care too much about this. He naturally recognized the ancient dynasty characters on his head. After realizing that this was the layout of his original body hundreds of thousands of years ago, his expression did not change much. Jiang Shutian grasped the sealed ancient tomb behind him, and the next moment, the monstrous corpse gas slowly transformed and opened the long-sealed Shura burial treasure house. Ignoring those rare treasures with dazzling golden light, the red-haired boy Jiang Shutian went straight through the many levels of the treasure house, and finally stopped under a half-withered tree. And a pure black fruit was hanging alone under the branch. The tree connected to the fruit seemed to have a magical vitality, but it could only keep the fruit from rotting. Mythology Shura fruit. In the main world, there can be many duplicates of devil fruits, and even natural devil fruits have a small probability of duplication. However, from ancient times to the present, there has never been a time when the mythology fruit has been repeated. When a well-known mythology devil fruit appears in the main world, it means that the previous ability holder has died to some extent. Is the mysteriously disappeared Shura god emperor dead? Jiang Shutian didn't know. After resurrection, he had no memory of Shura god emperor at all, as if an eraser had wiped out all his memories. After picking the Shura fruit, he took a bite and threw the remaining flesh on the bronze ground. The flesh that rolled on the ground quickly rotted and disappeared. but the Incorp's aura in Jiang Shutian's eyes, who had eaten a piece of Shura fruit flesh, had a place to go. I saw that the huge amount of accumulated Incorp's aura merged into the Shura fruit, and the ferocious Shura armor gradually emerged from the naked Jiang Shutian's body. A tall shadow appeared behind him, and that shadow seemed to be able to kill all living things. Open up the Nether HL. With the help of the Shura Temple of the Shura God Emperor, to accumulate the Incorp's energy and escape the extinction of the era. Relying on his own rebirth bliss divine body to reverse life and death and revive in this era. Perhaps even the Shura fruit he just took was calculated by his original body more than 100,000 years ago. It's time to leave here. After muttering to himself, Jiang Shutian activated the Shura divine power to break the bronze space. In a bright red light, he completely descended into the burial world. Mu Bai, who noticed the strange red light, looked over there and happened to meet Jiang Shutian's eyes. Jiang Shutian, who was very far away, always had a familiar feeling. Perhaps it was because of this inexplicable familiarity that Jiang Shutian actually moved rapidly in the direction of Mu Bai. Under the flickering gray light and shadow, Jiang Shutian soon came to the top of the cliff. Have you seen me? Are you from the Shura Temple? The two asked almost at the same time. Mu Bai was a little unpredictable about this guy with a very unstable aura. The other party gave him a feeling that was sometimes extremely clear, like the rising sun covering the sky and earth in the daytime, and sometimes turbid and secretive, like the cold moon hidden behind the dark clouds. The two completely different feelings made Mu Bai unable to assess the other party's strength. Fate comes and goes. Flowers bloom and fall. There are too many things I want to find. There are no weapons here. Can you lend me the magic weapon on your waist for a while? Jiang Shutian's tone was so affirmative that it seemed that he had regarded the supreme forgetful sword held by Mu Bai as his own private property. Mu Bai almost spit out these words. This strange man who looked like a young man with spells all over his body wanted to take away his weapon. He had never seen such a shameless person. After all, he had always been the one to snatch other people's weapons in the past. So how could it be the other way around? Of course. But I'm afraid you need to use your head to exchange it. Mu Bai said coldly with a sword. He was merciless at all. He was not someone who would tolerate concessions. Since you want a weapon, try its sharpness yourself. Jiang Shutian, who was wearing the illusory Shura armor, pointed a finger down. The pure Shura power came from the void and collided with Mu Bai's slash, bursting out extremely terrifying energy dissipation. Just the first confrontation caused the nearby void to vibrate. Feeling the Shura power coming from the sword blade, Mu Bai felt a shock. After the fight, he found that the opponent was only at the level of Star Apostle. But the mysterious killing power of the opponent was like the sharpest and toughest part of the weapon. And even his own Tai Shang Wanqing sword technique could not shake it. As the cliff fell, the two figures immediately started the second confrontation. But this time Jiang Shutian directly summoned the illusory Shura behind him. The moment the Shura phantom with 6 hands holding 6 weapons appeared, the space burst. The terrifying destructive power that erupted instantly actually blasted Mu Bai's slash into the surface. After breaking Mu Bai's swordsmanship with one move, Jiang Shutian, who looked indifferent, was about to approach and found that it seemed that a big sun broke out of the ground and illuminated everything. Mu Bai, who had transformed into the form of the sun and golden crow, circled high in the sky with the raging divine fire, and then punched down in the expanding giant fireball. The extreme high temperature triggered a huge energy turbulence. Jiang Shutian, who had been prepared, was about to activate the Shura fruit again when the sealing chain restrained his movements out of thin air. Following the source of the chain, it was Mu Bai who had activated the divine body state. Jiang Shutian, who looked calm, activated his innate divine body. Rebirth in paradise. At this moment, the next second, the void chains disintegrated one by one, and the terrifying Incorp's aura turned into a surging group of demons and dissipated. There is a great terror between life and death. The divine body of rebirth in paradise can transform death into life, and naturally it can also transform life into death. Jiang Shutian, known as the devil of life and death, can rely on the Incorp's aura to maintain his own suspended state for more than 100,000 years. And naturally he can also transform life into the enemy's life force into death. Rebirth in paradise. The meaning of death. Jiang Shutian, who used the divine body skill for the first time, had purple fluorescence coming out of the spells all over his body, and his amber eyes were full of solemnity and coldness. Although he was not familiar with the body he had been away from for a long time, his body instinct would still make him vaguely remember the sporadic moves he had in the past. The pure meaning of death came to the world. The black and red turbulence rushed in. Mu Bai and Ma Heng, who was not far away, felt a strong sense of danger. In the turbulence, Mu Bai's whole body was actually relaxing, as if his vitality was fading away. This is a divine body skill. Mu Bai, who was shocked, was also furious. The chains on his body, under the extreme bonus of the 8 desolate prison body, actually forcibly sealed his vitality against the death in the turbulence. Not only that, even Ma Heng, who had recovered from his injuries, seemed to have used the light power of the light blade to reduce most of the death. The two were particularly conspicuous in this world impacted by the black and red turbulence. Jiang Shutian, who slowly raised his head, was a little surprised to see that the two could actually resist his move. One had a very strong divine body blessing and could use that terrifying physique to resist the death, while the other had obviously practiced the time attribute technique. Not many people could escape this move from his hands. You two seem to be outstanding people, but it's a pity that there is no winner in this era. Jiang Shutian raised his left hand coldly, and the terrifying Shura phantom behind him appeared in a state similar to a nebula, as a very special mythical devil fruit. The Shura fruit does not represent a specific creature or object to some extent, but is more like a concept. Azura's wrath. 10 directions destroying the sky. The Shura phantom rose into the air with extremely destructive power, and the terrifying air wave even made Mu Bai feel great pressure at this moment. The black and red power completely shattered along with the impact of Shura. The entire space was actually torn apart in a regular manner, before such a move that went straight to the sky and the earth was launched. Mu Bai had already attacked with all his strength, using the 8 desolate prison body to exert the vibration power of the Jinjin fruit was extremely terrifying in itself. Not to mention that Mu Bai was doing his best. Bajin collapsed the sky. This move of Bajin and Jinjin fruit, which combined the divine body and the Jinjin fruit, reached its peak with the sound of the surrounding void shattering. The vibrating earth and air currents, wrapped in the power of resonance, presented another kind of shock wave that collided with the opponent's moves. The white super shock and the black and red destructive power that went straight through the heaven and earth collided in front of the two people, causing great turmoil in the entire area. A beam of light flashed in an area of nearly 50,000 meters. And then the terrifying energy entangled together and detonated the surrounding surface. Many people who were avoiding the attack of the drought demon in this area were crushed into powder by the amazing energy shock wave before they had time to react. You can actually take my move. It seems that you are not an ordinary person. However, this level of combat power alone cannot hurt me. The rebirth of Paradise divine body reverses life and death. In the huge smoke and dust, Jiang Shutian, wearing Shura armor, was completely unharmed. Or it could be said that his innate divine body, which can be called a monster level, is the support of his strongest body. As long as it does not involve the damage of the origin, it will always be in the range of his life and death. On the other side, Mu Bai, who blasted the smoke and dust with a punch, looked down at the strange boy in front of him like a monster. Do you think I am dead or injured? I am afraid that your attack strength cannot hurt me. Mu Bai, with a cold voice, recovered at an amazing speed under the blessing of the 8 desolate prison body, divine body. Even with the exaggerated damage just now, he can maintain his peak state. Jiang Shutian, with a smile on his face, looked at the deep pit thousands of meters below the two of them. After a long silence, he slowly stretched out his hand and said, I didn't expect to meet such an interesting person like you. If I had met you more than 100,000 years ago, I would have become friends with you. Unfortunately, I am a new me now. The other party's inexplicable words did not make Mu Bai think too much. The other party did give him a strange feeling. The other party was obviously several times stronger than him in the use of star power. This skill can only appear in the era of extremely rich star power. So Mu Bai only believed Jiang Shutian's words. It doesn't matter who you are. What matters is what you want to do. Kill us? Or let's not interfere with each other here and say goodbye. Ma Heng, who was behind, swallowed his saliva and said in a complicated tone. He just saw Mu Bai and Jiang Shutian's extremely terrifying fighting style and understood the exaggerated strength of this person. And the more than 100,000 years in the other party's words might be true. After all, if there really was such a genius in the south region, how could he not know? Feeling the flow of nearby aura, Jiang Shutian, who saw through the spatial nodes of the Shura temple, reversed these spatial nodes with his reincarnation body. And soon those distorted areas showed the scene of the southern region of the main world. Although Jiang Shutian did not answer, It was obvious that he did not have time to waste here. He had more important things to do. Although he was the body of Jiang Shutian more than 100,000 years ago, he had lost all his cultivation and all his memories, and needed to understand the various arrangements of his predecessor. As a new Jiang Shutian, he had the right to choose to know all the truth. And he also had the right to choose whether to become him again step by step according to the script of his predecessor. On the eve of shattering the void boundary and leaving this world, Jiang Shutian suddenly turned back and whispered, "My name is Jiang Shutian." "What's your name?" Mu Bai, who was released from the divine body state, gradually restored his original appearance, and his pale golden eyes reflected the figure of the other party. "I remember. We will meet again in the future. But the next time we meet, it may be time to tell who is better." After that, Jiang Shutian broke through the air and completely left the Shura temple. Under the gaze of many top forces and top bosses outside the Shura ancient temple, Jiang Shutian appeared out of thin air from above the building as if he were in an empty space. When the various forces in the southern region were about to take action to control each other, Jiang Shutian smiled casually. "Young man, hand over what you got. I can give you a great opportunity and accept you as my last disciple." A strong man in the Sun Wheel realm in the void said kindly. "When will you, the old immortal, have the final say in the southern region? Boy, if you give me the things, I will definitely ensure your safe departure. Hand over everything and leave here. If you are slow, I am afraid that you will not even have a body left." Then similar voices came from other directions. But everyone's tone and attitude were different. Some threatening and some trying to seduce him. After watching the ugly appearance of these southern region bosses, Jiang Shutian, a little newbie in the Star Apostle realm, said something that shocked everyone in the field with an arrogant attitude. "The Sun Wheel ants don't live in the dark corners, but they have to jump out when the great era is about to come. Every one of you is a waste among wastes. If you have time to block the door here, you might as well go back and wait for death." In the uproar of the whole audience, several Sun Wheel realm bosses almost took action at the same time. Face? Anger? None of these were what they were considering. What was more important at the moment was to obtain the Shura treasure that the other party had brought out, because that would allow them to take a step further on the supreme path of wealth and glory. Fortunately, someone told me that the items left by the ancient god emperor could be controlled by special methods. And the key to control was the mythical Shura fruit. "Open!" With a cold snort from Jiang Shutian, whose voice was like thunder, the old and decayed Shura temple actually burst out with amazing power. Standing next to the building, Jiang Shutian controlled the endless great power and looked down at everyone in a condescending manner. Some Sun Wheel strongmen who were frightened by the Shura temple left by the ancient god emperor fled, and a few thought that the other party was bluffing and was completely a paper tiger. When everyone at the scene retreated, they actually approached, seemingly wanting to take down the other party in one fell swoop. As a congratulations to the new students, the first target to be killed should be the Sun Ant. Jiang Shutian, with an indifferent voice, merged into the light column of the Shura ancient temple, and in a flash, he clasped his hands together in a fierce gesture. Ashura, God, slash, using his hands instead of weapons. Jiang Shutian, wearing black and gold armor, slid his hands down. The Shura fruit ability, which was amplified countless times by the Shura ancient temple, was truly qualitatively improved at this moment. How could the items created by the god emperor be ordinary? With a move of Shura god slash, the Sun Wheel realm expert, who rushed to the front, was actually chopped off alive in front of everyone. And the slash from the Shura fruit split the sea at an astonishing speed after passing through his body. The Sun Wheel expert just died like this? For more than 10 years. No expert above the Moon Wheel realm has fallen in the southern region. Now the Sun Wheel realm expert couldn't even withstand a single move from the opponent. It was obviously done by this mysterious young man, with the help of the ability of the Shura god emperor left in the Shura ancient temple. The Sun Wheel masters who used to dominate the area scattered in a hurry, and everyone present fled in all directions. The originally bustling blockade area actually presented an unprecedented ridiculous situation. All the top forces in the southern region fled in panic under the young man at the level of a Star Apostle. Jiang Shutian was also lost in thought for a moment when he saw the split sea in front of him. But soon, he stopped controlling the Shura ancient temple. Just the slash just now had already made his Shura fruit ability bottom out. If he continued to use attacks of the same intensity as just now, he might not be able to hold on for long. After looking in the direction of the north region, this person who had dominated the area more than 100,000 years ago and now regained his life, and lost all his memories, disappeared instantly. In the world of Shura Ancient Temple, Ma Heng, who originally wanted to leave here, with the void channel opened by Jiang Shutian, was about to pass through the channel. But he was actually repelled by the elementalization. He was paralyzed and his head fell straight down into the ground. And his whole head sank deeply into the ground. This scene almost made Mu Bai laugh to death. Hack! Mu Bai! You can still laugh? How can we get out if we don't follow him? After more than 10 seconds, the numbness that Ma Heng felt before gradually disappeared. He turned into a ray of light and pulled out his head, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. Mu Bai put away his smile and touched his chin and said seriously, even if you follow him, you probably can't get out. He just used the devil fruit to open up the space node. Even if your light is fast, it may not be able to pass through. The sound of fighting on the distant mountain spread far away. Obviously, the powerful strength of hundreds of drought demons is a crushing existence for the people in the southern region who entered here. These drought demons have almost penetrated from the central area of the Shura Ancient Temple buried world to the border area where Mu Bai and Ma Heng are. If we don't think of a solution, we may never be able to leave, let alone hundreds of Hanba. Even if there are more than a dozen Hanba, it would be difficult for the two of them to resist for a long time with their strength. Even a strong man like Mu Bai would gradually lose the battle when facing Hanba with a number of more than half a hundred. After Ma Heng finished speaking, he immediately felt a gust of wind in the back of his head. He turned around and saw that Lai Ji, who had fought with him before, was driven here by two Hanba. Lai Ji, who had lost an arm, was in a dilemma when she saw Mu Bai and the others on the cliff, with a tiger in front and pursuers behind. Lai Ji had no choice but to smile a few times and then said to Mu Bai softly, Brother Mu Bai, can you help me? We were all misunderstandings before. Brother Ma Heng, don't mind it. It was Du Long's idea to chase you. You ripped my chest, and then said I don't mind it. If I slap you in the face, will you thank me? The lazy Ma Heng was furious at the moment. He had nothing to do with the forces behind these two people. As a result, Lai Ji and Du Long attacked him from behind. If he hadn't retreated to Mu Bai's vicinity at that time, I'm afraid he, Ma Heng, would really die in the hands of these two people. The two Hanba flying behind seemed to have some wisdom. At this moment, they were obviously driving Li Ji away for fun, just like a wild animal teasing its injured prey. Ma Heng, why are you so stingy? Is it so difficult to forgive others? While speaking, Mu Bai smiled at Li Ji. Li Ji stepped forward quickly as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, but she turned her only remaining right hand behind her back. The slow halo in her palm was constantly accumulating power. The action behind her did not affect her grateful expression at the moment. Ma Heng, who was almost angry and turned his back, snorted coldly and said, out of sight, out of mind. Mu Bai, who had been smiling all the time, grabbed Li Ji's hair with an amazing speed when she was a few meters away from him. Lai Ji, who was carrying one hand on her back, was about to stretch out her arm to use the power of the slow fruit in such a shocking change. At this moment, only by slowing down Mu Bai and Ma Heng's speed could they attract the attention of Hanba. Mu Bai, who did not know how to be gentle with women, coldly dodged the slow halo and then smashed Lai Ji's remaining arm with a punch. Lai Ji, who had no preemptive slow halo and was at the level of the Master of Stars, was as fragile as paper in front of Mu Bai, without giving the other party time to beg for mercy or curse. When Mu Bai retracted his fist, the golden crow divine fire gathered between his fingers had instantly ignited the other party. Lai Ji, who had awakened the fruit in the blazing fire, was killed so easily. The two red-haired Hanba in the distance sped up when they saw the scene. They were naturally not sad about Lai Ji's death because they found a more interesting toy. It seemed that he saw the intention of the two Hanba. After getting rid of Lai Ji, Mu Bai suddenly burst out with amazing domineering in the gray sky. The shocking spirit swept through many nearby areas like a wave. Some Hanba who were slaughtering the southern region's Tianju even stopped for a few seconds because of the domineering color. Taking advantage of this opportunity, many people on the verge of death survived by chance. And Mu Bai, who released the domineering aura of the domineering color, was naturally not playing. As he opened his mouth, his words were also transmitted to the ears of the people who were fighting Hanba nearby with the spread of the domineering color. As everyone can see, there is no treasure here. There are only hundreds of Hanba with bodies comparable to the Star Wheel realm. I am now on the cliff in the south of the entire area. If anyone wants to leave with me, come to me. I, Mu Bai, Will try my best to ensure that everyone leaves here safely. These words were clearly heard by people in the nearby area. Some helpless people knew that what Mubai said was true. But there was no reason to give up looking for the treasures left by the Shura God Emperor here. After all, no one would believe that there would be no rare treasures in the tomb prepared by the God Emperor for himself. But they really had no reason to stay here. Hundreds of Hanba with super strength were the existence that everyone in the buried world could not contend with. No one, even those top geniuses, could contend with a large number of Hanba. If they continued to stay, they would be killed by Hanba before the legendary Shura God Emperor's treasure was found. After speaking these words, Mubai ignored the two Hanba and cast his eyes to the sky. He remembered the space node that Jiang Shutian was looking for clearly. The only difficulty was that the other party had no difficulty in breaking through the space. And it could even be said to be extremely smooth. But that was also because of the other party's devil fruit. If he wanted to copy the other party's actions, he had to perfectly control the ability of the Jinjin fruit to break the world, grasp the strength and make multiple attempts. Needless to say, the difficulty of this was naturally difficult. Ma Hung. I'm here. Ma Hung, who used the light sword, responded solemnly. Someone will definitely come from the nearby area soon. And more drought demons will follow. I hope you can gather these people and hold on as long as possible. After saying this, Mubai did not waste any time and evenly used the vibration shield of the Jinjin fruit on his two fingers. After controlling the vibration frequency with the space, he kept trying to click on Jiang Shutian's previous actions at an astonishing speed. His fingers seemed to explode like thunder, causing ripples in the surrounding void. After the first click, the space of the burial world did not fluctuate at all. After the second click, there was a faint tremor in the void. When he found the distance between the two space nodes, Mubai was able to guess how to use the Jinjin fruit to crack this step. Unfortunately, it was very difficult for him to control the strength. The 134th time. When Ma Hung was dealing with the two drought demons, many southern region Tianjiao who came here gradually appeared nearby. After someone recognized Ma Hung, they also had a friendly conversation and launched a counterattack against the two drought demons who were joking and playing with him. Those people naturally discovered Mubai, who was using his fruit ability to click on the space above their heads. Although they didn't know what the other party was going to do, they had no choice at this moment. After all, everyone in this world was on the same boat. Everyone protect Mubai. Deploy the formation. Put aside the previous grudges for now. When we go out and return to the main world, you can retaliate in any way you want. But not at this moment. That's right. If anyone wants to make trouble at this moment, don't blame us for being rude. Everyone undoubtedly agreed with the view of putting aside personal grudges and resisting the drought demon first. Under the collective survival interests, personal grudges are not worth mentioning. In the melee between the various fruit ability users and the drought demon, Ma Hung did a good job of division of labor and layout. Under his guidance, everyone actually resisted the drought demons that came from all directions in a short period of time. When the number of drought demons reached 50, the temporary team of nearly 600 people was in danger. Several drought demons on the front line had already entered the crowd and killed everyone. Fortunately, a handsome young man arrived in time on a flying sword. When he saw Mubai trying to break the space node not far away, he immediately held the long sword and used terrifying sword intent and swordsmanship to force back the ferocious drought demon that broke into the crowd. It's Shui Bufan, the sword master of the southern region, with the addition of the young man holding the sword. More well-known geniuses from the southern region also came from all directions, and the pressure of the crowd was suddenly reduced. And Mubai, who was constantly trying in the air, also encountered the most important trouble for the first time. That is, when his own star power was running the Jinjin fruit. It would always break the balance of all space nodes. Even if this power was fine-tuned to the limit, it was not possible to open all the space nodes. Mubai, with his brows slightly furrowed, now understood the mystery of this Shura ancient temple. It is probably almost impossible for others to get out of here except the founder. After all, even if you copy the set of actions to open the space node, you can't open it. There were more and more drought demons below, and several top-notch geniuses from the southern region were fighting against many of them alone. Some of them were even injured. The torrent of steel and flesh formed by the drought demons was simply not something ordinary people could resist. With constant casualties, the people from the southern region were constantly forced to retreat. After looking down, Mubai changed his mind. Just like Hanba and the people of the southern region had two different fighting styles. If he changed his energy system, Could he open this void boundary point? After all, the power of the dark star and the power of the stars complement and counteract each other, just like the relationship between the 12 hours of night and the 12 hours of day. To some extent, the two energy systems can be matched with each other to assemble a more comprehensive energy operation. Thinking of this, Mu Bai immediately opened the power of the dark star. His left hand operated the star power of the Star Master level, and his right hand operated the dark star power of the Star Apostle level. After the two powers were slightly combined, he immediately started a new experiment with the strength that he had tried nearly 10,000 times before. After 35 vibrations passed through his fingers, the space node in front of him suddenly shattered. Seeing the space node shattered, Mu Bai also directly used a vibration fist to hit the edge of the shattered area violently. As the vibration power continued to spread, the shattered area that could only pass through the size of one person was also bombarded to a size of dozens of square meters. The space is open. The people in the south region were naturally overjoyed, and the Hanba were obviously particularly shocked and angry. Seeing the flesh and blood they had obtained leave them like this, wouldn't they be confined to this desolate burial world forever? A unique white-haired Hanba hidden in the group of Hanba suddenly vibrated its wings and flew into the air. At the moment when Mu Bai expanded the space channel, the white-haired Hanba attacked. The terrifying force swept over with the cold and gloomy aura of the Yin corpse. And Mu Bai, who noticed the movement behind him, naturally backhanded a vibrating iron fist. The space channel that had been opened during the confrontation between the two suddenly had a strong attraction that sucked the two in. When Mu Bai came to his senses again, he had been thrown onto the bronze surface by the twitching force in the space channel. He turned around with a chill all over his body, and found that the unique white-haired drought demon was staring at him covetously. But it seemed that for some reason, the other party did not get close to him. Otherwise it would have been the best opportunity for the other party to attack him. And with the other party's IQ, he would definitely not let it go. Looking down, Mu Bai found the problem. It seemed to be a closed bronze space. The surrounding walls were made of bronze, and engraved with unknown characters and runes. Many of them were things that Mu Bai had never seen before. But some of the characters were somewhat similar to the current main world language. And the place where he was a bronze round altar similar to an altar. The drought demon seemed to want to get close, but was always blocked by the blood-red line on the edge of the altar. Come here. Mu Bai hooked his fingers and raised his middle finger to the other party in a friendly manner. The white-haired Hanba, who seemed to understand Mu Bai's body movements and made an unknown whimpering sound, wanted to rush and a little out of control. But when he was about to touch the red blood circle around the altar, he was bounced out. After flying backwards for thousands of meters, the Hanba actually hit the bronze wall directly, causing the entire closed bronze space to vibrate briefly. After confirming that the other party could not come, Mu Bai walked towards the unknown door behind the altar. He thought that he would return to the main world after passing through the space. But now it seems that this white-haired Hanba led him astray, so that he neither stayed in the burial world nor returned to the main world, but seemed to have entered the deeper level of the Shura ancient temple. When Mu Bai passed through the ancient bronze door and entered it completely, his attention was drawn to the large number of rare treasures in it. To his surprise, these treasures were similar to the antiques in the secular world, and most of them were items without any star power. Mu Bai was puzzled but could understand. How could Shura God Emperor, as a person who once carried the destiny, have never seen rare treasures? He probably has other purposes for collecting these mortal wealth. And it is even possible that there is more than one Shura ancient temple. Mu Bai, who was talking to himself and making bold guesses, felt that Shura God Emperor had classified all his items into normal categories, with mundane items as one category and extraordinary items as another. If his extraordinary items were placed in other Shura ancient temples, it would be understandable why 99% of his items were mundane treasures. When walking along the road piled with treasures, Mu Bai suddenly saw a plant that was about to wither in this small treasure room. It looked no different from ordinary plants at a height of about 1 meter. But Mu Bai's eyes were slightly excited when he touched its branches and leaves. It turned out to be this thing. Ding dong. The identification was successful. This item is a fake branch of a withered devil fruit tree. In the main world, any topic related to the devil fruit tree is undoubtedly the top priority. Mu Bai stroked the dying branch and thought of Jiang Shutian's mysterious and strange devil fruit that can attack and defend at the same time. Could it be that he used the Shura fruit? Mu Bai, who had some vague guesses, followed the traces near the branch and found that someone must have been here before. Looking at the mundane treasures piled up in the corner, which took up nearly 4/5 of the space, Mu Bai ignited the golden crow divine fire without hesitation and burned the gold, silver and jewelry present. Under the burning of the golden crow divine fire, the gold, silver and jewelry melted one after another. But among the many liquids, there was a strange bronze book that was intact, and even the golden crow divine fire could not blacken it. Picking up the bronze ancient book that seemed to have experienced the changes of time from the liquid, Mu Bai wanted to open it but found that he could not do it for a long time, as if there was a force in the dark that prevented him from reading the book. Such hardness is definitely not ordinary bronze. Perhaps this thing is more valuable than the withering devil fruit branch. After putting away the bronze ancient book, Mu Bai looked around but did not find anything else valuable. When he was about to walk out of the treasure room, the bronze ancient book in his arms actually melted into his chest, passing through his flesh and blood. It appeared directly above the star planet. It floated in the soul together with the broken three-pointed double-edged sword and the Jojo Ding. Although it did not have any effect on Mu Bai, it still made him a little wary. After all, this is the Shura ancient temple, not an ordinary place. The means of the God Emperor, even the slightest arrangement, are enough to make future generations suffer. Ding dong. Obtained the mysterious bronze ancient book, temporary name, and obtained 100 points of legend. Slightly surprised that the legend of this thing was so high, he also left the treasure room, looking at the white-haired drought demon who was still wandering around the bronze altar. Mu Bai did not think much. He drew out the supreme forgetful sword and slashed through the air with a ruthless blow that was as bright as the cold moonlight. The target was directly aimed at the white-haired drought demon. The sword wave, as cold as moonlight, slashed out hundreds of chain sword chi. Under the powerful sword intent that was like the falling of stars, the entire bronze closed space was in constant turmoil. The white-haired Hamba, who raised his arms to block Mu Bai's attack, was obviously very tired. After hundreds of slashes, the flesh and blood on his arms were scraped off. The bloody and miserable scene was unbearable for people with weak mental strength. Mu Bai, who continued to attack, burst like a fire, the vibration ball in his hand, under the powerful amplification of the vibration fruit, rained down on the whole body of the white-haired Hamba. The sound of the explosion and the punch caused the space to vibrate. Mu Bai had broken his limbs and most of the bones in his upper body in a few moments. When he retracted his fist, the white-haired Hamba had already half knelt on the ground with his eyes dull, and his strong internal organs were gradually broken under the erosion of the vibration power. "You're not okay like this?" Mu Bai frowned slightly, obviously a little dissatisfied. He grabbed the opponent's neck and threw him away gently. The opponent's tattered body hit the bronze wall like a tattered rag doll. He originally thought that this white-haired drought demon would be different from those red-haired drought demons and have stronger combat power. But now it seems that it is stronger than ordinary red-haired drought demons. But only a little bit. In essence, the opponent's physique is still at the level of the Star Wheel realm, without the assistance of the power of the stars. This level of physical enemy is not Mu Bai's opponent at all. With the blessing of the double divine body, the increase of many devil fruits, plus the golden crow divine cannon and other skills and swordsmanship, Mu Bai's combat power is now a world apart from his time in the borderland of the north. The recovery ability is quite strong. After walking to the side of the opponent, Mu Bai could clearly perceive through the observation hockey that the opponent's body was recovering rapidly. If nothing unexpected happens, the opponent's fatal injury at this time will be completely healed within half an hour. He was not interested in playing house with the other party, so he directly beheaded him with a sword. When the lonely head of the white-haired drought demon rolled down, Mu Bai no longer paid attention to the other party's squirming body. How to get out? When looking around, Mu Bai always felt that this space seemed to be impossible to break with brute force. After the test of the Xinjiang fruit and the golden crow divine fire, he was feeling a headache when the bronze history book in his soul appeared out of thin air, and the enclosed space made of special bronze nearby gradually broke into diamond-shaped gaps. Although he was shocked, it did not prevent him from quickly passing through the white light channel. When he opened his eyes again, a gust of cold ocean wind gradually relaxed his tense mind. Mu Bai, who landed on the island, turned his head and found that he was only a few hundred meters away from the Shura ancient temple. Mu Bai! A flash of light rushed quickly from the Shura ancient temple in the distance. It was Ma Hung, the ability user of the flash fruit. He was also very surprised to see Mu Bai here. You know, it was only a few seconds since Mu Bai was rolled into the passage by the white-haired drought demon. But now Mu Bai appeared here safely, which was obviously very unreasonable. Mu Bai didn't care too much when he heard it. He stared at the huge building standing in the distance. but his mind was full of thoughts. This legendary ancient tomb of the Ashura God Emperor does exist. But there is definitely no God Emperor level corpse in it. Otherwise, let alone these people, even the golden immortal of Daluo would not be able to escape from here. Where did the God Emperors of each era go? Or did they really exist? Mu Bai himself is not a conspirator. But he has seen too much ugliness in human nature. If the God Emperor is compared to the immortals in his legend, then the super strong man who carries the destiny of the God Emperor is the successful immortal. Is this ultimate life form that coexists with heaven and earth just a legend? Mu Bai, who was full of thoughts in his mind, laughed a little casually. He, as a small star master level figure, actually thought about the affairs of the God Emperor. This is too much. The revival of the ancient tomb, this time, may have far-reaching impacts. The entire southern region will be in turmoil soon. I just got a message that the mysterious man who calls himself Jiang Shutian used the energy stored in the Shura ancient temple to kill a strong man in the sun will realm here. While Ma Heng was talking, Mu Bai suddenly thought of what Jiang Shutian had said. Could he really be a figure from 100,000 years ago? He must know a lot of secrets of the Shura ancient temple. But he also seems to know nothing. When I fought with him before, you also saw that his combat ability was almost flying. He must have a place among the top geniuses in the future main world. When Mu Bai expressed his opinion and was about to continue speaking, the Shura ancient temple not far away shook violently. This kind of shaking caused the nearby sea area to shake, as if the world was being turned upside down. And in this kind of sea shaking, the Shura ancient temple standing on the sea surface was actually sinking into the deep sea bit by bit. Perhaps some conditions were triggered, and the Shura temple mysteriously disappeared in the deep sea after it sank into the sea. At least Mu Bai did not find any trace of the temple using his observation haki. He disappeared out of thin air. This is obviously a spatial ability. Sure enough, the Shura God Emperor also mastered some powerful spatial abilities, which can be effective even after hundreds of thousands of years. Ma Heng, who had heard the legend of the South region since he was a child, obviously admired the Shura God Emperor very much. At least Mu Bai could hear the implicit respect in the other party's words when he heard the other party explain the Shura temple. This world is getting more and more different. There are Buddhist sounds coming from the western region, and the Shura temple appeared in the south region right after. Ma Heng, with an inexplicable light in his eyes, obviously thought of something when he touched the Heavenly Palace invitation token that he had collected in his chest. His fingers also exerted a little force. Mu Bai, who ignored the other party's actions, nodded heavily. The world will change drastically in the future, and the Dharma ending era is about to end. You must also make plans for your future. This invitation token was given to me by someone else. As for whether I have joined this force or not, I cannot tell you because this is the rule. After giving the other party a few vague reminders, Mu Bai disappeared from the spot. With the burning of the Golden Crow flame, he was moving quickly, and his target was the Wanshan Island. After listening to Mu Bai's words, Ma Heng also figured out a lot of things. Instead of trying to figure out who the force behind this token is, it is better to go in person. Thinking of this, he directly injected the power of the stars into the token. The next moment, an infinite force merged into his body, and the space was in a static state, including his body. But in this static state, Ma Heng's brain was running fast. He might have thought wrong. The use of this spatial ability has exceeded his imagination. The next moment, his whole body was still, and his spiritual consciousness gradually merged into another world. On the way back, Mu Bai's previous system survival task was also displayed as completed. Ding dong. Mysterious rewards are being issued. Ding dong. Get a ticket to enter the fairy fruit space. You can get a devil fruit in the fairy fruit space. Pay attention. You can only get one devil fruit. The evaluation standard is based on the last one the host got. This mysterious reward is simply too invincible. Mu Bai, who was slightly moved in his heart, naturally knew the weight of this reward. It is no exaggeration to say that with his current strength, he will definitely get a brand new mythical devil fruit if he enters the fairy fruit space. This time in the Shura ancient temple, he was actually restricted everywhere when facing Lai Ji, who had awakened the fruit. Although the opponent's slow fruit must hit the target to take effect, and Lai Ji's own combat ability is also extremely mediocre, the feeling of being controlled by the enemy continuously and passively turned into a sandbag is really unpleasant. In the main world, the restraining ability of armament haki on fruits is undoubtedly limited, especially when the opponent's fruit is developed to the awakening level. The restraining ability of armament haki is also reduced. If you want to defeat the enemy, You must find the opponent's weakness. If you want to crack the opponent's devil fruit ability, there is naturally only another devil fruit ability. After putting away the so-called fairy fruit space ticket, the unit representing the Tiangong icon flashed twice in his sight. Mu Bai, who had not yet returned to Wanshan Island, received the news almost before the opponent wanted to enter the Tiangong space. In addition to Ma Heng's news, he also found the news that Duanshe, the Fire Emperor of the Western region Zoroastrianism, requested to enter the Tiangong space in his message column. Since both of them are going to enter, I can just open a small organization meeting. After saying that, Mu Bai's spirit also merged into the wonderful space created by the 99 heavens. In the Divine Sword sect of the Eastern region, an old man is fishing on the wide river. The Divine Sword sect is also well known in the Eastern region, mainly due to the fact that the overall positioning of the Eastern region is different from that of the closed Northern region. The four major regions and Zhongzhou are also cooperative to some extent, especially the vast territory of the Eastern region, where many precious raw materials are imported from other regions. Among these precious materials is the star iron that is famous throughout the main world, which is the raw material that Mu Bai used to smelt the Golden Crow armor. The Divine Sword sect controls the star iron in the entire Eastern region, and the two are closely connected, so that many people in other regions now associate the Divine Sword sect with the star iron. The Divine Sword sect, which is now more like a businessman, seems very non-aggressive. But few people know that the Divine Sword sect was the top force in the entire Eastern region, with the most killings and wars 1,000 years ago. And now their top spot in the Eastern region is gradually being replaced by the Qingdi sect. Xianmingzi, the direct descendant of the Qingdi sect of the contemporary Eastern region, is known as the leader of the Eastern region's Tianjiao, and is stronger than the Yudi of the Zhongzhou royal court. He is now ranked second in the divine body ranking, and his innate Xingku endowed body is not weaker than Mu Bai's Bahuang Jinyu body and Yudi's Pingdugo's king body. Hundreds of years of wear and tear are a bit tiring, the old man fishing murmured to himself. But there was no sign of old age in his turbid eyes. The river of the Divine Sword sect is the forbidden area behind the Divine Sword sect. The identity of the old man, who can appear here leisurely to fish, is naturally obvious. The contemporary Divine Sword sect leader standing upright beside him did not dare to show any disrespect, but he was a little sighing after saluting. Ancestor, the rise of the Qingdi sect can no longer be stopped. They have the final say in almost the entire Eastern region. If we continue to follow this merchant path, I am afraid that in 100 years, the disciples of the Divine Sword sect will no longer recognize that the sword in their hands can kill the enemy. He, the old man, was very happy when he saw the golden dragon fish being hooked. After a long time, he turned sideways and replied, "You just think too much. Containing the edge does not mean not unsheathing the sword, but waiting for the time when you are absolutely sure to give the enemy a fatal blow. We still have to do these things before the time comes. Wasn't the top power in the world the Heavenly Court in the past? But wasn't the Heavenly Court conquered by foreign enemies? No. It was divided by its own people. The opponent of the huge interest group must be itself. And we just need to wait for it to collapse." Although the leisurely old man was smiling in his words, the leader of the Divine Sword sect behind him knew that the ancestor was talking about the Qingdi sect, and the murderous intent in it was probably not something he could comprehend. I also know the truth that a big tree attracts the wind. But the disciples of the sect are indeed. The old man was helpless when he saw the young man still chattering here. How can you be more long-winded than an old man like me? You really don't have the vigor of a young man. As long as we old guys are not defeated, the Divine Sword sect will not fall. If we old guys fall, the disciples of the Divine Sword sect will find it difficult to continue to exist even if they are all talented. Do you understand? The helpless Divine Sword sect leader had to nod slightly, then bowed and left here. Finally, "It's quiet." Wang Jiujian, who was still basking in the sun, was about to continue to enjoy the wonderful retirement time for hundreds of years, when a ray of light gradually enveloped his body. He instinctively wanted to resist, but suddenly changed his mind. With a slightly grin on his face, his spiritual consciousness disappeared here. The heavenly palace was extremely lively at this moment. Duanshe, a strong man in the Sunwheel realm of the Western region, and one of the founders of the Zoroastrianism, was submitting tasks under the command of Yang Jian, who was also known as Mu Bai. Not far away, Ma Heng, who had just experienced the shock of the 99 heavens and the figure of the saint, was watching the conversation between the two seniors in front of him honestly. He glanced at the name under his seat and always felt a little weird. Thunder God, why don't you come and learn the little tricks that Senior Yang Jian taught us? This will be a lot more convenient when you come to submit tasks in the future. Dong Wang Tai Duansher, who seemed to be familiar with each other, also smiled and said to Ma Heng, as if the two were friends who had known each other for a long time. The somewhat reserved Legong Duansher was also a little restless, because his face and breath were blocked by the shadow of the heavenly palace. He looked illusory, as a strong man in the Sunwheel realm. Duansher did not dare to underestimate this newcomer. This guy is too cold. It seems that he must be a top-level strongman who has hidden himself. Duansher frowned slightly. As a strong man in the western region, Duansher is very clear about the differences in temperament between people. Over the years, he has also seen many top strongmen hidden in the market, some of whom are even not inferior to him. It is precisely because he knows the vastness of the main world that he has been cautious in his past. It seems that Brother Lei Gong looks down on me. It's no wonder. I started from the western region and can be regarded as a grassroots person. It's normal if I don't catch your eye. Duansher's tentative words did not stop, which was contrary to his previous style. Ma Heng, who was already a little dazed after hearing the words of this Tiangong senior, took the opportunity to say a word. Yes. The originally trembling voice sounded unusually high-pitched after the modification of Tiangong. It seemed that this Tiangong newcomer codenamed Lei Gong really didn't take Duansher, the Tiangong old man, seriously. Duansher, who had a twitching mouth, was not too surprised, just thinking that the other party was a loner. Ma Heng, who was already restless, stood up and walked to the corner of the heavenly palace with trembling body, leaning against the wall. Damn! What should I do? Ma Heng, who was panicking, was thinking about how to deal with it. In Duansher's eyes, this scene meant that the other party disdained to be with him and left his side, since neither of them could hear the other's voice clearly nor see the other's body movements through the vague mist. The misunderstanding between the two was only known to Mu Bai, who was pretending to be Yang Jian at this moment. He was so amused that he returned to his seat. Just when he wanted to say something, a connection request appeared again in the Heavenly Palace icon interface in front of him. Mu Bai was surprised but did not stop it but let it enter the Heavenly Palace. With a successful connection, a white beam of light fell under the 99 heavens, and Duansher and Ma Heng, who did not know why, were shocked. There are new people entering. It seems that the end of the Dharma ending age has also made the operation of the Heavenly Palace smoother. By the way, I forgot to tell you that in addition to the invitation token that can invite qualified new members to join, the Heavenly Palace will randomly select new people to join every once in a while. Mu Bai, who represents the identity of Qingyuan Miaodao Xinju and Yang Jian, must be the most persuasive between the two. So after he finished speaking, Duansher, who was later named Lei Gong, did not speak, but Duansher, who was later named Dong Wang Tai, asked a few questions with some curiosity. Senior Yang Jian, can I ask about the Heavenly Palace? Go ahead. Mu Bai responded with a cold voice. He was wearing a magical Taoist robe with a faint silver armor under the Taoist robe. In the eyes of the two, his image was not too concealed. It seemed that Duansher had seen the hidden rules of the Heavenly Palace and restrained his breath. The next moment, purple Taoist robes appeared outside his body that was originally wrapped in mist, and his gilded mask was full of solemnity. The Dongwang vision carved on his body made him look like a different person in temperament. Even his closest relatives or people who were very familiar with him would not be able to recognize him. The thunder god Ma Heng, who was observing the two of them, was moved when he saw that the two of them had gotten rid of the mist. The Heavenly Palace seemed to know his intentions, and the next moment it twisted the star power in his body and made it start to operate in a very regular way. The next moment, a strange man wearing black gold armor and a Thunderbird mask, who was different from the two people's Taoist uniforms, appeared at the original place. After seeing his outfit clearly, Ma Heng was extremely shocked. You should know that this ability to transform into unique clothes with the power of stars existed in ancient times. But in this era, there are probably not many people in the main world who know this ability, let alone those who can use it. What I want to ask is whether I can get an invitation token here in the Heavenly Palace, and then invite others to enter here and become members of the Heavenly Palace with code names. Duansher, who suppressed his ambitions and desires in his eyes, said carefully. His idea was very simple. If he could form a gang to enter the Heavenly Palace, his own power in this mysterious force would definitely be greater. And those who knew the ins and outs of the invited people would be better organized and better used and controlled by himself. If such a perfect thing is done, the benefits it brings will be immeasurable. They can even rely on the platform of Tiangong. Mu Bai, who saw Duanshi's thoughts when he was in the fantasy of ambition, smiled, and then said slowly in the tone of Yang Jian, the Tiangong has its own rules. The owner of the Tiangong can only be the Tiangong. No matter whether you are a peak Sunwheel expert or an ordinary person. Even if the God Emperor is alive, the owner of the Tiangong will not change. If you can't understand this truth, you will only be bored in the future. Mu Bai's Yang Jian's personality is cold. So when Mu Bai said these words in his low voice, it gave people a strong sense of deterrence. Duanshi, who had always been in a high position before, was like falling into the abyss and couldn't extricate himself. He vaguely saw that the third divine eye on the other's forehead was staring at him. Duanshi, whose pupils contracted, suddenly woke up. He thought of the key to the problem at this moment. Yang Jian's words actually hinted at a deeper meaning. That is, this Tiangong is very likely to be alive. Even if it has no life, it is still operating according to certain rules and mechanisms. If the powerful God Emperors in the previous era could not exterminate the Heavenly Palace, then the future God Emperors will certainly not be able to exterminate the Heavenly Palace. In other words, the Heavenly Palace is a superpower that can transcend the changes of the secular era. It transcends the constraints of time and space, and transcends his shallow cognition. I am presumptuous. Duanshi, who took a half step back, only realized his own stupidity at this moment. How could the Heavenly Palace, which could predict the release of tasks in advance, be controlled or influenced by himself? Moreover, even if he could really stuff those people here, he would probably be nothing but a drunkard in the future. Neither the god named Yang Jian nor the god named Lei Gong are ordinary strong men. He estimated that these two people must be the best in the Sunwheel realm. At present, there are a total of 99 chairs in the Heavenly Palace. If the vacant main seat is not counted, there are still 96 vacant ones. That is to say, the Heavenly Palace will allow 96 Sunwheel realm strong men to join. How against the sky? How arrogant! How incredible is this? This scale of lineup is enough to sweep across the 4 major regions, and even directly challenge the entire Central Plains. The shock in his eyes did not dissipate for a long time, and Duanshi returned to his seat to ponder honestly. Ma Heng, who had been observing the actions of the two, continued to remain silent. Although he was usually a little lazy and jumpy, he would still be cautious and vigilant at such a critical moment. He would never speak easily before he fully understood the operating rules of the Heavenly Palace. At this moment, Mu Bai was also looking through the newly updated points exchange reward page after finishing the knocking words. The 3 people were silent at the same time with their own thoughts, which made the already empty and lonely Heavenly Palace hall seem even more solemn. Wang Jiujin, the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Sect, climbed up to the 99 heavens with gritted teeth. He had seen the Thunder Sea phenomenon in the East region 300 years ago, and had personally experienced the mirror flower world of the 100 Flowers God Emperor. He had even seen the legendary Dark Star world. But no matter these man-made wonders, or the uncanny work of nature, they seemed insignificant in the vast space he was in at the moment. The flowing Milky Way, the ethereal 99 heavens, the voice of the saint, the phantom of the saint. This complicated building standing above the cloud country simply surpassed his certain cognition of the world. Wang Jiujin, who had mastered certain ancient knowledge, clearly knew that the voice of the saint was not the epical characters he knew. This may mean that the origin of this space is far longer than he estimated. When Wang Jiujin, the Grand Elder of the Divine Sword Sect, finally stepped into the Heavenly Palace Hall, he found 3 mysteriously dressed people with different auras sitting on 3 seats. You are the lucky one chosen by the Heavenly Palace. Congratulations on joining. Yang Jian, who was sitting closest to the main seat, said calmly, as if he treated Wang Jiujin as a neighbor. Ma Heng and Duanshi looked at the newcomer, who had just entered the Heavenly Palace without saying a word when Yang Jian spoke. Wang Jiujin, who looked a little strange, did not shrink back. He walked to Yang Jian and asked with a smile, "This is really a wonder of the ancient times. A place of spiritual beauty that has won the creation of heaven and earth. I am afraid that there will never be such a place in the world again in 10,000 years. I am curious about what kind of power this Heavenly Palace you are talking about. The Heavenly Palace is the Heavenly Palace. No matter how you forcefully explain it, you can't erase its existence. If I remember correctly, when you set foot in the Heavenly Palace, you should have the Heavenly Palace background implanted in your memory. What's the point of asking me this?" Yang Jian said with a cold voice, and stopped looking at him. Wang Jiujin was a little surprised to see the other party's attitude. He instinctively wanted to use the power of the stars, but suddenly found that this space seemed to block his ability. This extreme weakening made Wang Jiujian feel a little apprehensive. This place called Tiangong is too weird. If he, who has become a hands-off shopkeeper, gets involved with it, it may cause a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Wang Jiujian did not look at the three people present, but walked towards the outside of the Tiangong Hall with big strides. But when he walked to the door of the Tiangong Hall, his whole body was stiff, and the raised leg could not fall down for a long time. This is Wang Jiujian, with his eyebrows twitching, felt an extremely terrifying sense of crisis when he was about to step out, as if there was a fierce tiger in his body ready to bite him at any time. Haha. Who is the owner of this place? I, Wang Jiujian, have offended you a lot, but I hope you will forgive me. The three words Wang Jiujian were not uttered in the end. When Wang Jiujian's words fell into the ears of Duanshi and Ma Heng, it seemed to delete his name. Mu Bai, who pretended to be Yang Jian, laughed meaningfully at this moment. Where do you think this is? You can come and go as you please. In the Heavenly Palace. Not to mention you. Even I have to accept my fate. Mu Bai deliberately said these words in a slightly complaining tone. Wang Jiujian said strangely. Who are you? Do you know my identity? It doesn't matter if I know or not. This is not the point. You try it yourself today. If you can get rid of this heavenly palace that even the God Emperor cannot destroy, I am willing to meet you in the future and bow my head. How could the shrewd Wang Jiujian believe what this weird person said? He walked around the heavenly palace 3 times, and always felt that the sense of crisis was always lingering in his heart. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Just like an old man who endured physical discomfort and had to work. After walking around 3 times, he realized that this was an unsolvable problem, and walked back obediently. When he passed a seat, he sat down as if possessed by a ghost. Then a god's code name suddenly appeared in Wang Jiujian's consciousness. God codename Bodhi Patriarch. The mist gradually dissipated, and Wang Jiujian's temperament changed drastically at this moment. If he had the temperament of an old naughty boy before, now he was solemn and dignified. Bodhi Patriarch. God's name code. Wang Jiujian felt more and more that something was wrong. He wanted to get up and leave, but found that the seat symbolizing his god's name was firmly attached to him, making it impossible for him to move freely. 3 friends. I joined this broken place, but do I have to restrict my personal freedom? The other 2 felt a little puzzled. How could this seat restrict their freedom of movement? Yang Jian, with his hands crossed, snorted coldly, and then explained part of the reason. You don't agree that you are a member of the heavenly palace in your heart, so you naturally can't leave your seat. As long as you agree and accept the god's name code, you can move freely. Otherwise, even if you have the ability to reach the sky, you will have to stay in your seat forever and be restricted. Yang Jian's words were undoubtedly concise and to the point. He said everything he should say and didn't say anything he shouldn't say. Although he was a little dissatisfied, Wang Jiujian, who had no target to vent his anger, had to calm down. After a few seconds, the strong suction force of the seat weakened a lot. After realizing that he could not leave in a short time, the old naughty boy Wang Jiujian let go of himself a little. Looking at the other 2 masked men who did not speak the whole time, he found that his voice and tone seemed to have changed a lot when he was about to speak. And with his eyesight, he could not see the figures of these people clearly or remember their heights. He could only roughly recognize the god code name of each person. It seems that this time it is the 4 of us. The god code name Lei Gong. The god code name Dong Wang Tai. The god code name Bodhi Patriarch. And me, Yang Jian. The god code name Qing Yuan Nianao Jinjuan. Now the party organized by me officially begins. Mu Bai, who spoke frankly, used Yang Jian's SH.L to say a lot of precautions in the heavenly palace. At the last moment, he slowly spoke. I heard that the Shura ancient temple in the south region appeared in the world, and a young man, who killed a strong man in the Sun Wheel realm escaped from it. I am hereby posting a bounty of 5,000 points for all the information about him. Of course, if any of you happen to encounter him, you can also capture him, and I will give that person more points. 5,000 points. Duanshi, who didn't care much at first, suddenly choked. You know, how many points did he get for completing the basic tasks according to the prompts of the Heavenly Palace? As a result, Senior Yang Jian actually asked for more than 5,000 points. This was really too scary. Oh, what are these points? Wang Jiujian, who had resigned himself to his fate, also asked Mu Bai in confusion. Mu Bai, who was too lazy to talk nonsense, still maintained Yang Jian's cold personality. After the other party asked, he casually clicked on the Tianyong points exchange reward page. What a joke. Wang Jiujian, who took a look at the first few skills rewarded by the points, felt his scalp tingling, and a great sense of fear arose spontaneously. None of the top rewards were shoddy. The Supreme Palm method of Buddhism, Tathagata Palm, and even the witchcraft forbidden technique that had not been wiped out for a long time were actually here. With his knowledge, he only took a glance and understood that there were at least nearly 10 eras of skills and classics collected here. In other words, this Tiangong organization has existed for at least 10 eras. And this is still a conservative estimate. I am afraid that the existence of this heavenly palace is really as long as he said. Forever. Wang Jiujian stood up suddenly, knocked on the table, and said softly with some confusion, "Does this heavenly palace really have these ancient magic skills? According to my understanding, these skills are not only rare in other sects, but even those sects that have inherited their own magic skills since ancient times. I don't believe that this heavenly palace can have them all." "What if you don't believe it? The heavenly palace has been here from beginning to end. The top skills you mentioned are just part of the heavenly palace rules. As for whether you believe in the heavenly palace or not, it is not my concern," Mu Bai said with a cold voice, and clicked on the illusory heavenly palace interface. After clicking on the random task draw in front of the three people, various tasks appeared in front of the three people. Each task is described in great detail, and the number of points obtained by the task is also clearly written. Since there are 2 new members joining, I will demonstrate to you the requirements of the Tiangong's assignment of tasks. As a formal member of the Tiangong, you need to complete a task of the Tiangong every month. If you fail to complete it, you will die. If you complete it, you will get points as a reward. Of course, each task assigned by the Tiangong is formulated according to your actual situation. If you say that your task is too difficult, it must be your problem. You need to solve it yourself. In the process of conditioning and analyzing, Mu Bai secretly used the power of the master of the Tiangong to implant the logic of the Tiangong's operation into the minds of the three people in the form of memory implantation. This silent method is extremely clever. At least the 2 Sun Will Realm masters did not notice it after being implanted with these memories. Wang Jiujian, whose god name is codenamed Bodhi Patriarch, has a keen eye. Although he still does not believe the words of the man who claims to be Yang Jian, he is nearly 70% sure in his heart that the Tiangong is definitely not a scam. After all, if it is a scam to deceive him, the cost is too high. Duansher, codenamed Dong Wangtai, listened to Mu Bai's story with great interest and became more certain of his guess. This Yang Jian must be the overlord of the main world. Otherwise, how could he be so familiar with the rules of the heavenly palace and still be alive and well until now? He also vaguely realized that the person who called himself Yang Jian had a higher authority in the heavenly palace than him. Ma Heng, the most taciturn of the 3, was already numb. He originally thought that the invitation token Mu Bai gave him was at most an invitation token for ordinary second and third-rate forces. But now it seems that he is really wrong. Just by listening to the demeanor of these people talking, and some secrets of the main world that popped up inadvertently in their words, he was sure that these people must be top bosses. This Mu Bai really hurt me. How can I speak when these people are all big bosses? Ma Heng, who felt a little helpless, could only remain silent. He didn't want these people to see his identity. After several conversations, Mu Bai's Yang Jian still didn't show his true colors, but his words also hinted at his identity as a person from Zhongzhou. Wang Jiujian, the old fox, originally wanted to get Yang Jian's identity, but he didn't expect that the other party was not only watertight, but also took the initiative to hint at his identity. This move made him slightly absent-minded. There are only a few peak powerhouses in Zhongzhou. Wang Jiujian suspected that the real identity behind Yang Jian might be more complicated. The other party mentioned Zhongzhou just to give him a wrong hint. Since you all understand the mission, this meeting of the Heavenly Palace is over. As a senior, I have only one thing to tell you. That is, don't be a weakling because there is no seat for the weak in the 99 seats of the Heavenly Palace. After saying this, Mu Bai, who transformed into Yang Jian, disappeared in the Heavenly Palace hall, leaving only the 3 of them staring at each other in a slightly dull manner. My mission is to go to Duansher, who broke the calm, looked at his mission and felt a little uncomfortable. After all, normally, he didn't need to take action for events of this level. He only needed to send his disciples to complete the mission easily. When Duansher turned around, he found that the masked Bodhi Patriarch was asking in confusion, "Mr. Dong Wangtai, what you said just now was a little vague. Can you say it again? Duansher thought that this person was a little hard of hearing after repeating it again. After being surprised, he honestly repeated his mission requirements and specific mission content again. You can't hear it, right? Duansher, who finally noticed the abnormality, asked cautiously. Wang Jiujian nodded with a frown, and then repeated the content of his task. And the results were the same. Although he clearly stated his task, neither Duansher nor Ma Heng could hear a single word or even a syllable clearly, as if they were muted. The three people who knew lip reading were isolated by masks, so they had no room to use lip reading. It seems that exchanging tasks with each other is not allowed in the Heavenly Palace. I'll leave first, and see you next time. Duansher knew that too much talk would lead to mistakes. So after a few simple exchanges, he hurriedly activated his consciousness and left here along the trajectory of the spiritual space. Mu Bai, who turned into a state of nothingness, naturally did not leave. At this moment, he stood in a state of nothingness in the hall of the Heavenly Palace. Duansher and Wang Jiujian, who were nodding acquaintances, naturally could not reveal each other's secrets. After being polite, the two old foxes followed their minds and left as if they were running their spiritual consciousness, and quickly disappeared on the spot. Grand Elder of the Eastern Divine Sword Sect. This Wang Jiujian is a more important chess piece than Duansher. Mu Bai touched his chin and saw that everyone had left, so there was no need to stay here any longer. With a thought, his spiritual consciousness disappeared in the Heavenly Palace. Lights flickered, and time, which had been still, gradually returned to normal. Wang Jiujian, who had been in a trance for a short time, let the fishing rod, which was once very precious, be swept into the river. Heavenly Palace. God's codename. I didn't expect that I would see the real side of the main world for the first time after living for so many years. Compared with the Heavenly Palace, the crisis that the Divine Sword Sect is facing now is not scary. But what will happen if I force others to say the word Heavenly Palace? Wang Jiujian, who was meaningful, was not a rigid person. When he was about to call the young disciples nearby to do an experiment, a great sense of crisis lingered in his heart. Wang Jiujian, who had experienced countless life and death crises and could handle them calmly, was pale at this moment, showing fear that was not like that of a strong man in the Sun Wheel realm. Just now, he just thought about mentioning the idea of Heavenly Palace to others, but he was so embarrassed. It seems that if he really said the word Heavenly Palace to others, he would not be able to survive even if he was in the Sun Wheel realm. What's this? Wang Jiujian shook his head with a self-deprecating look. At this moment, an extraterritorial flying sword was inserted straight into the top of the mountain of the Divine Sword Sect. In his heart, Wang Jiujian floated away in the air. In an instant, he knew the meaning of the urgent flying sword intent transmission. Several elders of the sect and the Divine Sword Sect master hurried over. Seeing that the Supreme Elder Wang Jiujian had broken the extraterritorial flying sword, they felt relieved. You should know that the extraterritorial flying sword of the Divine Sword Sect often symbolizes that the Divine Sword Sect spies have urgent intelligence to inform the top leaders. When the sect master and others saw that the Supreme Elder's face did not have too much color, they naturally knew that it was not a top priority. And they also breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, before they could even exhale, they heard Wang Jiujian looking towards the sunset in the west with a smile in his eyes, and saying, "It is an invitation to the heroes of the world issued by the Great Lane Temple in the western regions, inviting all major forces to gather in his Great Lane Temple to discuss the world situation." The poster is an old monster in the Buddhist sect, who once competed with the Emperor Wang Ting for the destiny in the last era. Peacock King. Peacock King, the leader of the Divine Sword Sect, who knew his experience, trembled a little. It was not because he was afraid of hearing these 5 words, but because it was rumored in the last era that Peacock King was attacked by all the major forces at the Hongnan banquet and eventually lost his position of destiny. A legendary figure, with such an experience reborn and invited others to a banquet. Who dares to go? No! The leader of the Divine Sword Sect, who suddenly realized some problems, looked even uglier. As the upper power holder, he knew clearly what the other party was going to do next. This is neither a Hongnan banquet nor a real banquet. No one from the other 3 regions or the large forces in Zhongzhou will go. Now that the Dharma ending age is about to end, how could anyone go there to die in vain? This Peacock King is clearly using this as an excuse to suppress the local forces in the western regions. Does this bastard want to unify the western regions? The 3rd elder of the Divine Sword Sect said with some disdain in his eyes. Although the Peacock King is extremely famous, He is a defeated general of the previous generation of the Divine Emperor. Even if such a person lives again, his overall cultivation will almost start from scratch. In the future, the Peacock King may be able to dominate the world and become a top-notch strongman. But the opponent is too weak now. It is obviously a foolish dream to unify the western regions in such a hurry. You are right. The Peacock King is obviously trying to play some conspiracy. Let's not interfere in this matter, and let him fend for himself. Wang Jiujian, who destroyed the flying sword outside the domain, said casually, thinking of the Peacock King. He was a little suspicious whether the other party was also a person from the Heavenly Palace. After all, if the other party's deeds in his lifetime could be considered a sudden rise. Yang Jian, Dong Wentai, Lei Gong. After the words of these three people flashed through his mind, he still shook his head. This top-notch Buddhist ruthless person is going to host a banquet for the world's heroes in the western regions. This is obviously going to cause a big fight. The tone and style of these three people are not like the Peacock King now. However, the Peacock King of Buddhism is an old monster who has lived for many years. Maybe the other party still knows the existence of the Heavenly Palace. But if the messenger of the Peacock King really comes to the Divine Sword sect, there is no need to drive him away. Bring him to see me when the time comes. I have something to say to him. After saying that, Wang Jiujian turned into a breeze and gradually disappeared on the spot. It was obvious that he was an elemental ability user and was very likely related to wind. Wang Jiujian had news from the western region, while Mu Bai had news about the opening of the fairy fruit space. When he learned that the largest island nearby, Hong Island, had a fairy fruit space inherited from ancient times, Mu Bai also calculated the time and prepared to stay in the southern region for a month. After all, a month later, it would be just in time for the first wave of fairy fruit spaces to open. At that time, there would be no problem to blend in with the crowd. Mu Bai, who continued to stay in the residence of the Nangong caravan, was very famous. Although the southern region Tianjiao, who had previously smashed the space node of the Shura ancient temple and saved it, might be dissatisfied in their hearts, they still treated Mu Bai politely on the surface. Some even wanted to recognize Mu Bai as a brother because of his life-saving grace. This kind of news spread very quickly. Although Mu Bai stayed at home for the next half-month, the major forces in the southern region invited him one after another. However, Mu Bai had not seen Ma Heng since the last time he appeared in the Heavenly Palace. His Heavenly Palace mission was completed the fastest. Although the mission randomly selected by Mu Bai was not difficult, it required patience. It was not difficult to capture 100 deep-sea giant toads. After all, even ordinary-sized toads were only at the level of star warriors. When they met Ma Heng, who had the ability of the shining fruit, they were like lambs to be slaughtered. The only trouble was that the number of the other party was relatively small. Of course, if Ma Heng mobilized his subordinates to go out and search, it would probably take less than half a day to collect 100 deep-sea giant toads. But it was obvious that Ma Heng still had concerns. He probably didn't want to expose the relevant matters of the Heavenly Palace. After all, this kind of creature had no value at all. In the eyes of those who were interested, they would soon see the problem. Mu Bai, who didn't pay much attention to Ma Heng's movements, waited for another half a month, and finally waited for the day when the fairy fruit space was opened on the nearby Hong Island. After saying goodbye to the Nangong caravan, Mu Bai arrived at Hong Island in advance at the beginning of the month. He hid his identity and changed his appearance and aura to look ordinary in the crowd, which was exactly what he wanted. Although it is highly unlikely that he would be blocked from entering the immortal fruit space with his real identity, it would be enough to arouse the attention and doubts of the outside world and may expose the existence of the eternal system. You should know that people from the main world can only enter the immortal fruit space once. This is the basic rule of the immortal fruit space. Even if the great power comes in person, it will not help. If Mu Bai is caught by others, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. After all, his status in the Zhongzhou royal court is still quite embarrassing at the moment. Strictly speaking, he can only be regarded as one of the candidates for the Son of God valued by the Ziwei Star Lord. His status and position in the royal court are still very different from the real Son of God. With the arrival of dawn, Mu Bai, who mixed into the transmission channel of the immortal fruit space where young people gathered, quietly took out the slightly illusory immortal fruit space admission ticket. The admission ticket automatically floated into the sky with the wind, and then turned into powder, and floated into the transmission channel of the fairy fruit space. Mu Bai, who was hiding his breath, vaguely found that he had become different, as if there was a mysterious power filling his body, which made his body which was originally resisted by the fairy fruit space, gradually conformed to the rules. It turned out that it was concealed by modifying the bone age and the number of admissions by short pressing the time. This eternal system is indeed extraordinary. The spirited Mubai couldn't help but feel incredible about the authority of the eternal system. He had discovered for a long time that his own constantly evolving system seemed to have no limit to its authority. It was fine in the modified version of the Devil Fruit Blue Star world before, but now in the main world, this eternal system is still mysterious and obviously higher than the level of the main world. He was not groundless in thinking so. The Tiangong organization and Tiangong world rewarded by the eternal system. The skills of the Emperor Yan Shinti rewarded by the eternal system. And the current admission ticket to the fairy fruit space all showed its extraordinariness. Just when Mubai was thinking in the crowd, a thunder-like muffled sound exploded in the area near him not far away. A figure descended from the sky above Hong Island under a flash of thunder and lightning. The illusory figure like the god of thunder disappeared without a trace after taking a look at the people who were taking the immortal fruit space assessment below. However, at the moment he disappeared, the extremely strong observation hockey swept across hundreds of thousands of people like a hurricane. Mubai, who was shocked, quickly shielded his own star power and used the dark star power to neutralize the whole body's aura. After the collision of the two completely different forces, they were transformed into extremely gentle energy. Under the protection of this stable energy, Mubai actually passed the test easily under such a strong observation hockey. A word was clearly heard in the air during the thundering sound. It was the phantom of the thunder god, who was about to leave. He looked down and said in a deep voice, "It seems that I have found some petty thieves and fugitives who are hoping for a lucky break. Do you want to come forward or do I catch you? It's the Thunder Lord. What does he want to do? Hack. This is quite powerful. This famous Sunwheel Realm expert in the South region seems to have just returned from Zhongzhou. I heard that he seems to be looking for the mysterious girl who escaped from the Shura Ancient Temple and used the Shura Ancient Temple to kill the expert. Ahem. What girl? You really can't tell a man from a woman. The one who killed a Southern region Sunwheel strongman with the help of the Shura Ancient Temple was clearly a young man. I saw with my own eyes that those big forces were fleeing everywhere under his hands. They were so embarrassed. The person who was refuted was obviously a little embarrassed. After being denied by the other party, he was shouting and wanted to use force when he saw several beams of lightning falling down. Several wanted criminals from the southern region who wanted to escape in the crowd were instantly turned into charred fragments. Such a scene scared him so much that he almost vomited. He fell to the ground in fear. It seems that he didn't find me. Mubai, who was next to the man, lowered his head in time and pretended to be frightened. The people around him dispersed in all directions, and the phantom of the thunder god in the sky retracted the thunder beam after solving the wanted criminals and other fugitives in the crowd. The lighting flashing nearby seemed to have not found the person it was looking for and all dissipated in the air. On Hong Island, which was gradually restoring order, the fairy fruit space that was supposed to be opened at the specified time was also delayed for several hours. It was not until noon that the people who controlled this area seemed to have reached some kind of agreement with the Thunder Venerable. And the Thunder Venerable, who continued to search nearby, finally left. They were all looking for Jiang Shutian. It seemed that the so-called Thunder Venerable and others knew something about the Shura Ancient Temple. It was probably for the precious treasures that the other party had taken away. Mubai, who was queuing up to enter the fairy fruit space, was suddenly startled when he was thinking about it. A dark sense of peeping arose spontaneously. Someone was looking at him. And he had fought with that kind of breath before. Mubai followed the cold line of sight and found a middle-aged man in a black robe on the nearby hillside. Looking at him coldly, the pair of eyes with a faint red light were full of the murderous intent of a fierce ghost. Mubai was very familiar with the other party's aura. He was very similar to the Yudi's subordinate who attacked him during the demon chaos that day. He must be one of the Findu Ghost King's clones. It seems that the Yudi, whose intelligence is spread across the 4 regions, has found him again. But what confused Mubai was how the other party could lock onto him. You know, even a strong man like the Sunwheel Realm couldn't find him easily just now. How did the Yudi's subordinate in the distance see through him? Could it be the Tianji Tower in Zhongzhou? Or, at this moment, Mubai thought a lot and finally did not stop his plan to enter the fairy fruit space. After taking a deep look at the other party, he disappeared into the transmission channel with the team. And the Yudi's subordinate, who had been observing Mubai all the time, slowly grinned. I found the big fish. If I take his head, I'm afraid the entire Yuing force will respect me in the future. The evil ghost hidden in his black robe gradually revived. If Mubai stood beside him at this moment, he would definitely be very familiar with the other party's running mind method. And that mind method was the complete version of the Netherworld mind method. Time is approaching 0 o'clock. The brilliance of space is infinitely collapsing into a point. Then the bright stars and countless planets continue to extend into the vast universe from that point. Floating in the void, Mubai relived the feeling of obtaining the mythical Sun Golden Crow fruit many years ago. This time he was also a little confused. When he obtained the mythical Sun Golden Crow fruit, he still relied on the memory of the remnants of the demon cult and his own fire shield technique. This allowed him to successfully locate the coordinates in the Golden Crow world and pick the mythical Sun Golden Crow fruit. Now thinking about it, it was also extremely dangerous. If the temperature of the three-legged Golden Crow's divine fire was higher at that time, he might have died there. Now he entered the fairy fruit space again, but he had no information about the coordinates of the planet. The only thing he could rely on was his personal feeling. Fortunately, the rules remained unchanged. Every participant who entered the fairy fruit space needed to select the planets that grew devil fruits in the vast universe. Then select the planet to participate in the various assessments that are completely different for each devil fruit. The successful person can pick the devil fruit and return to the main world safely. Some losers will die on the planet, and only a small number of lucky ones can survive and be teleported out of the main world after failing to pick the devil fruit. The last type of people often exceed the prescribed time when challenging the trial. Recalling the rules of the fairy fruit space a few years ago, Mubai gradually slowed down the floating speed, and when he was close to the territory of some planets, he quickly dodged. After all, if he was sucked into the planet by the other party, his third devil fruit selection opportunity would be wasted. In this dark void, the only planets that can still flash with faint light are those of different colors. Although he did not enter them, Mubai could still distinguish the classification of the devil fruit based on the intuitive feeling brought to him by each planet. Most of the planets with superhuman devil fruits are small in size, but the degree of danger is not much lower. After all, superhuman ability users are often the one with the biggest gap. Some superhuman ability users are born to fight, but most superhuman ability users are actually not suitable for fighting. Most of the planets with animal-type devil fruits are super large planets, usually 5 times or more than ordinary superhuman planets. The appearance of the planet is more manifested by various green plants, and it is very similar to the Jinwu planet that Mubai had experienced before. Each environment is the most suitable for the animals represented by the local devil fruit. In deserts, oases, oceans, magma, etc., the more difficult the environment is, the more difficult it is for creatures to survive, and the stronger the devil fruit they possess. When passing by these super planets, Mubai also vaguely saw an animal-type planet wrapped in clouds. After careful observation, he could also find a kind of flying creature in the clouds. It looks like it is at least twice the size of an ordinary animal type. This planet obviously does not have an ordinary animal type. It may be a fantasy beast or an ancient species. While Mubai was muttering to himself and thinking, several people in the distance seemed to have discovered this planet wrapped in clouds. Almost at the same time, these people rushed into it as if they had discussed it. Obviously, they were very confident that they could conquer the trials on this planet. But what made Mubai speechless was that nearly half of the nearly 10 people were taken away by the strange birds as soon as they fell into the clouds. And the remaining people were obviously in danger of losing their lives. These idiots had a good vision in choosing the trial planet, but they could only make it useless without the strength to match it. In the end, not only did they lose their lives in vain, but their families would probably regret it for the rest of their lives. A cold voice slowly sounded behind Mubai. Mubai turned his head and found that it was a pretty girl who looked at the unlucky people who entered the cloud planet with passion with pity in her eyes. What you said makes sense, but the pity in your eyes is unnecessary. When they choose that unknown road, they should be prepared to be crushed to death by the road at any time. And don't follow me anymore. After saying that, Mubai continued to wander towards the depths of the void. He had noticed that the girl was following him before. It was obvious that the other party was trying to get close to him when she spoke to him just now. He didn't know what he could do to attract the other party after he was disguised, so he didn't have time to deal with the other party. Do you believe in fate? The cold girl continued to float behind Mubai and followed closely. Her words shifted from those unlucky people who overestimated their own abilities to similar philosophical issues. I don't believe it. As the old saying goes, my fate is determined by me, not by God. Young people like you don't seem to believe in fate. Mubai, who increased his speed, was constantly patrolling the nearby planets while talking. He had a clear sense of priorities, while perfunctorily answering the girl behind him. His main goal was still to find special devil fruits. He didn't need the natural devil fruit. It would be even better if the thunder fruit could be restored to its original state in the future. He didn't force it if it couldn't be restored. After all, at this moment, the natural, animal, and superhuman types didn't seem to have any actual combat power increase for him. Even if he said it, it would probably only help him fight a little. If his enemies were still those idiots, it would be fine. Unfortunately, his opponents were all the proud sons of the future era, and those great powers of the past who lived again in reincarnation. With these people competing with him for fate, his devil fruit matching was undoubtedly the top priority. You're right. Fate is not always absolute. In fact, I discovered your difference when I was in the outside world. Compared with others, your color is closer to pink in my eyes, while others are blue. Even the elemental Thunder Lord is just orange in my eyes. You are special. The cold girl didn't seem to mind Mu Bai's deliberate alienation at all. In her slightly cold words, Mu Bai didn't know why he vaguely heard a hint of excitement. Distinguishing people by color? What kind of ability is this? Is it a kind of innate divine body? What's your name? My name is Fang Xinjiu. The cold girl rarely showed a smile. She is now following Mu Bai for her own reasons. Others may approach others according to their status and position to seek their own interests. But Fang Xinjiu is different. She only distinguishes the distance based on the other party's color. People with cold colors are those with extremely bad luck, while those with warm and darker colors represent extremely good luck. Fan Xingyu, who was born in a civilian family, had never seen a person like Mu Bai who exuded a pink hue all over his body. What surprised her the most was that the pink hue on his body not only did not fade with the passage of time, but became darker with the passage of time. You said that I am pink in your eyes. Is there any explanation for this color? Since there was enough time, Mu Bai relaxed his heart and communicated with the other party. If the other party's special ability could help him, it would be the best. After listening to the other party's story, Mu Bai finally knew why the other party had been following him since entering the fairy fruit space. This cold girl Fan Xingyu has had the special ability to check other people's luck since she was a child. When she was young, she just thought she had an eye disease. But as she grew up, she gradually understood the wonderful use of this special ability. According to the level of other people's luck, she can selectively follow people with high luck to do some things, and the accuracy rate is as high as 99%. If this special ability is placed in other regions, it will be fine. But she happened to be born in a remote island in the southern region. There are not many opportunities for her to change her fate. As an orphan, she is also very smart not to tell anyone about her ability to see luck. You are smart enough to conceal your special ability. If some forces knew your special ability, they would definitely dig out your eyes. I think there are many people in the southern region who can transplant humanoid organs. Mu Bai approached the other party a few centimeters away and said word by word while looking directly into his eyes, "Why are you telling me this? I am just an ordinary young man from the southern region who is participating in the assessment of the immortal fruit space for the first time. It is possible that I betrayed you out of greed for money." Fan Xingyu, who looked a little nervous, gritted his teeth and said something that surprised the other party before Mu Bai finished speaking. "If you are just an ordinary person, you must not have this rare luck. I am useful. I can help you find a suitable fruit planet. Can you distinguish the devil fruit with your eyes? I can't, but I can distinguish the danger level by the danger color of the fruit planet. The higher the danger level of the fruit planet, the rarer and more powerful the devil fruit will be. I can guarantee that I can do this." The girl shrank her feet and said with a slightly trembling voice. Obviously, this was what she said after she had used up her last trump card. There is a very popular proverb in the southern region. Even Mu Bai, who had just arrived, had heard that one should always keep a trump card, because you don't know if the weight of carrying destiny is just 1 point. She was gambling. Mu Bai, with a slightly grin on his face, looked a little amused. He could tell from the other party's clothes that the identity of the orphan in the other party's words was 70% credible. After all, he had also experienced the things of washing tattered clothes until they turned white and then mending them. It was already very difficult for the other party to cultivate to the level of a star warrior in that environment and participate in the assessment of the fairy fruit space. Coupled with this courage and courage beyond ordinary men, Mu Bai looked at her with new eyes. "I am not from the south region, and you may not be in the future." Fan Xingyu, who woke up instantly, nodded heavily, and while nodding in agreement, she also noticed the unusualness of this young man, who looked ordinary on the outside. The closer she was to the other party, the less dead silence there was in the fairy fruit space, which made her feel inexplicably at ease, knowing that the other party could take her away from the southern region. Fan Xingyu did not continue to negotiate, but used her innate ability to constantly scan the nearby fruit planets. In her eyes, the color that represents luck is cold to warm, and the color of the fruit planet that represents danger is the extreme black. The fruit planet that represents safety is close to white, which is consistent with the theory of yin and yang. Looking around, except for the fantasy beast fruit planet just now, the rest of the planets are almost half white and half black. But there are no pure white or pure black fruit planets. There are too many fruit planets in the fairy fruit space, and it is meaningless to look at them one by one. Thanks, Xingyu. Look around for a while, and stop if there is a pure black planet. After receiving the feedback from the other party, Mu Bai no longer concealed his strength and directly opened the terrifying power of the mythical sun golden crow fruit to sweep all directions. The scorching golden crow divine fire looked magnificent on the mythical golden crow he transformed into. When this fantasy creature that seemed to only appear in ancient books and murals really appeared in front of Fan Xingyu, she was stunned on the spot. Am I dreaming? This is not a fantasy beast. No. This is a mythical system. Fan Xingyu muttered to herself, looking at the incredible dream scene in front of her. She felt as if she was dreaming. She had never heard of being able to enter the fairy fruit space with a devil fruit. And the most important thing was that the other party's incarnation of the golden crow firebird was really shocking. Mu Bai's mythical form obviously became larger after he entered the realm of Star Master. At this moment, Mu Bai in the form of Golden Crow was nearly 300 meters in size. Under the Golden Crow's divine fire, the hard feathers that looked like divine weapons flashed dangerous light in the dark void. And under the fiery red feathers was the high-density Golden Crow flesh and blood. From a distance, one could feel the boundless sense of power and the scorching temperature. The Golden Crow's divine fire had an absolute temperature that was enough to burn autonomously in the void. Normally, ordinary star warriors couldn't even get close to it, if Mu Bai hadn't intentionally controlled the temperature of the flame in the void. I'm afraid that the slightly cramped star shower would have died long ago. Mu Bai, who had transformed into the mythical form of the Great Sun three-legged Golden Crow, controlled a large amount of the Great Sun Golden Crow's divine fire to gather around him. And naturally the confused star shower was also wrapped in it. I will control the speed to ensure that you see every fruit planet. After saying this, Mu Bai led Fan Xingyu to immediately activate the powerful ability of the divine fire burning the void to accelerate rapidly along the empty fairy fruit space, flying freely as if there was no one in the world. Fan Xingyu was excited and nervous. But at this moment, she did not dare to forget Mu Bai's instructions, and concentrated on observing the fruit planets that flashed quickly nearby. After flashing hundreds of planets, Fan Xingyu suddenly pointed at the animal planet not far away and said excitedly, "The color of this planet is very black. The fruit on it is likely to be a rare fantasy beast species. And it is also the strongest among the fantasy beast species." Without even looking at it, Mu Bai let out a cry directly from the mouth of the Golden Crow. The strong breath penetrated the planet. Under the breath of the Golden Crow, many nearby fruit planets were no longer restless as before. And the trial creatures that were extremely active just now seemed to be playing dead without making a single sound. It can't even continue to cry. It's not dangerous. Under the twitching expression of Fan Xingyu's mouth, Mu Bai once again increased the speed of the Golden Crow divine fire, like a king inspecting the army. At this moment, he really has some style of the sun. And the temperature of the void surges wherever he passes. Look for it according to 10 times the danger level just now. There is no need to talk about those with less than 10 times. It's useless for me to take the ordinary fantasy beast fruit. At this moment, Jiang Shutian, who was far away at the edge of the south region, was lost in thought as he looked at the boundary between the south region and the Bianan region not far away. Although his body stopped growing due to his rebirth in the paradise divine body, which made him stay in his youth forever, many problems could still be detected from his slightly tired and vicissitudes eyes. At least ordinary people could also find the strangeness of this young man. These days, he hid from place to place. He did not take shortcuts to leave the south region through the normal main road, but found ways to bypass the areas where the most abundant resources were entrenched. When he went deep into the south region and headed north along the second and third tier areas, this old monster whose body had survived for more than 100,000 years could not help but be shocked by the so-called technology. Ironically, the second, third, fourth and fifth tier areas without top forces or important resources are more technologically advanced. The high-rise buildings and the busy traffic were completely inconsistent with the tense situation outside. For a moment, Jiang Shutian thought he had come to another world. After entering the city and randomly robbing a passerby of his clothes, Jiang Shutian dressed up as a young boy and still looked very eye-catching. Even if he deliberately hid the special spells all over his body, it was still difficult to conceal his extraordinary temperament. That was the passive characteristic of a high-level life form. Jiang Shutian, who had just awakened, was not proficient in the use of star power at the moment, and he was unable to suppress the leakage of this breath for a while. This is the disadvantage of using external forces to directly upgrade from a star warrior to a star apostle in a few moments. Jiang Shutian thought that the so-called Western Peacock King was probably the same as himself. It's a pity that my memory seems to be difficult to recover. If I follow the arrangement of my predecessor before falling asleep, I do have the power to choose my own consciousness. Should I restore it to the consciousness that lost the battle for destiny with the Shura God Emperor? Or continue to maintain my new consciousness? Without an answer in his heart, he walked forward blankly along the crowd on the street. There were few star warriors in the crowd. And even if there were, they were only some students. Jiang Shutian followed the students in school uniforms not far ahead for a while before stopping in shock. I almost forgot the purpose of coming here. Jiang Shutian frowned and was about to turn around and leave when a fight sounded in the dark alley not far away. The pedestrians on the street turned a deaf ear to it. But for some reason, Jiang Shutian instinctively walked in after a slight throbbing in his heart. Before he got close, he had already sensed the specific situation from the perception of the domineering color domineering. A dozen strong young men in school uniforms were beating up a young man in school uniform. These people who beat up the besieged man were young and didn't use light weight to beat him to death. Obviously, his ribs were broken. Jiang Shutian walked out of the shadows and stood at the corner to watch the scene coldly. At this moment, he realized why he was uneasy and even dazed just now. Sure too. You are as stubborn as your name suggests. Do you know that this school place is reserved for talented people? You have taken away my qualification to study abroad in a prestigious school. Tell me how I should torture you. The burly student with a crew cut exuded the aura of a star warrior. He was very cruel when he stepped on the young man called Shurtu. The other's palm was almost crushed by him. However, even though Shurtu was shaking all over, he didn't make a sound. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the other person fiercely. The people who were joking nearby took out their phones and took photos, as if they were very happy about such a miserable situation. Jiang Shutian, who knew some common sense of modern society from their clothes, could feel that they were all so-called rich second generations. Jiang Shutian, who was born in a noble family, also saw some familiar things in these people. I remember that when he was not yet famous, his identity as the illegitimate son of the head of the family often troubled him. He was excluded and bullied in his youth. Although he was a child of a noble family, he was the least popular and could not integrate into the family. He was extremely eager for power, fame, and strong strength. For this reason, he practiced the basic skills of the family since he was a child. The amount of training was always 5 or 6 times that of his peers, even if he was suppressed by the direct line of the family. He kept silent because he knew that it was not the time to show his claws. At that time, he knew how to endure and persist. Unfortunately, even so, with almost no resources and high enough talent, he was still not the opponent of the top few peers. If he had lived to adulthood according to the normal trajectory, he could only take over some low-end industries of the family, and would always work for those pure-blooded direct descendants and be looked down upon. However, when he became an adult, Jiang Shutian awakened his innate divine body and jumped directly to the heavenly divine body. He was collectively recognized by the elders as the next generation of the Jiang family's patriarch. From then on, Jiang Shutian was like a dragon entering the sky, and it was unstoppable. People's personalities are always affected by their own experiences. Jiang Shutian's eyesight naturally saw that these people who were beating him up were likely to be very similar to his original identity. That is, the group of people who were not accepted in the second generation. I didn't want to care about it. But you see, what's the point of this house-like method? Jiang Shutian, who came out of the shadows, was full of aura. Although he looked like a teenager and was a head shorter than everyone else, everyone present felt suffocated for some reason. The burly young man in the lead snorted coldly and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Where did this bastard come from? A junior high school student? Are you talking nonsense? You want to try any of my tricks? Go! Kill him! It's a bit cheap to be mocked by a junior high school student." He makes us look like bad guys. The aggressive burly young man got even angrier at the teasing voice of his companions. He was very fast when he was running the power of the stars. At least he was already a leader among the Star Warriors. Tiger Steel Fist. The burly young man gradually exuded a faint tiger roar, which seemed to be perfectly integrated into the wildness of the beast into the fist. Yellow level skills. The companions watching were also shocked. No one expected that he would use the skills directly. The burly young man's fist was compact and fierce. When he was about to punch, Jiang Shutian tapped his fist with a finger, reversing life and death. Rebirth in paradise. Life turned into death, and the masculine young man withered like a flower in front of his companion's stunned eyes. In an instant, he fell to the ground like a mummy, and turned into gray powder that gradually drifted away with the breeze. Jiang Shutian clenched his palms in the air, and did not give the dozen people in front of him a chance to react before he attacked. Jiang Shutian, who has reached the realm of Star Apostle at this moment, is so powerful that it is easy for him to deal with these ordinary people. Even if there is a little ability in the Star Warrior, can he still resist at this moment? With his rebirth bliss divine body reversing the aura of life and death. These originally arrogant students all fell to the ground with tragic thoughts. In the gray powder all over the ground, Jiang Shutian walked slowly and looked coldly at the young man who was beaten to the ground and couldn't get up. Who are you? They are all powerful, and you have caused a big disaster. Go quickly, and maybe you still have a chance to escape. The young man who was called Stone by those people said with his dying breath. Obviously, his injuries were very serious. If he was not treated, he would probably die of internal bleeding. You have the same blood as me in your body. Your last name is Jiang? The young man with blood on his face seemed to be in a trance. At this time, he had closed his eyes. He no longer had the strength to answer questions. Looking at the descendant of the Jiang family, who was suspected to have the blood of the Jiang family, Jiang Shutian was indifferent, but still bit his finger, and dripped a drop of blood essence into the other's forehead. Although his realm is currently low, his blood essence has the ability to partially reverse life and death due to the divine body of rebirth in paradise. So it is no problem to repair the other's injuries. Not only that, because the blood of the two people is fused, perhaps this young man can gain the enlightenment of talent. After dripping the blood essence, Jiang Shutian no longer paid attention to him, but turned to look at the majestic mountains outside this city. That was the real purpose of his trip. In this area, there is a second Shura ancient temple, although it is not sure which mountain it is in. It is expected that the information left by his original body on the bronze space starry sky dome should not deceive himself. There are two ancient Shura temples in the south region. After plundering the resources of this ancient temple, I need to go to the east region to find the ancient tomb. Following the original body's plan can really quickly restore strength. Let's wait and see. After a slight sigh, Jiang Shutian ignored the crowds in the nearby streets and turned into a Shura weapon. He swept through the city at a very fast speed and inserted deeply into the peaks of the distant mountains in the form of a Shura spear with a burst of red light. What is that? Is it a red meteorite? Could it be a treasure? I heard that the south region is quite chaotic recently. Maybe a treasure from the island area has come to our city. Facing the morning sun, the civilians in these urban areas did not realize the seriousness of the problem. They just thought that the red light was just a small matter. After all, the entire region is ruled by a star master. How could there be a disaster in this city that has been peaceful for 100 years? The bus was running normally. Pedestrians on the road watched for a while, and then dispersed on their own. Some young people were idle, and kept brushing local news on their mobile phones to see what the red light was. Everything was so natural and so peaceful. Until the earthquake started. A slight earthquake occurred in half of the city, and the mountains surrounding the city were gradually torn apart by the huge force below. The majestic aura slowly climbed along the bursting mountains and half of the gradually collapsing city. A huge object nearly 100,000 meters high rushed out of the ground like a pyramid. How could it be? The speechless civilians watched the collapse of office buildings and shopping malls, and countless people were buried in the ruins. The factory explosion spread toxic and harmful gases everywhere. This city built with a modern industrial civilization system was too fragile. So fragile that it didn't even survive the first wave of earthquakes. The person in charge of the Star Lord, who rushed over urgently stared at this scene with his eyes wide open, looking at the giant ancient building that continued to rise. His eyes showed a hint of fanaticism. Opportunity. Great opportunity. What does the life and death of the untouchables below have to do with him? The person in charge, who woke up almost instantly, rushed to this special building full of ancient atmosphere. But when he was about to approach the Shura temple, Jiang Shutian, who was preparing to open the entrance of the Shura temple, separated one hand and pressed towards the other party. Star Apostle? Young man who doesn't know the height of the world. The person in charge of the Star Lord level snorted coldly and quickly took action. He really didn't take the small Star Apostle level enemy seriously. After all, the other party was a big realm away from him. I'm afraid that if he let the other party attack, he would be unscathed. Ocean of mucus. Putting his hands together, a large amount of mucus quickly gathered into a viscous ocean under the fruit ability of the superhuman sticky fruit, and rushed over. Wherever the sticky mucus passed, the surface buildings were pulled into it. Under such a torrent of steel, Jiang Shutian suddenly laughed. Ordinary superhuman abilities don't have much combat power in front of me. It's just right to use you to test the Shura magic weapon ability I just mastered. The mythical Shura fruit is a relatively mysterious concept fruit. In recent days, Jiang Shutian has gradually comprehended one of its abilities. That is the Shura weapon series. The illusory weapons condensed with the power of Shura have a lethality beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The Shura fruit focuses on killing rather than omnipotence and defense. Shura. Sword. The red light flashed in the void. The next moment, a natural chasm appeared in the air with the slash of the illusory red sword. And the remaining half of the city buildings in the distance were quickly broken like white paper being cut by scissors. This scene was undoubtedly extremely shocking. Tens of thousands of high-rise buildings were cut off at the same time. But the red light slash had not dissipated until it exceeded the influence range of the Shura fruit and gradually disappeared into the void. One sword. Half of the city. The person in charge of the Star Master level, as the main target of the slash, lowered his head dully at this moment, and only the horizontal slash on his chest was clearly visible. Without any pain or reaction, the person in charge disintegrated in the air and fell to the ground, and the massive mucus quickly dissipated without the support of the fruit ability. The residents hiding nearby saw the tragic death of the person in charge of the Star Master level and held their breath and didn't even dare to breathe. The power is not bad. After summarizing the performance of the Shura sword, Jiang Shutian also seized the time and finally opened the Shura ancient temple after more than 10 seconds. Before he entered the ancient temple, he looked at the completely destroyed city and the countless dead and injured civilians. But his heart did not even waver at all. Even though he lost all his memories, his nature did not change. In his eyes, there was no simple moral restraint and no empathy for the common people. All he had was the beast-like plundering of survival resources. Good people cannot bear the destiny, and evil people cannot bear the destiny either. Only the strong can challenge the throne of the God Emperor. After muttering a few words, Jiang Shutian slowly disappeared from the spot, and it was obvious that he had successfully entered the Shura ancient temple. When Jiang Shutian opened the second Shura temple in the south region, Mu Bai was also selecting fruit planets in full swing. Mu Bai, who transformed into the mythical form of the great sun Golden Crow, encountered nearly 100,000 fruit planets with the starry rain. Unfortunately, although many of these planets have the fantasy beast devil fruit, there is not a single planet that is 10 times more dangerous than the fantasy beast planet, as Mu Bai said. At this moment, both of them are a little tired. The starry rain is tired for the eyes, and the Mu Bai is tired mentally. After all, his consumption in the fairy fruit space in the mythical form is far greater than that of the main world outside. If you have to make a comparison, his consumption is nearly 10 times. Although he doesn't know why, Mu Bai can perceive that although this world allows him to enter again, it is also constantly suppressing him to a certain extent. The effect of this suppression is also increasing with the passage of time. At least at this moment, he has felt a lot of pressure. It seems that we must speed up. Otherwise, even if we can withstand this consumption for a short time, we will not be able to hold on until we find the mythical devil fruit. Mu Bai, who was sighing in his heart, thought about giving up, but he denied it the next moment. Although he had many wonderful experiences in these years, he still could not change his character. He had patience and perseverance to stick to his goals, whether they were short-term or long-term. If he did not have this spirit, he would never have been able to make a breakthrough in the modified Devil Fruit Blue Star world. The eternal system is helpful to the host. Many of the tasks at issue can be regarded as changing fate, such as the fruit position and various treasures at the beginning. But the bottom logic of the eternal system to help the host still depends on the environment the host is in. If the host cannot break the barrier of the realm and stays in one realm forever, then even if the eternal system has the ability to change fate, it will not be the turn of this host to enjoy it. The success and progress of life always rely on the great torrent of the times and their own opportunities and personality. Mubai has a deep feeling about this. Mubai continued to fly forward under the pressure. He didn't know how long it had been. His original flying speed had been reduced by nearly 50% under the huge pressure. And even maintaining the mythical form seemed a little difficult. Just at this point of desperation, Fan Xingyu, whose eyes were a little dizzy, excitedly pointed to a fruit planet somewhere in the north and shouted in surprise, "It's pure black. The dangerous atmosphere on this planet is definitely 10 times that of those ordinary fantasy beast planets. Not only, I'm afraid it's more than 10 times. Following the sound, Mubai was also shocked. He saw a giant fruit planet close to the size of a blue star hanging in the void. What is this concept? The largest devil fruit planet they had seen before was only about 1/100th of it. Such a huge difference in the size of the planet is enough to shock people. Looking closely at the deep red surface and clouds on this planet, it seems that the entire planet world is on fire. Although he was a little exhausted, he could still vaguely glimpse the danger it brought him with the help of the beast instinct of the great sun golden crow. The greater the danger, the greater the benefit. Time is running out. Go! Without any hesitation, Mubai directly removed the mythical form and turned back to his original true form. Looking at the completely different face next to him, Fan Xingyu's heart moved slightly. The other party really concealed his true appearance. When the two approached the edge of the fiery red planet, they voluntarily let the attraction of the fruit planet draw them into this world. After passing through the thick crimson clouds and several layers of special air layers, Mubai and Fan Xingyu finally fell near a circular pit. As soon as her feet touched the surface, Fan Xingyu felt her body being drained. A kind of hunger that broke through her reason lingered in her heart. She half knelt on the ground and seemed extremely painful. She even had the urge to grab the brown soil on the surface and swallow it. And Mubai on the side was also affected to a certain extent. The morbid hunger from head to toe was very serious. With a slightly frowned brow, he did not deliberately suppress this impulse, but took out a dozen small storage bags and opened them all. The next moment, the piled-up food rolled out. Mubai, who was eating slowly, always felt a strange feeling when observing the surrounding geographical environment. He could smell a faint fishy smell when he touched the soil. Fan Xingyu, who had lost her mind and turned into a big eater, saw piles of food and stuffed them into her mouth with both hands in turn. She didn't have the cold and distant feeling she had before. It wasn't until a minute later that Fan Xingyu, who couldn't hold on any longer, gradually regained her mind. After realizing that the food in front of her was brought into the fairy fruit space by the main storage bag in front of her, she couldn't help but become more interested in him and the forces behind Mubai. You know, it is forbidden to bring any items into the fairy fruit space. And it is strictly forbidden to bring in storage bags like this. This is not a regulation added by a big boss to increase fairness for students, but it is proposed to protect students. You know, the fate of carrying weapons or other items without permission is to be crushed to death by the space the moment you enter the fairy fruit space. This mysterious man who calls himself Mubai can transcend this rule. Fan Xingyu feels that she has found a big backer. After eating and drinking, Mubai ignored Fan Xingyu's curious eyes and looked at the ordinary ground instead. As soon as I entered this planet, I felt hungry in my body, and there is no food in this world. That is to say, if there are living creatures, their food is only one thing. That is, the soil that can be found everywhere. It seems that they are not on the surface but underground. After briefly summarizing the point of view, Mubai's arms were tense without changing his expression. Two huge vibration ball covers covered his fists, and the surrounding void was pulled by them and showed unstable fluctuations. Let me smash it out. The biggest wheel of the vibration fruit. Tyrant! The two vibration ball covers slammed into the ground. In Fan Xingyu's horrified eyes, the creaking void shattered. Like a broken mirror, it is spreading continuously. Cracks split the airflow in the air, so that a large-scale tornado group was formed in the distance. But as the cracks continued to intensify, these gathered tornadoes were easily cut like white paper. Squeak! 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 Under the combined power of multiple vibrations, the ground surface quickly shattered with Mubai as the center. The overturned continental plates on the surface shattered endlessly in a step-like manner. This shattering was unstoppable until Mubai heard the roar and cry of an unknown creature. This is the ability of the devil fruit? Fan Xingyu, who was protected by Mubai from the vibration power of the tremor fruit, asked with a trembling surprise. It's not like she had never seen a strongman take action, such as the great man in the Sun Wheel realm, before entering the immortal fruit space. But the ability to cause earthquakes like this is not what ordinary devil fruits can do. And she is very sure that this should not be the auxiliary ability of the mythical Great Sun Golden Crow fruit. After all, when Mu Bai used this vibration ability, there was no Golden Crow fluctuation on his body. This means, Mu Bai in front of him is very likely to be a double devil fruit ability user that has never existed in the main world. After realizing this, Fan Xingyu immediately lowered her head. She was sensitive and felt that the more she knew, the more dangerous it would be. At this moment, keeping silent might be the best choice. After using the full power of the Tremor fruit, Mu Bai did not have time to answer Fan Xingyu's words. Because under the release of his observation haki, he noticed that a large number of creatures were rapidly crawling out from deep underground. They looked like special creatures without bones. You should stay in the air first. I'm afraid there are too many new friends. Mu Bai's expression remained unchanged with his eyes narrowed. He casually condensed a tiny golden crow phantom and flew into the air carrying the ignorant star shower. Almost at the same time, a large amount of soul on the surface within a radius of 5 kilometers was arched out, and thousands of giant creatures crawled out of the surface, making a hissing sound. These giant crawling insects are very similar to centipedes, but their limbs are dense but smaller. It is obvious that they have gradually evolved to move better in the soil. The organs occupying their heads are not eyes, but devouring mouths full of sharp teeth. From a distance, they are as dense and sharp as swords in mountains, which are daunting. Although these giant crawling insects have no eyes, they are obviously very sensitive to the fluctuations of breath. Facing Mu Bai, the only target on the surface, these hundreds of meters long crawling creatures, like earthworms, rushed in frantically. Obviously, the special hunger on this planet will not only affect outsiders, but also have a more severe impact on local creatures. Ding dong. Devouring Zerg detected. Timed hunting mission. Swift Zerg killer. Swift Zerg killer. Kill all devouring Zergs that appear nearby within 60 minutes. And get 300 Emperor evolution points after completing the mission. 60 minutes. Kill more than 3,000 devouring Zergs. Mu Bai has not yet made a move, so he doesn't know if he can complete this difficulty. But when he saw 300 Emperor evolution points, he was relieved. After all, the rewards of the Eternal System mission are closely related to the difficulty of the mission. Dozens of the fastest devouring Zerg opened their overlarge mouthparts, more than 10 meters wide, and bit towards the surface where Mu Bai was. As the prey, Mu Bai did not dodge or evade at this moment. After hammering his chest 3 times in a row, a large number of heavy illusory chains appeared strangely in the air. And the source of the chains was Mu Bai's body. The second level of the 8 desolate prison body is opened. Without any trial or delay, Mu Bai hurried to complete the mission and opened his strongest body as soon as possible. The terrifying increase in strength, physique, and endurance were growing at a crazy rate of dozens of times at this moment. And Mu Bai gradually changed from a normal human body shape into a 5-meter humanoid creature, like a muscular monster. Since you like to stick your heads out at me so much, I will hit you head on. Mu Bai's voice in the form of the 8 desolate prison body was cold. But the murderous intent and madness were even worse. He stepped on the ground with his feet, and appeared above the dozen devouring Zergs in the next moment, with the blessing of superpower, as if he had teleported. Before the swift figure could stand still, the crazy fist phantom that spread throughout the void fell on the giant body of the devouring Zerg and the nearby ground like raindrops in a downpour. What is the ultimate violent aesthetics? It may be strange to others, but for Mu Bai at this moment, it is blood splattering and flesh smashing, crushing everything with absolute violence. Muda 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 muda. The stormy offensive is superimposed layer by layer by layer. No matter how hard the bodies of these super devouring Zergs, whose bodies exceed the level of Star Masters are, they cannot withstand Mu Bai's crazy bombardment for a moment. Even the largest and most defensive ones could only withstand 10 punches. And after the 11th punch, they would be blasted through the body by the huge force of the random punches and die. The crazy devouring Zerg rushed towards Mu Bai, and the frantic Mu Bai in the divine body state attacked the devouring Zerg group even more frantically. For others, such an absurd thing would be a way to death for one person to fight against more than 3,000 local monsters with a body size of hundreds of meters and skin hardness far exceeding that of steel. But for some reason, such a thing was somewhat acceptable to him. It can even be said that Fan Xingyu, who was carried into the air by a golden crow phantom at this moment, always felt that Mu Bai was the one who surrounded these devouring Zerg. In her vision, Mu Bai, who was like a ghost under the bloody rain on the surface, was simply invincible. He killed his way out of the encirclement of the massive devouring Zerg and then killed his way back. Back and forth. Blood flowed like a river and corpses piled up like a mountain. Fan Xingyu, who was born in a remote place and had never seen a real battle scene, was also pale at this moment. The scene in front of her was really too shocking. After killing countless devouring zergs, Mu Bai's killing efficiency increased significantly, only because he found the weakness of these biological structures. At the beginning, he did try to use the domineering Haki to attack the group, but surprisingly, these devouring zergs were extremely immune to this kind of mental attack. Even with his current domineering Haki, he could only shock dozens of devouring zergs for a short period of time. In less than 10 seconds, the devouring zergs that were shocked would start moving again without any impact. In order to increase the killing efficiency, Mu Bai immediately started from the characteristics of the opponent's body. The whole body of this devouring zerg is covered with a special biological armor SHL, and the only part that has not been strengthened is the fragile mouth, using huge force to hit the opponent's mouth in a short period of time. Only one punch is enough to blow up all its internal organs and kill it. This seems to be highly efficient. It's so noisy. When Mu Bai was lost in thought, hundreds of devouring zergs that covered the sky and the sun were already rushing towards him. Seeing this, Mu Bai came back to his senses and directly held the vibration ball cover in his divine body state and punched through the air. The void exploded. Terrifying cracks spread all over the world. The vicious and fearless devouring zergs were all suppressed by this terrifying power and could not move on the constantly cracking surface. After suppressing many devouring zergs that wanted to attack with one move, Mu Bai followed the situation and punched them in the head, with the extreme speed and strength that was so strong that it was outrageous. Waves of blood mist burst out, accompanied by the roar of the devouring zerg. The number of more than 3,000 devouring zergs was decreasing sharply. I don't know how long it took. Maybe 10 minutes or nearly 20 minutes. Mu Bai, who was in the form of a bloody body, slowly loosened his fist. Behind him was a pile of devouring zerg corpses piled up to about 500 meters. And the brown soil under his feet was dyed blood red early. The overflowing sea of blood flowed wantonly with the fishy smell, and the broken earth was covered with corpses. Such a scene was very shocking. The star shower in the sky was speechless, and turned to look at Mu Bai with more fear. Mu Bai, whose murderous intent was soaring into the sky, slowly restrained his breath until the task prompt was completed. He used the power of the stars to cleanse the blood stains on the outside of his body. Swift Zerg Killer. Kill all nearby devouring zerg within 60 minutes. After completing the task, you will receive 300 divine body evolution points. Completed. Ding dong. Detected that the task is completed. Immediately dispatch the task reward of 300 divine body evolution points after instantly obtaining 300 divine body evolution points. Mu Bai also thought about adding points to his body. Open the personal panel. After whispering in his heart, his personal panel also appeared immediately. The star shower in the sky could not see the personal panel in front of Mu Bai, and he thought that Mu Bai was relaxing. Name: Mu Bai. Lifespan 28198. Realm: Star Lord Primary. Dark Star Apostle. 9th grade. Star Power 12.13 million. Dark Star Power 100,000. Comprehensive Attributes 1.58 million. Devil Fruit. Mythical Sun. Golden Crow Fruit. Awakening Degree 21%. Fruit Increase 2.9%. Superhuman Tremor Fruit. Awakening Degree 17%. Fruit Increase 3.2%. Skills: Crazy Blade Skill. Fire Shield. Crazy Blade Skill. Netherworld Heart Sutra, incomplete. Golden Crow Divine Cannon. Supreme Forgetful Sword Skill. Supreme Emotional Sword Skill. Heroic Overlord. Heroic 6 points. Observation. Heroic 7 points. Armament. Heroic 5 points. Divine Body. Emperor's Divine Body. 8 Desolate Prison Body. Open the second seal. Legendary Degree 294. Emperor's Divine Body. Points 421 points. Things Strengthened Heart. Points can be added. This heart has been slightly strengthened. Fragile Dark Star C. Additional points available. Barely able to operate the Dark Star system's power. 421 points of Emperor Evolution Divine Body points. If Mu Bai remembered correctly, in addition to the 300 points for this hunting mission, the remaining 121 points were obtained when helping the Jiang brothers and sisters devour the Dark Star World demons. With such a number of Emperor Evolution Divine Body points, I don't know to what extent the body will be strengthened. After pondering for a moment, Mu Bai did not distract himself to strengthen the points elsewhere, but continued to strengthen the heart. Consume 50 evolution points to strengthen the heart. Heart, 50 points required for evolution. This heart has been slightly strengthened. 50 evolution points were quickly deducted. And as Mu Bai's panel changed, Mu Bai felt a sharp pain in his heart. That heart-wrenching feeling was not the pain of an ordinary organ rupture, but the pain of a slow remodeling that was even more terrifying than the rupture. It was like a person being squeezed and twisted into a cube by external forces. Even Mu Bai, who intentionally controlled his body to reduce the pain in his body, could not bear it. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that the piercing pain gradually dissipated. The heart that stopped beating quickly retracted the blood in the body at this moment, and then quickly beat again in a very short time. The beating frequency was much slower than before, but the blood supply to all parts of the body was accelerated. The strength increased. Strong heart. This heart has been strengthened to a certain extent. The next evolution requires 100 points. Mu Bai, who clenched his fists, could clearly feel the hardness of his skin, the strength of his muscles, and the various linkages in his body. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and looked at the new heart panel data without hesitation. He immediately activated the new strengthening. After 100 points of the Emperor's divine body were counted, the more terrifying pain than before almost made Mu Bai's consciousness faint. Mu Bai, who was holding on, gritted his teeth and covered the position of his heart. The new blood had enhanced super hematopoiesis, and his heart at this moment had reached the limit of a human heart. However, it is for this reason that Mu Bai also vaguely sensed a crisis. After the heart was super enhanced, other organs of the body seemed to be unable to adapt to the operation of the heart, and were in an overloaded state that could not bear its operation. Super enhanced heart. This heart has been super enhanced. The next evolution requires 300 points. After a long time, Mu Bai, who had adapted to this change, looked at the remaining points and did not rashly strengthen an organ, but all the organs in the body. The slight overall strengthening. In this way, the mismatch in the body gradually decreased. Interesting. Interesting. Mu Bai said 2 interesting words in a row and moved his body. He felt that his combat power had been slightly increased, especially in terms of physical combat power, which was brought to a higher level by the super heart. The feeling of continuous strengthening was very good, and this feeling of continuous strengthening was even more addictive. After stretching all the muscles and bones of his body, Mu Bai was about to raise his hand to dissipate the golden crow shadow in the air and let the star shower fall to the ground when a violent sound came from the ground in the distance, which made Mu Bai's eyes suddenly cold. With his eyesight, he could naturally see the appearance of the monster more than 10 meters high in the distance through the smoke and dust. Suddenly, he remembered the image description recorded in an ancient book. According to the Blue Star Classic of mountains and seas, Taotai is shaped like a sheep with a human face. Its eyes are under its armpits. It has tiger teeth and human claws, and its voice is like a baby. This appearance is clearly Taotai, one of the 4 legendary beasts. Mu Bai, who felt a little absurd for no reason, was extremely alert. He could feel the extreme danger from such a strange-looking mysterious creature. Taotia's strength ranks first among the 4 ancient beasts. Legend has it that it was transformed from the head of Qiyu, who fought against Emperor Xianyuan Huangdi. It has a human face, a body like an ox, eyes under its armpits, a ferocious and terrifying face, but a voice like a baby. Its greatest feature is that it can eat, so it has the ability to devour everything. In the end, because of its greed, it ate itself to death and was regarded as a symbol of greed. If Mu Bai remembered correctly, the opponent's strongest ability is to devour everything. So, does this mean that the devil fruit on this planet is the mythical Taotai fruit? Golden Crow. Taotai. The more Mu Bai witnessed the mythical creature stationed on the mythical devil fruit planet, the more he felt an inexplicable sense of alienation. As if this main world had deviated from the main world he knew. This had never happened in the Blue Star world of the magic-modified devil fruit. Could it be that this main world was related to the Blue Star native land? No wonder he was so suspicious. The legendary creatures recorded in the main world were exactly the same as those recorded in the ancient books on the Blue Star native land. In a trance, he even suspected that people from the Blue Star world had come to this world. Be careful. That guy is staring at you. Star Rain in the sky hurriedly reminded him. He was afraid that Mu Bai had not recovered from the previous battle and deliberately raised his voice. At this moment, she was more worried about him than Mu Bai himself. After all, if Mu Bai fell here, she would most likely stay on this deserted planet forever. As for obtaining the mythical devil fruit, don't joke. Star Rain thought she knew her own weight. Mu Bai nodded in the air and felt the pressure from the beast that was circling around him. However, he did not notice the evil intentions of Taotai under his observation haki. It seemed that Taotai was just curious about him. The gray Taotai with a faint gray mist was similar to a herbivorous animal like sheep. Its horns were lined up along its furry head. There were no eyes on its head, but its eyes that could observe the outside world were on its chest. The gray eyes flickered without joy or sorrow as if they were following this instinct. This strange body structure was similar to the legendary Xingtian. Taotai stepped on the brown soil around him leisurely, and kept approaching Mu Bai. Under the gray hair were 4 blue claws similar to those of humans. When the slender finger joints slid on the soil, it gave people a strange sense of fit, as if he could blend into the world. Mu Bai, alert, narrowed his eyes, and waited until the opponent was less than 1 meter away from him before suddenly attacking. The fist that broke through the air drew a graceful arc and hit the opponent's head with explosive force. Mu Bai, who was about to take advantage of the situation to launch a series of attacks, suddenly retreated. He looked at his fist and felt a sense of emptiness, as if the punch just now did not touch the actual object at all. This is... what ability? Just when Mu Bai was surprised, the attack Taotai tilted his head, and his eyes were still expressionless. He did not have the ferocity of ordinary beasts. This top of the 4 fierce beasts recorded in ancient books was unusually quiet, and loosened his limbs and lay down. As for the head that was bombarded by Mu Bai, it was also unscathed, as if nothing had happened just now. The eyes of this Taotai gradually closed, and his whole body gradually curled up and fell asleep, not paying any attention to Mu Bai, who was alert beside him. Sleeping? He could actually sleep after someone attacked him. This Taotai was really weird. Although he was surprised, Mu Bai would not sit idly by for such a long time. The next moment, he tightened his arms and pumped the vibration ball to cover his fists. The huge vibration power continued to ferment, and Mu Bai also held his breath and concentrated his fists to charge a punch. The target was the Taotai who had just laid down. Squeak! 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 The terrifying sonic boom, coupled with a powerful airflow that shattered the void, turned into the most deadly weapon and bombarded Taotai's body. The gradually accumulated vibration power was so destructive that the move that was enough to kill the devouring Zerg was now multiplying the damage in a charged manner. As the strong vibration shock wave rushed straight into the sky, the surface of tens of thousands of meters collapsed instantly. A large amount of smoke and dust scattered, and Mu Bai, with a slightly cold face, waved his palm to shatter the void and drive away the smoke and dust. Although he had been prepared for the scene in front of him, he was still a little shocked when he really saw the scene. The sleeping Taotai was wrapped in purple-red light, and his powerful attack just now did not break this layer of protection, and even did not reduce it. Mu Bai drew out the supreme forgetful sword and launched a series of slashes at it. The earth was cut, and the void was swept by the raging sword energy. Even the dark clouds that were supposed to gather here to rain were dispersed. Countless slashing arrows rained down and covered all parts of Taotia's body. 1 minute. 2 minutes. When Mu Bai put away his sword, the ground in front of him was already in tatters. But the Taotai wrapped in purple-red light was still unscathed. Mu Bai, who was a little speechless, asked the Eternal System, "Is this monster invincible?" This is the most reasonable explanation Mu Bai can think of. Although this Taotai can bring him a sense of threat, it does not have the kind of despair that crushes him. Logically speaking, it is impossible for him to be unable to break the defense. The only reasonable explanation is that the other party is in an invincible state. Ding dong. Detected the mythical creature of the main world. Comparing the legendary degree of the host. Ding dong. The comparison priority of the legendary degree of the host is higher, and the system opens higher data permissions. Damn! Is this how the legendary degree is used? Mu Bai was shocked when he first realized the purpose of the legendary degree. He had tried every possible way to test the effect of the legendary degree before, but it was useless. As a result, his unintentional action now was, no, it's not an unintentional action. The legendary degree opens higher data permissions, but this is probably also a prerequisite, such as it must be a mythical creature? Mu Bai muttered to himself and cleared these thoughts. Now is not the time to study the legendary degree. Ding dong. Mythical creature Taotai. A special creature formed according to the fruit trial of the main world fairy fruit space. Because it contains the mythical Taotai fruit in its body, the Taotai creature can use some of the fruit's abilities. When Taotai is in the digestion stage, it will gain the top swallowing defense ability that cannot be easily broken. This state is a mild state. When Taotai is in a hungry state, it will burst into ferocity. Sure enough, this is the ability of the mythical Taotai fruit. After realizing that the other party has a mythical devil fruit hidden in his body, Mu Bai is also very serious. When he first obtained the mythical Sun Golden Crow fruit, he used the fire shield and his tenacious willpower to fuse the fruit ability. That was when the Golden Crow that was guarding did not have the fruit ability. Now the mythical Tao Tai fruit is in the opponent's body, and the existence of this one of the four ancient beasts can only be more difficult to deal with. When Mu Bai was thinking about how to deal with the opponent, the sleeping Tao Tai suddenly opened his eyes. The strong feeling of hunger twisted his whole body. The purple-red devouring power filled his whole body, and the bloody mouth on his chest gradually became more and more ferocious. Roar! The hungry beast awakened. Mu Bai, who looked solemn, was in a state of high tension after Tao Tai completely entered a state of hunger and rage. The indescribable surging power merged into the earth, and this world seemed to become unusual. Roar! The muscles of Tao Tai. The fierce beast condensed from the mythical Tao Tai fruit. Burst! The terrifying speed completely exceeded the time that Mu Bai could perceive with his observation haki. The fierce beast, which turned into a residual image almost in an instant, had passed Mu Bai's side with a blood flower and turned around to continue sprinting. Mu Bai, who couldn't dodge at all, was shocked to find that his left arm had disappeared. The opponent's speed proved that Tao Tai had surpassed the physical strength of the Star Wheel level. Ordinary Star Wheel realm strongmen might not be able to react quickly even if they could reach this speed, unless the opponent's body strength was still able to move with high intensity. In other words, he was likely to encounter a super physical monster that he could not resist even if he opened the 8 desolate prison body. The intense pain made him more awake. Realizing that the opponent would definitely return to attack, he quickly activated the second layer of the 8 desolate prison body. At the same time, he used his remaining right arm to clench his palm, and the white vibration ball cover blasted towards the back of his body like thunder. The void chain that was always ready also suddenly shot out from his chest. The target was the Tao Tai, whose speed was so fast that only the afterimage could be seen. Slow. 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 Mu Bai, whose pupils contracted, clearly saw that the Tao Tai, which was more than 10 meters high, flexibly passed through the barrier formed by his shock fruit bombardment. The opponent seemed to have bitten open with the big mouth on his chest. The opponent's turbid eyes seemed to have announced Mu Bai's death, and were full of playful spirit. Mu Bai, whose left arm was broken, watched the opponent gradually approach. Just when the opponent's terrifying beast mouth was about to bite his body, the supreme forgetful sword that had always been attached to his waist suddenly came out of its sheath. With a nearly martyr-like posture, he stabbed into the dark mouth of Tao Tai. The indestructible Tai Shan Wang Qing sword, and the strange and unpredictable bite and swallowing ability of Tao Tai. Which one is stronger? The answer is beyond doubt. When the spiritual Tai Shan Wang Qing sword touched the mouth of Tao Tai, the strength of the two was revealed. The Tai Shan Wang Qing sword, which was once able to withstand the attacks of any devil fruit ability user and the slashing of divine weapons, was actually broken one by one at this moment. At this moment, Mu Bai finally knew why his arm was bitten off by Tao Tai with his terrifying body strength just now. How could he resist the bite that even the Tai Shan Wang Qing sword could not withstand? Seeing that the divine sword had a spirit to protect the master and was broken, Mu Bai had no time to mourn the other party, but controlled the angle of the void chain in his body, and put the void chain firmly on the other party's body during the time point that the divine sword was fighting for. The void chains opened by the second level of the 8 desolate prison body have the function of randomly sealing some of the enemy's abilities, and when the controlled person's physique is suppressed by the host, a restrained state will occur, and the controlled character cannot move in the restrained state. Everything happened too suddenly. From the angry Tao Tai changing its afterimage to devour Mu Bai's arm to the breaking of the magic sword to buy time for Mu Bai to seize the initiative. The whole process was almost completed in an instant, and the star shower carried in the air by the faint golden crow phantom was also tense and dared not breathe. Put it on! After seeing that he succeeded, Mu Bai could sense that the opponent's unbridled devouring and biting power was suppressed. However, the void chain could not restrain the opponent's movement trajectory, so that when the two collided and entangled with each other, Mu Bai's chest was scratched by the opponent, and Mu Bai took the opportunity to use his arm as a knife to blind one of the opponent's eyes. In a flash, Taoya's devouring and biting ability quickly recovered. Seeing that the situation was not good, Mu Bai hurriedly activated the void chain ability of the 8 desolate prison body again to suppress it briefly. The opponent's physique is too strong, and it is impossible to suppress it with the void chain. Even if it can be suppressed, the opponent's monster-like body strength can be quickly lifted. In this case, keeping a distance from the opponent is tantamount to seeking death. Only close combat can survive. Time is tight. After quickly analyzing it in his mind, Mu Bai immediately displayed his superb fighting talent and turned over along the side of Tao Tai to the opponent's back. In Mu Bai's understanding, the most advanced way of fighting is naturally to defeat the enemy without fighting. And the next level is to find the opponent's advantages in the battle to suppress them, and find the opponent's shortcomings to magnify them. The reverse is the same for himself. In this tense moment, he must cover up his shortcomings and play his advantages. Only in this way can the weak win over the strong. What are the advantages of Tao Tai? The first is a strong physique. The second is super speed. And the third is a terrifying bite ability that almost ignores any existence. Mu Bai has no way to deal with the first point, but he can make up for the opponent's high-speed action by fighting in close combat with a height difference and body volume difference. With flexible dodging and maneuvering, he forced the opponent to be unable to exert his speed advantage. And he could also rely on the void chain to effectively suppress the opponent's biting ability. But this continuous suppression also consumes a huge amount of his physical strength. The duel between the strong and the strong may not be a war of attrition that lasts for several days and nights, but it may also be a quick battle. Mu Bai, who sealed the opponent's biting ability again, used the power of the stars to stimulate the regeneration cells in his body. With the regeneration ability of the Golden Crow Divine Fire and the Golden Crow Divine Cannon, Mu Bai, who was clinging to Talia's back, regrew his left arm in a few moments. Golden Crow, Big Sun Falling, the biggest vibration wheel, domination of the sea. The vibration ball cover of the vibration fruit in his left hand compressed and condensed into a nearly solid vibration light wave. And the scorching Golden Crow Divine Fire in his right hand turned into a dazzling Golden Crow Phantom and fell with the high temperature Big Sun. Two completely different attack methods. Two moves from different directions. But their targets are the same at this moment. That is Talia's neck. Mu Bai wants to smash the opponent's body with a series of attacks. Squeak. Buzz. The terrifying flames and white shock waves soared into the sky. The terrifying offensive made Tao Tai, who was in a furious state, even more furious. As his neck ached, the mouth on Talia's chest strangely moved to his back. Mu Bai, who had been alert to his observation haki, immediately released his divine body. As his body shrank, he dodged the opponent's biting attack with a perfect posture, and his fists compressed the vibration ball cover and smashed it down. Vibration. The world is turning upside down. The ball cover covering his fists wrapped around his body at an astonishing speed. Mu Bai, whose whole body was covered by the vibration ball cover, turned his trajectory and smashed towards the opponent's antelope-like head. When the vibration light ball of Mu Bai's incarnation fiercely bombarded Talia's head, even Tao Tai, a fierce beast with a stronger physique than Mu Bai, was smashed into the ground at this moment. And the antelope-like head clearly made a sound of bone fracture. And Mu Bai was not feeling well either, due to excessive use of the vibration ability of the Jinjin fruit. The resonance backfired on his body, and he attacked the enemy 1,000 times and lost 800 of his own. Repair with the Golden Crow Divine Fire. Upon realizing the damage to his internal organs, Mu Bai immediately used the Golden Crow Divine Fire to integrate into his body for rapid repair. The soft Divine Fire infiltrated his whole body carelessly, weakening the resonance damage in his body while constantly repairing the damaged internal organs. Mu Bai, who was trembling slightly, should have stopped immediately and waited for a few seconds to repair his body before attacking. But he didn't have time at this moment. Tao Tai, whose head was severely injured, immediately burst out with an amazing wave of air. After a roar, he actually broke through the seal of the void chain and bit and devoured Mu Bai from a distance. Under the strong danger warning, Mu Bai made up his mind. He summoned the Heavenly God Golden Crow armor in spite of the opponent's biting ability that ignored defense. This defensive equipment made of special meteorite iron from outer space cracked at the moment of being bitten, and it was obvious that it would collapse in the next moment. Mu Bai didn't care about the damage of such a treasure. At this moment, he used the Golden Crow Divine Fire to quickly approach Talia's chest. At the moment when the Heavenly God Golden Crow armor was broken, he immediately transformed into the mythical species Great Sun Golden Crow state. Under the dazzling firelight, it was like the rebirth of the sun. In the light of the sun, a three-legged golden crow cried out. The body of several hundred meters was obviously more than 10 times the size of Tao Tai. Tao Tai, who had just finished biting and swallowing, was obviously also shocked by the breath of the same mythical species. At this moment, he also transformed again under the threat of the golden crow. The dark purple light continued to raise his body height. And the Taotia's big mouth, which was crawling on all fours, continued to expand at this moment. It grew to hundreds of meters at an astonishing speed before stopping. At this moment, the fierce beast Taotai completely turned into a terrifying form dominated by a bloodthirsty mouth. The giant mouth seemed to regard the golden crow as prey, and it opened quickly and bit down suddenly. Mu Bai, who had been prepared, dodged in the void in the form of the golden crow. The mountaintop a few thousand meters behind him broke with a bang. It was bitten off by Taotia's mouth, taking advantage of the gap when the other party opened his mouth again. Mu Bai urged the golden crow divine fire in his whole body to condense the purest golden crow divine fire under the 3 feet. The temperature in the entire area was rising rapidly. When this temperature reached a critical value, the pure white light pierced all the light. This is the purest golden crow divine fire. This is the strongest flame of Mu Bai in the golden crow form. The ultimate divine fire that is truly close to the essence of fire. The upgraded version of the golden crow divine fire. Taishu flame. When Mu Bai first used this kind of flame, he broke through the 3rd level of the golden crow divine cannon that he had cultivated to the 2nd level. It was the blessing of the golden crow divine cannon that eased the difficulty of controlling the Taishu divine fire. Can't you bite anything? Come and taste this. The extremely compressed Taishu flame turned into a pure white golden crow and flew away like a living being. The void was ignited by the aftermath of the white flame wherever it passed. With the boundless pure white sea of fire and the special and rare Taishu flame, this existence in the form of a golden crow rushed into the mouth of the Taotai, which was about to open its mouth. The extreme flames poured into his mouth, and before he could activate his devouring ability, Taotai exploded like a gunpowder barrel. His originally turbid but playful eyes showed a look of fear for the first time. Mu Bai, who was exhausted, could not maintain the mythical form and retreated. He was unable to stand firm, and his whole body was in extreme pain. The resonance damage caused by the backlash of the superstandard Tremor fruit ability before, and his body was on the verge of dissolving when he activated the Taishu flame. At this moment, the battle was over and the 2 backlashes occurred at the same time, leaving Mu Bai with no strength to stop. Mu Bai, who was soft all over, forced himself to look in the direction of Taotai. No matter how much damage this attack caused to him, Mu Bai had no ability to continue to make up for it. The fierce beast Taotai, whose body was still exploding continuously, had obviously been swallowed by the Taishu flame. A faint white light could be seen in the cracks of his body. Taotai, who was on the verge of collapse, opened his mouth with difficulty and bit down suddenly, unexpectedly, with his mouth facing the sky. He did not bite the objects in the air, but turned to bite the Taishu flame in his body. Is Taotia's swallowing ability strong? Very strong. At least according to Mu Bai's knowledge of devil fruits. The opponent's swallowing ability is close to the bug level. As if any weapon, any equipment, and any means of attack can be resolved by its biting and swallowing ability. However, Mu Bai never thought that the opponent could actually swallow his body in reverse. Mu Bai, with his pupils contracted, could clearly perceive that the Taishu flame in the opponent's body was reduced by more than half during the swallowing process of the opponent's mouth opening and closing. But at the same time, the opponent's swallowing was obviously an attack method that did not distinguish between enemies and friends. And the opponent's body was also bitten to pieces by the swallowing power. Obviously, the opponent wanted to swallow the Taishu flame in his body, but he obviously could not grasp the degree. So he helped the Taishu flame to destroy his body. The eyes of Taotai gradually became more turbid, until his broken body fell to the ground with a dull sound. Mu Bai was completely relieved. However, he did not rush forward at this moment. Who knows if the beast Taoji will kill him with a near-death blow? Mu Bai would not bet on this. As the white flames gradually devoured the body of Taoji, the star rain carried by the faint shadow of the golden crow in the sky was gradually sent to the ground. Is it dead? Having witnessed such a fierce and tragic fight, Star Rain's face was a little pale, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes when she looked at Mu Bai. Ignoring the other party's words, Mu Bai sat on the ground and gasped. He was exhausted and said thoughtfully, "He should be dead. The mythical devil fruit is in his body. When the flames burn his body, we can see the location of the fruit." Fan Xingyu, who didn't understand, said cautiously, "The temperature of this flame is so high that it won't burn the devil fruit?" "No. The devil fruit is a product based on the existence of rules. The flame driven by the fruit ability or other means of damage or attack cannot damage the devil fruit at all. Only eating or biting by a living thing can destroy the fruit's body." Mu Bai explained drowsily with a tired tone, as if he would fall asleep on the spot in the next second. The result was not beyond Fang Xinju's expectation. Mu Bai, who was explaining the devil fruit to her, seemed to lie down gradually because of overwork. Mr. Mu Bai? Mu Bai. Fang Xinju leaned in and heard a faint snoring sound. Really fell asleep? Fang Xinju's heart moved slightly. She followed the white residual flames burning the body of Tao Tai, and her pupil shrank. She saw a purple devil fruit covered with tooth marks lying quietly in the white flames. As the white flames dissipated, its shape appeared more clearly in Fang Xinju's vision. Mythology devil fruit. These 7 words are enough for an ordinary person like her from a remote area of the southern region to pursue for a lifetime. Let alone the mythology. Even ordinary devil fruits may have been her extravagant hope in the past. And if she got the mythology devil fruit, even if Fang Xinju was a loser among losers in the future, she would be a guest of honor of any force in the main world. Her heart was moved. At least at this moment. Her stronger will was constantly driving her to get closer to the mythical devil fruit. The dark clouds in the sky gradually drifted over, and the shadow cast on her pretty face made it difficult to see her expression. Mu Bai, who was sleeping soundly next to her, was still snoring. Fan Xingyu suspected that she could not wake him up no matter what she did. She finally did not take that step while struggling in her heart. It was too risky regardless of other things. If she ate the devil fruit with the mysterious Mu Bai on her back, she would not be safe even if she escaped to the ends of the earth. The other party was able to break through the rules of the fairy fruit space and already had a mythical devil fruit. This in itself can already explain the other party's ability. After all, it's still like this. It seemed that she was mocking her weakness. But in the end Fan Xingyu still squatted down and wanted to wake Mu Bai. But what she didn't expect was that before she stretched out her hand, Mu Bai, who was sleeping soundly, actually opened his eyes. Without her support, he stood up effortlessly, and the exhaustion and fatigue before falling asleep seemed to be swept away. Fan Xingyu, whose hands were trembling slightly, could see the other party's purpose no matter how stupid he was. The other party was testing him. Mu Bai, with a smile on his face, said softly, "Do you know what would happen if you went there alone just now? You would be ignited." As he said this, Mu Bai picked up a stone on the brown ground. Sure enough, when the stone rolled into the burning range of the extinguished Taishu flame, the white flame flickered again. The stone was ignited like powder. Seeing this, Fan Xingyu felt a chill. If he had approached it just now, he would probably be burned to death. "Xingyu dare not," Fan Xingyu said hurriedly with his head down. "This is indeed a test. At least Mu Bai has to determine the degree of greed of the other party. He is destined to compete for the position of the 5th Son of God in the future. And there will be battles with those wanting Son of God forces represented by the Emperor Yu. In this case, in addition to the help of the Tiandong forces hidden outside the mainstream forces, he also needs to build a visible force. It didn't matter before, but after taking this Tao Tai fruit, he had to plan for it. His super heart was supplying blood at a very fast speed, and with the help of the Golden Crow divine fire flowing in his body, and the repair of his super heart, Mu Bai had actually recovered a small amount of his strength just after lying on the ground for half a minute. And now he had no problems at all. Mu Bai, whose body functions had been basically restored, nodded to the other party, and instantly came to the vicinity of the remains of the ferocious beast Tao Tai. Looking at the mythical devil fruit on the ground, Mu Bai picked it up without hesitation, took a bite and swallowed the flesh, and threw the remaining fruit aside like garbage. "It still is unpalatable." Mu Bai frowned and said with a bit of amusement. He felt that the unpalatability of this devil fruit had never changed in any world or any realm. The rolling flesh gradually withered, and Mu Bai also felt the new devil fruit power merging into his body. That was his 3rd devil fruit. The 2nd mythical devil fruit, Tao Tai fruit. Ding dong. Detected that the host took a devil fruit. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mythical devil fruit, Tao Tai fruit. This is. Mu Bai suddenly opened his eyes, and the energy fluctuations of his whole body rose rapidly. Whether it was the white shock wave representing the Jinjin fruit, or the Golden Crow phantom representing the mythical sun Golden Crow fruit, they were all fully displayed on Mu Bai's body at this moment. While these 2 devil fruits were emitting a mighty power, the 3rd devil fruit in Mu Bai's body, the Tao Tai fruit, also joined in. The Tao Tai phantom representing the 4 ancient beasts Tao Tai roared for the first time as if it had life. "I'm afraid that no one in the main world except me can have the power of 3 devil fruits in their body at the same time. This is not the most difficult thing. The most difficult thing is to perfectly integrate the powerful abilities of the 3 devil fruits. This is the most critical thing." Mu Bai, who was thinking in his heart, did not stop his hands. while alienating the power system of the three devil fruits. He was also consolidating his own foundation. After the Taotai fruit was integrated into his body, Mu Bai could clearly feel that the strength of his body was rising in quality. If the previous body's strength was 1, then the Taotai fruit at this moment was helping him climb to 1.3. At the same time, his strength, agility, spirit, and other related attributes have been greatly improved. With his clear mind, Mu Bai can feel that he is more adept at using the three-color domineering aura. In addition, the power of the stars has increased. As the power of the stars increased significantly, his original primary state of star domination immediately climbed to the middle stage of the star domination state. Mu Bai calmly observed all this and slowly recovered to his normal state. His eyes, which were originally a little golden, now had a little more beast aura in them. This is the power of devouring. It is indeed the top fruit ability. Mu Bai suppressed his excitement and jumped into the air. The next moment, he turned into a black light and suddenly washed the surface. The star shower with his arms blocking in front of him saw the terrifying Taotai hundreds of meters high in the wind. The fierce aura of the top of the four ancient beasts is far more crazy than the ferocity of ordinary beasts. Mu Bai, who turned into a mythical Taotai in a puff of smoke, officially began to test the ability of Taotai. The first thing Mu Bai, who transformed into the fierce beast Taotai, tested was his extremely perverted devouring ability. He was seen stepping on the evil cloud and flying into the sky like a demon or a ghost. Seeing the dark clouds above his head, his turbid eyes turned slightly. The next moment, the big mouth of Taotai with dense teeth bit the sky fiercely. With a crisp sound, the dense dark clouds were actually bitten apart by the invisible mouth, and the flying creatures and air currents that blocked along the way were all dissipated in the biting. Mu Bai, who was very excited, bit towards the ground the next moment. But this time, after he activated his biting and devouring ability, the land on the ground that was originally hundreds of meters was swallowed into his stomach in an instant. Under the powerful devouring ability and digestion ability of the mythical Taotai form, these soils containing special energy were actually absorbed by him. What surprised Mu Bai even more was that this devouring seemed to be in line with his two cultivation systems and the Diyan Shin Ti point adding system. Ding dong. Taotai's devouring ability can absorb the energy of external matter and spiritual bodies to obtain special abilities that can increase its own energy. The devouring ability of the mythical Taotai fruit is detected to be related to the host's Diyan Shin Ti point adding system. The host can choose his own future development path. Option 1. Fusion of Taotai's devouring ability and Diyan Shin Ti's point adding ability. Let the two merge into a new point adding system. The host's future point adding method can also be changed to swallowing energy bodies from the outside world. Evaluation. The disadvantage of option 1 is that it limits the upper limit of Taotai's devouring ability. The advantage is that any matter and spiritual body swallowed by the host will be detected by the eternal system. When it detects something that may cause harm to the swallowing, it will automatically protect the host and eliminate the harmful object. When the system cannot eliminate the swallowed object, the system will issue an early warning. Option 2. Give up the fusion of Diyan Shin Ti and Taotai's devouring ability and maintain the current status quo. Evaluation. The advantage of option 2 is that it can increase the devouring ability of the Taotai fruit without restriction. The disadvantage is that after I devour everything endlessly and without restraint, the host will inevitably be assimilated by the mythical Taotai fruit, and there is a great probability that it will become a monster driven by desire in the future. After exiting the mythical form of Taotai, Mu Bai frowned slightly. The two choices given to him by the eternal system are not difficult to choose. If he urgently needs power at this moment and does not think about long-term development, he will definitely choose the second option. Although the simple devouring just now was only the first time, Mu Bai can also deduce that if he maintains this devouring speed, he has the ability to grow into an ultimate life form that can compete with the strong men in the Sun Will realm at a very short speed. But the problem is that the desire to devour is really terrible. Feeling the feeling of devouring the soil just now, Mu Bai only felt that it was more tempting than anything else in the world. This temptation can force him to continuously enhance his own devouring desire. When the desire cannot be restricted, he will inevitably become a slave to the Taotai fruit. You mean if I don't choose to merge, then you as a system will not be able to curb the desire to devour the Taotai fruit? That's right. Taotia's desire to devour is an irreversible regularity problem. In the main world, there is almost no way to curb this desire except for the intervention of the eternal system. When the desire to devour is not satisfied or the host devours the entire main world, This strong desire to devour will drive the host to devour itself. I ate me? Although it was a bit absurd. Mubai couldn't laugh at all. Only those who have experienced the desire to devour can truly feel the horror of it. I will naturally choose the first option. But I still want to ask you. Eternal system. What is the purpose of your existence? While speaking, Mubai was already on guard. As an old friend who had been through life and death, this eternal system can be said to have accompanied him from a newbie to the current stage. He has participated in all the upgrades and evolutions of the other party. It can be said that he also has a very thorough understanding of the eternal system. Does Mubai believe in the eternal system? He can't believe it completely. Especially when the other party's intelligence was obviously upgraded just now, but he didn't tell him. He had reason to suspect that the other party was hiding something from him. It seemed that the eternal system detected Mubai's thoughts, and began to endorse them very mechanically. The eternal system is a brand new system formed by the fusion of the qualification system and the growth system. The eternal system aims to create a perfect and eternal host, and help the host to progress according to the host's choice. This system cannot be changed, blocked or abandoned. As the host's energy level increases, the system will automatically evolve. Simple evolutions will be beneficial to the system's continued help to the host, and major evolutions will notify the host in advance. Everything is. Okay. You don't say anything. Mubai, who was a little speechless, thought that this guy had evolved autonomous consciousness. As a result, it seems that there is no difference from before. This eternal system is more like a tool and a life mentor. He suspects that this thing may be something that even the so-called God Emperor cannot detect. Confirmed to choose a fusion of the Emperor's body points adding ability, and the devouring ability of the mythical gluttonous fruit. Mubai said softly without hesitation. He really didn't need to take shortcuts at this moment, because his current panel life was enough to support himself to enter the peak of the main world. He still understood the difference between becoming a monster driven by the desire to devour, and becoming the supreme God Emperor who reigned over the main world. Ding dong. Fusion in progress. Please wait. During the fusion period, you cannot use the Tao I fruit ability and the Diyan divine body ability. Please pay attention. Fan Xingyu on the ground did not know what Mubai, who had transformed into a human form in the air, was doing. She was a little sleepy, and was about to take a nap when she found a flash of white light, and she was also held in the palm of a giant golden crow. Mr. Mubai, Fan Xingyu exclaimed. And before she knew what happened, Mubai, who had transformed into the great sun golden crow, had already taken her out of the planet. Fan Xingyu, you only have this one chance to choose a devil fruit. Next, you choose any fruit planet, and I will help you pick the devil fruit. As the saying goes, the great sound is silent. Mubai, who has transformed into the great sun golden crow, spoke while the divine fire dissipated, and there was a faint sense of sacredness. After hearing Mubai's words, Fan Xingyu suppressed her excitement and nodded quickly. She knew that this was Mr. Mubai's approval of her, and her future might be different. The red and white flames disappeared in the sky, leaving only the temperature that had not dissipated in the void. After searching for nearly 1,000 devil fruit planets, Fan Xingyu finally chose a superhuman planet, which was somewhat unexpected by Mubai. After all, the opponent's ability to check luck is actually difficult to distinguish the luck of superhuman planets of the same size. Under such circumstances, it is naturally impossible to know the scarcity of the ability of the superhuman fruit. However, Mubai did not object when he saw that the opponent insisted on his choice. After easily clearing the group of assessment monsters on this planet, Mubai, who faced the boss directly, beheaded it with just one move. And the speed was so fast that the opponent did not even have time to use his ability. As the monster with a tiger head and a scorpion tail was killed, the devil fruit parasitic in his body also rolled out with the blood. It is strange to say that this devil fruit seemed to open a protective shield when it was stained with the highly toxic blood. The rules of the devil fruit system in the main world's fairy fruit space are a bit strange. These devil fruits seem to be protected by invisible rules. If the uneaten devil fruits really have the ability to ignore interference, they may be used as defensive weapons. Mubai's expression was a bit strange when he thought of this in his heart, because he inexplicably thought of the scene of himself holding a shield inlaid with devil fruits to block the enemy's attack, and inexplicably felt a sense of liking. Fan Xingyu, your devil fruit. After handing the vortex-shaped fruit with a pale yellow glow in his hand to Fan Xingyu, Mubai stepped aside. After catching the devil fruit with both hands, Fan Xingyu ate a piece of fruit flesh without hesitation. She chose this devil fruit not by random selection, but by her innate intuition. She originally wanted to choose a fantasy beast or mythical devil fruit. But after accidentally glimpsing this fruit planet, her intuition told her that she should choose here. She believed in her intuition because this intuition had saved her life before. When she ate the fruit pulp while suppressing her nausea, a faint mental fluctuation emanated from her body inexplicably. Mu Bai, who was proficient in using the domineering aura, took a step back involuntarily. It was not because he was afraid of this kind of breath fluctuation, but because he sensed a hint of danger. Just eating a superhuman devil fruit can bring a sense of danger to oneself. It seems that Fan Xingyu ate a very special superhuman fruit. What ability? Facing Mu Bai's question, Fan Xingyu slowly stretched out her hand and whispered, I seem to have gained some ability to exploit other people's luck and boost my own luck. It's the superhuman luck fruit. Superhuman luck fruit. Mu Bai, whose pupils shrank slightly, obviously didn't expect it to be this devil fruit. If it is used properly, this fruit does have the ability to reverse the outcome in battle. The ability user of the luck fruit can weaken the opponent's body through physical contact and plunder the luck to make him unlucky. For example, the enemy's weapon may slip for no reason. Or a high-level ability user's observation hockey may suddenly have a problem for a moment. Or a person may trip over a stone during a battle. These seemingly ridiculous accidents are very likely to happen after the luck is robbed. The ability user of the luck fruit, who has absorbed the enemy's luck, presents the opposite situation. With their luck bursting, they can easily defeat the enemy by taking advantage of the difference in luck between the two sides. In short, this lucky fruit is indeed a rare heaven-defying fruit in the superhuman system. This fruit seems to be able to cooperate with my talent. As long as the luck of the plundered person is high, my luck will also increase to a greater extent. Feeling the wonderful power of the devil fruit, Fang Xingyu said with a blushing face, your intuition is indeed very useful. After sighing, Mu Bai also looked in the direction where the fairy fruit space was opened. In fact, since he ate the mythical gluttonous fruit, the fairy fruit space has been rejecting him more and more. This rejection indicates that the effect of his admission ticket is disappearing. Fang Xingyu, who wanted to continue to say something, only felt that she had disappeared in the fairy fruit space. At this moment, Mu Bai completely eliminated the protection state of his admission ticket with the eternal system. At the same time as the protection state was eliminated, he was also rejected by the fairy fruit space. At this moment, some people on Hong Island were happy and some were sad. The importance of this fairy fruit space in the main world almost exceeded everything. At least 100 times more important than the college entrance examination on Blue Star in Mu Bai's previous life. After all, this is the easiest chance to change your fate. There is no reason. If you get it, you will succeed. If you don't get it, you will be a loser at this moment. Mucus fruit. Haha. I'm going to be rich. I will definitely stand out in the future. I'm a waste. I wouldn't have come to the fairy fruit space if I had known. Child, don't worry. You missed it this time. You will definitely get it next time. There were also parents in the crowd who wanted to comfort their children. But the young man who didn't get the devil fruit was obviously very resentful. It's all your fault. If I were a star warrior of the 8th rank, I would definitely defeat the monster guardian and get the devil fruit. I can't become a capable person without resources and skills. The mother was a little sad when she heard this. Mu Bai, who was teleported back to Hong Island with Fang Xingyu, happened to pass by the two people. Fang Xingyu, with a complicated expression, was obviously a little indignant about the young man's words. She moved her lips and finally followed Mu Bai without saying a word. At this moment, she was silent and thought that if it weren't for Mu Bai, she would probably be as unwilling as the man just now. But the other party had the comfort of his parents, while she, an orphan born in the southern region, was destined to have nowhere to vent. Mu Bai, who had seen too many different kinds of life, didn't care about the emotions of these people at all. Success or failure would not shake his pursuit of eternity. For him, success and failure were methods rather than results. There were many methods in life, but there was only one result. The result of others was destined to be death as the end. While Mu Bai defined his own result as eternity, just like the oath he made many years ago, that he would hang forever in the sky in the posture of the sun in this life. It seems that there will always be stumbling blocks on the road to eternity. Across the bustling crowd, Mu Bai's sight was naturally attracted by the black-robed man who was walking slowly in the distance. The other person was running a very familiar technique. The Netherworld Hard Method. Interesting. Interesting. It's really unexpected that Lord Mu Bai can enter the immortal fruit space. The black-robed man smiled and said that the whole person seemed to emit a cold and dark light, which was the embodiment of the ultimate practice of the Netherworld Hard Method. It was natural that the other party could possess the Netherworld Hard Method. There was no doubt about his identity. This black-robed man was a man of the King, Son of God. Emperor, you are the holder of the Netherworld Hard Technique. It seems that I am destined to be with your master. Emperor, you Mu Bai passed by the other party calmly, and the Netherworld Hard Technique deep in his body actually operated on its own. However, this Netherworld Hard Technique was operating in a positive direction, as if it wanted to continuously devour his soul under some external traction force. In the lively atmosphere of Hong Island, the surroundings of the two were terribly cold. Ing San, one of the leaders of the Nether Shadow, secretly activated the complete Netherworld Hard Technique to dissolve the opponent's combat power from the inside. You must know that he who possesses the complete Netherworld Hard Technique can perfectly restrain opponents who only have the upper half of the technique. This Netherworld Hard Technique itself exists for those who strengthen the power of the Nether Shadow, using those who only practice the upper half as bait to turn them into experience packs for their own consumption. You are asking even though you know the answer. Lord Mu Bai, your name has long appeared on the shadow hunting list. Isn't it a way to seek death if you voluntarily leave Zhongzhou now? It's so good to have the protection of Ziwei Star Lord. Why do you want to seek death? While speaking with a little regret, Ing San increased the speed of the operation of the Netherworld Hard Method in his body. Under the extreme traction, the surrounding void faintly emits a black ghost light. Seeing this, Mu Bai sneered. The two people who were back to back at a certain distance did not look back. But a secret contest had already begun. Ing San wanted to disintegrate Mu Bai's body and mind with the perfect Netherworld Hard Method, while Mu Bai used his terrifying physique to resist this disintegration trend. During the attack and defense, Ing San's face gradually became a little strange. The Netherworld Hard Method that had never failed could not pull the other party's soul and flesh to disintegrate. It seems that he really underestimated this person, who could be valued by the Star Lord. After a short confrontation, Mu Bai turned his head with some curiosity. With the cultivation of the peak realm of the Star Lord, I think your bone age should not be high. You are also a child of destiny. Why don't you work alone instead of relying on the Nether Emperor? Sowing discord? Mu Bai's words may contain this layer of deep meaning, but he is indeed a little puzzled. Even if he is in Zhongzhou, such a cultivation and age are considered rare geniuses. Why must he be keen to be a dog for other geniuses? Ing San sneered in his heart and touched his chest as if he didn't see it. Then he said in a cold voice, I can reach the point today all thanks to the cultivation of the son of the Nether Emperor. How can I repay my gratitude and rely on you? You have never even peeked into the great will of Lord Nether Emperor. Compared with him, you, Mu Bai, are destined to be a loser. Mu Bai didn't know how much sincerity and falsehood were in those sonorous words. But at this moment, he knew that the power of this man's Nether Hard Method had increased again. If it weren't for his terrifying body suppressing him, I'm afraid he would have exploded and died long ago. Great will needs to be passed on. Since you believe in the other party's will so much, why don't you inherit it in combination with your own development? Inheriting the other party's will and surpassing the former. Isn't this the most exciting thing? Mu Bai's few words actually made Ing San silent for a moment. Almost at the same time, the two of them turned into flames and shadows and disappeared on Hong Island, leaving only the sluggish Star Rain who hadn't figured out what happened. At the same time, a fierce battle broke out in the sea in the distance. A terrifying shock wave came with the seawater shaking. What happened? Why is there an earthquake? Everyone, hurry up. Who the H.L. is fighting nearby? Gods, please put away your magic. Amidst the noisy voices, several high-level figures near Hong Island in the southern region did not show up, because they recognized the identities of the two people fighting fiercely in the distant sea. They, the southern region, were unwilling to easily interfere in Zhongzhou's own affairs. In the sea separated by hundreds of islands from Hong Island, Mu Bai, holding the ball cover of the Jinjin fruit, shattered the sea with his fists. On the other side, Ing San, who had turned into a shadow, kept dodging along the gap of the vibration. Even Mu Bai was shocked by such a method. He had not figured out the opponent's devil fruit. The ability to be able to shadow was a bit elemental, but it could also be a special ability brought by the awakening of the Superman fruit. Asshole. What kind of hero is it to sneak attack from behind? Ing San, who had turned into a shadow and kept dodging, knew that the Netherworld Hard Method could not shake the opponent's foundation. So he stopped using the Hard Method. Instead, He used the vibration gap to continuously drive the shadow spear to throw continuously, seemingly trying to block the opponent's offensive. Didn't you make the same choice as me the first time? If I'm a bear, you're the bear among bears. Mu Bai dodged the shadow spear with ease and got out, then punched hundreds of times in the direction of the opponent's advance. The terrifying shock wave tore through the sea. The shock power wrapped in the surging waves exploded in the sea wantonly. It was as if the whole world was about to be turned upside down. Even the knowledgeable Ing San was a little stunned by such a scene. After all, he had only seen such a degree of damage in his master. Emperor Yu, your vibration ability is indeed very strong. But it's a pity that I seem to be able to restrain you. Ing San, with a slight arc on his mouth, touched those shadows with both hands. The silk-like shadows gradually eroded the sky and the sea. The whole world seemed to have lowered a tone. And the most bizarre thing was that this shadow ability seemed to have the ability to be silent. As a result, these shadow threads seemed to shield most of the vibration transmission. Mu Bai, who swung hundreds of punches and vibrated shock waves, caused a significant reduction in the lethality. And even the waves that were swept up by the vibration gradually sank. The world became silent. Ing San, who controlled the shadows with both hands, smiled. The opponent's vibration ability was shielded by himself. So Mu Bai only had the ability of the golden crow fruit. As long as he kept a distance from the opponent, he would have a chance to seize his weakness and give the famous Mu Bai a fatal blow. Haha. Mu Bai, the candidate for the Son of God, is just like this. It really disappoints me. Shadows gather. Ing San took the opportunity to put his hands together. Countless shadows of others that had been accumulated in his body for a long time merged into his body. Seeing this scene, Mu Bai naturally knew what kind of fruit the other party had. Gecko Mariah, one of the 7 warlords of the sea under the Central Plains King of One Piece, has the perverted ability to seize the shadows of others. The opponent can also fuse the shadows to strengthen his own combat power. But this kind of fusion naturally has an upper limit on the number of fusions. There has never been such a person like Shadow 3. A person with the awakened ability of the superhuman shadow fruit. It seems that you are indeed interesting. After releasing the vibration ball cover in his hand, Mu Bai said with an unchanged expression. And the Shadow 3 was even more mocking when he saw Mu Bai give up resistance. The size of this person who gathered countless biological shadows is still expanding at this moment. Endless shadows swallowed the light nearby. And the shadow hand with a sense of death fell from a height of hundreds of meters. And the target is Mu Bai. The giant shadow hand that covered the sky attacked from the air. The special ability related to the mutinous followed closely with the mighty momentum. The people on the nearby island saw the shadow of more than 1,000 meters and thought it was a god descending to the world. They all crawled on the ground and looked at this scene with horror. Mu Bai dodged in an instant and turned into a golden crow phantom. When he rushed to the core of the messy shadow along the shadow arm, Ing San, who had been prepared, immediately activated the massive ghosts in his body. And above his head, Fengdu, which symbolized the ghost city of the underworld, was also opened. A large number of ghosts and shadows merged and intertwined into a larger aggregate monster. That was the split ability of the Ghost King body of the Underworld Emperor Fengdu. Mu Bai naturally remembered the subordinate of the Underworld Emperor that he had killed before. The other party also had this special ability to open Fengdu, but it was much inferior to the one in front of him. Even the split body was so powerful. Mu Bai could already imagine the scene of the Underworld Emperor opening the mysterious ghost city and launching the strongest ghost body. The two powers of evil spirits and shadows were perfectly integrated together. Ing San, who burst out instantly, actually burst out with amazing momentum in a short period of time. So that Mu Bai, who was caught by the two energies, was swallowed up by the chaotic shadows before his divine body was opened. Humble people will always be humble. People like you, Mu Bai, who are born in the bottom, are destined to be short-lived. From now on, you will enter the endless Fengdu forever. Even if you have two divine bodies, you can't escape death. The slightly excited Ing San saw Mu Bai being hit, and immediately twisted his fingers frantically. He controlled the chaotic shadows, and reversed the evil spirit energy to block Mu Bai in the Fengdu ghost road that suddenly appeared in the void. This mental attack method that ignored the flesh was surprisingly smooth, and successfully caught Mu Bai without resistance. Mu Bai, who was disturbed by the opponent's means, did not look at Ing San, but saw a familiar figure from a distance across the projection of Fengdu Ghost City. He was suppressed so much because of the existence of the opponent. Ing San was just a tool. It was this person who really controlled this illusory ghost city. Emperor Yu, it seems that you are really worried about my survival. The shadow in the illusory ghost city sometimes had a ghost face, and sometimes was a faceless person. But no matter what kind of appearance it was, Mu Bai could sense the amazing power of the evil ghost in it. Its yin and evil spirit even surpassed the group of Hanba corpses in the Shura ancient temple before. Mu Bai, with a slightly moved expression, could feel the great pressure from the figure even across the illusory ghost road. This pressure surpassed any young man he had ever seen, and even approached the Ziwei Star Lord at the top of the main world in terms of momentum. The 8 desolate prison body was activated. Mu Bai, who no longer hesitated, immediately activated the power of the top divine body. Ing San's restraint method was almost disintegrated in an instant. When Mu Bai, who broke the opponent's restraint, was about to be drawn into the illusory ghost road ghost city, the Jiuzhou Ding, which had been dormant in his soul for decades, emitted a dazzling brilliance for the first time. The opponent made a move and touched the Jiuzhou Ding. Mu Bai, who transformed into the great sun golden crow, broke through the blockade of shadow silent and bombarded the void with more than 10 consecutive vibrating iron fists. The void earthquake that exceeded the power of ordinary vibrations instantly destroyed the silent ability of Shadow Fruit after awakening. The Ghost Emperor wanted to use Shadow 3's Fengdu Ghost King clone to forcefully attack me through the air. I must kill Shadow 3 before the other party. Mu Bai was very confident. But at this moment, he still understood the strength of the Ghost Emperor. The other party was able to win a position close to the top in Zhengzhou, where there were many geniuses. To some extent, it already showed that the other party had a terrifying talent comparable to those top resurrected great powers. If I face him directly at this moment, I will surely die. Wang San, who had transformed into a shadow aggregate monster, wanted to help his master pull Mu Bai into the illusory Fengdu city. He found that a sword intent had already chopped his shadow body in half. Then, when he wanted to merge his shadow into the sea, he only saw a burst of fire rising into the sky. In a flash, the sea area under his feet was ignited by an inexplicable divine fire. The white flames made him shudder. Almost without hesitation, Ing San immediately flew into the air. Mu Bai, who used the Taishi fire to ignite the sea area, was also shocked to see that the other party gave up entering the sea so decisively, and ran towards the illusory Fengdu city that spread out in the air. The primary goal now is to kill Ing San, so that the Yudi behind him cannot make a move in the air. Fengdu city. The legendary gate of the underworld. The legendary place where the world of humans and ghosts intersects. At this moment, this illusory ghost city, that uses Ing San's body as a carrier to perform means also bursts out with amazing yin qi. The Ghost Emperor who controlled all this with mysterious means behind the scenes did not hesitate to take action immediately. It was too late. The screaming Ghost King's head attacked with cold ghost energy. The murderous intent that continued to expand in the scarlet ghost eyes merged into the void. And the black gas connected to the Ghost King's head turned into a wave of evil ghosts, and rushed in, with an extremely crazy posture. This is part of the power of the Fengdu Ghost King's body. And this is the power of the peak existence of the ghost body in the world. This move is enough to wipe out any degree of Star Master. Enough to severely injure any Star Will Realm strongman. And all this is just an ordinary attack across the area. Mu Bai in the divine body state flowed the Taishi fire in his left hand, and held the vibrating ball cover in his right hand. Under the protection of the Jiuzhou Ding, Mu Bai went upstream with the monstrous ghost energy. On one side is the evil ghost wave led by the cold Ghost King's head. And on the other side is Mu Bai, who is armed to the teeth and holds 2 killing weapons. When the two have not touched each other, the void has exploded layer by layer. The fierce Ghost King's head was already entangled with the power of destiny contained in the Jiuzhou Ding. The Jiuzhou Ding, which had accompanied Mu Bai for a long time, actually had a slight crack during the fight. First, the Tai Shanwang Qing sword was broken. And then, the Tian Shenjinwu armor was bitten by Tao Thai. Now the Jiuzhou Ding was about to break. If it was safe, Mu Bai felt that he was safe to the extreme. Taishu Divine Fire. Vibration Maximum Round. After fusing 2 destructive attack methods, Mu Bai faced the Ghost King's head and punched hard. The vibrating iron fist with the white death-like Taishi fire collided with the Ghost King's head in the most primitive and brutal way. The vibrating cracks with white flames and the extreme ghost energy kept hitting each other repeatedly. Dozens of nearby islands were instantly reduced to ashes. With such momentum, even the big guys in the south region who were watching the show looked serious. After the two forces collided, the illusory ghost city suddenly disappeared, and even the ethereal ghost road was about to collapse. Just before the ghost city disappeared, the Yudi, who used the split body of the Fengdu Ghost King to attack from a distance, was neither happy nor sad. The lips of his incarnation moved a few times, and then dissipated with the vibration of the void. Mu Bai spoke the other party's lip language naturally. You still have to die. Ing San, who was forced to overdraw his body, had been drained and fell on the sea at this moment. Obviously, as the medium of the Yudi's attacked from a distance, Ing San was just a tool. Such a loyal subordinate was treated as consumables. And the Yudi was not burdened at all, which made Mu Bai more wary of the opponent. Mu Bai's muscles were sore to the limit after he narrowly eliminated the opponent's moves, and a trace of ghost energy penetrated into his body like smoke from his left chest. Feeling something was wrong, Mu Bai was about to get up, but the next second he was penetrated by the ghost energy and fell into the deep sea. The seawater is very cold. Especially the seawater temperature in the south region is close to freezing point all year round. If it weren't for the scattered star power interfering with the south region, it would have become a super frozen territory long ago. The cold seawater penetrates deep into the bone marrow. Ordinary people will feel numb in their limbs within a few minutes of soaking in it, and eventually sink into the cold deep sea forever. According to the level of the main world, at least the life level of the Star Warrior can ignore the low temperature of the sea and swim long distances. Mu Bai's consciousness gradually became blurred with his stiff body. At this moment, with his Star Master level and super physique, he could not resist such low and cold, as if all his strength was blocked. It was the secret move of the Emperor of Hell. There must be other means hidden in the Ghost King's head. If I don't smash the Ghost King's head, it will be torn apart by it. And if I defeat the Ghost King's head, the secret move hidden in it will be triggered. Mu Bai's thoughts became clearer as his consciousness became more and more confused. Although he didn't know what tricks the other party used, there was no doubt that the Netherworld Heart method in his body was running uncontrollably. This kind of meridian operation blocked the star power in his body and intensified the backflow of blood. If Mu Bai's heart had not received the bonus, he would have died of a broken heart at this moment. But the super heart can only temporarily maintain his life breath, and he will definitely die as time goes by. Mu Bai wanted to awaken the eternal system in his body to help him remove the Netherworld Heart method and ghost energy in his body. But the result was that the eternal system, which was integrating the devouring ability of the Tao Thai fruit in a sleeping state, could not sense the host's call at all. In the Dead Sea, Mu Bai, who was stiff all over, felt the coldness intensified, and his breath continued to fall with the double erosion of the Netherworld Heart method and ghost energy. When he was about to fall to the level of a Star Warrior, Mu Bai gritted his teeth and used his last strength to activate the Dark Star power that had not been used for a long time at the last moment, since the star power was suppressed. Then activate the Dark Star power. I'm afraid even the Emperor of Hell, who had planned everything, didn't know there was such a way to break the situation. The Dark Star power, which ran counter to the power of the stars, did indeed relieve his stiffness to a great extent during its operation. But the ghost energy and the Hell Heart method that absorbed his own star power were even more terrifying. The two combined into a new destructive force that constantly destroyed various parts of his body. His skin was cracked. His internal organs were broken. His eyesight was rapidly declining. And even his hair was falling off. In an instant, the unparalleled Mu Bai turned into a monster with a broken body that was rapidly losing its life characteristics. Mu Bai, who had tried every means, didn't want to accept his fate. In order to keep his consciousness clear, he inserted his hands deeply into his own flesh and blood. The severe pain really relieved the gradual turbidity of his consciousness. But the huge sea beasts in the deep sea also smelled the bloody smell and gathered here frantically. Mu Bai's body, which had been nourished by the 8 desolate prison body, was a supreme treasure for the sea beasts. His blood, which had been constantly tempered by the super heart, was like nectar for the sea beasts. Under such a fatal attraction, countless sea beasts rushed over one after another. And there were even some super sea beasts at the star wheel level that had lived for tens of thousands of years. The sea beasts that were hostile to each other continued to fight. And the sea area was out of control as the big fish ate the small fish. The ancient sea beasts hidden in the depths of the sea all smelled the smell and roared at each other. While Mu Bai, who was gradually sinking, was immersed in a world dyed red by his own blood and kept falling. As the beasts looked around, Mu Bai's figure was quickly submerged in the dark light and shadow of the abyss. Just when Mu Bai's life was about to come to an end, the eternal system that had been silent all the time suddenly woke up, detected the conditions that trigger the opening of the devouring seed, detected that the host is dying, detected that the host lacks vitality, Detected that the host's body has been severely injured. Detected. A series of reports made Mu Bai's head split. On the eve of his death, the eternal system bound to his soul also became unstable. He could not hear the system's voice clearly, but he faintly heard 4 vague words on the eve of falling into darkness. Devour. Start. The sea beasts that were biting each other and wanted to be the first to eat Mu Bai's flesh and blood did not notice that the black and purple fluctuations outside Mu Bai's broken body were spreading throughout the sea. Mu Bai, who was supposed to die, opened his hands, as if waiting for other salvation and as if to pull others into the boundless H.L. together. Countless sea beasts chased Mu Bai's body like an inverted pyramid and fought continuously. The Stegosaurus sawtooth shark with ancient bloodline that broke through many barriers opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Mu Bai, who opened his hands into its stomach first despite the siege of other sea beasts. When the Stegosaurus sawtooth shark wanted to take advantage of the situation to leave, a black light covered tens of thousands of meters of sea area with a moving speed that surpassed all objects. Any level of sea beasts wrapped along the way. Any islands, trees, and even sea water disappeared. The flesh and blood of countless sea beasts were all swallowed up by the black light in the extreme compression. The range of the black light in the collapsed sea area quickly shrank into a black light ball and floated into the turbulent deep sea. The big guys in the south region, who had been eyeing nearby, almost simultaneously searched the sea area. In their perception, Mu Bai of the Zhongzhou royal court had obviously fallen, and the black light was very likely to be the top treasure given to him by the Purple Star Lord. How could they let go of such an opportunity? After the wary confrontation in silence, there was a murderous intention. Obviously, the battle for the treasure has begun. Fan Xingyu, who was far away in Hong Island, was stunned. At this moment, she learned from the passers-by what the 2 words Mu Bai meant. One of the candidates for the Son of God in the Zhongzhou royal court. A person with 2 divine bodies. A newcomer valued by the Lord of Ziwei Star. And an important figure in the Yin Yang sect. Each of these titles is enough to make a fortune in the southern region. Not to mention that these titles are added to him alone. But is the other party dead? The internal fighting in the royal court is so brutal. The Ghost City tactics are clearly the Fengdu Ghost King body of the royal court Son of God. Emperor Yu. TSK. 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 It seems that the royal court is going to be in chaos. Emperor Yu is crazy. He dares to kill his fellow disciples in public. Oh! They are not fellow disciples. Mu Bai is at most related to the Yin Yang sect. To be clear, he is not the Son of God. How can he kill his fellow disciples? Everyone was talking. And Fan Xingyu stood quietly in the same place for a long time without moving. She was hesitating about what to do next. Whether to look for Mu Bai, who might be alive, or leave alone. While she was hesitating, a rough big hand had already patted her shoulder. Fan Xingyu frowned and turned back indifferently. But there was already a faint murderous intent in her eyes. In the blessed land of Langia in Zhongzhou, the Emperor Yu, who was resting with his eyes closed in the luxurious palace, slowly opened his eyes. With a somewhat unstable breath, he practiced the divine skill 8-9 mysterious skills, and the blood and essence consumed in a flash had been restored to their original state. Half a step ahead of heaven. It seems that variables will not appear after all. Compared with Mu Bai, Jiang Shutian is also a variable, and we must deal with it early. The Emperor Yu, who extinguished the remaining ghost energy in his hand, spoke softly to the empty and silent hall. In a trance, a breeze blew through the empty hall, and the breeze blew the bells and crystal pendants inside and outside the hall, making crisp sounds and collisions. The servant who was cleaning the yard subconsciously looked at the uncovered hall. And then he felt creepy. Because I don't know when the empty hall was full of ghosts. Unlike ordinary ghosts, these ghosts have strange appearances. But most of them seem extremely calm. They are like humble ministers and servants waiting for the king's orders. Motionless. The wind stopped. And the servant who was looking at the scene in front of him in a daze only felt a chill on his neck. He stretched out his hand to touch the bone-piercing temperature like ice, which made him numb. He suddenly turned around and saw the smiling ghost baby riding on his neck and twisting his head. Crack. The headless body fell to the ground. And the ghost baby who was roaring and laughing disappeared on the spot. The servants waiting outside dragged the unlucky guy out with numb expressions, as if they were used to it. Hong Island in the south region. Fan Xingyu, who was pulled by the strong man, looked at the other party coldly. And the murderous intent covered in indifference never diminished. Fan Xingyu, I saw that you came out with that Mu Bai just now. You won't have anything? The owner of the voice was a strong man, with the word "in" printed on his chest. Thanks, Sinji was an orphan, and the welfare home that raised her was backed by the power of the Southern Region In sect. As a member of the dark power of the Southern Region, In sect was naturally not a charity. The purpose of training orphans is to make full use of these consumables, so that the strong ones among them can become assassins, and the weak ones will be deprived of the chance to survive. This is why Fan Xingyu is more decisive than her age. She has killed more than one person. In the welfare house where poisonous insects are raised, kind people are the first to be eliminated. What does this have to do with you? Facing the sect manager who she once feared very much, Fan Xingyu was too lazy to even perfunctorily deal with him. Do you want to be whipped? When the sturdy man with a frown was about to pull out the iron whip from his waist to teach him a lesson, Fan Xingyu stretched out her finger and gently tapped on the other party's arm. In the surprised eyes of the sturdy man, Fan Xingyu slightly reduced the other party's luck with pity. The world in the sturdy man's eyes did not change at all, but he felt that the whole world seemed to have changed again, as if the whole world was trying to harm him in every possible way. You? The sturdy man who was about to wave the whip felt his heart twitch. He was on the uphill slope of the square, and he rolled over with all his strength. The iron whip in his hand also rolled down quickly before him. However, Fan Xingyu, who used the power of the Union Fruit for the first time, did not even look at him, but turned around and headed towards the ferry. The strong man who saw this scene cursed repeatedly, and the iron whip rolled down in front of the nearby stone tablet and got stuck between the broken stone slabs. The strong man who didn't notice this scene just opened his mouth to say something when the stuck iron whip went through his ear hole. The fourth-rank star warrior fell just like that. People nearby thought that he was performing a show. After all, they had never seen such a person who was so unlucky to be killed by them. At the same time when the star rain left Hongdao Square, the flesh wrapped in black light in the deep sea was growing rapidly. On the first day, 4 limbs grew. On the second day, bones and skin grew. On the third day, organs grew. On the fourth day, things started to go wrong. The flesh ball that kept growing into a human shape was actually degenerating. Sometimes the fiery red flesh wings on his back wriggled, and sometimes a turbid gray eyeball similar to that of the glutton appeared on his chest. This physical game lasted for a long time. Most of the nutrients in the black ball were absorbed by him. The flesh ball had already given birth to its own consciousness, limited by the current environment. This new consciousness flesh ball would only passively devour nearby nutrients. When the time came to the 3rd month, the subconscious of the meatball gradually awakened. When Mubai saw that his body had turned into a round monster with only one mouth, he was speechless and relieved. What was speechless was that the surface consciousness that he had just wiped out seemed to regard him as a so-called alien demon who was specially reborn. Fortunately, he was still alive, and it also opened the current strongest ability of the Eternal System. Devouring seeds. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for waking up. Get a new function to devour seeds. Devour seeds. A new function evolved based on the ability of the Emperor Yin Divine Body and the devouring ability of the mythical Taotai fruit. It can enhance the host's own body or soul according to the energy substances devoured by the host, and can also enhance the strength, toughness and other optimizations of other living objects or inanimate objects through the ability of devouring seeds. The seeds began to sprout. Mubai, whose spiritual consciousness was completely integrated into the devouring seeds, used the massive nutrients in the black light to continuously build the form of his body. He did not choose the Tao Eye form or the Golden Crow form. The strength of the mythical beast body may be extremely high, but it may also be extremely weak. If Mubai obtains the top human skills in the future, he will not be able to practice human skills in the beast form. Moreover, many areas in Zhongzhou and the 4 major domains require human identity to enter, so temporary strength is not worth mentioning. Mubai wants the Sea of Stars and eternity. He will naturally not give up his human identity. In 6 months, he constantly reshaped his body. After being completely transformed, the new Mubai has become more mature from the original youthful appearance. The basic appearance is the same as before. The only big difference is that Mubai's hair has turned white now. This seems to be because he has undergone a deep transformation of the mythical Golden Crow fruit and the mythical Taotai fruit. During the period of getting familiar with the body, he also made several discoveries. First of all, this body can actually share the power of the Dark Star and the power of the stars at the same time, and can also purify the root basic power of the 2 power systems. If the outside world knows this, it will definitely shock everyone. After all, looking at the entire main world, there may be people who can control the power of 2 systems at the same time. However, there has never been a person who can withstand the simultaneous operation of two systems and integrate the two opposing forces. Emperor's divine body is advancing. Ding dong. It is detected that the host's body and soul are further integrated, triggering the new ability of the Emperor's divine body. Emperor's creation. Emperor's creation. It can consume the host's devouring points to evolve a new life form. The evolved life form will completely obey the host's orders. And the host can also strengthen its various abilities by continuing to consume devouring points. Wow! This is simply the ability of the creator. Shocked. Mu Bai, who activated the Emperor's creation ability, actually saw 3 phantoms in a trance. One of them was in the east, where the other party was, and it seemed to be a stone forest. The other one was meditating in the snowy wilderness. Mu Bai didn't feel anything about these 2 people. But when the third phantom appeared, his pupils shrank slightly, because the other party was on a mountain peak in the Zhongzhou royal court. When Mu Bai was concentrating and looking carefully, the phantom in his vision suddenly turned back. In a trance, Mu Bai's ears were bleeding, as if his head was about to explode. The Sunwheel Realm. There are actually life forms created by the Emperor Yin inside the royal court. Mu Bai, not caring about the pain, spoke word by word as if he knew a huge secret. When he just opened the higher power of the Emperor Yin divine body, he sensed people who had a natural connection with the divine body. So he was very sure that the 3 people were all creations of the Emperor Yin divine body. But they were created by other Emperor Yin divine body ability users. And they were very likely people from the last era. The Sunwheel Realm powerhouse inside the royal court is most likely a certain Star Lord. Which means that the other party is not an ordinary person, but a creation of a certain Emperor Yin divine body powerhouse. According to the history that Mu Bai knows, it has been 100,000 years since the appearance of the last generation of Emperor Yin divine body Ho Sword Emperor. Could it be that the person was created by the Sword Emperor? No matter which generation of Emperor Yin divine body ability users created them, these 3 people distributed in the north region, Zhongzhou, and the east region are probably people with big secrets. And there may be shocking secrets among them. It's too late to hide my aura. Not to mention that the entire main world probably knows that I have the Emperor's body. If the other party can suddenly sense the consciousness search, they will definitely know that it is me. It seems that I will be in danger if I continue to stay in the south region. Only when I return to Zhongzhou will those monsters and demons be afraid to act rashly. Thinking of this, Mu Bai also set a schedule to return to Zhongzhou. Although the 7 swords of the sky has not been integrated yet, it is no longer the time to consider these things. Only by staying safely in the sphere of influence of the Zhongzhou royal court and becoming a son of God through the Son of God selection competition can you safely set foot in other areas of the main world. With his thoughts gradually becoming clear, he put aside this thought and turned to study the new function of swallowing seeds. Although the point-adding function of the Emperor's body combined with the system was also very powerful, the disadvantages were undoubtedly very obvious. That is, the ability to obtain points was greatly limited. Mu Bai either had to complete the tasks issued by the system to obtain points, or kill the demons in the dark world to obtain points. These 2 methods are random to some extent, and even Mu Bai cannot control them. However, it would be completely different if he could devour the energy of other beings at will. Mu Bai could grow into a monster among monsters among players of the same level in a very short period of time by devouring seeds. He could even increase his combat power to the Moonwheel Realm in a short period of time. This is rebirth. This is transformation. This is the terrifying potential of the devouring seed. This 3-in-1 super system ability is enough to allow Mu Bai to surpass everyone in a very short time. The ability to devour seeds should be able to work on all life forms. Right? Mu Bai, who was in the black light of the deep sea, moved his body and rushed forward with amazing acceleration following the smell of the sea beast. The ancient giant whale that was devouring deep-sea plankton was ripped open before it could react. Mu Bai, who was staying in the other's body, opened his hands. And the next moment, the twisted black halo merged into the body of the ancient giant whale like a black hole. All the energy of the other party was fed back into Mu Bai's body in an extremely efficient way. Ding dong. 10 devouring points obtained. Mu Bai was thoughtful after hearing the prompt of the eternal system. He just controlled the devouring power for the first time without any burden on his body. The only unusual thing was that it surpassed any physical pleasure. But this sinking feeling was quickly eradicated by the eternal system. It really works well. He looked at the deep sea with a deep look as if he saw a treasure. Mu Bai, who turned into a golden crow light, quickly passed along the sea. At this moment, he was a hunter. hunting all creatures that could provide him with devouring points. In the 6 months from Mu Bai's sleep to his awakening, rumors about him had already spread everywhere. The Zhongzhou royal court did not speak out, and even the Lord of Ziwei Star seemed to have forgotten him on purpose, which undoubtedly gave the outside world many speculations. If you want to prove whether Mu Bai is dead or alive, the easiest way is to look at the various lists of Tianji Pavilion. If Mu Bai really dies, the list about his divine body ranking will automatically drop after 1 year. This is the rule set by Shinjizi. Even if he has calculated the life and death of that person with the fruit of calculation, he will do so with Shinjizi's status and position. Naturally, no one dares to force him. Even his apprentice, Bai Xiaosheng, was ruthlessly scolded when he wanted to test his master's bottom. In such an atmosphere, Mu Bai's affairs were gradually forgotten by the public. Instead, the 8 banquet of Peacock King of the Great Lane Temple in the western region was talked about with great relish. Few people from other regions went there, and most of them were the top forces in the western region. Even those old monsters, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, were shocked by this. This banquet was very grand. But when it was about to end, Peacock King announced that the Great Lane Temple, the top force in the southern region, would open the Buddhist sect to gather believers from all over the world to join. This move undoubtedly shocked the four fields, especially those large forces in the western region. You must know that the Great Lane Temple is completely unruly. The major sects in the western region tacitly divide their territories and absorb the population of their territories to become disciples of the sect. If the Great Lane Temple really opens its gates, the major sects in the entire western region will inevitably suffer from the disciples of the later Jin dynasty. After a long time, won't the sect be cut off from descendants and successors? Facing the questions from various sects at the banquet, the Peacock King smiled and pointed to the west and said devoutly, "If you don't go to H.L., who will? I can silently recite the Sutras of Rebirth to help you reach the Western Paradise early." Amitabha. The whole audience was in an uproar. And then, they started fighting. The edge of the southern region. The city at night is particularly sad and beautiful. Especially the flowers blooming in the ruins remind Mu Bai of the flowers on the other shore in the underworld, which is a legendary view that only the dead can see. Mu Bai, who had just finished a day and a night of devouring, has now come to the vicinity of the city that Jiang Shutian destroyed. Following the traces of the cracks on the surface, it can be seen that the other party must have opened the Shura ancient temple here. The scattered irregular energy means that Jiang Shutian may have taken away a weapon or treasure of the Shura god emperor. Standing in the abandoned corridor, Mu Bai looked at the burning city coldly, but his heart was not fluctuating at all. The voices for help in the ruins in the distance and the shrill screams of the people around were intertwined. But the irony was that the high-level practitioners in this city had no time to care about their lives. It was just because they were also looking for possible traces of the Shura ancient temple. As long as they obtained any of the treasures, they would be able to live a worry-free life for decades to come. It seems that Jiang Shutian is not a kind-hearted person. He slaughtered hundreds of thousands of civilians in the city. Mu Bai muttered to himself as soon as he walked out of the corridor and found that someone had followed him. In the burning firelight, he saw clearly that it was Jiang Shutian, who had not left yet. Speak of the devil. You are so elusive. Turn around. Mu Bai made a move instantly. The fingers wrapped in the power of vibration clicked away. The terrifying vibration pointed directly at Jiang Shutian's heart. Jiang Shutian, with a ruddy face, had turned into a bubble and retreated one after another. It was not until this time that Mu Bai found that the other party was carrying an unconscious young man under his left arm. It is you who is elusive. Wang Ting Mu Bai. I heard that your fellow disciple, the Emperor Yu, has killed you in the south region through the means of the divine body. But now it seems that it is still a rumor. Your aura is stronger, so it seems that there is another opportunity. Slightly surprised by Mu Bai's improvement in strength, Jiang Shutian talked about the rumors he knew with interest. Noisy. Mu Bai didn't say a word and didn't give the other party a chance to breathe. He bombarded the other party with continuous vibration power. The buildings in the city center, which were already in danger, collapsed. He was surprised to find that Jiang Shutian was stepping on the areas that could not be affected by the vibration and dodged almost perfectly. Obviously, the other party's observation hockey is very likely to be higher than his. Since you are so concerned about me, why don't you come and ask me in person? Maybe we can shake hands and make peace. Mu Bai, who stretched out his right hand, seemed very kind, which made Jiang Shutian want to laugh. If I get close to shake hands with you, I'm afraid I can't get away. Right? The resonance ability of the superhuman vibration fruit is indeed extraordinary. Even the Shura fruit is easy to suffer from close contact. Jiang Shutian, who was full of praise, made Mu Bai frown. The other party actually knew that his vibration ability came from the devil fruit. And what was even more outrageous was that the other party actually revealed that he had obtained the devil fruit of the Shura God Emperor. The meaning behind this is really rich. First of all, as an extremely special mythological devil fruit, the Shura fruit is a very rare conceptual devil fruit, and its reputation is really too great. You must know that any item stained with the word God Emperor is of extraordinary significance. Second, since Jiang Shutian obtained the Shura fruit, does that mean that the legendary Shura God Emperor is not missing but dead? This is undoubtedly more important than the former. I believe your word 60%. You are holding a treasure, and waiting for me here. You are not just here to chat. Are you? After the brief fight just now, Mu Bai knew that he could not keep the other party. So he did not plan to attack again at this moment. After all, if he fought with this old monster who had lived for more than 100,000 years in a hidden body, he would only suffer a great loss. Jiang Shutian, who had just finished looting treasures in the Shura ancient temple, did not admit or deny it. Instead, he took out a newspaper published by the Tianji Pavilion, folded it casually, and threw it at Mu Bai. The folded newspaper was obviously not so easy to catch. The black Shura fruit power turned into a sword and blasted towards Mu Bai like a bomb. Mu Bai, with an unchanged expression, condensed the swallowing shadow in his palm and swallowed up all the Shura fruit power on the newspaper before the newspaper completely touched his fingers. This move made Jiang Shutian applaud involuntarily. Although he didn't understand what ability Mu Bai used, the fact that he could easily dissolve part of the ability of the Shura fruit proved that Mu Bai had many trump cards and extraordinary strength. Mu Bai opened the newspaper and glanced at it to know why the old monster not far away threw a newspaper to him inexplicably. The Peacock King of the Great Lane Temple killed the 5 Moon Wheel Realm Masters of the Western region. The Sword Sect of the Eastern region restarted trade with the Northern region. The Black Prison of Zhongzhou reopened after 100 years. You want to enter the Black Prison? Mu Bai frowned and looked at the other party, and found it incredible. This Black Prison is the secret realm of the Black God sect of the Zhongzhou Force. It opens once every 100 years. And each time it opens, it will attract all forces in the main world to participate. The reason why it can have such attraction is naturally because the Black Prison has a supernatural ability. It can improve qualifications, even give participants a certain ability enhancement. This kind of qualification improvement and certain ability enhancement is not the kind of netherworld hard method that requires the payment of the soul. There is no disadvantage in the Black Prison upgrade. As long as the participant passes the higher level in the Black Prison, the more generous the reward he will get after he comes out. This is also the reason why the Black God cult, as a third-rate force in Zhongzhou, has survived to this day, under the secret support of several top forces in Zhongzhou. The Black God cult can be said to have developed smoothly. Mu Bai knew these things when he was in the Yin-Yang sect. It can be said that the Yin-Yang sect and the Black God cult have a close relationship. You are indeed a smart person. I really want to enter the Black Prison. Can you help me? In exchange, I can help you complete one thing. I seem to be able to resurrect someone. Jiang Shutian, with a faint light in his eyes, turned his back to the moon. The dense symbols on his body gradually emitted a halo at this moment. It is a divine body. The divine body of the rebirth of paradise. Mu Bai has heard that the ancient body of the rebirth of paradise has the ability to reverse life and death. I have no interest in reviving someone. If you hadn't eaten the Shura fruit, I would have hoped to trade it for something else. It's a pity. It's not a smart choice to ask for too much. Jiang Shutian narrowed his eyes when he heard Mu Bai mention the Shura fruit and reminded him coldly. There are things in the Black Prison that are extremely important to him. So Jiang Shutian must go in even if he has to pay a certain price. But if Mu Bai makes excessive demands, he will definitely not agree. As far as I know, the Dark Emperor of your royal court is trying every means to eliminate you. If you are willing, I can help you deal with him. He is indeed very strong. And it is not an exaggeration to call him the #1 prodigy in Zhongzhou. But he is not someone I must eliminate. If I focus on him in the long run, wouldn't it prove that I am incompetent? Mu Bai, who casually released the Golden Crow Phantom to extinguish the sea of fire in the nearby area, said neither humbly nor arrogantly. He himself did not really regard defeating the Dark Emperor as his first goal at the moment. He who once made a great ambition always pursued the ultimate power and the ultimate eternity, just like the sun shining on all things and hanging forever in the sky. Jiang Shutian, who was holding a young man who looked 7 points similar to him, laughed dumbly. In that case, I underestimated you. It is true that those who can stir up the storm in this era are not ordinary people. But you should also state your request. If you don't agree at all, it seems that there is no need to waste time arguing with me here. Right? There are no eternal friends. Only eternal interests. This sentence is indeed correct. Looking at Jiang Shutian not far away, Mu Bai also restrained his smile, and then said in a deep voice, I want you to join the royal court to participate in the Son of God selection competition. Can you agree? After this, not to mention Jiang Shutian, even the descendants of the Jiang family, who gradually awakened their consciousness and eavesdropped on the conversation between the two, were stunned, inviting the ancient legend Jiang Shutian of the southern region to join the royal court. This request seems unrealistic, but it is indeed partially feasible. Are you kidding me? Jiang Shutian, whose right eye was twitching, thought to himself that if he joined the royal court, would he need your help from Mu Bai to enter the black prison? He could just go in openly. This is secondary. The more important thing is what kind of people those wanting Star Lords are. If I enter the wanting territory, I am afraid that within a few hours, I will have to hand over all my treasures and die there. Am I kidding you? It's obviously you who are kidding me. As the target of the Star Lords, I help you, the old monster who is resurrected in the south region, to enter Zhongzhou. Isn't it self-destruction? Mu Bai shook his head slowly, and his flesh and blood squirmed while speaking. Almost instantly, he has changed from a handsome white-haired young man to a human-shaped gluttonous monster. The black cloak made of black fog was blown by the strong wind, and the mouth representing the gluttonous swallowing ability was imprinted on his chest with a weird smile angle. And on his head, there were only two light gray turbid and hazy eyeballs staring forward. The twisted black fog under the fusion of flesh and blood permeated the whole body, and the nearly 10-meter-long meat mountain body seemed clumsy, but the speed was extremely amazing. The mouth on the chest bit down crazily in the air. Jiang Shutian, who was on alert, didn't react for a moment. He instinctively dodged sideways when the scorching heat sprayed on his chest. He looked down and found that his left hand had been bitten off at some point. Impossible. Jiang Shutian, with a slightly cold expression, naturally knew what this meant. It was the first time that he was injured by someone of the same level, and the opponent's special attack ability actually instantly broke the invisible energy barrier of the mythical Shura fruit. This also means that Mu Bai is really capable of killing him at the moment. I don't like to seek the skin of a tiger. Killing you is more in my interest. Mu Bai, who has transformed into a human-shaped Tao Tai, can be said to have soared in combat power. He not only inherited the speed of the Tao Tai beast, but also inherited its powerful swallowing ability, the super destructive ability that ignores any conventional defense. While biting Jiang Shutian's left hand, Mu Bai, who came to the other party in an instant, had already controlled the fist covered with black biological armor to grab the other party's head and threw it to the ground from the opposite direction. Boom! Jiang Shutian disappeared in the smoke like a meteorite hitting the surface. And Mu Bai was not polite and directly activated his swallowing ability again. I saw the smiling mouth on his chest biting away again in the air. In the eyes of the nearby survivors, this black monster was undoubtedly extremely terrifying, because this time Mu Bai's swallowing range was too large, intentionally restricting the other party's actions. Mu Bai directly set the swallowing range within 100 meters. Although this would reduce the lethality of the swallowing power, it was enough to trap the extremely fast Jiang Shutian. Jiang Shutian, who had just recovered from the dust, understood the other party's ability. You are actually a multi-fruit ability user. How did you manage to combine the three fruits into one body? The vibrating golden crow and the monster form in front of you? A sword of killing gradually condensed behind Jiang Shutian, who was serious. It was the virtual weapon Shura's sword conceptualized by the Shura fruit. Cut! With a roar, the virtual Shura sword automatically swung a length of more than 10 meters and slashed at Mu Bai from top to bottom. The devouring and biting ability of the Tao Tai fruit collided with the conceptual weapon Shura sword of the Shura fruit. What was unexpected to the two was that the virtual Shura sword broke almost instantly under the devouring ability of the Tao Tai fruit. The toughness of the Shura sword was not worth mentioning at all. Seeing that the devouring black light was about to fall on him, Jiang Shutian no longer hid his means. He made seals with his hands, and the black talismans on his body moved against the current. Behind him, a giant Shura figure with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. The figure was about 1,000 meters high. As long as people who were fleeing in the city looked up at the dark sky, They could see the hideous and terrifying Shura figure against the light of the fire. The first level of H.L. Tongue-pulling H.L. Jiang Shutian, who was running the Shura fruit, had obviously developed a deeper ability of the divine body like Mubai. As he groaned coldly, the light nearby, whether it was the fire or the light, gradually faded, and the original ruins under his feet were also infiltrated by the power of the divine body of rebirth. When Mubai activated the domineering power of observation, countless tongueless ghosts had appeared nearby. When he was about to kill these tongueless ghosts, he was surprised to find that his lifespan was slowly decreasing. And after he quickly killed more than a dozen tongueless ghosts, the speed of this lifespan loss rapidly increased. What's even more terrifying is that even with his strong physique, he can still feel something strange about his tongue, which seems to be gradually breaking. Life and death can be reversed in front of my divine body of rebirth in paradise. There is no king of hell in the world, but I am the living king of hell. As Jiang Shutian exerted his strength again, the power of the first layer of tongueless H.L. increased again, and the giant Shura's shadow thousands of meters behind him also slapped him. It was like a punishment from heaven and unstoppable. The mythical Shura fruit is taken from the meaning of Shura in the Avicii hell. Shura, literally translated as non-heaven, means that the fruit is like heaven but not heaven. That is, relative to the existence of heavenly people, i.e., heavenly beings. Deva. Mubai had read about some of the meanings of Shura when he was on Blue Star, so he is relatively familiar with it at this moment. Shura is one of the 6 paths, an independent Shura path. According to legend, it is a reincarnation of a human or god, with the supernatural powers of a god and the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a human. It is a Hercules of the desire realm heaven or a half-god and half-human Hercules. Ashura is irritable and aggressive, brave and good at fighting. He has fought with Deva many times and is one of the Buddhist guardian gods of the heavenly dragons. Ashura was originally one of the ancient gods of India. He was regarded as an evil god and a fierce and aggressive ghost god. He often fought with Indra. The place where he fought with Indra and the gods is also called the Shura battlefield, because there are many Ashura kings and their shapes are different. There are also many versions of the image of the Ashura king. Ashura men are ugly, while women are beautiful. They often enter the mortal world to disturb people's practice. Mubai saw the Ashura phantom behind Jiang Shutian at this moment, and basically judged that he was more similar to the Ashura god in myths and legends. After all, Ashura is mainly about killing, and it is normal to show ugly images. Mubai, who has experienced hundreds of battles, has a very strong fighting talent. The opponent's body of rebirth in paradise can reverse the injury and create a heaven-defying move similar to the tongue-pulling H.L. to erode other people's lifespans. This undoubtedly greatly weakens his own advantage. The more you kill the tongueless ghost, the faster your own lifespan will pass. However, if you don't kill the tongueless ghost, your tongue will be constantly destroyed by the power that is almost a rule. And this damage may be permanent. He just tested the Golden Crow Divine Fire to curb this erosion. But it is obvious that the Golden Crow Divine Fire cannot reach this level of healing. Taishu Flame may have a chance to do it. But the problem now is that Mubai, who has just mastered the advanced version of the Golden Crow Divine Fire, Taishu Divine Fire, cannot control this extreme flame to enter his body. A little loss of lifespan is harmless to me. But I must break through this tongue-pulling H.L. with his lifespan fading away. Mubai immediately activated the 8 desolate prison body. Void chains covered the sky. A strong and wild tyranny soared into the sky in the space that was suppressed layer by layer. There is a proverb in Zhongzhou that the best way to deal with a certain technique is to use a technique that restrains its operation. And the best way to deal with the enemy's devil fruit ability is to use a devil fruit that restrains its fruit ability. This is somewhat similar to the proverb that Mubai heard when he was on Blue Star, that only magic can defeat magic. The technique is like this. The fruit ability is like this. And the divine body is naturally the same. Under the same system power, Mubai's 8 desolate prison body divine body is obviously more prioritized than the current rebirth paradise divine body. The speed of lifespan loss was greatly curbed at the moment the divine body was activated. And it also helped Mubai to break free from the quagmire of the tongue-pulling H.L. The palm of the Ashura of the heaven-shattering god contained the killing intent of a weapon. At this moment, Mubai, who was entangled by the tongueless ghost, could not break free for a moment. Seeing that the giant palm was about to hit him, Mubai in the form of Taotai suddenly opened his mouth and bit forward. Countless tongueless ghosts were destroyed. And even the illusory Ashura palm was pierced through the palm by Mubai's Taotai devouring ability. It seemed that Jiang Shutian's palm also had a similar wound. After breaking the opponent's terrifying attack, Mu Bai's palms opened two gaps of sharp fangs, which were similar to the devouring mouth of Tao Tai. Jiang Shutian, you want to control me with this move. But you look down on me too much. My lifespan is not much. But I can still fight a war of attrition with you. Mu Bai, with a strong breath, is extraordinary in the tongue-pulling HL. Under the cover of the black and red air waves, those tongueless ghosts can't get close at all. It's really the 8 desolate prison body. If I guess correctly, you may have opened several layers of seals. The times have changed, and the host of the divine body is different. But you still want to block my way. Muttering to himself, Jiang Shutian seemed to think of some memories from 100,000 years ago. In a trance, Mu Bai's face seemed to overlap with another resolute face. Mu Bai, you are looking for death. Jiang Shutian, who did not change his expression, but seemed to be slightly angry, took out a 5-pointed exquisite tower from his arms. A stream of purple air gushed out of the rotating exquisite tower. And then the entire 5-cornered exquisite tower turned into a building of dozens of feet and crossed the space constraints to Mu Bai's head. For ancient characters were written below the exquisite tower. Sun Luo Demon Tower. Not good. After realizing that this was the Shura secret treasure obtained by the other party in the Shura ancient temple, Mu Bai dodged instantly. The golden crow divine fire melted the void and also made his speed reach an astonishing level. But even so, the Sun Luo Demon Tower still followed him relentlessly. And in an instant, the purple air had turned into invisible smoke and enveloped his body. No matter how powerful you are, you will be shattered if you enter my pagoda. Sun Luo Demon Tower is taken. The Sun Luo Demon Tower, which can only be used with the Shura Phantom behind Jiang Shutian, is obviously extraordinary. Even if Mu Bai activates his devouring ability, he only bites off a part of the purple air. But then more purple air still drags him into the rotating exquisite pagoda. Seeing the pagoda seal Mu Bai, Jiang Shutian rarely showed a slight joy. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. This is the result of offending me. If I can refine this Mu Bai, maybe my plan can be completed ahead of time. Jiang Shutian thought secretly in his heart and opened his palm. The attracted Sun Luo Demon Tower automatically shrank to a height of several dozen centimeters and returned to his palm. When he was about to leave with his descendant of the same bloodline, a powerful breath came from the south without any cover. Jiang Shutian, who had no time to think, immediately hid in the darkness and left here. The dark and cramped space gave people a suffocating feeling. Mu Bai, who was sucked into the Sun Luo Demon Tower, had a confused consciousness. The star power in his body was like poison, constantly eroding his vitality. Seeing this, he also quickly dissipated the star power in his body. After getting a chance to breathe, he looked around and was surprised to find that the space here was very strange. The dark world was light gray, and he was standing next to the cliff at this moment. The sound of waves hitting the rock wall not far away was very clear. Isn't this the magic tower? Mu Bai staggered to his feet and discovered other strange places here. The power of the stars was suppressed, but his dark star power was abnormally active, as if he was not in the magic tower at the moment, but in the dark star world. Under the dark and gloomy sky, the dark star power covered by dark clouds gathered into smoke covering the sea, making it impossible to see what is at the end of the distant sea. Ordinary people in the main world will probably be eroded by the dark star power in a few minutes. Only an alien like Mu Bai, who also has the dark star world, can survive. After stumbling a few steps, Mu Bai gritted his teeth and increased the maintenance of the dark star power meridians. When his super heart increased the power, the feeling of being suppressed gradually dissipated. Is this the magic tower of Jiang Shutian or the dark world? The eternal system searches the current world to determine my current location. Mu Bai, who was calm, did not rashly walk down the cliff to take a look at the coast, but stood in place and immediately asked the eternal system in his heart. Ding dong. It is detected that the host is located on the sea cliff of a special world. The system has insufficient authority and cannot continue to provide information and help. According to the current authority, it is detected that this world is extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Host, please evacuate. Mu Bai frowned. His heart sank. This inexplicable sea cliff world was probably the special area connected to the magic tower in Jiang Shutian's hand. There are actually quite a few examples of cutting off a corner of other worlds and refining them into treasures or weapons. For example, the ultimate secret space in the royal court was refined by the God Emperor, who founded the royal court with a method that penetrated the heavens and the earth. The ability of the Sunluo magic tower is indeed good, and it can be called a heaven-defying level. The judgment of the eternal system will definitely not be wrong. I am afraid that if I continue to stay here, it will be more dangerous. Thinking of this, Mu Bai also walked quickly to the end of the cliff. He leaned down and looked down. There was no difference between the seawater here and ordinary seawater. He didn't understand the source of danger. He could only suppress his breath and walk along the path on the edge of the cliff towards the shore. Since Mu Bai's star power dissipated at this moment, only the dark star power was left. So his realm at this moment also remained at the realm of the Dark Star Apostle. Since he didn't use the Dark Star power much, Mu Bai, who was like a novice, could only reduce the fluctuation of this power to keep it as stable as possible. When Mu Bai finally walked to the bottom of the cliff, he realized a little danger. The entire sea cliff space was receding, and during the receding tide, the exposed coastline was covered with chains emitting star power, and the dense number spread into the deep sea. Such a formation seemed to seal the monstrous demon in the sea. Ahem. There is a newcomer coming in. It seems that the magic tower has been activated again. The old voice sounded slowly. Mu Bai looked up and found the strange old man exposed by the receding tide. The reason why he was weird was mainly because of his appearance. His voice was old and his clothes were not covered. But his arrogant temperament could not be hidden. More importantly, the opponent's whole body was tied up by the chains. It seemed that he couldn't even move. Obviously, so many chains were arranged here because of him. Mu Bai, who ignored him, took a few dozen steps forward and squatted down when he was about to approach the seawater and stretched out his hand to touch the seawater. The seemingly ordinary seawater actually emitted a powerful hot heat wave after touching his skin. Even Mu Bai's current physical condition was unable to resist it. He endured the pain and used the Golden Crow Divine Fire to extinguish the heat in his hands. Then he looked at the bound person not far away with an extremely solemn look. Did the Shura God Emperor imprison you? You are really amazing to have survived in this sea water until now, Mu Bai said in a cold voice, without any respect or contempt for the other party. Is the Shura God Emperor a good person? Of course he is a good person. After all, history is written by the victors. The strong are naturally good people, and all those who resist him will become unforgivable bad people after failure. Strictly speaking, there is no definition of good and bad. After all, the whole world is gray and has no distinction between good and bad. Then Mu Bai, who imprisoned him, naturally did not need to express too much emotion. He, interesting little guy. It seems that you are a special person with the power of the Dark Star. Otherwise you will be ignited the moment you touch the seawater, and even the gods will not be able to save you. By the way, what era is it now? The Shura era is over. Right? What sect is in charge of Nyo era in the East region now? The old man who could not move and was half-dressed looked particularly excited to see the living person, and asked Mu Bai several questions in a row. Mu Bai sneered at the other party's questions. This old gentleman is really good at lying. It seems that the Shura era you live in doesn't seem to have divided the 4 domains at all. How do you know the existence of the East domain? Others may miss such an obvious loophole. But Mu Bai is naturally very clear about the historical process of the main world. There was no such thing as the 4 domains in the era of Shura God Emperor. The 4 domains were finally formed after the death of Sword Emperor. It was the God Emperor of Wangting who set the boundary between the 4 domains and Zhongzhou. Really? That may be my mistake. I have long forgotten who the last person who came in was. Can you understand me? The time here has long been stagnant. For you, the normal time passes. But for me, this moment is eternal. The eternal prison built for me by Shura Kid to limit my ability is painstaking. The old man who became more and more excited was almost roaring to vent his dissatisfaction. If I had known, I would have helped that person go back to the past and personally understand the Shura pariah. The old man with scarlet eyes spitted and didn't look like a big boss. Mu Bai heard something unusual from the other party's curse. Helping others go back to the past. This seems to be something that can only be done with abilities related to time, such as time-type devil fruits, or top-level divine bodies in the time category. After a wave of mindless emotional output, the imprisoned old man also breathed a sigh of relief. Oh! Forget it. Scolding the shameless kid will only make me more angry. Little guy, do you want to know how to leave here? I actually know something. As he spoke, the old man shook his head, motioning Mu Bai to come closer to talk. You say. Mu Bai, with his arms folded, stood still. What should I say if you don't come? I won't go over if you don't say it. What if I say you don't come over? How do I know if I should go over if you don't say it. After a few minutes, the two were still arguing with each other. Both of them performed very well. Especially the old man, who was about to accuse Mu Bai with tears in his eyes. As if Mu Bai would have committed a great sin if he didn't come closer. If some extremely kind-hearted people were likely to have gone over to comfort the other party. But considering the kind of person Mu Bai is, knowing human nature, it is impossible for him to pass. Hunger is a characteristic that life must have. Even people above the level of star apostles will feel hungry even if they don't need to eat. In his previous life, Mu Bai, who was an orphan, had experienced this kind of hunger. Once he tasted it, he would never forget it. The old man of unknown state wanted to help the trapped people the most after being imprisoned for so many years. It must be for desire. The desire to eat. In other words, the other party wanted to eat Mu Bai. Seeing that the other party was still noisily encouraging him to go over, Mu Bai simply took out a bunch of ingredients from his small storage space. And even set up a barbecue grill in front of the old man. Roast goose, roast chicken, and the southern region's specialty flaming lobster, and other ingredients took turns to appear. Mu Bai, who took out a fan, was very sensible and blew the fragrant wind wrapped in food to the vicinity of the old man. The old man with his eyes wide open couldn't help but drool at the corners of his mouth. Young man, can you eat these things? I haven't eaten for many years. If you can eat? Before the imprisoned old man finished speaking, Mu Bai had already started to eat voraciously, completely treating the other party's words as shit. Asshole. Realizing that the other party was playing a trick on him, the old man shouted angrily, and the corners of his mouth, that seemed arrogant, were constantly rubbing, as if he was accumulating the overwhelming hatred. Eat. Eat. It's just right to get on the road after eating. Don't you find that the humidity in the air is rising as the tide recedes? That's because this space is about to refine you. The old man became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had seen the arrogant Mu Bai turn into a pool of blood. Mu Bai, who looked indifferent, turned and looked up at the sky when he heard the old man say this. Sure enough, as the old man said, the humidity in the air was indeed rising, and the fog nearby was gradually getting bigger, especially the retreating tide, which seemed to have retreated thousands of meters from the sound. Do you want to eat? Shaking the chicken leg in his hand, Mu Bai pretended to throw it over. Seeing this, the old man opened his mouth wide and waited for the feeding without caring about his face. He looked like a mad dog. Mu Bai guessed that the endless imprisonment had driven the old man crazy. Give it to me. Quick. I'll tell you how to survive temporarily. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have survived today. Throw it over here. Otherwise, I'll eat you alive. Chop you up. Kill you. The old man was indeed a little crazy. His words were sometimes pleading and sometimes threatening. But no matter what the emotion was, Mu Bai noticed the other party's extreme desire. Oh! My hand slipped. Mu Bai, who was about to throw the chicken leg, suddenly slipped and threw the chicken leg onto the beach. This scene made the old man so angry that he was highly excited. How could he not know that Mu Bai did it on purpose? But he really couldn't do anything about him. Mu Bai, who picked up the chicken leg again, was no longer interested in teasing the other party. He threw away the meat on the chicken leg and threw the bone over the old man's head. The old man opened his mouth wide and tried his best to hold the bone steadily. He squinted his eyes and tasted the remaining meat on it while chewing. Good bones. Good bones. Hearing the other party's mumbling, Mu Bai snapped his fingers and said in a deep voice, What is the method? If your method is useful, I don't mind giving you the whole rose-suckling pig that is being grilled. The old man who chewed the bones into dregs showed inexplicable anger in his cloudy eyes. His memory of himself was a little fuzzy, but he still remembered that no one dared to despise him like this when he was free. Do you know how Shura treated me before he became the God Emperor? He was born in a humble family, and was even worse than a commoner. He was just a slave of a foreign race. I helped him because I saw that he was young and had great potential. At that time, this kid called me his father. But what did he give me in return? The old man with a choked voice looked at the chains all over his body with a sad tone. When he became the God Emperor and became the most powerful person in the world, he gave me endless imprisonment in return. Just because he believed the slander of the villain and was sure that my Kong Kong fruit could affect him. He was deceived. How could I use the power of the fruit to go back to the past and kill him? When the old man who was talking to himself wanted to continue, Mu Bai interrupted him directly. I'm not interested in these. And I'm not interested in your past either. It's time to get down to business. Seeing Mu Bai so determined, the old man stopped talking nonsense. He pointed directly at his chains and said with a smile, This world follows certain rules. When the tide recedes completely, the fog in the sky will refine everything. The only exception is this eternal chain. I am also trapped by the chain to save my life. As long as you tie yourself up with this chain, I can ensure that you are safe. Mu Bai believed the other party's words 3 points. He also saw it just now. The thing the other party called the eternal chain is indeed made of a very strange material. I'm afraid that he can't cut it with his ordinary means. But it seems that Taoya's devouring ability can break it. At present, Mu Bai can basically judge only 2 things. That is, this dense chain may really have the ability to resist the refining of fog. And the second point is that the refining of fog may be true. At this moment, Mu Bai could no longer hear the sound of the waves. This strange world was also entering another mode. The dense fog was floating from a distance. Just by feeling it from a distance, Mu Bai could feel the coldness that penetrated into his bones. Should he use his devouring ability to release the old man or tie his hands and feet to resist the refining of the fog with the ancient chains? Neither of these 2 options is good. I choose the third one. Mu Bai, with a smile on his face, strode towards the old man. The old man thought that the other party had figured it out and wanted to keep him company. The murderous intent in his eyes was covered up without a trace, and replaced by a desire for flesh and blood. Mu Bai's guess was right. He really wanted to eat, no matter what that thing was. Just when Mu Bai was about to walk 3 meters in front of him, he suddenly stopped. When the old man was about to ask the reason in a low voice, a pure white flame had been ignited in Mu Bai's hand. That was the Taishu divine fire. I'm sorry, old man. I won't release you or keep you company. Instead, I will tame you into a dog. As soon as the words fell, the Taishu divine fire in Mu Bai's hand had already burned along the chain. The extreme high temperature made the old man's whole body hot. But even so, the Taishu divine fire still couldn't seriously injure the other party. When Mu Bai was surprised, the old man howled in pain. Mu Bai, with a cold expression, didn't care about the dense fog rushing from behind. Nor did he care about the old man howling in front of him. With his palms condensed into a swallowing mouth, he lifted the other party's head from behind and immediately launched a swallowing bite with absolute destructive power. Between his palms, the endless devouring ability of Tao Tai quickly condensed into a smiling mouth phantom that bit the old man's neck fiercely. What was beyond Mu Bai's expectation was that the devouring and biting ability of Tao Tai, which had always been invincible, showed a slow reaction when it was used on the old man. As if the devouring and biting ability was extended by more than 10 times when it was about to hurt the other party. Sure enough, he was a time-based ability user. Mu Bai's mind moved and turned into the Golden Crow divine fire to avoid the chain that was pulled and hit behind him. When the old man wanted to turn his body and use inertia to pull the eternal chain to hit Mu Bai, the light Mu Bai dodged instantly. The pulled Taishu chain suddenly fell on the cliff in the distance across hundreds of meters, causing a violent vibration. Obviously, this unknown old man has retained some strength even though he has been imprisoned in this space for many years. Asshole! You bit me so hard! The crazy old man rolled his body and quickly avoided the area that Mu Bai was biting. And when he rolled away, his slow smile gradually accelerated and finally bit the beach. What surprised Mu Bai was that the other party was not attacked. But the old man's performance seemed to really feel the pain that penetrated into the bone marrow, which was obviously not affected by external factors. This special performance reminded Mu Bai of a devil fruit in One Piece. The dark fruit. One of the disadvantages of the dark fruit is that it makes the ability user's sensitivity to pain far beyond that of ordinary people. Almost every time Blackbeard was injured after eating the dark fruit, he rolled on the ground in pain. It was not because Blackbeard was afraid of pain, but the negative effect of the dark fruit made Blackbeard's sensitivity to pain far beyond that of ordinary people. In the plot of One Piece, Blackbeard, who was seriously injured and held down by Whitebeard, would have died of pain from the attack of the Tremor fruit if he had not taken advantage of Whitebeard's inability to launch an offensive again. Could it be that the opponent's time-related fruit has the same disadvantages as the dark fruit? These thoughts only flashed through his mind in an instant, because as soon as he showed up, dozens of chains around him were controlled by the old man to sweep across. Mu Bai, who had not yet landed with his hands in his trouser pockets, frowned and dodged immediately. He dodged very quickly, but the chain's attack was also quite dense, and even many times he had blocked his subsequent action space before he took action. This method is obviously something that only people with extremely high observation haki can do. Asshole! What ability did you just use? It almost hurt me to death. It seems that I really can't keep you. I wanted to keep you for a chat or as a reserve of food. But now it seems that killing you immediately is the right answer. The dense eternal chain swam around like a group of snakes. And it was obviously some kind of long whip-like skills contained in them. All these operations were done when the old man could only move half of his arm. Mu Bai was surprised and didn't care about the huge consumption of the power of the Dark Star, and started the advanced use of the observation haki. The observation haki predicts the future. A faint red light burst out from his eyes. The whole world appeared faintly gray in his eyes. And the endless chains changed from the original random attack trajectory to a traceable attack method in his eyes. While strolling in the garden, Mu Bai continued to move towards the old man along the gaps in the ancient chains. With powerful fruits, extraordinary attack methods, and now the use of super high observation haki, the experienced old man rarely looked serious. With his eyesight, he had roughly guessed the other party's bone age. The person who could make the person who obtained the secret treasure of Shura God Emperor Demon Tower so mobilize so many troops to imprison him must be extraordinary. Boy, your observation haki is very good. But although most of my abilities are blocked, I still have one ability that can hurt you. The slightly long-winded old man grinned, and controlled the dense ancient chains with his backhand to block Mu Bai's forward space at a faster speed and more fierce angle. At this moment, even Mu Bai, who had activated the short-term observation haki to predict the future, was shocked. He had no choice but to use the tremor fruit several times to repel the ancient chains. This was fine. But more importantly, Mu Bai discovered something unusual on the chains. The originally dark ancient chains were fading in color. The color of the ancient chains near him was actually getting darker, which meant that the pure black ancient chains he had seen before were all camouflage, and they were all covered with the old man's armament haki. Mu Bai didn't know how the other party trained such a large amount of armament haki. But at this moment, he was undoubtedly forced back by the other party to the direction close to the fog. And the sense of crisis accompanied by humid water vapor was also deepening. The other party wanted to force himself into the fog and be refined into blood. Extraordinary means. But it's a pity that you met me. In these countless years, the only thing I can use is the two-color haki. I have studied these two kinds of haki very deeply. Your fate is destined to be unable to escape. The old man, who seemed to have recovered some of his nature, rarely said a few words normally. The expression on his face was obviously different from the previous madness. Instead, he was a little more haggard and arrogant. Mu Bai sometimes really suspected that this person had schizophrenia after staying for a long time. Mu Bai, who was constantly forced back, finally stopped retreating when he was only a few dozen steps away from the drifting fog. You're talking to me about fate? Mu Bai, believe in the cycle of cause and effect and that man can conquer nature. But I don't believe in fate. After all, according to my original fate, I should have died in an orphanage. According to my original fate, I should not have been able to leave the northern borderland. According to my original fate, I was destined to be buried in the southern region. Unfortunately, I survived. Mu Bai, with his muscles tensed, instantly activated the second level of the 8 desolate prison body. With a steady tone, he successfully dodged the countless chain attacks that rolled in while speaking. His speed far exceeded the previous one, and he had seen through the trajectory and law of the opponent's armed color domineering operation. At this moment, he was like a fairy who was swimming against the current in the river without getting wet. The proud old man was stunned when he saw the scene. It seemed that many years ago, there was also a young man with a similar terrifying fighting talent. He killed through various major forces, and finally opened his own era on the tombstone of the God Emperor family. Can you see through my moves? Although they were far apart, Mu Bai could still hear them clearly. He kept dodging and approaching with an unchanged expression and replied softly, "Is this difficult?" After saying that, he condensed a vibration ball in his hand and blasted towards the 5th ancient chain that was vibrating in front of him. The most efficient means of fighting is to follow the opponent's attack pattern to find out the repetitiveness, and finally use it to achieve one's own goal. After using the tremor fruit, Mu Bai immediately pulled away and accelerated his pace in the gap. And the armament haki that had been accumulated on the chain that he shook also dissipated at this moment. The old man narrowed his eyes when he saw the scene. How did you see through my means? The chain attack that seemed to be a dead end was defeated at this moment. Without the smooth operation of armament haki, the old man could not control such a number of weapons to fight. Mu Bai was silent, and was too lazy to explain to the other party. When a person is imprisoned in a posture for a long time, even if he can continue to practice other means of attack, He will be limited by the environment and his own conditions. He may be accustomed to this limitation, but outsiders can easily break it as long as they think carefully. Seeing that Mubai had turned into a flame and rushed over, the old man's face turned cold and immediately broke his own balance and rolled into the fog behind him with a chain. It's better for me to go first. You wait until you are swallowed by the mist and turned into blood. The grinning old man disappeared from Mubai's sight like a rolling tree trunk. From the beginning, Mubai discovered a sound similar to a human heartbeat. But this heartbeat was not emitted by a certain life form, but from the entire sea cliff world wrapped in mist. The dense sound seemed to be tied to a certain rhythm. As the humidity in this space became more and more serious, his skin was undergoing an inexplicable decay. If you look closely, you can really find a trace of candle melting. Mubai, who was shocked, raised his head and looked at the gradually approaching mist. But he slowly opened his pale golden eyes. A desolate prison body. Void chain open. Towards the direction where the old man left. Mubai immediately activated the chain ability of the second layer of the 8 desolate prison body. But his void chain was different from the eternal chain that imprisoned the old man. It was a product between entity and illusion. Since I can't enter the mist, let the void chain replace me. The old man, who had completely rolled into the depths of the fog, also showed signs of melting all over his body. But this symptom was very mild. In addition to the fact that his body had been trained to have some resistance, the main reason why he could still live and not be refined was that the eternal chains made of special materials were protecting him. The old man who escaped from Mubai's claw did not show too much happiness. The time and loneliness that seemed to be frozen in the endless fog had already driven him crazy. When he was alone, he couldn't help but think of the free time. Ashura, Shura, you don't let me live or die. There is no vicious person like you in the heavens and the earth. The magic tower, one of Shura's secret treasures, has been restarted. It seems that you are not here. Even if I go out, who can I seek revenge on? The old man, lying on the ground like a dead body, was about to sigh a few words when the chains flashing with wild red light in the fog had already pierced his body and entangled him together. Huh? The old man, who was forcibly dragged out, rolled more than 10 times and immediately saw Mubai, who was looking down at him. Wait! When the old man was about to explain the dangers of the fog to Mubai, the violent Mubai in his physical form had already swung hundreds of vibrating iron fists and smashed them down, attacking his face like a storm. The old man's face was smashed into the ground 1 meter away. This space was really strange, as if it had a strong ability to withstand pressure. In the normal world, a place with a radius of 30,000 meters would have been smashed by Mubai. But here there was only a simple small pit. When the 10,000 punch was thrown, Mubai immediately activated his devouring and biting ability based on the wound on the opponent's face. The old man, who was dizzy from the blow, stretched out his left hand tremblingly and wanted to give a middle finger. But unexpectedly, the Taishu divine fire burned under Mubai's feet, and he stepped on the old man's hand with the help of the high-temperature divine fire. Crack! A crisp bone fracture sounded. The swallowing and biting ability that was ready was immediately activated. The old man, who couldn't dodge, was immediately shot in the head. The opponent's blood dripped onto the beach along the eternal chain. After killing the opponent, Mubai had no time to care about the fog that was less than 50 meters away from him. At this moment, he placed his right hand on the opponent's chest and pressed it hard. Emperor's creation. It can consume the host's swallowing points to evolve a new life form. The evolved life form will completely obey the host's orders. The host can also strengthen its various abilities by continuing to consume swallowing points. It takes 98% of the swallowing points to transform the Juegu Elder. Do you want to perform the Emperor's transformation? Sure enough, it can. Mubai, who was very excited, had a plan after confirming that the new skill of the Emperor's divine body had the function of transforming the dead. He wanted to use the body of the Juegu Elder to transform it into an Emperor's creation that obeyed his orders. Confirm the transformation. After receiving Mubai's order, the Emperor's divine body transformation began immediately. I saw that the Juegu Elder was wrapped in red light. And then the wounds and the damaged parts gradually grew a new body. At the extremely fast speed, Mubai also faintly felt the feeling of connection. The area covered by the mist was still expanding, and there was only a dozen meters left for Mubai. The Dian creature, which was constantly transformed and emitting red light, suddenly woke up after 2 long breaths. And the appearance of this Juegu Elder also changed. The ragged old beggar seemed to have disappeared, and was replaced by a middle-aged man with long hair. Although he was not handsome, the arrogance between his eyebrows was the same as before. Mubai also received new information at this moment. But he obviously had no time to check it at this moment, because the mist was less than 5 meters away from him. The Jugu elder, who woke up, immediately shouted to Mubai, "Master, I hope you will forgive me for the offense just now. Do you have a way to take me out of this sea cliff space?" Mubai asked quickly and wanted to get a definite answer. Otherwise he would be refined into blood by the mist later. Yes. When the eternal chain was created by Shura God Emperor, it was specially designed with a chain. As long as the eternal chain is broken, this space will naturally collapse. And the magic tower will also have a loophole. But what? Tell me quickly. Mubai already felt his skin dissolving slightly at this moment. And seeing that the other party was still hesitant, he immediately urged him coldly. The ancient elder, who had regained his youthful appearance, immediately explained. This eternal chain is made of imperial metal. Even a strong man in the Sun Wheel realm cannot break it without special means. Therefore, with the master's current strength, it is probably impossible to hurt the eternal chain. Such a heart-wrenching answer did not make Mubai too panic. It is absolutely undesirable to panic when encountering difficulties or tests. With a calm expression, he turned around and activated the White Taishu Divine Fire, an upgraded version of the Golden Crow Divine Fire, to ignite the ancient chain in front of him. The hot burning sound ignited the void, and the white divine fire in the sky rose up like a white dragon that escaped from the abyss, biting the gray chain tightly in the mist with the most ruthless posture. Bang! 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 Under the intense scorching, the ancient chain began to deform slightly. At this speed, it would take a day and a night to melt even a section of the chain. Mubai, who had only tasted it briefly, immediately activated the devouring and biting ability of Tao Tai, gathered his smile, and bit the connection of the chain with his mouth. Under the extreme collision sound, the eternal chain really began to crack. Seeing this, the old man Juegu was even more excited than Mubai. He didn't know how long he had been imprisoned by this broken thing. Now if Mubai could really give himself freedom and let himself escape, he would definitely be grateful even if he was not an emperor's creation. Master, refining has begun. According to your current apostle-level Dark Star realm, I'm afraid it won't last for a minute. At this moment, the fog has enveloped the entire highest space. This piece of space, intercepted from the Dark Star world by the Shura God Emperor with a tactical method, is emitting a dangerous atmosphere, refining everything in the fog. This kind of refining is naturally not affected by any resistance. To some extent, it is more like the regular power of the devil fruit. You can only delay or reduce it. The treacherous fog was accompanied by the violent heartbeat of the whole world. This danger that could have stimulated people's adrenaline was driven away by the warmth that occasionally interspersed in the fog. This gradually rising warmth was turning into a steaming high temperature. This high temperature was a scorching heat wave that could not be reduced by Mubai's transformation into the form of the great sun Golden Crow. Hurry up! How could Mubai, who had no intention of answering, not know the danger at this moment? His super physique in the divine body state at this moment could not stop the refining rules of the whole world. If he did not speed up the speed of breaking the eternal chain under the boiling frog, he would inevitably die. I don't want to be buried in such a rotten place. Vibrate! Shatter the world. Under the sound of thunder-like explosion, Mubai, who continuously compressed the vibration origin to the extreme, panted and suddenly smashed the vibration origin where the gluttonous trolls devoured and bit. Layers of vibration shock waves repeatedly vibrated like they were free. This kind of vibration continued to superimpose and became a more terrifying resonance. Under the escalating vibrations, the cracks that were devoured and bitten expanded rapidly. The mist behind him was refining more and more terrifyingly. Under the extremely high temperature, Mubai's skin had melted like a burning and dripping candle. But even so, Mubai's actions did not stop. In order to keep himself awake, he directly penetrated his skin with his hands and injected the Golden Crow Divine Fire into his chest to repair his melted body. This scene made Elder Juega feel a little horrified. He had seen people being cruel to him, but he had never seen someone so cruel. Time. Time. Time again. What Mubai needed now was time. Mubai, whose body was gradually melting, finally broke the node of the eternal chain just before the mist turned into a furnace of heaven and earth. With the breaking of a chain, the refining ability of the heaven and earth suddenly weakened a bit. But what Elder Juegu did not expect was that even if the eternal chain broke, they still could not find a way to leave. You've been deceived. Mubai, who barely supported his body, said in a deep voice. At this moment, Elder Juegu had become a life form created by Emperor Yin. and he would be loyal to him without reservation, since the other party believed that he could get out by cutting off a chain. It must be what the Shura God Emperor said when he imprisoned him. Elder Juegu, who was a little dazed, then had a bitter smile on his face. He should have thought of it earlier. How could the other party's casual words be true? But it's not a complete deception. It seems that every time an ancient chain is cut off, the refining ability of this magic tower will be weakened. If all the chains are cut off, there may be a way to leave. Using the remaining dark star power in his body, Mubai began to repair his body. Ordinary people will inevitably turn into blood in this secondary refining. But who is Mubai? After opening the second level of the 8 desolate prison body, he is best at sealing ability. He can not only seal outsiders, but also seal his own body to a certain extent to weaken his refining ability. In this period of growth and decline, he has enough time to slowly adjust his state and gradually solve the troubles here. My lord, you are right. But there are 3,000 ancient chains here. If you cut them one by one, it will probably waste a lot of time. Let me go first. I can use the fruit ability to reduce your physical consumption. Hearing this, Mubai curiously clicked on the system prompt that had not been opened just now. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first Emperor Yin creation. Ding dong. Emperor Yin creation panel is updating. Update completed. Open the panel of Emperor Yin's creation name. Wang Shangtian, Elder Juegu, Realm. Sunwheel Realm. Current state is that the realm is automatically reduced by 2 levels when it has just undergone the transformation of Emperor Yin. And the current realm is Star Wheel Realm. Fruit. Superman Series Retrospection Fruit Status. Currently in the permanent state of Emperor Yin's creation, Emperor Yin's derivative is 100% loyal to the creator, and cannot be changed or transformed. Attributes. Mubai was not too surprised after looking at the other party's panel data. The person who could be imprisoned by Shura God Emperor until now must not be an ordinary person. So he was not surprised that Elder Juegu originally had the Sun Wheel Realm. But after seeing the name of the other party's fruit, he was really a little surprised. Superman Series Retrospection Fruit. He had encountered this fruit on the Devil Fruit version of Blue Star, and he vaguely remembered the supernatural power of this fruit. The user of the Retrospection Fruit ability can retrospect his own physical strength, which is infinite physical strength to a certain extent. The user of the Rewind Fruit can rewind his own injuries. If used properly, it is equivalent to having an unlimited blood recovery pack. However, this kind of rewinding seems to be limited by time nodes. That is, there is a time interval for rewinding one's own time, and it cannot be rewinded beyond the time interval. This level of rewinding fruit does not seem to be able to cause harm to Shura God Emperor. Right? Unless the fruit awakens. However, it seems that the panel of Juegu Elder did not indicate that his superhuman retrospective fruit has awakened. As if seeing Mubai's doubts, Juegu Elder hurriedly said respectfully, "Report to the Lord. I am Juegu Elder, and not Juegu Elder. To be more precise, I am actually an Emperor's creation born from Juegu Elder's body, so I will only inherit some of his memories and abilities. And the same is true for the fruit ability. So that's it." Mubai, who was certain in his heart, remembered the previous prompt of the Eternal System and hurriedly asked, "In other words, you inherited only his devil fruit before awakening?" I remember that the Eternal System prompted me that the Emperor's creation can be strengthened by swallowing points. And the awakening progress of the fruit can also be strengthened? In Mubai's eyes, the greatest value of this Juegu Elder is his original Sun Wheel Realm, and the rest is the devil fruit. Now that Juegu Elder, who has just become an Emperor's creation, cannot recover in a short time, the awakened superhuman retrospective fruit is undoubtedly extremely important in this case. Mubai suspected that the other party's fruit awakening ability can completely decompose these tough eternal chains into raw materials. Hearing the words of the creator who created him, Elder Juegu nodded quickly. Absolutely. As long as the master has enough points, he can strengthen any of my abilities. But it seems that the amount of swallowing points required to strengthen similar fruits to awaken is quite huge. Huge amount? After opening the system to check the swallowing points required to awaken the Emperor Yin creation fruit, Mubai's eyes almost went black. It takes a full 1 million swallowing points. You know, he swallowed so many swallowing points in the deep sea of the South region a few days ago, but only a few hundred swallowing points. This 1 million swallowing points is definitely not what he can take out at this moment. Facing the fog in the sky that was a little lighter than before, Mubai could only continue to repeat the previous actions and began to cut off the eternal chains that sealed and wrapped around Elder Juegu. Boom! Lord, be gentle. The chains wrapped around me have grown into my flesh. Barrett, do you want freedom or continue to be imprisoned here? I understand this. But the pain of this backtracking fruit is 10 times greater. If you pull the chain here, the pain transmitted to me is no less than being burned to death. Mubai frowned and understood. This tenfold increase in pain is indeed too terrible. If it were him, it would be difficult to bear it. But what does all this have to do with him? Barrett. After that, Mubai's vibrating iron fist and the screams of the ancient elder like a pig being slaughtered continue to echo in this space. Outside world, there are many islands in the south region, so the maritime trade is extremely developed. While the east region is also developed because of its vast land and rich rare metals and many precious resources. Among the many regions, only the west region is the most mediocre. The steep terrain in the western regions is mostly volcanic and wasteland. The mineral resources in the entire territory are single and mainly rely on the introduction of foreign mineral resources. Only redstone mines are relatively profitable and are considered a specialty of the western regions. Redstone is relatively scarce, and the forces that can occupy the redstone mines are also extraordinary. Most of the top forces in the western regions are related to Buddhism. Solong Temple is one of them. The monk who was giving a lecture in the quiet Buddhist hall looked around and frowned slightly, because he found that the usually well-behaved disciple Jingchen did not come to listen to the Buddhist class. This was very unusual. You know, he was the most Buddhist disciple among this batch of new disciples. Why today? Does anyone know where Jingchen went? The disciples in the noisy Buddhist hall looked at each other. Seeing this, the monk who was giving the lecture had to stop teaching and lightly pushed open the wooden door and flew into the air. After checking the observation hockey, he saw that there was no one nearby and immediately went to Solong Mountain farther away. The disciples were very excited to see that this monk had such a method. Most of them were teenagers who had not yet come into contact with the cultivation system and the devil fruit. So they couldn't help but get excited when they saw this kind of fairy method of flying in the clouds for the first time. When the monk searched along the Longshan Mountain, in an inconspicuous bush, a young man covered with talismans was strangling a young monk's throat tightly, as if he was mocking someone. Jiang Shutian did not kill the young monk directly, but stared at him coldly until he suffocated to death. The young man with the blood of the Jiang family brought from the border of the southern region beside him clenched his fists and looked at the scene with some reluctance. Jiang Yang, if you think I am cruel, you should look more carefully. You have the same blood as me, which means you are destined to be different from ordinary people. Others have not awakened their family's natural constitution. But you are different. You are a real genius. Jiang Shutian spoke very slowly, with a steady and magnetic voice. This voice was extremely inconsistent with his appearance. If you ignore the young monk who had suffocated to death in his hand, it would be like an elegant gentleman teaching the younger generation some knowledge of how to behave in the world. What on earth are you going to do? I don't know anything you said. I just want to go home. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yang had seen the other party's methods with his own eyes, so he didn't dare to say anything to anger the other party at this moment. Instead, he showed a submissive look, just to make the other party feel annoyed until he let him go. He didn't know whether his adoptive parents in the south region were dead or alive, so how could he not be anxious to go back? After throwing the dead little monk aside, Jiang Shutian pointed at the corpse on the ground and said with a smile, "Of course you can. But you have to listen to my arrangements. Put on his clothes now." Unsure, Jiang Yang could only wear the dead monk's robe despite the discomfort. But because of his slightly burly figure, he looked a little out of place in this dress. This dress is really too small. Before he could complain, Jiang Shutian had already stepped forward and waved his sleeves. A burst of light came, and Jiang Yang felt dizzy. His body was still alive, but his spirit and soul seemed to have drifted to the sky and wandered in the sky. Watch this tower. I want you to enter the Solong Temple and get the heavenly dragon pestle for me within half a month. This is a test. If you can do it, I will let you go. A voice was deeply imprinted in his heart. It was what Jiang Shutian said. When Jiang Yang came to his senses, Jiang Shutian had disappeared, and standing in front of him was actually a monk. Judging from his clothes and age, he was obviously a formal monk of the Solong Temple. Jingchen, what are you doing here? The monk frowned slightly. He saw that Jingchen was dirty, and thought that he couldn't stand the exposure in the temple, and came to play for the first time. He was a little annoyed. But then he spit out this foul breath. Jiang Yang, who didn't know why, was stunned, because he saw his current appearance from the bronze mirror on the other party. That was clearly the little monk killed by the devil Jiang Shutian. Seeing that the stripped body was gone, Jiang Yang could only nod helplessly, and admit that he was the young monk Jingchen from the Dragon Temple. The young monk was relieved to see that Jingchen was fine, and then calmly told the punishment, which was to face the wall and fetch water during the day. Do you have any objections? No. After watching Jiang Yang being taken away by the monks on the upper level of Yunding, Jiang Shutian turned his head and looked towards the southeast of the western region, where the Great Lane Temple was located. In order to open the Shura Ancient Temple in the western region, he also needed a treasure there as a carrier. Just as he was about to break through the air and leave, the void exploded. A simple Buddha light came through thousands of mountains in the twisted space. The night seemed to be briefly dispelled at this moment. Jiang Shutian, who squinted his eyes, dared not stay, and quickly activated the Shura Phantom to delay time. He never thought that the Shura Phantom, which was as high as a kilometer, would disintegrate in an instant under the Buddha light. This was the ability of the black vortex fruit hidden in the Buddha light. What kind of person is Jiang Shutian, who has recovered some of his ancient memories? He immediately recognized that this is the legendary dark fruit. I just arrived in the western regions. How could I alarm such a person to attack? There is no time to be surprised. Jiang Shutian, who is facing the vortex created by the Buddha's light and the dark fruit, put his palms together at this moment, and the talismans twisted all over his body are running like water at this moment. Rebirth in paradise. Reverse life and death. Solution. Jiang Shutian, who is running the rebirth in paradise divine body, strikes out across the air. He saw that the person who attacked him now had not arrived here, so he reversed the two attacks with the divine body skills in a flash. As his face turned pale, the two attacks gradually dissipated in the void. Go! Jiang Shutian, who left in an instant, quickly disappeared into the night. 15 seconds after he left, a young man in a holy white monk's robe came here. A little red cinnabar on his forehead made his handsome face more worldly. Just standing here, the flowers, plants and trees around him naturally rendered a faint golden halo. Following behind him was an old man in a monk's robe. But compared with the young man, the other's gray monk's robe looked ordinary. Do you need me to help? That person is already far away. As the protector of the Buddhist, the old monk also reminded him very politely. Amitabha, don't bother you to help. I heard the Saint Master say last night that saving evil people will eventually be rewarded, and saving ancient remnants like him will be immeasurable. If I don't personally save him, it won't count as good deeds. The gentle Buddhist said softly. His tone was very gentle, and he was very polite to the protector. But in his gentle and sincere eyes, people often don't feel relaxed, but instead feel turbid. I understand. As a protector, the old monk's realm is naturally a strong man in the Sunwheel realm. But he is also very respectful in front of the Buddha. After hearing what the other party meant, he naturally shut up. Don't worry. The Saint Master said that if this person escapes, he will definitely go to the Great Lane Temple. We just need to return to the original route and wait for him. When the Buddha mentioned the word Saint Master, the old monk also had a complicated expression. Their Great Lane Temple has never been quiet since it was taken over by the Buddhist Saint Master, the Peacock King. Those vulgar and wooden-headed temple leaders are fine. But I didn't expect that the Buddhist disciples, who are knowledgeable and well-read in many ancient Buddhist scriptures, would also respect it so much. He seemed to have noticed the worries of this guardian of his own family. The Buddhist disciple smiled calmly and said, Times have changed. Our Great Lane Temple cannot be blinded by a single leaf and leave the new era. If the main world Buddhism is prosperous under the leadership of the Peacock King, it will be fine. If it continues to decline, it can only mean that the other party is not a real saint. Before his guardian could be stunned, the Buddhist disciple had already transformed into a white auspicious cloud and disappeared in the night sky. Jiang Shutian, who thought he had shaken off the pursuers behind him, just arrived at a mountaintop and wanted to rest for a while. But he suddenly found that a large abnormal white auspicious cloud surpassed him and left after wandering for a few circles. The auspicious cloud is the Buddhist disciple of the Great Lane Temple on the Tianji Pavilion youth ranking. With a stern look, he had used the body of the rebirth paradise to suppress his breath into the appearance of a dead man. So he was not afraid that the other party would be able to search for him. You know, this concealed method of his can easily dodge even if he encounters an ordinary Sun-Wheel Realm strongman. The other party has the natural union fruit. But the black light just now can so easily break my Shura Phantom, which obviously proves that he has the dark fruit. I didn't expect that I would meet a double fruit ability user besides Mu Bai. Jiang Shutian, who has a photographic memory, fell into deep thought after whispering the other party's information. He really didn't dare to say that he could defeat the other party at this moment. After all, He had not opened several Shura ancient temples, and had not recovered his original realm in memory. This Buddhist disciple of the Great Lane Temple obviously knew that I was coming a long time ago. So he was squatting near the Songlong Temple. Could it be that the new leader of the Great Lane Temple was calculating me? Jiang Shutian, who felt a little headache, exhaled helplessly. No matter whether the other party was a conspiracy or an open conspiracy, he had to go to the Great Lane Temple this time. While Jiang Shutian was worried, Mu Bai, who was in the magic tower, had already untied the chains on the whole body of Juegu Elder. At this moment, the two of them had a clear division of labor. Mu Bai was responsible for using his ability to continuously break all the eternal chains present, while Juegu Elder was responsible for using his unawakened ability to rewind Mu Bai's physical strength to the peak time. In this timeless space, Mu Bai's biological clock had long been confused. One day had passed, or a week, or a month? He could no longer remember. The only obvious change in the entire Haya space was the continuous reduction of the refining mist in the void. Master, can you still hold on? Do you want to rest for a while? Juegu Elder, who pressed his hands on Mu Bai's back to help him rewind his physical strength and the power of the Dark Star, was already exhausted. There were actually some more wrinkles on his face, which had become younger. Squeak! After using the Jinjin fruit to cut off the chains in front of him, Mu Bai's body did not feel tired, but his whole mind had long been numb. Hurry up. The sooner you can get out, the better. After gritting his teeth, Mu Bai immediately started a new round of work. It was in this repetitive cycle that the two of them almost walked all over the beach, when they saw that there was only one eternal chain left in front of them. The ancient master was so tired that he collapsed on the ground and twitched. Mu Bai's upper body was naked, and his streamlined body was covered with sweat. He was already exhausted to the extreme, but he did not relax at all. After holding the last chain, he gathered the vibration origin with both hands and immediately started a new round of resonance. Half a month later, Jiang Yang, who gradually became familiar with the life in Songlong Temple, was still a little confused, but he did not dare to show it, so he had to reduce his presence. He knew the importance of the Tianlong Jiangmo pestle mentioned by Jiang Shutian through indirect inquiries. In Songlong Temple, the Tianlong Jiangmo pestle, which is full of Buddhist meaning, will only be taken out for symbolic opening when large-scale events are held. At other times, the Tianlong Jiangmo pestle will be stored in a secret room and strictly guarded. Jiang Yang suspected that Jiang Shutian, who claimed to be his ancestor, was playing tricks on him. How could an ordinary person, who didn't even know how to practice, steal the treasure from the strictly guarded Songlong Temple? This approach is tantamount to sending himself to death. But if he didn't obey the other party's orders, he would probably die miserably. Right? He would never forget the scene of Jiang Shutian summoning the Shura Temple to destroy the city. If he didn't act according to the other party's instructions, he might implicate many innocent people even if he could survive by chance? After thinking about it, the kind-hearted Jiang Yang decided to take a gamble. Geo brother Jingchen, the lecturer is about to start explaining the Buddhist scriptures. Are you going to attend the class? Seeing Jiang Yang in a daze in front of the water tank, the kind monk smiled and reminded him. Thank you for reminding me. I almost forgot. The monks in front of the Buddhist temple were explaining the scriptures. The steady voice seemed to have the ability to hypnotize the young monks, who were not very advanced in cultivation, and made them drowsy. There are different opinions about the time limit of the 3 periods. Some say that after the Buddha's death, the Dharma lasts for 5 million years, and the Dharma image lasts for 10 million years. Some say that after the Dharma and the Dharma image lasts for 10 million years, it is the Dharma ending period. After this period lasts for 1 million years, the Dharma will be extinguished. Some say that the Dharma lasts for 10 million years, and the Dharma image and the Dharma ending period lasts for 50 million years each. However, looking at the theories of various sutras and treatises, most of them say that the Dharma ending period lasts for 1 million years. This is what Buddhists call the Dharma ending period. In the Dharma ending period, people who explain the true meaning of the Buddhist scriptures will gradually disappear, and in their place, fools and treacherous people will rise to the top of Buddhism to explain the Buddhist scriptures. They misinterpret the original meaning of the Buddhist scriptures and teach the distorted Buddhist sound to the people of the world. At that time, people's hearts will give rise to demons, and various problems will arise in society. Today's question is how to view the Dharma ending period recorded in Buddhism. The solemn monk saw that Jingchen was absent-minded and changed the subject. Jingchen, what do you think of the Dharma ending age? If you and I were in this age right now, what would we do? Jiang Yang, who had come to his senses, stood up quickly. He could not understand the other party's classical Chinese, but he had heard of the legend of the Dharma ending age in Buddhism in the southern region. Reporting to the master, I think Buddhist disciples do not need to worry about the Dharma ending age. Jiang Yang's words made the other monks tremble all over. How terrifying is the Dharma ending age in Buddhism? Jingchen actually said that such a catastrophe is not to be worried about. This is simply ridiculous. With the character of this lecturer monk, he must have scolded him on the spot. Right? The monk nodded slightly, and then continued to ask, what do you think? Seeing that the other party was not angry, Jiang Yang continued to follow his heart and said, I have heard that there are creatures called emperor whales in the sea water of the southern region. They are huge, and the creatures they devour every day are incalculable. When the population of this creature gradually grows, it will squeeze the living space of other creatures. But when the whale group is the strongest, it is also the most dangerous time for them. These whales, unaware of their decline from their peak, can only become nutrients for other creatures in the ocean. This repetitive state fits the meaning of the cycle. I think the same is true for the Dharma ending age. The seemingly most dangerous era often represents new life and infinite possibilities. The monk was a little surprised. Although the other party's description seemed simple, the meaning was very clear. While others were still concerned about their own safety through the legend of the Buddhist Dharma ending age, the other party had already jumped out of this framework and saw the laws of the universe from a big picture and long-term perspective. Well said. This verse says that the life that Buddha sees is impermanent and endless. Just like the water in the river, which keeps changing. Death is inevitable. As the Sutra of the Great Buddha's Head and the Vajra says, beginning and end complement each other. Birth and death follow each other. Life and death. Death and life. Life and death. Like a spinning wheel of fire. Without rest. Jingchen, you are very insightful. If you go deep into Buddhism, you may be able to have sudden enlightenment in the future. This extremely high evaluation immediately attracted the attention of others. Some envied and admired, but more were jealous, especially those young monks in the same group as him, most of whom were somewhat disdainful. Feeling these hot gazes, Jiang Yang hurriedly held his breath and concentrated, and after a long time, he humbly said, how can a stupid disciple understand the wisdom of Buddha? I only wish that the ancient Buddha will always accompany me in this life. The lecture ended under the admiring gaze of the monks. Jiang Yang, who had just returned to the guest room, hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had just attracted some attention, which was not a good thing. You know, he is still wearing the appearance of the little monk Jingchen. If someone close to him finds out, it will be troublesome. Too much talk will lead to mistakes. It was me who said too much. Jiang Yang, who was talking to himself, just lay back on the bed and felt a little sad when his chest suddenly felt hot. Before he could come to his senses, the magic tower that Jiang Shutian gave him before leaving actually rolled out, and then disintegrated bit by bit. When the magic tower was scattered into pieces on the ground, two figures were also thrown out. Jiang Yang only felt a flash in front of his eyes. A middle-aged man who exuded a strange smell and looked very tired had already pressed him on the bed. I'm finally out. How do you deal with this man? Sir? Is he the successor of Shura God Emperor? How can he be an ordinary person without cultivation? Excited, Juegu Elder felt numb all over. This taste of freedom was so refreshing. It was like being immersed in volcanic magma 1 second and coming to the snowy mountain the next. Who are you? Jiang Yang, whose arms were pressed, felt unbearable pain. Perhaps because Juegu Elder was too excited. The strength of his hands was so great that the bones of Jiang Yang's arms made a slight crisp sound. Mu Bai, who had just changed his clothes, ignored the other party, but lightly snapped his fingers to activate the observation hockey to search the nearby area. Did he leave? It's not him. The owner of the Shura God Emperor's magic tower is another person. Mu Bai, who said in a deep voice, was about to turn around and push the door to leave. But when he was about to walk out, he suddenly turned back. He just felt that the appearance of the young man in front of him was a little familiar. Jiang Yang, who had fallen to the ground, saw a figure approaching him with big strides. The other person stretched out his hand and pulled him up like a chicken. Mu Bai, who was wearing a black suit with gold trim, looked a little more fierce. He glanced at Jiang Yang's face and said, You are the young man that Jiang Shiqian held under his arm that day. What is your relationship with him? Why is the magic tower in your arms? Even without releasing the domineering aura, Mu Bai's pressure was enough to make Jiang Yang pale. His face flushed as he tried to break free from Mu Bai's right hand. But no matter how he slapped, he couldn't make the other's wrist loosen at all. He is actually an ordinary person. With the ability of an ordinary person, he definitely can't activate the magic tower. Elder Juegu wiped his nose and looked a little bored. After being suppressed for so many years, what he wanted to do most at this moment was to travel freely in the world. So he was a little impatient when he saw Mu Bai still questioning this ordinary person. Mu Bai glanced at the other party, and a look made Elder Juegu shudder immediately. It seems that although the dying creation completely obeys his orders, it still has its own characteristics in behavior and consciousness. Wait! Don't kill me! My name is Jiang Yang. Jiang Shutian knocked me out from the south region and brought me here. I remember you. You fought with him. Only after hearing this did Mu Bai release the other's neck. Without waiting for the other to catch his breath, he frowned again and asked, "Why did that old monster take you away?" He said, "I have the blood of their Jiang family, and that I am a descendant of the ancient Jiang family." Cough cough. Coughing, Jiang Yang said hurriedly. The severe pain in his throat made him too uncomfortable. "Did he leave with you?" I don't know. He changed my appearance and asked me to steal the treasure of the Dragon Temple. The Heavenly Dragon Pestle. Mu Bai's expression moved slightly as he withdrew his hand. He could feel that the young man named Jiang Yang was not respectful to Jiang Shutian in his tone. It seemed that the relationship between the two was not very good. Moreover, this Jiang Yang was obviously dissatisfied with the task assigned to him by the other party so easily. If Jiang Shutian, who gradually recovered his memory, intended to help his family's descendants, Mu Bai thought it was possible. But it was hard to understand that he would throw his descendants to such a dangerous place as the western regions. Unless Jiang Shutian had a place to use Jiang Yang. Jiang Shutian was a person who fought for destiny with the Shura God Emperor 100,000 years ago. No one who can get to this point is a good person. You might as well pray that you can live longer under his hands if you expect him, who has lost his memory, to help you. Jiang Yang clenched his fists when he heard Mu Bai's knock. He naturally knew that Jiang Shutian had no good intentions. But in his current situation, he might be tortured to death even if he did not follow the other party's orders, let alone escape. Jiang Yang staggered to his feet and looked at the two people in front of him and said bitterly, "Of course, I don't want to be under his control. But my ability is weak, and if I don't obey him, I will die." Hee. Interesting. I thought it was Jiang Shutian who was famous back then. He actually came to this era. It seems that the battle for destiny is getting more and more interesting. My lord. In my opinion, the Peacock King and other big guys have appeared one after another. The competition for the emperor of this generation must be unprecedentedly fierce. Should we endure for an era? Since escaping from the magic tower, the old man Jugu has become more talkative, which makes Mu Bai a little confused about whether he is holding it back. Shut up. Hearing the master scolding the old man, Jugu immediately shut up. Seeing that the two of them were still talking, he simply sat down cross-legged and resumed the operation of the Star Meridians. Since he was free, he must return to the Sunwheel Realm as soon as possible. Since you are determined to escape from his control, I can help you. How about joining my army? Mu Bai said softly with a smile. Okay. But I don't know anything. Thinking of Jiang Shutian's methods these days, Jiang Yang felt that he would dare to go even to H.L. You just need to follow my arrangements. Jugu. We should leave. But it seems that some people are unwilling to let us go. Mu Bai looked outside the wooden door with a stern look, and saw 3 old monks in the Star Wheel Realm, and the Moon Wheel Realm waiting for a long time through the gap. These 4 people are obviously well prepared. The head of the Moon Wheel Realm, the old abbot of the Dragon Temple, is holding a very extraordinary demon pestle. The Buddha's meaning is bright on the surface, and the halo running on it can make people seem to hear the rolling Buddha's sound. Such a treasure is not the dragon demon pestle of the Dragon Temple. Amitabha. I don't know what the 3 donors are doing in hiding their identities and entering the Dragon Temple. The old abbot caused the surrounding Buddha statues to tremble slightly as soon as he opened his mouth. Obviously, he has extremely profound Buddhist skills. Mu Bai, who was standing behind the wooden door, was too lazy to hide when he saw that the other party had discovered him. He pushed the wooden door open and walked out with big strides. I am Mu Bai, the king of Zhongzhou. I accidentally entered Songlong Temple due to some reasons. I hope this abbot will let the 3 of us leave. Mu Bai, the king of Zhongzhou. As soon as these words came out, the faces of several monks changed slightly. They had naturally heard of the previous rumors. The rumors that the Yu Emperor, who was known as the first genius of Zhongzhou, personally killed the other party across several realms were very popular half a year ago. Now that the other party is safe and sound, it is obvious that the rumors are false. Or Mu Bai avoided the Yu Emperor by faking his death. But no matter which direction it is, people of this level of power are not something that Songlong Temple can provoke. Abbot, the old monk in the Xingluan realm next to him, was obviously a little reluctant. After all, everyone knew that the one standing behind the Yu Emperor was the greedy Wolf Star Lord. And the one standing behind Mu Bai was the Purple Star Lord. People of this level are top level even among the Sunwheel Realm Masters. It's fine if Mu Bai wants to kill or cut him. But if he doesn't give Ziwei Xingji face, he will undoubtedly be asking for trouble. The abbot of Songlong Temple, who looked directly into Mu Bai's eyes, smiled indifferently, as if he didn't hear Mu Bai's self-introduction and said, "I don't care where you come from. And I don't care where you go. Since you guys have mistakenly entered our temple, it seems not too much to let me check the storage bags on you." Body search? Mu Bai suddenly laughed. Elder Jugu also laughed. Just when the people behind the abbot really thought that Mu Bai was going to give up resistance, a black flash came. At an astonishing speed, the black light pressed the strongest monk in the Star Wheel Realm directly to the ground. Under the terrifying force, the heavy stone bricks broke like tofu. The other monks in the Star Wheel Realm were about to take action when a clock shadow in the air quickly flowed back. They took a step forward but retracted their feet. If it weren't for the shadows above their heads flowing backwards, others would have thought they retracted their feet by themselves. It's a time-based ability user. Everyone be careful. The old monk with bulging veins felt his scalp tingling. The black shadow, that was not blocked by anyone not far away, also stopped. Such a thundering move was naturally Mu Bai, who slightly exerted his ability. What I hate most is being offended. Even if I destroyed Songlong Temple today, I think others will not have any objections. Mu Bai, with a smile on his face, casually picked up the monk in the Xingluan realm, who had fainted with blood on his face, and threw him aside. When this incredible thing really happened in front of everyone in Songlong Temple, it was undoubtedly extremely shocking to the soul to kill the Xingluan realm monk in the Xingluan realm across a major realm with a star domination realm. There is no doubt that the young man standing in front of the 4 monks of the Songlong Temple has the super strength to cross the realm and kill the strong men of the Star Wheel Realm. You are worthy of being a top-level genius feared by many people. In terms of physical skills alone, none of these young people present can match you. The abbot of the Songlong Temple, who was still in his old spirit, seemed to have anticipated this scene long ago, so he did not stop Mu Bai's thundering attack at all. But that's all. Mu Bai, I respect you as a person under the Purple Star Lord, so I still hope you can surrender, so that I won't use weapons and cause killing. The other party was shocked at first, and then calmed down. Obviously, he had a certain understanding of his strength, but not much. Mu Bai frowned slightly after observing carefully. He always felt that the abbot of the Songlong Temple seemed to have known his specific information a long time ago, and it was obvious that he deliberately wanted to keep him. Interesting. The old bald donkey actually said something about not using weapons? With your skills, can you interfere with my master? Let me try you first. A thunderous sound rose from the ground. Dozens of giant clock phantoms appeared behind the ancient elder at the same time, and the twisted clocks kept running backwards at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the surrounding ground bricks and stones were becoming younger at an astonishing speed. The traces of years and mosses on the bricks and stones disappeared very quickly, and the range covered by the clock phantoms was also expanding. This ability to effect the reversal of time in the outside world was unheard of by the monks present. Even the abbot, who was knowledgeable and well-informed in ancient and modern times, had never heard of it. Who was this person following Mu Bai? For a moment, a lot of speculations emerged in the abbot's mind, but thinking about it only brought him a silly laugh. Instead of guessing, it would be better to take down these 3 people directly, so that Mu Bai could plot safely. Insolent. A cold light emerged on the old face, and the abbot clenched his fingers, and a transparent halo quickly extended. In the abbot's hand, a heart-shaped illusory object was jumping rapidly. A leaf blinded the eyes. In a flash of fingers, Mu Bai and the other 2 who were shrouded in the halo felt something was wrong at the same time. I saw pink heart-shaped objects popping out of their bodies. The soul of Juegu Elder, who had not yet adapted to the operation of the power of the stars, immediately followed the heart and swam out. And the same was true for Jiangyang, who had no cultivation at all. Only Mu Bai, who was standing at the back, reacted. The other party obviously used the power of the devil fruit. Seeing this, he immediately activated the armed color domineering to cover his whole body. Sure enough, When the illusory heart-shaped object was about to rush out of Mu Bai's body, it was immediately extinguished by the armed color domineering. The heart-shaped objects of Juegu Elder and Jiang Yang turned around and rushed to another body. Jiang Yang's heart-soul flowed into Juegu Elder's chest, and Juegu Elder's heart-soul merged into Jiang Yang's chest. Hack! How did I become this waste? Brute ability? Jiang Yang looked at his hands with a distorted face, full of disgust. The Juegu Elder on the other side was also confused when he saw his slightly old hands. He just had a short stagnation of consciousness. How could he change his body directly? Soul exchange? Seeing the strange behavior of these two people, Mu Bai also guessed the method of the abbot of Songwang Temple. The other party's devil fruit is very likely the legendary devil fruit in One Piece comics. The superhuman surgery fruit. The eater of this fruit in the One Piece comics is Trafalgar Law. The user of the operation fruit can create a spherical or hemispherical space, in which anything can be cut, exchanged, or spliced at will, and even two minds can be exchanged. The life cut by the user with a knife will not die, and there will be no bleeding, and it will still be alive, but it will produce slight pain. Anything cut by the user of the operation fruit can be spliced together, which is fundamentally different from ordinary direct cutting with a knife. The attack of the operation fruit belongs to superpowers, not physical attacks, so it can attack the entity of the natural ability user without domineering. When using the ability of the operation fruit, the ability user's own physical strength will be consumed, and excessive and intense use will even consume life. Before Mu Bai came to the other world, he remembered that the operation fruit in the comics was coveted by various forces because it had the ability to give humans immortality. The world government once wanted to buy it for 5 billion Baileys. It can be said that this is a devil fruit that can be called against the sky. Oh! It seems that your attainment of armament hockey is not low. Then let me try your other abilities. The old abbot looked old, but his strong physique and the unused heavenly dragon pestle in his hand also brought him a sharp edge. At this moment, when he slowly raised his head, two white lights escaped from his eyes. The next second, the strong domineering hockey swept the world. The terrifying pressure was like a mountain range across the dragon temple. Unlike his old appearance, his domineering hockey seemed vigorous and had no sense of twilight. If I say you can't leave, you can't leave. Stay. The strengthened hockey, this time intentionally condensed on the heads of the three people. The pressure at this moment was undoubtedly magnified several times again. Jiang Yang, who occupied the body of the ancient elder, was pressed to kneel on one knee. The heavy bricks and stones under his feet were shattered. He felt a splitting headache, as if he was carrying two mountains on his shoulders. The ancient elder, who occupied Jiang Yang's body, was even worse. This civilian body could not support him to survive under such a level of domineering aura. Almost instantly, his breathing almost stopped, and he fell into a deep coma. If he waited a few more seconds, he would definitely die. Facing such a level of domineering aura, Mu Bai rarely showed a trace of excitement. He had not felt such a level of domineering aura in the main world for a long time. It can be said that the purity of the other party's domineering aura was the highest among the people he had seen so far. The abbot frowned slightly when he noticed the aura of Mu Bai. That's right. Release all the domineering aura, and let me see what level of aura a Moonwheel Realm expert can reach. When he said the last two words, Mu Bai, whose adrenaline surged, smiled and opened his hands to support the other two. And then he became even more violent. The more unscrupulous black and red halo fluctuated, and when the light golden light in Mu Bai's eyes disappeared, the black and red domineering aura rushed out like a storm. The strong brutality and ferocity were obviously different from Mu Bai's previous use of domineering aura, and he was naturally aware of this. Among the three types of devil fruits, the animal-type devil fruit has the greatest impact on people. The characteristics of animals often change some of the characters of the ability users. Of course, this change is only to a certain extent. For example, it makes people who are already irritable become more irritable, and makes people who are originally quiet become more fond of being alone. These characteristics will be fully demonstrated through the life and battle of the ability users. And the animal-type devil fruit can affect the host's personality, and naturally affect the host's other abilities, such as the domineering color domineering, Mu Bai's black and red violent domineering color domineering, and the abbot's white king domineering color collided at the same time. The agitated vibration has already torn the sea of clouds in the nearby sky. The several Xingluan realm monks standing next to them are a little unstable. But when they saw that the abbot's domineering color domineering was actually blocked by Mu Bai, they could not hide their shock. You are such a monster. How come I can sense the meaning of two kinds of beasts in your domineering aura? The abbot of Songlong Temple, who continued to increase the upper limit of his own spirit, seemed to want to kill Mu Bai's arrogance with his domineering aura. At this moment, the domineering aura wave on his side was almost like a boiling sea of fire, and no one could get close to it. Several monks in the Star Wheel realm quickly retreated dozens of meters before they felt relieved. Hearing the other party's question, Mu Bai smiled and said, "Don't you Buddhists have a proverb that the appearance is determined by the heart? Since you can see the meaning of two kinds of beasts in my domineering aura, doesn't this indirectly show that you are a beast?" Although he said so, Mu Bai also admired the other party's eyesight. At this moment, his domineering aura was indeed blessed with the meaning of two kinds of beasts. They are the Great Sun Golden Crow and the ancient beast Tao Thai. The influence of these two mythical devil fruits on the ability users is far greater than that of ordinary animal fruits. Just talking about this mythical Tao Thai fruit. If an ordinary person gets this fruit by chance, the final result will be that he will lose his mind and eventually die of starvation. The Great Sun Golden Crow fruit also has a similar disadvantage. That is, the extreme pursuit of temperature. This obsessive pursuit of temperature can only gradually burn oneself in the end. If Mu Bai did not have a firm mind and the help of the eternal system, he would probably not be able to control these two top-level fruit abilities in a short time. The blessing of the will of the two beasts is also a good thing. At least Mu Bai is obviously much more relaxed than the abbot of the Dragon Temple, a veteran strongman in the Moon Wheel realm. In the stalemate of the domineering color domineering situation, Mu Bai, who is also constantly enhancing his own domineering color domineering release, also circulates part of the domineering color domineering through his arms, and inputs it into the bodies of Jiang Yang and Zhu Gu Elder. When the black and red domineering aura hits down, the souls of the two people who were exchanged by the Operation Fruit quickly return to their original state. Seeing this, the old abbot who was called a beast grinned and said, "Good trick. You can do two things at the same time and maintain the operation of the Overlord color. It seems that I must take you down today." Jiang Yang and Elder Juegu, who were awakened by the impact of the Overlord color, found that their souls had been changed back the first moment they woke up. When Elder Juegu was about to say something, he heard Mu Bai's order. "Juegu, I know your ability. You take Jiang Yang away from here first. I want you to return to the border of Zhongzhou as quickly as possible and take my token into the city to wait for me." After receiving the token, Zhu Gu nodded and accepted the order. At such a critical moment, Zhu Gu, whose realm had not been restored, did not have the ability to continue fighting here. He was self-aware and stepped on the reversal clock phantom to quickly break out from the east of Longshan. You two catch up with him and make sure to capture the two people. If you pass through the influence of the Great Lane Temple on the way, you can seek their help. The two Xingwen realm masters with strange faces were slightly distracted when they heard about the Great Lane Temple. And then, they did not dare to disobey the abbot's order and quickly chased in the direction where Zhu Gu left. Although Zhu Gu, whose realm was greatly damaged, greatly accelerated his speed through the ability of the backtracking fruit, it was difficult to get rid of the two Xingwen realm masters in a short time. Jiang Yang, who was lifted in the air, looked at the sky under the sea of clouds and felt bad, while Zhu Gu was extremely excited. Freedom. How many years have I not tried the freedom of flying in the sky? 100 years? 1,000 years? Or 10,000 years? This is life. This is freedom. The two Xingwen realm monks chasing behind thought that the old man was crazy and sped up. In this life, I will be free and ask nothing about heaven. Since ancient times, everything has flowed away like water. Juego laughed poetically, and Jiang Yang's ears were buzzing because of his voice. Because he was being lifted, Jiang Yang's vision was just right to see the clouds behind him. After seeing two light spots approaching rapidly, he also exclaimed in a hurry, "Hack! Old man, let's hurry up. The people from the Dragon Temple have caught up." "Ha ha. What's the hurry?" Juegu, with his beard, rushed out of the sea of clouds quickly and fell straight to the ground. The busy commercial street was crowded with people, and the nearby big stores were full of promotional products. It was at this time when the crowds were bustling that a ray of light passed through the tall buildings, which attracted the attention of people nearby. The old man Zhu Gu, standing on the roof, looked at the pursuers in the sky, put Jiang Yang aside and began to make seals with his hands. Although I can't use the awakened ability of the retrospective fruit like the real Zhu Gu, I can use the vitality of this body to forcibly open the awakening ability of some retrospective fruits. Boy, let me show you what it means to cross a great realm and forcibly suppress the enemy. Retrospect. Memory rewinds. The illusory clock condensed in both hands quickly reversed. But this time the illusory clock covered a wide area, and it penetrated the bodies of the two monks at an unavoidable speed. The two monks who were concentrating on chasing Jugu began to gradually reverse their memories when the clock passed through their bodies. They began to forget today's memories bit by bit, and the latest memory in their minds became the Buddhist scriptures recited last night. The 2 dazed people stood in the air and looked at each other in confusion. And the old man Jugu said earnestly, "Didn't the two monks say they were going back to the temple? The abbot should be waiting for you, right?" The two people with confused minds thought they were in a dream, and nodded after a long time, realizing that it was already high in the sun, and the abbot must be waiting for them to return. In a hurry, they had no time to ask Jugu's identity. "Amitabha, thank you for your reminder, old man." After saying this, the two immediately disappeared in the sea of clouds. Jian Yang was stunned the whole time. "See, not only will they not continue to chase us, they will even thank me." Smiling, Jugu shook the illusory clock in his hand and showed off a little. "Amitabha, why don't you put down your butcher knife and become a Buddha right away? In this way, the many evil obstacles you committed before can also be dissipated. It can not only comfort your original heart, but also reduce your sins. How great is it to have the best of both worlds?" The abbot of Solong Temple was like an old man persuading the younger generation in his boundless kingly aura. But these words sounded like shit to Mubai. "I often hear that you Buddhist disciples like to persuade evil people by putting down your butcher knife and becoming a Buddha right away. Evil people often do evil things and rarely do good things. But as long as they convert to Buddhism, all their sins can be forgiven? So it seems that he is the evil person, or you are the evil person." While speaking, Mubai's domineering aura climbed to the peak state again, and the strong black and red domineering aura was like thunder and lightning exploding in the void, circulating endlessly. At this moment, the two completely different domineering auras intertwined and faintly cracked all the temple things around. Whether it was the solid and ancient temple walls or the ancient buildings, they were gradually falling into the brink of collapse in this rising shock. The monks of the Dragon Temple and the outside temple had already organized their disciples to retreat. This level of battle could not be won by numbers. What is that? What kind of monster is the abbot fighting with? The monks who organized the retreat could still see the terrifying air waves intertwined above the temple when they were thousands of meters away. The two kinds of domineering auras that swept in and dissipated had formed a situation similar to a super-large tornado. The dark clouds that gathered because of the decline in the energy field gradually moved closer, and it was obvious that a heavy rainstorm was imminent. Looking at the gradually darkening sky above his head, the abbot of the Solong Temple sighed and said, "Buddhism emphasizes the wrathful Vajra and the conversion of holy monks. The two are not contradictory. The difference between good and evil needs to be confirmed and corrected. If the evildoer turns back, it is also a great merit. I think it is to convert those who are useful for your own use, and to eliminate the enemies who are worthless. Right?" Facing the opponent's domineering aura, Mubai rushed out like a sword. His strong physique penetrated the air shock wave and punched the abbot in the face. "Since the donor wants to discredit us, I can't refute it. I just have to let you stay in my Solong Temple in the future." While speaking, the abbot had already raised his palm, and the transparent wave expanded rapidly. Exchange! The next moment, the positions of Mubai, who had already punched, and the abbot were actually switched. The abbot holding the Tianlong demon pestle turned his hand and held the handle with a bang. Mubai, who was attacked from behind, reacted very quickly. He almost twisted his body at the same time and blasted forward with the vibration ball cover in his hand. When his vibrating iron fist collided with the Tianlong demon subduing pestle with a faint Buddha light, there was no explosion sound. Instead, a strong traction force actually broke out along the top of the demon subduing pestle. The vibration ball cover on Mubai's fist that was enough to smash the entire Solong Temple was easily dissolved. The strong Buddha light on the Tianlong demon subduing pestle gave people a strong sense of salvation. Mubai thought of two idioms the moment he felt the wonderful power. Like a maggot attached to the bone. Like a shadow following you. Let go! Mubai, who was touching the ground in the void, quickly broke away with the help of the vibration power under his feet. He had a hunch that if he let himself stay in contact with the demon subduing pestle for too long, he might be sucked dry by it. Why are you dodging? Donor? Let me help you urgently. The abbot who mastered the surgery fruit activated the exchange ability again. But this time, he exchanged the fallen leaves in front of Mubai. He teleported to the front of Mubai and slashed fiercely with an electric scalpel in his hand. The electric shock skill of the surgery fruit. Cardiopulmonary shock. Cardiopulmonary shock releases high-frequency electric shocks similar to automatic defibrillators to the human heart, causing organ damage, paralysis, or even shock. Mu Bai, who was hit head-on, would not sit and wait for death. He concentrated his hands and vibrated iron fists and bombarded the opponent's electric scalpel. But I never thought that after the abbot of the Dragon Temple laughed foolishly. The remaining right hand clenched the Tianlong Jianmo pestle and smashed it again. And the absorption ability that followed also attacked again. Good guy. No wonder this old thing is so confident even though he knows my ability. It turns out that relying on this top treasure Tianlong Jianmo pestle alone is enough to trap my hands and feet. Mu Bai, who didn't dare to touch the demon pestle, turned into the form of the great sun golden crow and rolled up a sea of fire to surround himself. Without a target, the abbot's hard shock move naturally failed. Is this the mythical fruit? The abbot, with his eyes narrowed, became more serious at the moment. Golden crow, Taishu burning heaven. Mu Bai, who controlled the white Taishu divine fire, cried out, and the boundless white flames came like a tsunami. Looking at the boundless sea of fire, even with the abbot's current physique, he couldn't resist such a high temperature. Young people are formidable. The Buddha kingdom in the palm of your hand. The abbot snorted and flicked the void. The next moment, the countless Taishu divine fires in the transparent original space that expanded super fast by hitting the origin seemed to float towards the sky as if they had lost gravity. Not far away, Mu Bai also saw which move of the surgery fruit this was. The move of Law, the owner of the surgery fruit in the One Piece comics. Roombatten. With one hand, he released a hemispherical enclosed space. And when he stretched out his finger and waved it upward, he could control the object instantly. The target that could be controlled had no restrictions on mass, volume, or quantity. It was so powerful that even huge warships could be lifted up along with the riverbed. Seeing this, Mu Bai directly activated the second stage of the 8 desolate prison body. His muscles expanded as if he had transformed into a humanoid monster. The extremely strong physical pressure shocked even the knowledgeable abbot. Is this the 8 desolate prison body, which is known as the strongest physical body? It's really good. It's really good. The unsuppressed greed in the eyes of the abbot of Long Temple was also clearly captured by Mu Bai. Old man, you are so happy? Do you want to get my divine body? When Mu Bai was about to continue to ask tentatively, the abbot had already waved his hand. It can't be said. It can't be said. The abbot, who did not answer Mu Bai's thoughts, activated the exchange gesture again. Mu Bai, who had just activated the divine body when exchanging with the stone at Mu Bai's feet, stepped down in advance at a speed beyond understanding. Under the powerful great void flame, the abbot's ability to exchange was instantly cut off. Objects that could exchange positions, such as gravel and leaves, had been burned to ashes in the sea of fire. This clearing state was indeed not conducive to the exchange ability of the Operation Fruit. You have a strong observation ability. You can actually find that my Operation Fruit relies on the exchange of objects to form teleportation. However, you are suppressed by the heavenly dragon pestle. How much power can you exert at this moment? Operation Interlaced Hell. It is Law's room slaughterhouse. In the comics, Law releases a hemispherical or spherical enclosed space with one hand, and then condenses the laser on the blade and cuts it towards people or objects. He can cut any object into several pieces and reassemble the object. The life cut by the ability user in the room with a knife will not die, will not bleed, and will still be alive. It is also possible to exchange or transfer objects in space, ignoring the wall. The reason why the Operation Fruit is so powerful is not only that it can make others immortal, but also these abilities that can be called heaven-defying. Each move can even be regarded as an independent devil fruit. If a person who fights for the first time is faced with such a move, he will definitely suffer a lot. And even if he is unlucky, he will be killed. Although the slaughterhouse move is very heaven-defying, the method of restraining it is also very simple. The slaughterhouse is ineffective when used on creatures with armament color domineering with strong strength. For example, during the Battle of Onigashima, Law said in person that Kaido and Big Mom's armament color was too strong, and he could not move their positions. The whole body is covered with armament color. The moment Mu Bai's black metallic skin appeared, the corner of the abbot's mouth twitched a little. How could this young man easily guess the loopholes in my moves twice in a row? Did someone around me leak the information? The abbot of Songlong Temple, who was always kind and calm, looked gloomy, ignoring the slaughterhouse moves of the Operation Fruit. Mu Bai held a vibration ball cover in his left hand, and Taishu Divine Fire in his right hand. The two punches changed dramatically when they were raised. With the bonus of super physique and super reaction speed, Mu Bai in the divine body state came to the abbot in an instant like a killing god. Get down. Two punches exploded and attacked. When the abbot's Tianlong demon pestle blocked it, it only absorbed the Taishu Divine Fire on Mu Bai's right fist, and the arm muscles accumulated power. At the moment when the Taishu Divine Fire was absorbed, the vibration ball cover, which symbolized the vibration fruit, had already passed through the splashing sparks and punched the abbot's chest. How did this bastard increase his speed so much? Squeak! 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 The void shattered like glass. Under the continuous superposition of resonance, the destructive power on the fist also showed an exponential increase. In a burst of vibration and whistling, the abbot's chest was at the center of the shattering, and the damage he suffered was naturally the most terrifying. When the abbot was hit, his face was extremely distorted. Before the blood from the corner of his mouth flowed out, he was blasted into the underground of the Tsolong Temple by Mu Bai. The Tsolong Temple on the hillside suddenly collapsed. The abbot, who was severely injured in the rolling rubble, stabbed his chest with the electric scalpel generated by the power of the surgery fruit with one hand. Surgery. Super repair. The electric scalpel immediately merged into his body, and the resonant power remaining in his body was collapsing and disintegrating at a very fast speed. The slightly injured internal organs also quickly recovered under the repair of the surgery fruit. Observation Haki activated. After activating the observation Haki, Mu Bai immediately found the position of the abbot in the collapsing Tsolong Temple. With his right hand in the air, a golden crow phantom hovered on his palm. The golden crow phantom, whose whole body was burning with brilliant Taishu Divine Fire, immediately flew away rapidly according to Mu Bai's intention after making a crisp cry. The abbot, who was rolling down with the collapsed ruins, was about to start the second repair when he immediately found that the scorching heat wave was coming from above his head. Operation Exchange. The transparent round cover expanded, and when the Golden Crow Phantom was about to explode on him, he and the Golden Crow Phantom immediately exchanged positions under the influence of the Operation Fruit ability. The Golden Crow Phantom had already exploded downwards while crossing each other, and when the abbot was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he found that 36 Golden Crow Phantoms appeared above his head at some point. Madman, the abbot said numbly with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. And Mu Bai, who was in the divine body state in the sky, was punching. As he swung his fist, the Golden Crow Phantoms continued to rush down along the positions marked by the observation Haki. Muda 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 Muda. Mu Bai, who seemed like a fire mage, swung his fists too fast, and the number of Golden Crow Phantoms increased dramatically, and the sky above the ruins of the entire Tsolong Temple was like a fire mudslide. The rolling ruins and rubble quickly melted under the vast number of Golden Crow Phantoms, and when Mu Bai swung nearly 100 punches, he felt a little bit of effort. What a perfect work! The collapsed ruins of the Tsolong Temple below have turned into a magma-like landform, and the flames that keep jumping out are intertwined to form the most beautiful scene. Exchange! 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 The abbot of the Tsolong Temple, who kept changing positions in the void, was sweating profusely. The precious monk robe on his body was now ignited by the Taishu Divine Fire. The abbot, with his upper body naked, pointed at Mu Bai for a long time without knowing what to say. This Mu Bai's move seemed rough and simple, but it also reflected from the side that the depth of his accumulation of star power was already a heaven-defying existence. At least enough to be compared with him. A strong man in the Moonwheel realm. What a good treasure. If the abbot can abandon the dark and join the light, it would be considered a repentance. Maybe I can spare your life. Mu Bai squinted his eyes, and saw that the other party was almost unscathed. He immediately knew that it was the credit of the Tianlong Demon Pestle. After all, he had only seen the ability to absorb the surrounding Taishu Divine Fire so widely on this thing. The abbot, who was angry and laughed, twisted his tired neck a few times, making a crisp sound. You can have the Heavenly Dragon Pestle? I didn't agree to exchange it with me when the Peacock King of the Great Lane Temple offered to exchange it with me. But if you can leave the royal court and I can serve in the Dragon Temple, I may be able to give you the Heavenly Dragon Pestle and the Buddhist Foundation in the future. The abbot, who took the initiative, said with a smile, It's interesting. I think I can consider it. Really? As if he heard the hesitation in Mu Bai's tone. The abbot of the Tsolong Temple suppressed his excitement and immediately began a new round of persuasion. He even hinted that if Mu Bai could join the Songlong Temple, he could obtain some ancient inheritance. That's a good point. If you could become my disciple, I might consider it. Mu Bai said with a serious tone and a smile. The abbot with big and small eyes snorted coldly, and realized the teasing in the other party's tone. Stubborn. I was just warming up with you before. Since you insist on doing this, I have no choice but to send you to H.L. The abbot with a naked upper body had his muscles tensed. The half-dead temperament from before was gone. And instead, the star power as grand as the bright moon was swaying in this space. The ultimate surgery. Deep transformation. The layers of nesting dolls of surgical space wrapped around his body. The angry eyes of the Vajra and the lowered eyebrows of the Bodhisattva are all for the purpose of saving sentient beings. There are good and bad people in the world. If there is no angry eyes of the Vajra to protect the Dharma, then the Dharma will be corrupted by the destruction of the evil demons of the outsiders. Therefore, there must be a Vajra to protect the Buddhist tradition, so that the Dharma can be passed on in accordance with the law. And when the Bodhisattva cannot lower his eyebrows, the Vajra will be angry. The ultimate operation. Deep transformation. When the transparent covers of several surgical fruits covered his body, the elderly abbot of the Songlong Temple put his palms together, and a dazzling Buddha light gradually dissipated behind him. Looking at the appearance, it was the Dharma image of the Moon Wheel Realm. Seeing that the other party had a big move, how could Mu Bai sit and wait for the other party to be ready? In a flash, he had turned into a ray of fire and passed through a distance of hundreds of meters. When he was about to make a move, the Vajra Dharma image had already put his palms together like a mountain and came with pressure. I haven't come into contact with the Moon Wheel Realm Dharma image, but let me see how capable you are. Mu Bai, who did not retreat but advanced, smashed the vibration ball cover in his hand into the void. The thundering method shook the entire sky and earth. The creaking sound of space breaking was like the most beautiful symphony being played. The golden Vajra Dharma image and the white vibration shock wave immediately collided with each other, causing the surrounding surface to collapse rapidly. As the magma landform on the surface was pulled and changed again, the temperature here also rose rapidly. This kind of power, Mu Bai, with his brows furrowed, felt that there was an infinite pressure transmitted. The angry Vajra Dharma image, relying on the abbot's massive star power, had already formed a state of suppression on Mu Bai. Under the suppression of power, Mu Bai, whose muscles were tense all over his body, was actually knocked thousands of meters away after 3 seconds. After breaking several cliffs, he rolled into the jungle. The use of Dharma image ability itself is the characteristic of the 3 realms. The strength of the Dharma image in the 3 realms of Sun Wheel Realm, Moon Wheel Realm, and Star Wheel Realm is very different. The Star Wheel Realm Dharma communicates with the 5 internal organs of the body to strengthen itself, which is considered human harmony. The Moon Wheel Realm Dharma communicates with the area under the feet to expand its strength, which is considered geographical advantage. The Sun Wheel Realm Dharma connects the heaven and earth to communicate with itself, which is considered to have all 3 of the advantages of time, place and people. Its infinite power can also amplify the combat power of the Sun Wheel Realm strongmen in all aspects, which is one of the reasons why everyone below the Sun Wheel Realm is an ant. The abbot of Songlong Temple, who was undergoing a deep transformation in the flames, still closed his eyes to rest, but his body had begun to undergo huge changes. The abbot's body seemed to be cut open by a scalpel. Along the meridians and skin, his body was split into filaments, and in addition to the flesh and blood floating on it, a little golden Buddha light could be found. The Vajra Dharma floating in the sky seemed to feel the call. After a Buddha sound, the entire Buddha statue turned into gold powder and quickly merged into the abbot's body, which was fully opened. After merging into the Dharma, the abbot used the power of the surgery fruit with both hands to repair the cut body at a very fast speed. When the Dharmadhatu was completely integrated by him, his skin became white and clean, and his originally bald head was now covered with black hair, and his face became younger at this moment. However, his height had increased from about 1.6 meters to 3 meters, and his whole body was covered with muscles, making him look like a muscle monster that was even more exaggerated than Mu Bai's divine body. The originally turbid eyes now revealed a faint golden light of Buddhism. The abbot of Songlong Temple, who was emitting a halo all over his body, looked like a human being at this moment. He was clearly a living angry King Kong. What a great strength! Mu Bai, who walked out of the jungle, said with some surprise. Although his body was stained with some mud, he was indeed not injured. Seeing that Mu Bai was still in a state of eagerness to fight, the abbot of Songlong Temple was neither happy nor sad. It was not until the other party came to him again that he sighed and said, "The battle is over. When I used the transformation ability of the surgery fruit to perfectly integrate into the Dharma, you are no longer on the same level as me. Your form does give me some pressure. Does the surgery fruit have this ability?" Mu Bai, who was still eager to fight, activated the observation color domineering, and could not see the other party's existence clearly. As if the abbot at this moment was no longer just a human being. The surgery fruit can cut other objects. And naturally it can also cut itself. By using the continuous cutting and replacement ability of the surgery fruit, I can overcome many difficulties, and directly become a super life form that is completely integrated with the Dharma. In terms of combat ability alone, I have now reached the middle stage of the Moon Wheel realm. The patient abbot explained everything as if he had no concealment or selfishness. The Buddhist sound in his tone was rolling. If it were someone with a weak will, he would have kneeled down in front of this angry Vajra. Seeing that the other party was so frank, Mu Bai's vigilance was turned on to the maximum extent. Before he could speak, the space suddenly collapsed. Hundreds of Vajra iron fists followed the trajectory and accurately bombarded Mu Bai's whole body. The power of complete suppression and the speed of complete suppression. The combination of these two is undoubtedly terrifying to the extreme. All-round suppression. In the midst of severe pain all over his body, Mu Bai had already smashed the hillside in front of him like a meteor, and his body twisted and hit the edge of the city more than 10 kilometers away. As soon as Mu Bai fell to the ground, the angry Vajra followed closely and stepped on him. Mu Bai, who was surrounded by a vibrating ball with his right fist, punched out instinctively. But before he released his vibrating iron fist, the indifferent angry King Kong grabbed the opponent's wrist with his hands in a diagonal trajectory, and then tilted his head back and hit Mu Bai's head with a headbutt. Buzz buzz buzz. Under the extremely terrifying super headbutt, Mu Bai's consciousness was stagnant for 2 seconds. With his ears bleeding, Mu Bai was kicked out by the abbot like a rag doll, and only stopped after breaking 13 high-rise buildings. After entering the city, the abbot in the angry King Kong state did not stop. The streets were already ablaze because of the collapse of high-rise buildings. But even so, the abbot did not show any mercy. The 2-star apostle strongmen who guarded the city did not dare to show up after seeing the figure of the abbot of Songwon Temple. And they were unmoved no matter how their subordinates roared and anxiously. "Boss, aren't we going to stop them? Are you kidding me? Bringing the battle into the city is simply insane." Several cadres screamed in a meeting room in a skyscraper in the city, and the anger in their voices was obviously uncontrollable. In sharp contrast to them was the apostle-level city guardian, who sat firmly in his seat with his hands crossed. He is a Moonwheel Realm expert. From the Dragon Temple. Not to mention me. Even if there were 100 of me, I couldn't stop him. Seeing that everyone still didn't understand, the Apostle Guardian sighed and explained, "This is the difference in the level of cognition. I am a Star Apostle. And above me, there is the Star Lord Realm. And then the Star Wheel Realm and the Moonwheel Realm." He raised his head slowly with a bitter feeling. How can I stop him when there is a difference of 3 major realms? As soon as these words came out, the entire conference room was silent. Even the most angry and indignant people before did not dare to speak again. The dead silence spread in this empty conference room. Mu Bai, with his mind in a mess, felt sore all over, especially his head, which seemed to be split. This time, he faced the abbot of the Dragon Temple in the Moon Realm directly. There was no doubt that he was a little proud and complacent. One victory after another gave him an illusion that he could gradually defeat any strong enemy without any obstacles by following the route he judged. It's not a good thing to be too successful. Mu Bai stood up from the ruins of the high-rise building and healed his whole body with the Golden Crow Divine Fire. When he saw the abbot walking into the community, he was ready for a new round of battle. When the residents of the community came downstairs from the fire escape with their own belongings to avoid the disaster, they happened to meet the angry Vajra-shaped abbot standing at the entrance of the community. A few old ladies thought that the master in front of them, who looked like a Buddha, was here to save them, and they all prostrated themselves. "Please." The abbot glanced at the crowd beside him. There were children, babies and pregnant women. Some people saw him standing at the door motionless. Although they were frightened, they tried their best to avoid him and climbed up the fence of the community. "Since you beg me, I will send you to the paradise to enjoy happiness first, so that you don't continue to suffer in this world." After saying that, the abbot gently flapped his light golden palm, and the next moment, dozens of people in front of him were torn into pieces by the palm wind like sand. A burst of blood and flesh appeared gorgeously in an extremely shocking way. And such cruelty made people in the residential buildings in the community tremble. Strange. Why don't you run away? Do you still think I will let you go? Ignoring the ordinary people like mice nearby. The abbot looked at Mubai in confusion. Although he could catch up with him in the shortest time even if Mubai escaped. He enjoyed this process. The cat and mouse righteous way killed the fleeing demon way. This kind of plot is what this old man likes most. I'm afraid that some people killed casually are enough for you to atone for your sins in front of the Buddha for hundreds of years. In terms of cruelty, you are almost the same as the evil demon you said. Mubai, whose body functions were all restored, wiped the blood from his ears, and looked at the approaching abbot without fear. History books are written by the victors. This world is a place where the fittest survive. Even though I believe in equality for all, I prefer to believe that some people are more equal, such as strong people like you and me. Instead of worrying about these ants, you might as well worry about yourself. Buddha's light exploded. A pale golden fist swept across under the golden light. Although Mubai, who had activated the observation haki in advance, could not see the opponent's trajectory, he could already predict the opponent's best route of action through his own combat talent. After 3 consecutive attacks failed, the abbot was also slightly surprised. But this surprise was only temporary. The next second, he directly activated the surgery fruit space. Mubai, who had not yet been enveloped in the space, immediately activated the full-body armed haki, and then quickly retreated. In one go, even if the space of the surgery fruit enveloped part of Mubai's body, it was useless. You can really hide. But how long can you hide? The space is disordered. The body slammed into the ground. All objects around were cut, and the body was randomly matched together. From large objects like buildings to small objects like insects. Some people's heads are placed on the stairs. Some people's arms are placed on their necks. Vertical buildings are embedded in the floor tiles. Hearts and brains are beating in the air. And trees are inserted upside down on the slides in the park. In such a bizarre scene, even Mubai, who was covered with armament haki, could feel his own abnormality. Armament haki and devil fruit complement and counteract each other. When the two are equal, armament haki can easily block the opponent's devil fruit power. But if the fruit power exceeds armament haki, the effect of haki will quickly decay. The opponent's fruit ability is too strong. When Mubai realized that his body was about to be affected by the ability of the surgery fruit and cut apart, he directly opened the second layer of the 8 desolate prison body. And he used the void chain on himself. The void chain has the function of limiting the ability of others. And naturally it can also limit the external ability that affects oneself. Buddha Kingdom in the palm. The next moment, all objects in the surgery fruit space floated up. And Mubai's body floated up involuntarily under the influence of the 2 surgery fruit abilities. Looking at Mubai, who was full of astonishment and was floating towards him, the abbot's eyes rarely showed a hint of teasing. Just when he was about to grasp Mubai, he never thought that the other party suddenly used another fruit ability on him. The huge mouth in the void instantly bit off the abbot's blocking arms with its super destructive power that crushed everything in existence. The abbot, who had never thought that this mouth was so powerful, roared a few times in pain. The chaotic space around him also returned to its original state because of the abbot's hand. Obviously, the ability of the surgery fruit attached to this space has disappeared. The weakness just now was for the success of this attack. Mubai, who was taking advantage of the situation, immediately changed into a gluttonous form, stared at the opponent's head, chest, and legs, and devoured and bit 3 times in a row. 3 consecutive mouths in the void immediately bit the abbot who was in pain, and bit his body to pieces under his angry expression. The abbot's breath quickly weakened as his body leaked, and he could not maintain the Dharma image and continued to stay in the body. Exchange. Seeing that Mubai was about to launch the ability of swallowing and biting, the abbot, who felt cold behind him, immediately used the ability of the surgery fruit to exchange his position with the flower pot on the roof in the distance. Ultimate surgery. Limb regeneration. The abbot, whose head was bitten in half and whose whole body was disabled, immediately activated the repairing power of the surgery fruit. After dodging Mubai's bite and devouring attacks 5 or 6 times in a row, his whole body was completely repaired. However, because of the rupture of his body, most of the Dharma power in his body was leaked. Now the overall combat power has dropped sharply. Damn! The abbot who slowly stood up wanted to do the ultimate transformation again. But unfortunately, the ultimate transformation can only be done once every 7 days at the fastest. Today, he just used the ultimate transformation, and there was no way to perform this big move again. Mu Bai! I didn't expect you to be so low class. By the way, didn't you notice? Mu Bai said with a smile, shaking the Tianlong demon pestle in his hand. The abbot with a bitter face touched his waist and felt bad. His treasure actually fell into the hands of the enemy. When did the heavenly dragon pestle fall? Was it when he was attacked just now? The abbot, who was in doubt, disappeared instantly. The surgical space followed closely and spread out to surround the area. Realizing that the other party wanted to take back his treasure through the replacement ability of the surgical fruit. How could Mu Bai give the other party this opportunity? Almost at the same time when the surgical barrier was opened, he had already retreated backwards and easily dodged along the gap between the buildings. Strangely enough, the longer Mu Bai held the heavenly dragon pestle, the higher the temperature in his hand became, and he even felt like his soul was boiling. In this case, even Mu Bai could not hold it for a long time. Humph! How could the evil demon hold the Buddha's secret treasure? Burning the soul will become the norm. Give me the heavenly dragon pestle, and I will let you go. The gloomy abbot was not 100% sure that he could take down the other party, because he had suffered a heavy blow before. In this case, he naturally wanted to find an excuse to leave. Although the abbot of the Songlong temple lied a lot, he didn't lie this time. The top of the Tianlong demon pestle is inlaid with the Buddha's Tianlong relics. It can be said that under the protection of the Buddha's light, people who are not proficient in Buddhism will never be able to control this treasure. On the contrary, inputting the power of the stars will be backfired to varying degrees. Mu Bai, who was standing on the street, took a look at the abbot and held the demon pestle even tighter. Not for anything else, but because the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the broken 3-pointed two-edged sword handle. It is detected that the weapon is currently fused with the Tianlong relics. Do you want to separate it? At the same time, the broken 3-pointed two-edged sword that had been silent in Mu Bai's soul emitted a rising wave of air. The magic weapon has spirits. It is obvious that it is so excited because it detected his fragments nearby. Separate, the tough and indestructible Tianlong demon pestle broke with a bang under some kind of rule power. The dazzling Tianlong relics also dissipated the Buddha nature and rolled on the ground like ordinary glass beads. The abbot's mouth twitched at this scene. He hadn't figured out what Mu Bai was doing when the top secret treasure of the Songlong temple was split apart. The abbot spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a fit of rage. His face flushed, and he was so confused that he wanted to kill Mu Bai 1,000 times. Ding dong. Detected a weapon that can be fused. Would you like to fuse? Fusion. After uttering these 2 words, Mu Bai could clearly sense that the broken 3-pointed, two-edged sword in his soul was emerging from his chest, and was constantly rotating between the long handles of the heavenly dragon pestle. The 2 weapon fragments that had been separated for too long now had a spiritual mutual resonance. In the constantly interweaving lightning, the worn-out 3-pointed two-edged sword began to emit a heartbeat similar to that of a living being. The surging frequency seemed to pull the notes of the whole world. The ancient divine culture used symbols to heal the broken parts of the weapon. And for a moment, Mu Bai, who was holding the weapon, seemed to have his own domineering aura flowing into the 3-pointed two-edged sword with divine light. Body resonance. Soul resonance. Spiritual resonance. Mu Bai, who was only holding the 3-pointed two-edged sword, had his eyes white. With the help of the extension of the weapon consciousness, he saw a future scene in a trance. The void was swallowed by death, and the boundless death completely dominated the entire land. When he looked forward, he could clearly see that the cold surface was covered with broken limbs. In front of the giant pillar that supported the world, a thin and stubborn figure half knelt on the ground. Although his face could not be seen clearly, his unspeakable sadness could be felt. Mu Bai, whose vision of the future was gradually blurry, instinctively looked up at the sky. In the gradually disintegrating vision of the future, Mu Bai saw the half-open ancient door of the door gradually closing, and Mu Bai finally woke up. The terrain of that area was clearly Zhongzhou. In the future, Zhongzhou was completely occupied. Mu Bai, who was in a trance, clenched the 3-pointed double-edged sword that had just allowed him to peek into a corner of the future. He could feel that he was more in tune with it. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary weapon. Please give it a name. Martial God. Mu Bai said these 2 words immediately without hesitation. Martial God, a legendary weapon made of the 2 most extreme materials, with unknown origin, unknown use, unknown strength, and bound to the host's soul. 3 consecutive unknowns made Mu Bai a little confused. When Mu Bai, holding the martial god, was about to study its ability carefully, The abbot, who was already furious, had already replaced his body and attacked. 2 residential buildings collapsed in an instant, and the terrifying golden iron fist swept across, and smoke and dust scattered. The ground collapsed within a range of hundreds of meters. Mu Bai, who was unharmed in a burst of flames, retreated rapidly. The abbot who was chasing him was like a mad monster and constantly launched all means of attack. With such an expression, there was no monk like before. Mu Bai! Mu Bai! Mu Bai! The abbot, who kept changing his position in the midst of the roaring fist shadows, was obviously crazy. He wanted to kill Mu Bai, who destroyed his overall plan, even if he had to use his ability frequently to greatly reduce his lifespan. If it was a woman calling my name, I could accept it. But you, an old monster in your twilight years, don't shout it. Mu Bai, who activated the observation hockey and kept dodging, took advantage of the gap between the opponent's punches and held the martial god in his right hand and stabbed. The abbot of Songlong Temple, who had undergone the complete ultimate transformation, was a completely crushing enemy for Mu Bai. However, the abbot, who was a little confused at the moment and had suffered a serious injury before, was already at the same level of Mu Bai's physical skills. The 3-pointed 2-edged sword easily pierced the abbot's lower ribs. When the abbot of Songlong Temple, who was furious, was about to get rid of the restraints through the interchangeability of the surgery fruit, he was stunned. The surgery fruit ability disappeared at this moment. Not only that, the parts of his body that were pierced were also losing the power of the stars. In a trance, the defense of his chest and lower abdomen showed an exponential decrease. When the 3-pointed 2-edged sword completely pierced his body, fear began to appear in the eyes of the extremely rampant abbot of Songlong Temple. Mu Bai held the martial god and sent it horizontally, with blood splattering. The abbot of Songlong Temple was actually cut in half horizontally. The abbot of Songlong Temple, who had the ability of the surgery fruit in the Moonwheel realm, died. The look in the eyes of the abbot of the Songlong Temple before his death was filled with fear and astonishment. That astonishment came from disbelief. He did not seem to have thought that he would die under the weapon made up of the Tianlong demon pestle. Mu Bai was equally surprised. He was surprised at the power of this weapon. First of all, it could easily pierce the opponent's flesh at the Moonwheel realm level. And this was done easily without Mu Bai using all his strength. This was enough to show that the sharpness of the martial god was comparable to devouring and biting. He roughly speculated that even the supreme forgetful sword of the divine weapon level would not be able to withstand a few rounds of collisions in front of the martial god, and would break apart. In addition to the extreme sharpness, the martial god also has the ability to suppress the devil fruit. When Mu Bai used the martial god to pierce the body of the abbot of the Songlong Temple, he clearly felt that the opponent's fruit ability was instantly suppressed. And this suppression could also extend to the opponent's flesh. The martial god was like the most fair judge, who imprisoned all the enemy's means, leaving him like fish on a chopping board to be slaughtered. Suppressing the devil fruit, suppressing the physical strength, suppressing the star power content of a part of the body. Each of these can be called a means of bottom-up. But these superpowers all appear on a weapon. Mu Bai's figure seemed very abrupt in the chaotic commercial street. The explosions around him were still rising and falling. The collapsed high-rise residential building had already become a ruin. After looking at the source of his gaze nearby, Mu Bai stepped on the Golden Crow divine fire and left here without caring. Sure enough, there is a big news. Wang Ting Mu Bai killed the abbot of the Western Region Yueluan Realm Songlong Temple with the power of the Star Master. Such explosive news is really rare. The man in a suit wrapped in black wings in the corner of the ruins said to himself. As one of the staff members of the World newspaper, he would naturally not let go of this kind of information. Seeing the direction where Mu Bai left, he instantly turned into a group of black crows and flew away quickly. Obviously, he thought that Mu Bai had a bigger melon to dig. When he flew over a hillside, a 3-pointed double-edged sword pierced through the crows like a divine weapon, nailing the World News staff member to the hillside amidst the painful wailing. He was undoubtedly in a very embarrassing situation, hanging upside down. Mu Bai, who showed his figure, walked over and stepped on his wings and said coldly, "You have been chasing me on purpose since just now. Are you also from the Dragon Temple?" Mu Bai, who held the god of war tightly, rotated his wrist, and the wailing crow man almost died of pain. "My ancestors? Don't torture me. As the saying goes, when two armies are fighting, don't kill the messengers. What's more, I am just an ordinary journalist in the western regions, not a member of the Dragon Temple at all. A strange fruit ability user." After muttering in his heart, Mu Bai reached out and took the other party's work permit. He looked around and was slightly surprised. You are from the World newspaper. Don't you only report news from the ordinary world or mainstream policy news? Why are you paying attention to me? After Mubai pulled out the God of War, the Crow Man obviously felt much better. After covering his bleeding shoulder, the journalist hurriedly said, that was in the past. Now the main world newspapers have gradually expanded their business to practitioners. These are all high traffic and more popular than the trivial information of ordinary people. For example, if the Tianju of a certain place has made some actions and achievements, killed many demons and saved many people, and then slightly beautified through the interview of the world newspaper, it can attract a lot of local traffic. The Crow Man was getting more and more excited and flapped his wings and said with a smile. Mubai felt even more strange when the other party said this. You know, ordinary newspapers and Tianji Pavilion are mutually opposed. If all the upper-level news are reported by Tianji Pavilion, it would be fine. Once the mainstream media in the main world that is aimed at ordinary people also starts to snatch traffic business, it is simply courting death. Tianji Pavilion, which monopolizes the news of cultivators, will definitely not let this newspaper survive. As if seeing Mubai's doubts, the Crow Man hurriedly explained, we have recently started a cooperation mode with Tianji Pavilion. So to some extent, the main world newspaper is currently also a unit under Tianji Pavilion. I see. Mubai, who put away the God of War, nodded and instantly turned into a flame and disappeared on the spot. It's so hacking scary. My body was almost pierced by this thing. The sweaty Crow Man stood up with difficulty. The penetrating wound near his chest near his shoulder made him very painful. But what made him more painful was that he didn't seize the opportunity to interview Mubai just now. I should have been braver earlier. Forget it. There is no interview. What if I make this gentleman unhappy and kill me? The Crow Man shook his head and turned into a flock of crows again in frustration and flew high into the sky. After leaving the vicinity of Songlong Temple, Mubai immediately headed towards the junction of the western region and Zhengzhou without stopping. And he didn't know that in the past few days, the news about him killing the Moonwheel Realm Master of Songlong Temple had become very popular. This big news not only made everyone realize that Mubai's strength was strong, but also made the previous rumors self-defeating. After all, if the rumors were true, Mubai should have died in the southern region long ago. Zhengzhou Royal Court. The Emperor Yu in the Son of God Temple looked at the latest explosive headline of the world news with a slightly cold expression. The newspaper was blown into the hall by the breeze, and the headline on it read the Battle of Rebirth of Mubai, the rising star of Zhengzhou. Defeat the Moonwheel Realm Master. Mubai is not dead. We have not only lost a ghost leader, but also wasted some plans of the southern region. The hall was empty, as if only the slight sound of the wind was echoing his words. Lord, we are willing to work for you to eliminate Mubai. Until we die. Several ghosts appeared on both sides of the Son of God Hall without knowing when. The Ghost Emperor gently stroked his forehead and kept silent for a long time with his weird and creepy eyes. No need. I expect he will definitely return to Zhengzhou to join the Black Prison. I have already arranged some means there. If he can escape this time, it means that he is not destined to die, and I need to personally eliminate him. An inexplicable reflection appeared in his cold eyes. Emperor Yu stretched his body and slowly looked at the star palaces of the Star Masters. Sooner or later, there will be a day when he will step on piles of bones to control all the power of the royal court. He will open his own era. And that day is not far away. The eastern part of the western region is mostly in the plains, and the business development here is undoubtedly more prosperous than that in the inner part of the western region. Not far to the east of the prosperous metropolis, a majestic mountain range separates the central region from the western region. The locals call this place the Tianqing Mountains, which means a dangerous place that only the gods can cross. Standing on the bustling street, looking at the dividing line between the central plains and the western region, a figure stood for a long time. The pedestrians around him seemed to pass by him without seeing him, but they seemed to see the vague figure in a trance. But when they turned around, they found that there was no one there. Mubai, who activated the observation hockey to block his own information, found two familiar auras after arriving in this city. So he stood here for so long. Contrary to his usual behavior, two girls stood on the street lights on both sides of the street at some point. One with black hair, and the other with white hair. But their beautiful faces were exactly the same. They were none other than the Yin and Yang girls. What are you two waiting for me for? After removing his own observation hockey shield, Mubai turned around and said with a smile. The pedestrians on the street were startled as if they had seen a ghost. Such a sound naturally attracted the attention of most people. Those with sharp eyes naturally recognized that this handsome and extraordinary white-haired young man was Wang Ting Mubai from Zhengzhou, who was popular in the world news. It's Mubai. Wang Ting Mubai. Hack? So handsome? Are you kidding? So handsome. I want to give birth to a baby for him. Strange. How could Wang Ting Mubai get to our border so quickly? It's really fast. Is it him who crossed 2 major classes with the domination realm to kill the Moon Wheel Realm monster? You can't judge a person by his appearance. The crowd gradually gathered and talked about it. And some brave young people even took out pens and paper to ask this Zhongzhou Tianjiu for an autograph. The yin and yang women standing on the tip of the street lamp were speechless in the chaotic scene. Mubai, do you know how much trouble you have caused? The Zhonglong Temple is closely connected with the Great Lane Temple. If it weren't for an unexpected factor, the resurrected Peacock King would have thrown you into the Demon Suppression Tower and imprisoned you forever, the yin woman said in a cold voice. And her words were as cold and elegant as her black hair. The crazy crowd around them obviously couldn't see the two of them through the barrier fruit. So when everyone looked up at the sky with Mubai's vision, they naturally saw nothing. See you again if you are lucky. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Mubai turned into a ball of golden crow flame and disappeared on the spot. And the yin and yang women also disappeared at the same time. 3 minutes later, Mubai, who was standing on the rooftop, was full of disbelief after listening to the story of the yin and yang women. It turned out that he had been the abbot of the Zhonglong Temple and came to the border safely these days because a more serious thing happened in the western regions. That is, the ancient demon Jiang Shutian was suppressed by the Peacock King in the Great Lane Temple. Jiang Shutian actually lost. He has many secret treasures of the Shura God Emperor. Even if he uses all his skills, I can't compete with him. But you said that he couldn't even last a round against the Peacock King? Mubai knew very well what Jiang Shutian's strength was. It can be said that there are not many people who can compete with him in the same realm. But this ancient demon who lost his memory is undoubtedly rare. He possesses the mythical Shura fruit and has infinite means. How could he be so unbearable when he met the Peacock Queen? He wanted to steal the true Dragon 9 Thunder Pearl from the Great Lane Temple. After being discovered by the Peacock Queen, he was suppressed by the Qinkuan sleeve. To be precise, Jiang Shutian didn't even have time to use the fruit ability of the Shura God Emperor's secret treasure. Seemingly seeing Mubai's curiosity, the white-haired yang woman continued. The Great Peacock King has infinite means, and we cannot be sure whether he is the real Great Peacock King himself. But there is no doubt that this great man who has been reborn with all his memories is proficient in many lost Buddhist techniques. The means he slightly displayed at the banquet a few days ago included several top Buddhist techniques. This is the first time I have heard of this. But if he can take down Jiang Shutian in one move, why doesn't he immediately go out to get rid of me? Thinking of the key to the problem, Mubai said this. He didn't know much about the Great Peacock King, but he still knew something about Jiang Shutian. Although this person lost his memories of his previous life, he was also very cautious. How could he fall into the hands of others so easily? Because the various forces in the western regions had no time to deal with you. Jiang Shutian was suppressed by the Great Peacock King's sleeve Qinkuan and used the original magic weapon of the Shura God Emperor to penetrate the opponent's moves, and then fled all the way to the west. Puff! Mubai couldn't help laughing and didn't even bother to hide his smile. He could imagine the face of the Peacock King at this moment. His proud trick was actually cracked by a star apostle. In such a shameful situation, he wanted to save his dignity and could only mobilize all his forces to capture the fleeing Jiang Shutian. Why did you choose to target Jiang Shutian? I don't know how many Shura secret treasures he has at the moment. If you really provoke him, it won't be so easy to get away. Thinking that he was also trapped in Jiang Shutian's magic tower, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. These are all later stories. Now the most urgent thing is that you follow us and quickly return to the Zhengzhou royal court. The black prison of the Black God cult is about to open. This is an important step for you to enhance your own strength. The black and white women spoke in unison. Although their tones and intonations were different, their meanings were surprisingly consistent. That is, to advise Mubai not to stay in the western regions for too long. You are right. This is not a place to stay for a long time. But I have a question before leaving. Are you bringing anyone else with you? The yin-yang twins were slightly stunned, because they also sensed a prying gaze. And what surprised them most was that the two people who had reached the pinnacle of observation hockey did not notice the man at the first time. Seeing the expressions of the yin-yang twins, Mubai immediately understood, and he disappeared in an instant. holding a 3-pointed two-edged knife, and stabbed through more than 10 layers of concrete walls. After being alerted, the members of the shadow, who were about to leave, suddenly felt a sharp pain in their chests. Looking down, it was the god of war who pierced through his body and nailed him to the ground. The running skills, the operating devil fruit abilities, and all kinds of means were all destroyed after being penetrated by the god of war. The members of the shadow, who looked like mortals, looked at the white-haired young man who was walking towards him in horror, and felt that death was imminent. In theory, I will definitely become the son of God in the future, and this Yudi should be considered my senior brother. But he has been sending people to follow me again and again, which is really too much. With a cold voice, Mubai condensed a vibration ball cover on his feet. He stepped on it in the horrified eyes of the man. Squeak! After a slight vibration of the building, Mubai came to the rooftop with the man's head. The yin and yang girls were slightly stunned when they saw the owner of the head, because that was not an ordinary Yuing, but one of the capable generals under Yudi. From Mubai's departure to his return, it was no more than 5 seconds. It was incredible to kill a veteran master in 5 seconds. Even if the two of them joined forces, they couldn't do it. How much has this monster Mubai grown in combat power during this time? After killing all the shadowy generals who were waiting for him, Mubai did not act arrogantly but immediately followed the Yin-Yang twins along the path through the Tianqing Mountains. The Yin-Yang twins relaxed a little after they completely entered Zhongzhou. When the three of them arrived at the border city of Zhongzhou, Mubai immediately found Master Juegu and Jiangyang. When the two were eating and drinking in the guest house set up by the royal court, Mubai suddenly appeared in the dining room and almost choked them to death. I'm fighting hard outside, but you are so relaxed here, Mubai said with a smile, squinting his eyes. And this almost scared Master Juegu to death. My lord, you are wronged. It was Jiangyang who dragged me here. I can't even eat or drink because I'm thinking about your safety. Look, look, I have more white hair. Jiangyang, who was wrong, almost spit out a mouthful of rice. Did he force him to eat? He was a little aggrieved and was about to explain when Mubai turned around and looked at him and told him something that made him happy and worried. Jiang Shutian was forced into a more western area by the people of the Great Lane Temple in the western regions. It seems that he will not know your news for a short time. Mr. Mubai. I know. It would be great if he could die in the western regions. Mubai shook his head and said, although I also hope that he will die in the western regions. Based on my experience, he has a greater chance of survival. Who are these two people? The yin and yang girls naturally did not hide their figures after returning to Zhongzhou. When they appeared in the restaurant, their beautiful faces attracted the attention of most people. Many young people working here could not take their eyes away. After all, they had never seen such stunning twins. They are my subordinates. After hearing Mubai's answer, young girls seemed to think of something. When you mentioned subordinates, I remembered something. Half a year ago, a person with the ability of the Union fruit named Fang Xinjia said that he was your man. He should still be living in a city under the royal court. She actually found Zhongzhou. Mubai's expression warmed up slightly, and he naturally remembered the little girl. If it weren't for her unique innate divine body that could see through fate, he wouldn't have been able to obtain this mythical Taotai fruit. I know. Thank you for reminding me. By the way, are my family members, who came from the borderland and northern land, still living in Yin Yang sect during my absence? How are the people in Shengao sect? How are they doing? Thinking of his grandfather, his parents, and those people in his family, Mubai's thoughts couldn't help but return to his youth. And those memories seemed to still linger in his mind. They are fine. Don't worry about this. Ziwei Star Lord specifically asked the people in the royal court to take care of them. Even if there are people in the Yin Yang sect who don't like them in Shengao sect, they will never dare to show up. Even without the order of the Star Lord, you can rest assured about them with your current reputation. The black-haired Yin woman said softly with a cold voice. And it was obvious that she was also concerned about these things. Mubai nodded, turned to look at Jiangyang, held up 2 fingers and said earnestly, Jiangyang, you have now gained a brief period of freedom. You now have 2 options. First, I can allow you to leave now. But if Jiang Shutian comes back in the future, I will not be able to guarantee your safety. The second option is to follow me to the Zhongzhou royal court. But if you choose this path, I will also give you strict training. You are destined not to be a mediocre person in the future, but you will also lose some freedom accordingly. If Jiang Shutian comes in the future, I will definitely not let him take you away. In the restaurant, Jiang Yang clenched his fists when he heard the 2 options given by Mubai, and then knelt on his knees to express his gratitude. Fortunately, Mu Bai waved his hand gently at the last moment, and did not let him kneel down. If you can kill Jiang Shutian by bowing down, you can kneel down, Mr. Mu Bai. I will go with you. Jiang Yang's firm answer made Mu Bai relieved. These two seemingly simple options were actually a cover. Mu Bai's original intention was very clear. That is, to tie Jiang Yang down. Jiang Shutian valued him so much as a descendant of his bloodline, which itself showed that Jiang Yang was not as simple as he seemed. For Jiang Yang, this was a multiple-choice question. But for Mu Bai, it was a compulsory question. Okay. I didn't misjudge you, kid. It's worth it for the master to rescue you. I think this kind of kindness can't be repaid even if you dress up as a woman and serve Master Mu Bai. The righteous old man was punched away by Mu Bai before he finished speaking. The terrifying force directly penetrated more than a dozen walls, and made the old man sink deeply into the ground. You talk too much nonsense. Mu Bai, who was a little speechless, felt that he shouldn't hold back. The people who were dining in the restaurant were already dumbfounded. Some people were dissatisfied after seeing Mu Bai's arrogant behavior. Not only did he bring two beautiful twins here, but he also casually destroyed the buildings of the royal court. This was simply arrogant to the extreme. It's too much. Can the old man withstand such a fierce attack from you at his age? I look down on you morally and in other aspects. The young man who came out was gentle and refined. And he didn't forget to look at the two beautiful twin girls with a squint while speaking sharply, thinking that his righteous and brave behavior would definitely attract their admiration. Although this barbarian was ruthless, he probably wouldn't dare to do anything to me in this wanting branch. Right? Ladies, are you also forced by this man? When he was about to continue, a round figure in the distance almost slid to his knees and rushed to Mu Bai. Master Mu Bai, it's really you. I can actually see a big shot of your level in the Wangting. I'm so lucky. Seeing Mu Bai's expression that he didn't recognize him, the round middle-aged man immediately rubbed his hands and said, Look at my memory. How could a big shot like you who is busy with all kinds of things know me? I am the director of the Wanting Station branch here. My name is Lei Cha-Ching. The three words Lei Cha-Ching made the whole restaurant silent. The highest level big shot in the whole city, who holds real power, actually kneeled down to lick a young man without dignity. This is simply unprecedented. Wait! What did the director of the branch Lei Cha-Ching say the young man was called? Mu Bai. You're welcome, Minister Lei. Mu Bai said calmly. You're too polite. I prepared a banquet to entertain distinguished guests like you. I wonder. Lei Cha-Ching was interrupted by someone behind him before he finished speaking. The Yin-Yang twins looked at the time and said in unison, Mu Bai should go. Judging from the time, the Star Lord should have returned to Ziwei Star Palace. Ziwei Star Lord certainly would not treat summoning Mu Bai as an ordinary event. He looked at the young man who had just spoken and patted his shoulder in encouragement. The gentle young man was already scared to death when he heard about the Star Lord Ziwei Star Palace. When Mu Bai patted his shoulder, he collapsed instantly, wanting to be a hero to save the beauty but saving Wangting Mu Bai. This is simply courting death. At this moment, looking at the twins with different styles, he still knows their identities. The only ones who can casually mention Ziwei Star Lord are the Yin-Yang twins. People of the royal court must have the bearing of the royal court. As the young generation, they must be vigorous. I like your attitude just now, but your strength is too weak and needs to be improved. After saying that, Mu Bai did not look at the other party, but took a few people and the Yin-Yang twins away from here. The distraught young man nodded repeatedly. He did not dare to speak and could only express his agreement with Mu Bai's words. Lei Cha-Ching, the branch director who accompanied him throughout the whole process, like a running dog. He only breathed a sigh of relief after sending Mu Bai and others to the gate, and their figures disappeared. You kid really don't care about your life. Uncle, I suspect that if you run into the muzzle of the gun when the other party is in a bad mood, you really don't know how to die, let alone your strength at the level of a star warrior. Even a strong man in the Moonwheel realm is no match for Mu Bai. Do you understand? Lei Cha-Ching said angrily. The young man who was scolded by him was still a little confused at the moment. After all, the Moonwheel realm was too far away from him. I know I was wrong, nephew. I will try to be Loki in the future. You are so stupid. Lei Cha-Ching shook his head with narrowed eyes. In addition to the first two sons of God in the current Wangting, the third son of God, Emperor Yu, and the vacant fourth son of God are crucial. And Mu Bai, with the help of Ziwei Star Lord, has a great probability of becoming the fourth son of God in the Wangting. In other words, The probability of him becoming the final leader of the Wang Ting in the future is 1 in 4. The superpower of Wang Ting is enough to radiate the entire Zhongzhou, even if it is just the tip of the iceberg. If the other party can really control Wang Ting and become the new God King, then he will be one of the most powerful people in the main world in the future. If I were you, I would have strongly recommended myself to join his camp despite offending the other party just now. The young man was struck by lightning by his uncle's words. Yes. The other 3 sons of God in Wang Ting are not what he can see at all. Mu Bai, who is now the 4th son of God in reserve, is indeed a big man who can make him soar. He was more and more regretful, and beat his chest and stamped his feet. When Mu Bai rushed to the Ziwei Star Palace in the royal court, the purple bright light had already disappeared. It seemed that the Ziwei Star Lord, who had just returned, had left again. Mu Bai and the Yin Yang twins stopped and watched this scene. The stars that flickered above the sea of clouds kept flowing along the steps of the royal court. The turbulent sea of clouds rolled up the purple-red sunset and continuously impacted the thick star power wrapped in the moonlight. The purple beam representing the purple star lord and the red beam representing the greedy wolf star lord in the royal court disappeared at the same time. Master Star Lord Mu Bai, sensing something, saluted towards the void. He could vaguely sense that the other party had glanced at him at the end. Mu Bai, it's all your fault that you were too slow. You missed the summons of the Purple Star Lord this time. I don't know when you will see the Star Lord's real body next time. The black-haired Yin woman said with some displeasure. Mu Bai laughed hard on the cloud corridor of the royal court. Everything in the world has its destiny. If I force it, I will be exhausted. If I get it, I am lucky. If I lose it, I will die. If I worry about it, I will be worrying about it. After saying this, Mu Bai strode towards the bottom of the Wangting cloud corridor. The Yin-Yang twins who followed behind were a little surprised to see Mu Bai so open-minded. When the 3 of them walked down the steps of the cloud corridor in silence, a figure not far away also entered their field of vision. The Yin-Yang twins were as if they were facing a great enemy, while Mu Bai stood there and smiled at the group of people who kept approaching. It's the Emperor Yu and his shadows. The white-haired young girl gritted her teeth and said, I know. I saw his appearance through the remains of the shadow leader in the south region. Mu Bai looked calm and spoke calmly, as if he was introducing an old friend. The shadows, who were wearing black armor or black robes, followed the young man in the black and gold robes. The Emperor Yu, who was born with double pupils, smiled and looked over, across dozens of steps. He said cordially, I saw the news a few days ago that junior brother Mu Bai was able to kill a Moonwheel Realm expert. I was really surprised. After all, it is rare to kill an opponent across 2 major realms. Brother Yu, you are too kind. There are so many strong young people in the world. Brother Yu alone is a mountain that I cannot surpass. The Fengdu Ghost King body Wu Wang Yu displayed in the air in the south region that day is still shocking to this day. Junior brother, you have the world's top divine body. So why should you be modest? If you had come 100 years earlier, I'm afraid you would have topped the list of the world's prodigies. The 2 people smiled at each other and talked without any breath leaking out. And even the breath confrontation did not occur. Such a peaceful scene was not expected by everyone in Yuying. And even the Yin and Yang girls were puzzled. After exchanging pleasantries like real brothers, Emperor Yu said with some regret, if I had such a deep conversation with my junior brother earlier, I'm afraid there would be no misunderstandings at the beginning. Wouldn't it be better if you and I joined forces? Facing Emperor Yu's eyes, Mu Bai seemed to see a dead pond. Even if the water was turbulent, it was still calm in the depths of the pond. If it can be like this, it would be great. After all, I admire my senior brother's methods very much. Hearing Mu Bai's words, the corners of the Yin and Yang girls' mouths twitched, and they almost pulled Mu Bai's clothes off. Oh! The interested Emperor Yu opened his arms and smiled and said, it's okay now. Isn't it a good story for you and me to turn hostility into friendship? It's a pity that people with different paths cannot work together. When my senior brother deliberately spread half of the Netherworld heart method, it showed that you would always walk the path of the lower 9 classes in your heart. Such people can only become the sunset of the old times even if they are talented and unique in the world. As soon as these words came out, all the ghosts looked at the Ghost Emperor. As long as the master gave an order, they would not hesitate even if it violated the iron law of the royal court. The Ghost Emperor waved his hand without refuting Mu Bai, and the excited ghosts immediately retreated. The Ghost Emperor, who was not angry at all, asked curiously, since you call my Tao a small Tao, I wonder what kind of Tao is Mu Bai's Tao? My Tao is very simple. The first step is to carry the destiny, and become the God Emperor of this era. This should not be difficult. Such arrogant words from other people's mouths would certainly make the Ghost Emperor disdain from the bottom of his heart. But when these words came from Mu Bai's mouth at this moment, the Ghost Emperor did not notice that the other party was talking nonsense. The other party was serious. The road to ascending to the God Emperor with the destiny is so difficult that even I dare not be completely sure. In this era, there are so many talented people like mushrooms after rain. It is good that you have such aspirations. But don't be too arrogant and end up getting burned. As he spoke, the figures of Emperor Yu and others had crossed with Mu Bai and the other two on the steps. As if remembering something, Emperor Yu smiled and continued to say, at the moment of crossing with Mu Bai, there are many bumpy roads in life. Maybe your bumpy road is where you are going next time. Mu Bai stood there without saying a word until the other party walked away, and then smiled and said, he actually told me directly that he would make a trick in the Black Prison. It seems that he has prepared a very thorough trick to deal with me this time. After accidentally meeting the Emperor Yu, Mu Bai did not take it too seriously, and immediately set off for the Yin Yang sect. His parents and relatives were all there, and he had not seen them for many years. After parting with the Yin Yang twins, Mu Bai went to a city under the royal court. When he found Fan Xingyu, she was still crying. Mr. Mu Bai, I knew you were still alive. Fan Xingyu cried with a trembling voice and clenched her fists. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yang was a little confused about the relationship between the two, while the chattering Jugu elder applauded and said, this girl is easy to give birth to, or the master will consider it. Before he finished speaking, he was punched into the ground by Mu Bai, leaving only his head outside. Mu Bai, who felt something was wrong with his hand, pulled it out and said strangely, the strength of the magic spear has increased. Have you recovered to the peak level of the Star Master? Hee. The master is still very discerning. I just recovered to this level today. It will probably take me a short time to be promoted to the Star Wheel realm. When Mu Bai brought Jiang Yangjuegu and Fan Xingyu to Yin Yang sect, the Yin Yang sect, which had received the news a long time ago, naturally held a banquet. The continuous spread of Mu Bai's deeds in the past few days has made many people in the Yin Yang sect and Yang sect understand his importance. At the banquet, Mu Bai saw his parents and grandfather who had been away for a long time. His cousins and others had also changed a lot, and even Mu Bai could not recognize them. Mu Bai also met the people of Shengdao sect. That is, the Yin vein of Yin Yang sect one by one. Tu Huang Tu Lao, who escorted him from the borderland to join Shengdao sect. The leader of Shengdao sect is also his master Shen Rushan, the enthusiastic and generous senior brother Wu Guang, the stunningly beautiful second senior sister Gu Qingcheng, and the 5 supreme elders of Shengdao sect. After meeting all the familiar people one by one, it was still the 5 great elders of the Holy Dao sect who discovered Mu Bai's unusualness. Strange. Mu Bai, is your current realm the peak of the Star Master? If the realm of the 5 great elders is placed in the northern borderland, it must be absolutely transcendent. After all, the 5 Star Wheel realm masters are enough to shake the world. And many years ago, it was a level that Mu Bai looked up to, but could not reach. But now, after facing these 5 great elders of the Holy Dao sect, Mu Bai can also see the depth of several people. If they start fighting, he is even confident that he can kill 5 people in 2 rounds. Yes, I have already stepped into the peak realm of the Star Master, and I am only 1 step away from the Star Wheel realm, being able to kill an old Moon Wheel realm master before stepping into the Star Wheel realm. This is simply a natural talent. Disciple, I am unworthy of being compared to you. Shen Rushan's face has a complex emotion, both joy and self-blame. He was happy that Mu Bai had grown to a level that he also needed to look up to. He blamed himself that he could no longer guide Mu Bai on his future path of cultivation at his current level. Master, don't worry about it. The fact that I can get to this point today just shows that you have strong guidance ability. You kid. Ha ha. The atmosphere of the banquet was very lively as they talked and laughed. Towards the end of the banquet, Mu Bai called over Fan Xingyu, Jiang Yang, and Jiulu Elder, facing the beautiful full moon under the moonlight. Mu Bai's face was also shrouded in the cold moonlight. I'm going to set up an organization to help me. I've initially decided to call it the White King Organization. What do you think? After hearing Mu Bai's question, Elder Jugu immediately agreed. As a life form created by Emperor Yin, he would naturally obey all the orders of his master. I am willing to do so too. As long as Mr. Mu Bai doesn't despise my low realm, I am willing to join the White King Organization. Jiang Yang, who has a straightforward personality, also agreed without hesitation. He had longed for Zhongzhou when he was in the southern region. Now, because of Jiang Shutian, it is impossible for him to leave Mubai. So he will continue to follow Mubai without hesitation, without having to distinguish the interests. My fruit ability was given to me by Mr. Mubai, so I will definitely follow you to the death. Fan Xingyu's body is small, but his answer is sonorous and powerful. Seeing that all three people agreed, Mubai also nodded. Well, from today on, the White King organization directly under my command is officially established. When Mubai wanted to say some encouraging words, the system prompt interrupted his thoughts. Ding dong. The host creates the first subordinate organization, the White King organization, and is rewarded with a weapon fruit embedding position. Fruit embedding position. Mubai was shocked. This is a good thing. If he gets other devil fruits in the future, he can use the fruit embedding position on the legendary weapon, the God of War. In the early morning after the banquet, Mubai sat cross-legged on the cliff and consumed some of his devouring points to successfully upgrade the Golden Crow Divine Cannon to the 3rd level. After opening his palm, 3 small cartoon Golden Crow phantoms appeared on his palm. After feeling the power of the 3rd level of the Golden Crow Divine Cannon, Mubai faced the mythical Golden Crow fruit for the first time, because he vaguely realized that he had opened up a new Golden Crow fruit ability. I originally thought that the Golden Crow fruit was mainly used to enhance strength, but now it seems that it is more suitable for enhancing agility. Mubai muttered to himself and said softly. After the 3rd level of the Golden Crow Divine Codex was opened, Mubai was able to discover a qualitative change in his use of the fruit ability. He stretched out his hand and saw white flames flowing on his palm. Under the flames, his movement speed increased. The Golden Crow Divine Fire has the speed force, so the ordinary Golden Crow Divine Fire alone includes 3 superpowers: healing, burning the void, and accelerating. Mubai, talking to himself, further tried the acceleration ability of the Golden Crow fruit in the cold wind between the mountains and forests. The more he understood, the more surprised he was. Perhaps this speed force will be of great help to me in the Black Prison. In Mubai's self-construction, he did lack the ability in terms of speed. The Golden Crow Divine Fire, which was similar to the instant movement of the natural fruit, could not catch up with the pure natural element disintegration movement. The new speed force of the Golden Crow fruit made up for his own shortcomings. When Mubai, who was wrapped in flames, activated the speed force, his agility doubled. His strong body supported him to maintain his stability while moving at high speed. On the 2nd day, when Mubai was still talking with the high-ranking members of the Yin-Yang sect, a crow flew from a distance with a black envelope in its mouth. When Mubai noticed the crow, it suddenly exploded into black mist and dissipated in the void. The black envelope floated into Mubai's palm along with the black mist. Sunluo Dharma. Everything is nothingness. Black and white are boundless, forever falling into HL. This is the invitation to the Black Prison. Mubai's expression was stern after reading the words on the envelope. The early release of the invitation to the Black Prison may be a trivial matter for others, but it is not that simple for him. The traditional rule of the royal court is to push the biggest things to the end of the year in winter. And now the Black Prison has come in advance, indicating that there will be more important things to happen this winter. What major event has the royal court had in recent years that is more important than the Black Prison? The 4 Son of God selection. The Black Prison is open ahead of time. Mubai, you have to be careful. Although the Black Prison has rich rewards for successfully passing the level, it is also extremely difficult. If you get stuck in it, the consequences will be disastrous. Several high-level Yin-Yang sect members kindly reminded him a few words, and Mubai nodded to them, looking very humble. Since the Black Prison invitation has been sent out by the Black God sect, I have to leave immediately. Please stay. Seniors. The high-level Yin-Yang sect members wanted to persuade Mubai to stay, but they saw him leave in big strides. They did not dare to get angry when they saw this. After all, with Mubai's current combat power and excellent record, even if everyone present joined forces, they might not be his opponent. This is the deterrent power that only top-level geniuses have. Mubai, who is resolute and swift, naturally knows that this Black Prison is very likely to be his last chance to improve his strength before the end of the year. So he also cherishes this opportunity very much. Even if he knows that the Dark Emperor is likely to do something in the Black Prison, he must go. Whether he wanted to leave his achievements in the Black Prison or to develop his reputation by virtue of his performance in the Black Prison, he had to go. Mubai, who only brought the Ancient Elder with him, headed for the Black God cult as soon as possible. He did not encounter any obstacles along the way until he was close to the area under the jurisdiction of the Black God cult. When Mubai was attracted by a scene. In the ancient city of Wandu, a fat black youth rode a strong man on the street, and the nearby residents did not dare to look at him, as if no one dared to disrespect him. Following behind the fat black youth were a group of star masters. The back of the black clothes was clearly printed with the royal court logo. Idiot! Trash! Do you want to die by walking so slowly? It seemed that the strong man under him began to crawl slowly, and the fat black youth was furious. He picked up the whip covered with thorns in his hand and beat the strong man violently, and stopped only when the strong man's skin was torn. In this ancient city of Wandu, I am the boss. Each one is as real and boring as a dead person. The fat black youth took a huge axe from his subordinates out of boredom, and chopped wildly along the street under the horrified eyes of the passers-by. How could ordinary people without cultivation resist such an attack? Almost in an instant, the fat black youth had killed his way through a street amid a burst of screams. The dead bodies lying in all directions made him even more excited. Run! Run! That's right. The old man was obviously a little surprised. After looking at his master, he said, Master, it seems that this guy has some kind of animal or fantasy beast power. It's really strange that he is so unscrupulous in the territory of the Black God cult. It's really strange. If the other party is arrogant, no one dares to provoke him. After all, Mubai is too lazy to manage such things. But the other party also has the invitation letter to the Black Prison in his hand. And the people who protect him are actually people from the Wang Ting forces. This aroused Mubai's curiosity. The Black God cult is a third-rate force in Zhongzhou. Even the descendants of the Black God cult leader don't seem to dare to be as arrogant as this fat black youth. Right? Not to mention that he can command the people of the Wang Ting. Mubai, who was standing on the roof, jumped down and came to an old man who was setting up a stall. He asked in confusion, Old man, what is the background of this person? How can he be so unscrupulous in public? The old man who was urgently closing the stall had no time to explain to Mubai patiently. The fat black young man raised a huge axe and killed everyone he saw. No one dared to resist, although he was 2 streets away from the other party. Who knew whether the murderer would pass through the wall? Young man, listen to me and leave quickly. Don't ask about his background. No one dares to provoke him in the territory of the Black God cult, not to mention killing people in the street. He has also done a lot of massacres in the city. As for torturing and killing brides at other people's weddings, breaking into houses and robbing is a common thing for him. The frightened old man obviously didn't dare to stay here for long, and rode away quickly on a tricycle. No one even dared to tell about the background. In this case, Mubai was even more curious. When the fat black young man, who was madly slaughtering ordinary people, was having fun, an angry voice resounded through the sky. Are you still human? A burst of snowflakes drifted, and a dark-skinned young man carrying a school bag on one hand said to the fat black man in anger. Traces of elemental snowflakes can be vaguely seen on his body. Obviously, this dark-skinned young man is obviously a natural snow fruit ability user. Huh? Where did you come from? Bastard? Don't you know my name? I am the little bully here. Luo Yanqing. The fat black man snorted coldly, and picked up a giant axe nearly 5 meters wide, and chopped at the natural snow fruit ability user. During this period, pure arm color domineering also covered the white blade of the axe. Obviously, Luo Yanqing showed that he wanted to chop to death the person who wanted to stop him. Reckless behavior. Ice and Snow Kingdom. The snow fruit ability user, who was carrying a school bag in one hand, turned his whole body into an endless blizzard. In the violent wind, the terrifying snowflakes wrapped in ice blades quickly rotated and sprinted. And the target of the sprint was Luo Yanqing. Humph! Seeing that the opponent's elementalization dodged his battle axe attack, Luo Yanqing was also furious. After all, he hadn't met anyone who dared to dodge his attack on the nearby chassis for a long time. In the blizzard, a cold color flashed in his eyes. Then the terrifying domineering aura burst out immediately. The king's aura with a wide range hit the surroundings like a wave. In the wind and snow, it even penetrated the opponent's elemental fruit and hit the body of the man. The snow fruit ability user, whose body was stagnant, felt bad. He didn't expect that such a cruel and inhuman beast actually had the domineering aura. This is simply a combination of high-tech cutting-edge products and shit. It's so unbearable. Die! Luo Yanqing, grinning, laughed and chopped down with his axe. Under the flash of light, the snow fruit ability user lowered his head in a daze. He was chopped in half by Luo Yanqing's axe from head to toe. Such a horrifying scene may be extremely terrifying in the eyes of others, but it seems ordinary in Luo Yanqing's eyes. Low-class people are low-class people. Do you really think that you can uphold justice just because you are a natural ability user? Ridiculous. Luo Yanqing was extremely excited as he stepped on the other's corpse. It was obviously more enjoyable to kill ability users than to kill ordinary people. How can my fighting power be compared with you? A waste? Luo Yanqing, who was getting more and more excited, cried and laughed strangely, with a sense of absurdity, as if he was the one who was killed. Mu Bai, who wanted to leave, suddenly felt a familiar feeling when Luo Yanqing approached. And this feeling was also noticed by the ancients. A word appeared in the minds of the two people who looked at each other at the same time. Emperor's creation. This Luo Yanqing has the breath of Emperor's creation. This reminds Mu Bai of the other regional scenes he saw when he advanced his Emperor's creation body and opened the Emperor's creation function. At that time, he clearly remembered that there was a remnant of Emperor's creation life in Zhongzhou. How could the other party be infected with his breath? Luo Yanqing saw that there was no one to kill nearby and immediately turned the corner. Unfortunately, he happened to run into Mu Bai and Zhugu Elder. The huge Luo Yanqing walked to Mu Bai and said calmly, "They all ran away. Why didn't you run away? I rarely see people more arrogant than me. You can drive the strong men of the royal court to serve you. So you are an important person in the royal court?" Mu Bai raised his head and said lightly, "You are? Mu Bai?" Luo Yanqing got close to Mu Bai. After seeing the other's face clearly, he immediately knew that this was the Tianjia Mu Bai who had recently become famous. When the royal court staff, who were standing behind Luo Yanqing with blank expressions, heard the word Mu Bai, their faces were suddenly filled with astonishment. "What's wrong? So he's one of us. Why don't you follow me? Maybe I can help you become the fourth son of God. When the time comes, I'll kill you, and you'll count the number. I'll command you to work for me. How nice it would be." Ha ha. This bloodthirsty Luo Yanqing was still extremely arrogant after knowing Mu Bai's true identity and background, which made Mu Bai curious about what he relied on. "Are you the Star Lord? Otherwise, who dares to make such a promise?" Elder Juegu shook the fan in his hand and said impatiently. The big guy's body blocked his fanning, which was annoying just to look at. "Old man, haven't you heard that servants are not allowed to interrupt the master's conversation?" Luo Yanqing licked his lips and suddenly punched Juegu for no reason. Rewind. How could Elder Juegu sit and wait for death? The moment he gently shook the fan, the reverse clock phantom began to rewind time. Luo Yanqing, who had already punched, actually retracted his fist. Those who didn't know from a distance thought that Luo Yanqing retracted his fist automatically. Luo Yanqing was not surprised but happy after being countered by a move. Good. This ability is fun. Come again. Old man. At this moment, Mu Bai couldn't help but suspect that the other party not only had problems with his IQ, but also mental problems. After casually pointing at a powerful Wang Ting behind Luo Yanqing, Mu Bai said calmly, "Who is this person? I'll give you 5 seconds. If you don't explain clearly, I'll kill you all." Mu Bai, who doesn't bother to talk nonsense, prefers to fight quickly. He is also a trustworthy person. If the other party really can't explain clearly or dares not to say it, he will really dare to kill them all. The middle-aged man who was pointed at twitched his mouth a few times and immediately said loudly, reporting to Lord Mu Bai, "Luo Yanqing is the flesh and blood of the first son of God. Please act with caution." Son of God, flesh and blood? At this moment, Mu Bai figured it all out. It turned out that the Emperor Yin creation lifeform in Zhongzhou was Luo Guangjuan, the first son of Wang Ting, and Luo Yanqing, as his descendant, was naturally stained with the breath of Emperor Yin creation. Although Luo Guangjuan is the first son of God, few people know his specific information. Even Mu Bai has never seen him, and even rarely heard of rumors. The only thing he knows is that he has been punished by a certain star master and has been staying on the cliff for hundreds of years. It can be said that he is a completely frozen son of God. The treatment he received from the second and third sons of God is also very different. "So you are Luo Guangjuan's son?" After looking at the other party with a smile, Mu Bai showed a kind smile. Luo Yanqing thought that Mu Bai was intimidated by his reputation and was suddenly a little complacent. "Yes, I am the son of the first son of God in the royal court. The entire future of the royal court belongs to my father, and I will also be the helmsman of the royal court in the future." Luo Yanqing, who was in fantasy time, said with a smile, as if he was also proud of his identity. Mu Bai did not understand the other party's logic. Not to mention that Luo Guangjuan was frozen by the royal court. Even if the other party replaced Emperor Yu as the most popular son of God, he could not let his son become the helmsman of the royal court in the future. With your IQ, there's no need for you to live. Not wanting to listen to the other person's nonsense, Mu Bai grabbed the martial god and drew a ray of light in the air. Luo Yanqing, who was laughing, didn't expect Mu Bai to take action, so he was beheaded in a flash. And his fruit ability didn't show at all. As for you being accomplices to the evil and ruining the reputation of the royal court in this area, I can't keep you. Mu Bai, with his white hair fluttering, seemed to be telling a trivial matter. But the powerful star masters of the royal court who heard this felt their hair stand on end. In a flash, all the powerful masters of the Wangting domination realm scattered at the same time. Go separately. Don't gather together. Otherwise, you will be killed one by Mu Bai. A person who had heard of Mu Bai's strength immediately roared, and then quickly disappeared in the northwest direction. During the scattered escape of the crowd, Mu Bai, with his white hair fluttering, did not move at all as if watching a play, until everyone disappeared from his sight. He stretched his muscles. Master, are you just going to let them go? Seeing that the master did not move for a long time, the old man Zhu Gu thought that he was just scaring those people. Mu Bai shook his head and looked over with a smile. Zhu Gu, do you know what it means to be unable to escape even if you have wings? Escape even if you have wings? Just as he was confused about what the master meant, a burst of hot flame shot up into the sky. The moment the terrifying Golden Crow Divine Fire transformed into the Taishu Divine Fire, Mu Bai, who opened his Golden Crow wings in human form, looked like a god in the fire and looked down on everything. Accelerate. Speed up. As Mu Bai's mind moved, he turned into a terrifying fireball and disappeared into the sky at an incomprehensible speed. The shocked Zhu Gu thought he was hallucinating, and rubbed his eyes repeatedly before he finally reacted. Did he eat 10 shining fruits? What a speed! The 3 people in the southeast thought they had escaped. But before they landed on the ground and went their separate ways, a 3-pointed two-edged sword shot out from the air. In the gap between the 3 of them looking back, it pierced their chests continuously with unparalleled sharpness. In the end, it nailed the 3 people into the ground with terrifying force. After a flash of fireball, the 3-pointed two-edged sword disappeared together. The super powerful observation hockey combined with the super acceleration ability of the Golden Crow Fruit, and the destructive power of the 3-pointed two-edged sword of the God of War. Mu Bai was like the sickle of the God of Death, accurately killing all the fleeing Wangting master-level strongmen one after another. The master-level strongman is considered to be above the middle level in any force. But in Mu Bai's eyes, this level of strongman is probably no different from ants crawling on the soil. When Mu Bai returned to Wandu Ancient City, it took only 2.5 minutes. Mu Bai, full of murderous aura, brought the ancient elder directly to the radio station in this city. The station master, with trembling legs, didn't know what the killing god was going to do. He wanted to stop him, but didn't dare to speak or approach him. Is the city's broadcast connected? Connected. Some several staff members looked at the steel door that was smashed next to them, and said with a fake smile, as if sensing the other party's tension and uneasiness. Mu Bai whispered to the people in the broadcasting room, I am Wangting Mu Bai. Don't worry about killing innocent people. After that, he ignored them and picked up the microphone to the residents of the city. Hello everyone. I am Wangting Mu Bai. I just killed the scum in Wangting. That is, Luo Yanqing, the son of the first son of God Luo Guangjuan, and a group of Wangting strongmen who helped the tyrant. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the city who had heard of or seen Luo Yanqing's atrocities applauded and praised. Good kill. He killed the cancer of the royal court with his own hands. He is worthy of being the new generation of genius in Zhongzhou. It's so satisfying. I wish I could tear him into pieces. There are those who praise him, but there are also those who doubt and worry. Is it true? That's the son of God. Is Mu Bai crazy? How dare he kill a person with such a background? Then the first son of God Luo Guangjuan will not be crazy to take revenge on Mu Bai? He is really tough. It is too risky to offend the 2 sons of the royal court in a row. It's okay for the Emperor Yu, but it's not worth offending the first son of God Luo Guangjuan for the sake of his own pride and so-called justice. Not worth it. Do you still want Mr. Mu Bai to keep that evil creature to continue to harm the people? You are not the remnant of Luo Yanqing's accomplice. Hey! Don't talk nonsense. I will sue you for defamation. TSK? What defamation are you talking about? Why didn't you dare to sue Luo Yanqing when he was massacring civilians? Almost all the people who heard the broadcast in the houses and companies on the street were discussing it fiercely. No matter what a small number of people thought, the vast majority of people felt extremely relieved. There is no need to explain the reason for the killing. This kind of scourge must be eradicated no matter whose bloodline remains in his body. I believe you have heard of his deeds, and even seen them with your own eyes. If he does not die, people will not be at peace. In the territory controlled by the royal court, such people who do whatever they want are not allowed to appear under the control of the royal court. I hope that it will be fair and just and can guarantee the safety of ordinary people. I am indeed not qualified to say such words at the moment, but I will have such qualifications after the Son of God selection competition is over in a few months. After having nothing to say, Mubai also cut off the connection of the microphone. Under the gaze of several stunned staff members in the broadcasting room, he disappeared with Jugu Elder outside the iron gate that was blasted through. Amazing! Amazing! A man in a black suit in a bus in the city applauded excitedly. He was none other than the staff of the main world newspaper who wrote about Mu by killing a strong man in the Moonwheel realm in the western region. Although his chest near his shoulder was still aching at this moment, he was also very excited to know such a big thing about Mu Bai at the first time. He is really a madman. He dared to kill the descendant of the first son of God in public. This scene that would never happen in any other force actually happened. This is really great. Ha ha. Only his laughter echoed in the empty bus. The bus driver thought he was a madman and stopped the car on the side of the road. He talked about fairness and justice in his last words. Does that represent his claim to be in power in the future of Wang Ting? It is very interesting to talk about fairness in the main world where the strong are respected. It seems that he is also very confident about the fourth Son of God selection at the end of the year. I can focus on this in the newspaper. The man of the world newspaper muttered to himself and took out a piece of paper and wrote down a few headlines. Shocked. Wang Ting Tianjie killed someone from this force. The other party is actually the descendant of a big shot in the upper echelons. Strange. Does Wang Ting Mubai's advocacy of fairness and justice represent preferential treatment for ordinary people at the bottom? Is he the future revolutionary of Wang Ting? Confident. I believe that I will definitely take the position of the fourth Son of God. Could it be that he is really the illegitimate son of the Star Master? After writing a few words casually, he thought hard to arrange some gossip for Mu Bai. After all, gossip and topics related to this kind of young genius is extremely eye-catching. After going through the contemporary young girl genius in his mind, he instantly chose one person. Amazing love. Even if you and I are in a hostile relationship, you and I can't give up the sadomasochistic love. The secret that Wang Ting Mu Bai and Wanchuan Saint must tell. Wang Ting and Wanchuan Pavilion are both the top forces in Zhengzhou. It can be said that cooperation and competition coexist. The contemporary saint of Wanchuan Pavilion is rumored to be stunningly beautiful and extraordinary. In the past 2 years, she has surpassed all the saints to become the most promising inheritor of Wanchuan Pavilion. If he can arrange these two rising stars of the superpowers in Zhengzhou together, it will definitely set off the newspapers in the main world. Wang Ting's rising star Mu Bai has become famous recently. First, he was suspected to be killed by Wang Ting's son Yudi in the south region and then resurrected. Some time ago, in the west region, Mu Bai used his strength at the star domination realm to cross the gap between two major realms and forcibly killed the abbot of Songlong Temple, a veteran Moonwheel realm expert. Recently, he even killed the descendant of Wang Ting's own first son in the Wandu ancient city to our south. It's simply unheard of. I heard that he even talked about fairness and justice. The Black God cult is located in the north of Zhengzhou, and the area where it is located is also called the Black God area. According to legend, this is the origin of the Black God cult. It was preached here in the early days of the church. It is a coincidence that the Burial Emperor mountain ridge where Mu Bai participated is at the border of the Black God cult area. Although the Black God cult area is not large, the various forces within it are obviously very peaceful. This third-rate force that has been valued because of the Black Prison must be peaceful within its territory. Otherwise someone wants to confront the three dominance-level forces in Zhengzhou. Walking on the quaint streets, a young woman with an ordinary face and two maids smiled after hearing about Mu Bai. Miss, Mu Bai is an interesting person. He dared to kill the son of God in his own power. He is crazy, the maid said with a smile. Although she felt that Mu Bai was crazy, she was obviously supporting him in her heart. The girl, who looked ordinary but had a transcendent temperament, shook her head. Amu? You don't understand the reason. Luo Guanjuan, the first son of God in the royal court, committed a taboo crime and has been imprisoned on the cliff for hundreds of years. The position of the son of God can be said to be well-deserved. His son can be so successful in the local area, which is just an exchange of interests between the top leaders. Now that his descendants have been cut off, there is a high probability that he can't do anything to Mu Bai. What's more, if Mu Bai can become the fourth son of God in the royal court, Luo Guangyuan may be able to apologize to Mu Bai, who killed his own son. The maid Xiaomu was stunned when she heard it. Obviously, she didn't know all the information about the members of the royal court. So amazing. Miss, you really know everything. The girl with a transcendent temperament shook her head again. These are the most basic things. Before she finished speaking, she found that there was a lot of star power gathering in the sky. Turning around, she saw two black dragon-like beasts in the sky pulling a luxurious carriage-like building floating in the sky. The word Black God was engraved on both sides of the carriage. And following behind the carriage were a large number of Black God cult strongmen. They were obviously all at least above the apostle realm, because they could fly through the air. It is the exclusive means of transportation for the Black God cult's young master. Where did they come from? Are they receiving distinguished guests? As everyone was talking, they suddenly discovered that the Black God cult's young master was accompanying a white-haired young man out of the luxurious carriage. Brother Mu Bai's words and deeds really taught me a lesson. If the future leader of the royal court is someone like you who cares about the people, I think the environment for ordinary people in Zhongzhou will definitely be better. The Black God cult's young master, with a resolute face and a brocade robe, spoke with admiration. And Mu Bai, who was standing beside him, also smiled in response. But it was unknown how much of their words were from the heart, and how much were polite words. Brother Wu, you keep calling me your younger brother, which makes me feel very nervous. In terms of age, how can I be your elder brother? Ha ha. Brother Mu Bai, you are too polite. As the saying goes, a wise man is a teacher. Just judging by your advanced insights just now, you are far better than me. During the conversation between the two, Elder Ju Gu was so sleepy that he almost yawned. The head of the Black God sect, who was holding Mu Bai's hand, changed the subject. Brother Mu Bai, since you have come to my place, I will definitely treat you well. Tonight, I plan to host you and the geniuses of other forces at the Black God building in the city center. They are all here to participate in the Black Prison. We will get to know each other and have opportunities for cooperation in the future. Okay. Since Brother Wu invites me so hard, I will definitely go. I'll just walk around now, and you can go and do other things. After that, Mu Bai got up and took Elder Ju Gu to the street on the ground. When people nearby saw him coming out of the carriage of the head of the Black God sect, they all cast their eyes over. Master, I feel like I'm almost a star if I follow you. Mu Bai, who looked calm, didn't care about these gazes. Hearing what Elder Ju Gu said, he shrugged his shoulders and said coldly, I just found that you are particularly good at talking nonsense recently. Now I understand why Emperor Shura God has sealed you in a magic tower for so many years. Ju Gu, with a twitch in his mouth, quickly closed his mouth. The master's words really killed people without blood. It seemed that there was some kind of feeling in the dark. The blood of the great sun Golden Crow in Mu Bai's body was slightly agitated. He suddenly turned around and looked at the girl who passed by him. Although the other party looked ordinary, she had a rare noble temperament. He suspected that the other party was wearing some disguise to cover her face. Mu Bai did not step forward to ask, but let the other party leave. Strange. This girl obviously has a high-level devil fruit, Elder Juega said in a deep voice, touching his chin. Although his strength realm has not recovered, his vision is extremely sharp. The combination of his observation haki and his backtracking fruit makes him more meticulous in observation. Don't worry about it. Let's go. After taking a deep look at the person behind him, Mu Bai's figure turned into a flame, and the two of them disappeared on the spot together with Juegu. Miss, that is Mu Bai. So handsome. As a maid who loves white hair, Xiaomu was very excited. She saw it clearly just now. Wang Ting Mu Bai's face can be described as perfect. If she gave the other party a full score of 10, she would give it 100 points directly. This is not the point. Okay? He has the mythical Jinwu fruit, but does not have the characteristics of a bird in appearance. Obviously, this shows that he is perfect in controlling the fruit, the noble girl said softly. Obviously, compared with Mu Bai himself, she cared more about the other party's Dai Jinwu fruit. Bai Xiaxing's face in the Tianji pavilion was pale, because he suffered a backlash when he used the Tianji stone to calculate the result of the Black Prison. This had never happened before. Even if he couldn't calculate the result, he shouldn't suffer such a backlash. How could this happen? Did I calculate it wrong? Master, I don't understand. The Tianji stone created by the Suansuan fruit can't be deduced. Does it mean that a big event is going to happen in the Black Prison this time? The sound of wind and rain in the empty high-rise attic was particularly clear. The heavy rain rolled in the bleak autumn wind and fell diagonally in the attic. The hall with no barriers and open windows seemed very cold. The old man, with a long beard sitting on the Siming terrace in the thunderbolt, stared at the rain falling on his palm expressionlessly. As the contemporary ruler of the Tianji pavilion, Tianjizi could naturally perceive the state of his apprentice Bai Xiaosheng. Do you know fate? Hearing the master's question, Bai Xiaosheng, who was a little surprised, didn't dare to delay and responded quickly. I know a thing or two. Cause determines effect. The previous life determines the next life. The previous cause determines the effect. The cause of good and bad fortune is self-contained and fate is formed. All living beings in the world have fate. This is also an important reason why Master Suansuan fruit can be ranked in the top 10 in the fruit ranking list. Even the God Emperor has fate. Tianjizi's turbid eyes swept over the rain dripping from the windowsill for a long time without saying a word. Bai Xiaosheng, who was kneeling on the ground, thought that there was something wrong with his answer. So he stood up and wanted to explain it again. However, before he could finish his words, he heard a sigh from Tianjizi in the simple hall. You are right. This is indeed the explanation of fate. Everything in the world has a fate. Even the God Emperor is no exception. The only difference is that the fate of the God Emperor is hidden, while the fate of the people from outside the sky cannot be observed by the fruit of calculation. Master, you mean there will be people from outside the sky participating in the Black Prison this time? In an instant, Bai Xiaosheng thought of Mu Bai. Although he could feel that Mu Bai knew a lot about the cultural history of the northern borderland during those days. But for some reason, he could always detect the other party's unusualness with his meticulous observation. In some views, the other party could be said to be very advanced. People from outside the sky were not rare in Bai Xiaosheng's eyes. After all, as the highest level of the main world, souls would often be drawn into this world. Before the spiritual energy of the main world was revived and the reincarnation system was still sound, the number of people from outside the sky was so rare that they could be seen. Now that the Dharma ending age is about to end, the reincarnation system will completely collapse in the era of spiritual energy recovery. In this case, people from outside the sky will undoubtedly become the rarest people. Suddenly, Bai Xiaosheng looked up at his master and asked softly, Master, can a person from outside the sky bear the destiny and become a God Emperor? It cannot be calculated, guessed, or measured. At least you can't do it now. Seeing that his master closed his eyes to rest, Bai Xiaosheng could only suppress the doubts in his heart. After respectfully saluting and walking out of the hall, he was still thinking about his master's answer. In a trance, he almost bumped into the person in front of him. Turning around, he saw that it was Jiang Tianin, the prince of the imperial court who had just arrived here a few days ago. Huh? Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Bai Xiaosheng saw that Jiang Tianin and Jiang Tianyi had packed their bags and couldn't help but feel curious. Since my physical weakness has been solved by Lord Tianjizi, we brothers and sisters have to go back. The polite Jiang Tianin has a rare rosy complexion recently because he is no longer disturbed by the nightmare creatures in the Dark Star world. It is a sharp contrast to his pale face when he first came to Tianji Pavilion. Yes, we have to go back to the royal court. I don't know if we can meet Brother Mu Bai on the way. Jiang Tianyi, who was standing with her hands on her waist, was also dancing and talking. It was obvious that Mu Bai left a deep impression on her. Did you meet Mu Bai from the Zhongzhou royal court on the way here? Bai Xiaosheng always felt that this was too coincidental. To be honest, sir, Mu Bai helped me solve my 2 nightmare attacks. Otherwise, I would have had a hard time walking to Tianji Pavilion. In the end, Mu Bai is my lifesaver. I see. Seeing this, Bai Xiaosheng also chatted with the two about Mu Bai, such as the explosive news in the recent newspapers in the main world, or some things about the royal court or the royal court. Bai Xiaosheng, who was having a good conversation, also vaguely noticed some loopholes in Jiang Tianin's words. He had some doubts about the other party's true identity, but he forced himself to suppress this feeling of something wrong. It was not until he sent the two out of the Tianji Pavilion that he picked up the Tianji stone again with a serious look and wanted to calculate whether Jiang Tianin's soul was intact. He always felt that some of the other party's words were not like what could be said in this era. Although the other party was restrained, He still suspected that there was another soul in the other party based on clues. Forget it. Master just told me that fate obviously asked me not to use the power of the Tianji stone for the time being. Forget it. There are as many souls in his body as he wants. As long as it doesn't delay my life. Muttering to himself, Bai Xiaosheng smiled and turned over and jumped out of the Tianji tower. After stepping on the flying treasure, he disappeared very casually near the Tianji pavilion. He was going to eat a small barbecue that had just opened in a nearby city to digest his views on the word fate. While Bai Xiaosheng wanted to eat barbecue, Mu Bai, who was far away in the Black God area, was also eating barbecue. But his barbecue was obviously much more advanced than that of roadside stalls or five-star hotels. Many ingredients are no longer ordinary things, and most of the meat is creatures with pseudo-dragon blood. Zhongzhou does have artificial breeding of these celestial dragon livestock in the folk, but because the breeding cycle is too long, the cost of feed and water is too high, and these dragon meats with pseudo-dragon blood are often very expensive. In addition to the precious and rare pseudo-dragon meat, there are also a lot of other precious star creatures' meat, many of which are simply not consuming by ordinary people in the main world. Even Zhugu, who is knowledgeable, wants to give a thumbs up to the young master of the Black God cult. Zhugu used soft meat skewers to kiss the red and blue flames, and the sizzling sound gradually changed from red to white, then from white to light yellow, and finally to golden and burnt yellow, fragrant and mouth-watering. When he was about to enjoy it himself, he was directly snatched away by Mu Bai. If these foods can't stop you from eating, then don't eat. Grill this pot of meat for me. Remember, don't let these servants help. The old man raised his hands angrily with a frown on his face. His hands started to spin like a wind wheel with amazing momentum, and the grilled meat in his hands was evenly heated at a very fast speed. The first floor of the Black God building has been fully secured by the Black God cult. Even though the Black God cult has reserved the venue, there are still a few local wealthy businessmen who don't know the importance of the event and want to hold a cocktail party here immediately. They are immediately dealt with by the Black God cult. The purple-clad security captain said to the security members with a serious look, this time, the top floor of the Black God building is full of geniuses from all over Zhongzhou and other regions. Our young master is hosting a banquet for them. Objectively speaking, we cannot protect them in terms of strength, but we have to do it as the face of the Black God cult. After that, the core member of the Black God cult, who was temporarily the security captain, immediately led people to clear the nearby streets, whether it was the rich driving top luxury cars or the poor civilians setting up stalls on the roadside. The Black God cult drove them all away equally. A few people with bad tempers, who were not dissuaded, were directly taught a lesson by the Black God cult on the spot. At this moment, no matter how arrogant and powerful you were in the downtown area of the Black God cult, you have to be quiet and be a coward at this point in time. After looking down at the scene below, Wu Xiao, the young master of the Black God cult, continued to entertain the invited geniuses, who came in one after another. The top floor of the magnificent Black God building is extremely wide, because it is a twin-tower structure. The area of the top floor is very large. Even if 2 football games are held here at the same time, it will not be crowded. The geniuses from all over the country who accepted Wu Xiao's invitation behaved very differently. Some were unruly, and some were polite. Most of the visitors had unusual looks. At least the few people who passed by Mu Bai had their own characteristics. A long-haired crazy woman with a strange tattoo and a skull jade pendant on her chest. A bald young man wearing Taoist clothes. A gentle girl with a kawaii cartoon image. Or a strong man covered in golden armor, sitting alone on the sofa enjoying the food. Mu Bai once thought that he was attending a comic exhibition. After all, these people were too unconventional. In this way, Mu Bai was considered a normal person. Mu Bai, who was lying on the sofa waiting for the ancient master to grill meat, smelled a strange fragrance when he turned his head. Following the fragrance, he saw a woman with elegant appearance coming over. Her long hair attracted the attention of several people on the sofa next to her. Handsome guy. Why haven't I seen you before? You look unfamiliar. Are you from another area? The woman's voice was very soft and gentle, giving people a motherly feeling. Mu Bai, who was leaning on his arm, just glanced at him and said lightly, don't use the fruit ability here. Otherwise you will not be injured when I take action. Mu Bai really doesn't care about chatting for a few words. But Mu Bai is really too lazy to deal with people who use the fruit ability or the half-stage observation color to sweep the whole body. This kind of offense is light and heavy. So after hearing Mu Bai's cold words, the young woman with elegant long hair was not angry. Instead, she restrained her bewitching words and greeted him in the most ordinary voice. I was going to pretend I didn't know you. But since you feel I have offended you, could I offer some compensation to Mr. Mu as a token of respect? You know me, and you approach me on purpose. It seems you have something to ask for. Mu Bai took the deep-sea octopus roasted in the hands of Elder Ju Gu without comment, and found it a little fuzzy after taking a bite. Frowning, he saw that Elder Ju Gu was quietly looking at a hot woman on the sofa next to him. It's burnt. Ah. Sorry. I was distracted just now. I will reprocess it for you. After that, Elder Ju Gu used the ability of the backtracking fruit with one hand to trace the time of the deep-sea octopus roasting to the time when the fire was just right. This time-traveling trick really shocked some people nearby. And some people who were attracted by Mu Bai's appearance also looked at this Elder Ju Gu unconsciously. Some of the geniuses gathered here recognized Mu Bai's identity and dared not approach him, while most of them still did not know his true identity. After all, even if they had heard of his deeds, they had never seen him in person. After the enthusiastic Wu Xiao led the Black God cult's high-ranking officials into the building, the first place they came to was Mu Bai's sofa. Along the way, several Tianju in the Black God area wanted to greet these high-ranking officials of the Black God cult, but they only received a few indifferent replies. But when these high-ranking officials of the Black God cult came to Mu Bai, they seemed cautious. Wu Xiao, this must be the new generation Tianjiao Mu Bai of the royal court. You are really handsome and talented. I saw the news that you killed a strong man in the Moonwheel realm a few days ago. I was shocked at that time. When the people nearby heard the 5 words killed the Moonwheel realm, they were obviously confused. What new generation Tianju can kill a strong man in the Moonwheel realm? This is as outrageous as dismantling a Gundam with bare hands in the 5th grade of elementary school. Thank you for your compliments. I was lucky to kill a Moonwheel realm expert. Mu Bai was not impressed by this kind of polite scene of mutual compliments and praise. After a few simple words, several Black God cult leaders also praised Mu Bai's deeds even more. Before, Mu Bai was still a little uncertain. But now it seems that if the Black God cult did not have the special product of the Black Prison, it would only be a 3rd or 4th-rate force in Zhongzhou. He is just a new generation of genius in the royal court. Not even a son of God. Even with this identity, he has to be so cautious and tread on thin ice. It's really a bit cheap. But then he thought that fish have their own ways, and dragons have their own ways. So there is no need for him to look down on the other party. This little white face can kill a Moonwheel realm expert. What a joke. A young man with dyed red hair said with a smile in the distance. The punk-style appearance, purple lips, and wild red hair made Mu Bai almost think that kid from One Piece came to this world. The two are so similar. Mafian sect. Duan Honglu. The elegant woman saw that Mu Bai was in a daze, and thought that he was thinking about the identity of the red-haired man. So she whispered softly. Mu Bai was not unfamiliar with the 3 words Mafian sect. Strictly speaking, this sect was the power of the father of the first son of God Luo Guangjuan. Now it is considered a sect of the lineage of the greedy wolf Star Lord. Its status in the royal court is similar to that of the Yin Yang sect and the Ziwei Star Lord. Could it be that the other party came forward because I killed Luo Yanqing? I have heard of this Mafian sect, but I have never heard of this Duan Honglu. Before Mu Bai finished speaking softly, the red-haired Duan Honglu was already smiling and his muscles were pumping. And then the shining diamond skin covered his whole body. Obviously, this Duan Honglu is a superhuman diamond fruit ability user. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. You will always remember this name in the future. Duan Honglu, who turned into a shining diamond thug, strode towards Mu Bai regardless of the dissuasion of his companions. The diamond fruit is also called the shining fruit. The eater is Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd squad of the Whitebeard Pirates. The effect of using it is that any part of your body can be turned into an extremely hard diamond. The hardness of diamond can even withstand the slash of Hawkeye, who is known as the world's #1 swordsman. At the same time, the attack power of diamond is also very strong. It can destroy all objects with a hardness lower than that of diamond. If the ability user turns his body into diamond and hits the enemy at a very fast speed, it will cause great damage to the enemy. This is the performance of Diamond Jaws in the anime. And in the main world, Mu Bai estimates that the opponent has a high probability of having a stronger fruit ability than the host Jaws. These days, Mu Bai has actually analyzed the difference between the main world and the One Piece world. That is, the upper limit of the world is higher. It is precisely because the upper limit is raised that the devil fruits in the main world are generally stronger than the devil fruits in the One Piece world. And because of the terrifying upper limit, mythical devil fruits will be born. What are you hesitating about here? Mu Bai. Are you afraid? Duan Honglu of the Motian sect is huge, and his messy red hair is scattered on his shoulders, making him look extremely strong and crazy. He actually found trouble with Mu Bai in such a scene. Whether it was Wu Xiao, the young master of the host Black God sect, or the geniuses present, they were a little bit unbelievable. They were mainly surprised by this person's IQ. After all, with such an obvious gap in strength, provoking Mu Bai, who was not a good man, was simply seeking death. You should know that when Mu Bai first became famous with the mythical golden crow fruit, he was made of millions of alien bones. You go to provoke such a ruthless person? Mr. Duan, you are a bit too much. Fighting in my territory. Before Wu Xiao finished speaking, Duan Honglu, who was shining with diamonds, snorted impatiently. It's fine to give face to you Black God sect Black Prison. But what if I don't give you face? Can you still sue me in front of Greedy Wolf Star Lord? As soon as the 4 words of Greedy Wolf Star Lord came out, even Wu Xiao, who had a good temper, couldn't help but get angry. Among the few remaining Star Lords in the royal court, the one with the most means must be Ziwei Star Lord. But the one with the most killing means must be Tanlang Star Lord. The constellation represented by the Star Lord can also represent the characteristics of this person to some extent. For example, Tanlang Star Lord is like the Penpijuan, which represents destruction, and the Sha in Chisha represents momentum. The word gone in Tanlang clearly points out the characteristic of greed. That is, desire. Therefore, people of Tanlang Star have the strongest desire. Many major events that shocked Zhongzhou many years ago were planned by Tanlang Star Lord. It is worth mentioning that the third son of God, Yudi, was cultivated by Tanlang Star Lord at that time. In terms of power in the royal court, only he can be compared with Ziwei Star Lord. Sitting on the sofa, Mu Bai, who was not impatient, couldn't help but smile when he saw Duan Honglu mention Tanlang Star Lord. What are you laughing at? Duan Honglu sneered and said in a threatening tone without disguising it. I laugh at you for being so clever. Who are you trying to suppress by bringing up the Star Lord? As an important young member of the Motian sect, you keep mentioning the word Star Lord. How unconfident are you to be so irresponsible? Have you really seen the Star Lord of Greedy Wolf? Mu Bai's series of fatal questions won the applause of the geniuses present. And Duan Honglu, who heard Mu Bai's words, was obviously a little furious. He had never seen the Greedy Wolf Star Lord. At best, he could only beg to see the third son of God in a humble manner. When would he have the face to really meet a big man at the level of the Star Lord? I hope your face is as hard as your mouth. Duan Honglu, with his teeth clattering, rushed into the White Hall like a white war bear with diamond skin. The powerful air wave dispersed the furniture around, and the target was directly aimed at Mu Bai, who was sitting on the sofa with an unchanged expression. Shining impact. The multiplying diamond skin continued to stack up. When he rushed in front of Mu Bai, the diamond skin that was originally just a layer had accumulated into a battering ram as big as a car. Duan Honglu, who was at the level of Star Lord, was full of confidence under the terrifying brute force impact. He believed that with his own super physique, he was enough to crush Mu Bai, who was not worthy of the name. Perhaps I still have a chance to replace this person's reputation and step on his body to create my own glory. Mu Bai, who sat firmly with his hands crossed on his knees, felt a little ridiculous. Without getting up, he slightly condensed a slight vibration ball cover between his fingers and pointed it out. In an instant, the space quickly overlapped and shattered in the state of nodes. The action was so fast that no one could see it clearly. For Mu Bai at this moment, the opponent in the realm of Star Master is no different from an ant. Even the most powerful ants are nothing under the absolute strength. It can be said that he is already stronger than everyone can imagine in the same realm. Sitting on the sofa, Mu Bai blasted through the foam-like diamond skin with one finger. Before Duan Honglio's distorted face was stretched out, he picked up the other's red hair with one hand and threw it out of the French window. Diamond proliferation. Mu Bai, leave your arm. Duan Honglu, who still wanted to struggle, gritted his teeth and his whole body was multiplied by diamonds. The rapidly multiplying diamond SHL tried to wrap Mu Bai's arm at an almost crazy regeneration frequency, and the hard diamond that seemed to have life quickly eroded the skin on Mu Bai's arm. Mu Bai smiled with his head slightly tilted. Then a terrifying shock wave burst out from his arm. The powerful shock wave in the bursting void shattered Duan Honglio's diamond skin inch by inch like the scythe of the god of death. This scene was extremely violent, extremely bloody, extremely crazy. Diamonds were already raining down under the Black God building, and hard diamond fragments fell fiercely. They kept bombarding the ground road. And Duan Honglu, who was hit by Mu Bai twice in a row, was like a bird being electrocuted. And his very confident diamond proliferation could not even withstand Mu Bai's casual attack in terms of defense. Duan Honglu, whose chest was blasted and his whole body was shattered, had lost consciousness and fell to the bottom of the building in just 2 seconds. Mu Bai's figure was slightly twisted standing in front of the broken glass. And the next second, he had stepped on Duan Honglio's head and smashed directly into the ground. Mr. Mu Bai, Wu Xiao, the young master of the Black God cult, jumped down with some worry. When he landed smoothly with his whole body wrapped in the torrent of candles, he saw Duan Honglu with white eyes muttering something incomprehensible. Mu Bai stepped on the other's red-haired head and leaned over to whisper in his ear, "Remember, I don't care if you hide deeply and deliberately cause trouble for me, or you are also in the hands of the Emperor Yu. As long as you see me, you must remember. Always lower your head and be a human being." Mu Bai, who lifted the other's neck, saw that the other seemed to be in a semi-comatose state and immediately kindly punched the other's ribs. Duan Honglu, who had a strong physique, was instantly awakened by the pain, with blood at the corners of his mouth. He was full of fear when he met Mu Bai's eyes that looked like a beast. Is the Matian sect under the name of the Lord of the Sirius Star in the Wanting strong? Compared with the bottom of Zhongzhou, it is already a very strong force. Even if it cannot be compared with the Yin-Yang sect, it is not far behind. Is Duan Honglu in the Matian sect strong? Very strong. Many of the Tianju present have heard of his achievements, and several of them have directly fought with him. The opponent's hard diamond armor can be said to be a copper wall and iron wall. No matter how they use their means, they can't break the opponent's defense. It can be said that under the situation where the combat power is not much different, the Diamond Man Duan Honglu is naturally a meat shield warrior. But now, this Tianjiao who relied on a diamond armor to run rampant in the Matian sect did not even last a round in front of Mu Bai. This shocked everyone more than Mu Bai killed the Moon Will Realm strongman. Spare life. I will spare you from now on. Duan Honglu, with a choked voice, had no self-esteem in front of Mu Bai after experiencing the feeling of death. Will people have dignity in the face of death? Will they have self-esteem? I'm not a demon, so you don't have to go around me. With kindness, Mu Bai reached out and pressed his hand on Duan Honglio's chest. Within a few seconds of using the Golden Crow Divine Fire to heal Duan Honglu, who was severely injured all over his body, his injuries were quickly healed. Seeing this scene, Wu Xiao, who was about to persuade Mu Bai, was speechless. Thank you very much. Duan Honglu, whose voice was a little subtle, thought that Mu Bai was really kind and didn't care about him. When he was about to go down the stairs, Mu Bai used a big ear thunder to directly shatter all the bones and meridians of Duan Honglio's body. As the hurricane whistled past, Mu Bai's palm line even blew the nearby cars into the air, and Duan Honglu, who was hit hard again, rolled wildly along the street like a rocket. You're coming over here after seeing me. Doesn't that mean you're trying to trip me up in secret? If you die from this slap, you're dead. But if you're alive, you're lucky. Mu Bai muttered to himself, yawned, and turned around to find that the noble girl he had met at noon was coming over, and the 2 slightly honest little girls at noon were with her. Seeing that the girl had an ordinary appearance, but a transcendent temperament, Wu Xiao immediately became alert. This lady Wu looks familiar. I wonder if you've seen her before. There was a faint word forget on the cusp of the elegant girl, and Wu Xiao, whose mind was exploding, immediately thought of someone. Are you also a member of Duan Honglio's gang? Mu Bai, who was a little puzzled, said strangely after feeling the fighting spirit of the noble girl. At the same time, the golden crow blood in his body became a little hot again. Obviously, he also felt the breath of another bird and beast hidden deep in the girl's body. Of course not. How could my young lady be a member of the cheap Matian sect? Not to mention the Matian sect. Even the royal court is nothing? The very arrogant little maid said with a bit of arrogance. Contrary to Wu Xiao's expectation, Mu Bai was not angry but nodded thoughtfully. There are indeed many bad people in the royal court. If 99% of them are cleared out, maybe the royal court can be completely renewed. Don't be so arrogant. Xiao Mu, Mr. Mu Bai's daughter has actually heard of your deeds a long time ago and knows that you are very capable. But I didn't expect that you would even cooperate with a third-rate newspaper like the main world newspaper. After saying that, the elegant girl threw a newspaper directly from her sleeve. Mu Bai was speechless after taking the newspaper thrown by the other party and opening it. The title read Shock. The 3-day and 2-night secrets that Wang Ting's new star Mu Bai and Wanchuan Pavilion Sane have to tell. 3 days and 2 nights of secrets. After opening it, Mu Bai's mouth twitched and he was shocked. This erotic newspaper was actually packaged with his own pictures. As if he had personally admitted these erotic news word by word. Mu Bai, who was speechless, first thought that this world should also have a law against infringement of portrait rights. This is not a violation. This is a rumor. This main world newspaper is too rampant. I heard that they were acquired by Tianji Pavilion some time ago. Mu Bai is going to go directly to Bai Xiaosheng to communicate. Although he doesn't care about the spread of this kind of erotic news. This thing is purely disgusting. The newspaper in the main world fabricated the facts. Let alone any secrets between me and the Saintess of Wenchuan Pavilion. I have never even seen her as an aunt or an auntie. How could such a big secret appear for 3 days and 2 nights? Mu Bai, who lit the Golden Crow divine fire casually, directly set the newspaper on fire. He felt like he was going to explode if he looked at it for one more time. Auntie. Auntie. The noble girl who repeated these 2 words gave Mu Bai a fierce look and turned away directly. It seemed that she was not even going to attend the party in the Black God building. Mu Bai was too lazy to pay attention to her. After burning the newspaper, he disappeared instantly. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, he swaggered back to the sofa and ate barbecue again. Seeing that the floor-to-ceiling window in front was broken and leaking air, he snapped his fingers behind him. The ancient elder who received the order held the skewers in one hand and condensed the phantom of the retrospective clock in the other hand. When the phantom of the clock completely merged into the broken glass window, time quickly flowed backwards. In an instant, the messy scene became intact. The Tianji were all shocked when they saw this method. Even a follower could master the ability to go back in time. This Mu Bai was really extraordinary. The following banquet was held very successfully. When some Tianju, who were originally very manic or arrogant, were about to have physical conflicts because of quarrels, Mu Bai could scare them to shake hands and make peace with a cough. If anyone wanted to make trouble, Mu Bai would glance at them, and the other party would have to sit back obediently. Mu Bai was a soft-hearted person. He liked Wu Xiao, the young master of the Black God sect, very much. So he naturally had to help him while eating his barbecue. Mu Bai, who was observant and alert, actually didn't pay much attention to what happened in the banquet. After activating his wide-range observation haki, he sensed that a large amount of star energy was active nearby. What happened? At this moment, the building was shaking, and Wu Xiao also felt something was wrong. Looking through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the building, it seemed that a large amount of fog was coming from the mountains in the distance. Black Prison. Beast Tide. There are many natural disasters in the main world, some of which are similar to those on Blue Star, and some of which are not on Blue Star. For example, earthquakes, tsunamis, meteorite falls, hurricanes, natural fires, etc. are all disasters similar to those on Blue Star. Unlike ordinary worlds such as Blue Star, the main world has more other natural disasters, and this beast tide is one of them. The general beast tide refers to the star beasts in the mountains and ridges that are frightened for various reasons and form a tide-like formation to invade human cities. The method of dealing with this level of beast tide is also extremely simple. Even if there are some extremely powerful beasts among them, it will not help. As long as the leading group of the strongest star beasts are killed, the beast tide can be easily flattened. However, these are all knowledge from books and Mu Bai's impression. At this moment, he looked at Wu Xiao's face carefully and felt that the other party seemed very frightened. Wu Xiao, the young master of the Black God cult, looked slightly pale and hurriedly said to everyone, "Everyone, this is the beast tide caused by the Black Prison. The test has begun." Some people on the top floor suddenly realized, while some geniuses still didn't understand anything. They thought that Wu Xiao was frightened by the ordinary beast tide and was talking nonsense. Seeing that some people in the crowd didn't understand the Black Prison, Wu Xiao had to explain it repeatedly. It turned out that the Black Prison was not opened at a fixed time. The Black Prison refers to a fixed assessment space. The way to enter each time is different. For example, the last time it was opened, which was opened decades ago, it was opened under a lake in the Black God area. When the Black Prison is opened, as long as the contestants automatically enter the real world affected by the Black Prison, they will unknowingly enter the Black Prison to pass the level. The Black God cult basically cannot interfere with the whole process. Even they can only judge who has passed more levels through the constantly updated inscriptions in the ancient underground. At the same time, Only near the Black Prison inscription can you see the image of the contestants in the Black Prison. Hearing this, Mu Bai basically understood. After all, the Black Prison appeared, and the Black God cult was completely unable to manage it. They could only roughly guess the time when the Black Prison would open. Wu Xiao, do you mean that if we enter the Beast Tide now, we will automatically enter the Black Prison? Someone in the crowd asked loudly. Yes, but I can't tell where we are going. But as long as we kill the beast in the Beast Tide, we should automatically participate. Everyone can't wait any longer. This Beast Tide is the first level of the Black Prison. Although our Black God cult has the ability to easily wipe out the Beast Tide, it will also reduce the number of people entering the Black Prison accordingly. So this time, the Black Tide can only rely on everyone present. Wu Xiao's voice was particularly low. He had never participated in the Black Prison, so he would also be a participant in the opening of the Black Prison this time. He could detect a large number of native star beasts in non-Black God areas in the Beast Tide this time. Obviously, the number of terrifying monsters among them would definitely not be small. The last moment, everyone was drinking and chatting happily at the banquet. And the next second, they immediately entered the first level of the Black Prison and started at deadly level. It can be said that this change is really difficult for most people to accept. However, there are still people who are not interested in this change, such as Mu Bai. Ding dong. Black Prison mission starts. Mission requirements. Rewards will be given based on the number of levels the host has passed. Current level, 0. Do you want to accept the mission? Accepted. After silently responding in his heart, Mu bypassed the crowd and turned into a ray of fire and crashed into the Beast Tide fog. Among the broken limbs and arms of wild beasts, Mu Bai opened his pale golden eyes and looked coldly at the sky wrapped in fog above his head. It seemed that there were giant creatures attacking in the fog. And around Mu Bai, which was at the junction of the city and the mountains, countless red eyes were staring at him fearfully. As long as those bloodthirsty star beasts smelled the blood, they would launch a fierce attack like crazy under the drive of Black Prison. At this moment, Mu Bai, who landed and killed more than a dozen beasts, undoubtedly became the #1 target of these beasts. Seeing Mu Bai take the lead, everyone in the Black God building immediately went out. There were people with superhuman fruit abilities who slid over the city on glue. And there were people with animal abilities who turned into sharks and drilled into the ground, exposing their fins and attacked fiercely. And there were people with natural abilities who controlled the air and floated into the Beast Tide leisurely. Since Elder Juege did not have an invitation letter, he naturally would not take action to clear the Beast Tide. He sat on the sofa and ate delicious food leisurely. Wu Xiao saw that everyone was taking action, so he naturally had to go all out. He saw his fingers slide slightly, and a little white candle wave dispersed like a storm. The next moment, he controlled the candle man on the ground to rush into the Beast Tide, and he used the candle to condense a robot similar to Gundam and hide in it. This method made even Elder Juege slap his hands in admiration. It's interesting. This level of fruit control ability is obviously the awakening of the fruit. The observation haki and armament haki levels of the young leader of the Black God cult seem to be not much lower than Mu Bai. Using candles to scatter beans into soldiers shows his perfect control of the superhuman candle fruit. Using observation haki to disperse and control these candle soldiers shows his terrifying attainments in multitasking and observation haki. And the candle of this big guy similar to the Gundam robot can be fully supported by armament haki. Wu Xiao, who is so humble and polite, didn't expect that he is also a hidden person. When the shark transformed ability user was swimming below, he seemed to feel the subtle noise in the deeper underground. I smell blood. He immediately rushed out of the ground along the mud and sand without paying attention to the movement below, and bit off the neck of a winged wolf at the moment of rushing out. When he was about to use the same trick to deal with the wolf pack above his head, a creaking sound exploded. In the mist in the sky, a giant bird similar to a rock was dragged by a human by the neck and crashed towards the ground. The frightened shark ability user quickly swam away. He didn't want to be smashed into a meat paste by the other party. The giant bird that was nearly 10 floors tall seemed so small in Mu Bai's hands. Even if the star power in the other party's body had reached the peak realm of Star Master, it was as weak as a child in front of Mu Bai. Fall? With a miserable cry, the giant bird flipped over and fell into the deep pit. Mu Bai, who had broken the other party's wings alive, did not stop at all. The next moment, he directly ignited the other party's whole body with the Taishu Divine Fire. Ding dong. Kill the elite monster on the 0th floor and get the qualification to enter a deeper level. The host can freely choose whether to enter the next level immediately. The more elite monsters or higher level monsters killed in each level, the higher the final reward of the black prison the host will get. After receiving this tip, Bai was just considering whether to go directly to the next floor when a white wolf king with lightning flashing all over his body slowly walked over from the street corner in front of him. The animal-type shark fruit ability user in his mouth had already died. Ordinary people might have been scared to death when seeing such a big guy. Imagine if you were walking at the corner of the city and saw a giant white wolf nearly 6 stories high staring at you. How would you feel? Are you interested in me? Bai could see the intention of hunting from the other party's eyes, which was somewhat funny. Obviously, the other party wanted to hunt a stronger target instead of the weakling in his mouth. Be careful. That is the Thunder White Ghost, a super wolf with high-level thunder ability. Judging from the size of the other party, it must be the Wolf King in the wolf pack. Wu Xiao, who drove the candle robot, walked slowly with his candle soldiers. Bai heard it clearly in the fog. It is indeed the Wolf King, and there are many wolf cubs nearby. After a wolf howl in the dark fog, a large number of white wolves appeared behind the Wolf King called the Thunder White Ghost. And when he howled to the sky, a strong breath was also filled in all directions. Bai, who felt the other party's breath, immediately surpassed the realm of the domineering Wolf King. Star Wheel Realm? It seems that the difficulty of the Black Prison is indeed quite high. Bai, who stretched his muscles, never thought that he would encounter a beast of the Star Wheel Realm on the 0th floor of the Black Prison. At the same time as the Black Prison Beast Tide was triggered, several Supreme Elders of the Black God Cult, who had a premonition, were already checking the ancient inscriptions in the basement of the Black God Cult headquarters. I just received news that the Buddhist disciples of the Great Lane Temple have passed the interest exchange of the major forces in Zhongzhou and are almost here. If everything goes as expected, they will be able to participate in the Black Prison in half an hour. The Buddhist disciples of the Great Lane Temple are coming too? It's really strange. This time, the Black Prison will probably be a bit lively. The 2 people in the royal court, the Saint of Wenchuan Pavilion, and the Dragon in the East region. Who are the 2 people in the royal court? I remember that the last emperor you participated. One is Bai from the Purple Star Lord. And I don't know much about the other one. But he was recommended by the Greedy Wolf Star Lord. As several slightly old voices talked, the ancient stone tablet gradually opened up the full-dimensional projection. The contemporary Black God Cult leader saw that the Thunder White Ghost, a super blood wolf king, appeared in one of the visions. And the whole person was a little bit nervous. Before entering the Black Prison, a Wolf King of the Star Master level has appeared. This is a bit too exaggerated. It was the first time in so many years that he saw that the difficulty of the 0th floor was this high. The Supreme Elder, who was leaning on his arm, shook his palm and squinted his eyes and said, "That's because there are too many young monsters participating in the Black Prison this time. The Black Prison has its own matching mechanism. When more strong people participate, the difficulty will naturally increase. And the rewards will also increase. These are not important. Are those top-level projection stones ready?" The leader of the Black God Cult immediately understood and respectfully presented several top-level projection stones. Wenchuan Pavilion, Hua Ting, and even the Great Lane Temple in the western regions have spent a lot of money to watch the whole process in real time. I guess there will be several Star Masters or Pavilion Masters in Hua Ting or Wenchuan Pavilion to watch together. The voice of the Supreme Elder was very light, but it sounded like thunder to the ears of the leader of the Black God Cult below. Strange. Even if there are more people participating in the Black Prison this time, there won't be so many top figures paying so much attention. Right? The leader frowned and asked with some confusion. It doesn't matter, since it is the request of those big figures. Our Black God sect must try its best to meet it. After saying that, the Supreme Elder directly activated these projection stones. And the other side of these projection stones is naturally more lively. The Peacock King, who has the Buddha statues of the heavens behind him in the Great Lane Temple in the western regions, has summoned monks to watch, including other top geniuses in the temple. Although the monks were puzzled, they naturally had nothing to say when they saw that the Peacock King, who always cherished time, was sitting quietly and watching. Perhaps it was because the old man was concerned about the Buddha. The same was true in the Wenchuan Pavilion in Zhongzhou. It was unprecedented for all the Pavilion Masters to gather together, not to mention spending time watching the younger generation's breakthroughs at the same time. The situation in the Zhongzhou Royal Court was similar. The projection of the Greedy Wolf Star Lord sat at one end of the hall, and the projection of the Ziwei Star Lord sat at the other end. Except for the 3 Sons of God, Almost all other Star Lords and Star Gods were present. This scene looked even bigger than the Wunschwan Pavilion. Ziwei, is this the one you chose? The face of the projection of the greedy wolf Star Lord could not be seen clearly. But the shadow of his incarnation alone made the Star Lords present dare not breathe. The greedy wolf Star Lord was a killer. Top-level Sun Will Realm masters, like the greedy wolf Star Lord, had fought their way out of a sea of blood and corpses. In terms of killing, the greedy wolf Star Lord was probably the best of the contemporary generation. Even if it was just a projection sitting there normally, it was enough to suppress the heart of any top-level master. Hearing the greedy wolf Star Lord's question, the projection of the purple Star Lord did not change his expression at all. After a long time, he said leisurely, "It was not me who chose him. Nor was it he who chose me. But he was supposed to be here." Fatalism? The projection of the greedy wolf Star Lord, who smiled faintly, seemed to hear a violent sound, as if his real body was experiencing a battle. People from outside the sky are not in destiny. I hope you don't work in vain. How is the moon god? The two people who talked like ordinary friends undoubtedly brought great pressure to the people present. It is not accurate to describe them as top-level Sun Will Realm powerhouses. A more accurate description should be the first-tier powerhouses under the God Emperor. No one has the ability to kill them before the God Emperor comes out of this era. The Wolf King, known as the Thunder White Ghost, did not move rashly, but roared to summon the wolf pack behind him to capture Mu Bai and Wu Xiao. While he quietly hid behind the wolf pack and seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to move. The wolf pack is left to you. I have no interest in them. After saying that, Mu Bai suddenly had an extra weapon in his hand, which was the three-pointed two-edged sword Martial God. Holding the Martial God, he seemed extremely calm, and his observation hockey also passed through the wolf pack and marked the Wolf King directly. Okay, be careful. That Wolf King is not a simple character. Wu Xiao naturally had no intention of snatching the Wolf King from Mu Bai. After all, the beasts in the Star Will Realm were not so easy to deal with. Attack! After the Black God cult's young master activated the power of the Candle Fruit, the Candle soldiers who were ready to go rushed towards the wolves like a white sea of clouds. The wolves, whose pupils flashed crazy red light, naturally attacked collectively, although they didn't know what the Candleman was. Any living creature was their prey. The height of these white wolves was generally close to 2 meters. Although the size difference with the Wolf King was huge, these wolves were still extremely terrifying in front of ordinary people. On this cleared street, the White Phantom attacked crazily, and the beast's killing intent was rampant at this moment. The white wolves collided with the white wave-like Candle army, and blood flew everywhere. The soldiers holding the armed color-enhanced Candle spears were in a complete formation, under Wu Xiao's control. The soldiers holding shields in one hand, and spears in the other hand resisted the first wave of the wolf's charge through the gaps in the shields, and then fiercely stabbed the spears from the gaps in the layers of shields. Ah! Roar! White spears in and red spears out. Under Wu Xiao's special control, all these Candle soldiers deliberately lowered their bodies to let their spears directly pierce the abdomen of the evil wolf that was forcibly charging in the front. The weakness of canines is naturally the soft abdomen in addition to the waist. In ordinary battles between wild beasts, they will also be wary of the opponent attacking their own weaknesses. However, now that the wolves have been eroded by the Black Prison, they have all become lunatics who only know how to fight and hunt. Naturally, they are at a disadvantage when facing rational Candle soldiers. There are too many. Wu Xiao, who was driving a giant Candle robot, raised his eyebrows slightly, and saw that there were too many wolves in the fog. Even if the Candle soldiers resisted the first wave of the wolf pack's charge, they could not continue to support the formation with shields. Often when the second or third wave of wolves attacked fiercely, the first line of the Candle soldiers would collapse completely. Shark claws plus powerful animal explosive power. The combination of the two makes it as easy to slap and tear the Candle soldiers as a stone hitting eggs. Mu Bai, who was confronting the Wolf King, turned to Wu Xiao, whose forehead was covered with sweat, and was a little puzzled. Brother Wu, since you can control the armament hockey and integrate it into the Candle soldiers' spears, why don't you use the armament hockey to protect these soldiers with outer armor? Wu Xiao smiled bitterly and thought, is it because he doesn't want to? It's obviously impossible. Brother Mu Bai, giving the Candle life form armament hockey from a distance is a matter of consuming hockey and physical strength. Adding it to the spear is enough to exhaust me. If I equip them with armament hockey armor, I'm afraid I will be exhausted on the spot. That's my abruptness. Mu Bai was concerned and brought himself into it. After he finished speaking, He remembered that Wu Xiao still had a big gap with himself in terms of star power, and physical strength, and the total amount of armament hockey. But if my melee attack doesn't work, I'll activate the long-range attack. Send out the candle spider soldiers. The candles on Wu Xiao's body began to flow like liquid, and countless candle spiders gradually emerged from the surging candle waves. The spider regiments that could spin silk remotely quickly replaced the retreating candle soldiers and blocked the battle areas one by one. Many wolves would be restrained when they rushed onto the slightly sticky and adhesive candle spider silk. But the candle soldiers, who grew from the same roots as the candles, could easily rush through the spider webs and pierce the blocked wolves with spears. After summoning the candle spider, Wu Xiao did not stop. He was sweating all over. After he injected the armament hockey into the candle robot under his feet, the candle robot, which was originally plain and simple, gradually stretched its body. The spreading candle liquid slowly outlined a candle centipede that was hundreds of meters long. The back and limbs of the candle were all covered with pure black armament hockey. It was a perfect match with the spider web of the candle spider to restrict the enemy's actions. The killing begins. Wu Xiao, who was controlling the candle centipede, immediately burst out with an amazing air wave. And the candle centipede under his control was also full of combat power. At least Mu Bai could see that Wu Xiao at this moment was enough to compete with the strong men in the Star Wheel realm with the candle centipede. The candle centipede shook its black limbs and rolled to death. The sharp and thick limbs kept tearing the nearby buildings and wolves like a rotating fan. And blood splashed along the sky. And a large number of wolf limbs scattered. The ferocious wolf pack was hit head-on in an instant. Noticing that his own tribe was being slaughtered crazily, the Wolf King, who was known as the Wolf King with the blood of the Thunder White Ghost, was also uncertain for a moment. After all, if he gave up the confrontation and attacked the man who controlled the strange spider, he would be attacked from both sides even if he succeeded in getting out of trouble. The Wolf King, who didn't dare to think too much, was surging with thunder all over his body. The next moment, the Wolf King who controlled the lightning came to Mu Bai at lightning speed. The current flowing into the ground flashed from time to time. Mu Bai, who was standing on the surface, could feel a sense of paralysis in his body, and these currents seemed to have a strong attraction to pull himself towards the surface. Open. Mu Bai, with a calm expression, gently uttered a word, and the next moment countless red chains appeared in the void to link Mu Bai's body. And his body was also multiplied several times at the moment when the 8 desolate prison body was opened. Constitution, strength, muscle strength, reaction speed, ability to resist blows, skin toughness, bone hardness. These most basic strengths of the flesh are constantly rising in geometric multiples. The Wolf King was very fast, but Mu Bai was even faster. Mu Bai, who was faster than thunder, was burning with the Golden Crow divine fire all over his body. With the help of super acceleration power, he knocked the Wolf King out at a faster speed. The explosive punch directly penetrated the surface of the Wolf King's flesh. The Wolf King, who was rolling on the street, had not yet stood up when he saw a red light flashing in the air. The next moment, Mu Bai swept a whip kick across the Wolf King's forehead, and the ball cover of the Xinjiang fruit attached to it exploded instantly. The infinite power in the layers of collapsing void exploded on the Wolf King's skull. The hardest skull of the Wolf King broke with a sound. And then the Wolf King's wolf teeth also burst open. The Wolf King, whose mind was blank, had never been beaten so violently. So much so that the severe pain was suppressed by his Beast King will. And he twisted his neck with a mouth full of blood and no teeth and bit Mu Bai. In less than a second, the teeth that were originally broken at the root recovered at an astonishing speed. After suffering such a heavy blow, he could still maintain consciousness and fight back. This was something Mu Bai had never seen before. What a dog with strong will! Although Mu Bai, who was running at an amazing speed, admired the will of this beast, he did not stop the action of his hands. He stretched out the vibration ball cover out of thin air with both hands, and exerted force with both hands at the same time as the wolf head bit towards him, while the veins on his arms were bulging. The vibration ball cover in Mu Bai's hand had expanded to nearly 1 meter in size. The seemingly ordinary and harmless white ball cover is the most dangerous attack method at this moment. Squeak! Squeak! Vehicles, street lights, shops, trees, streets. Even the entire intersection was covered by the white shock wave. A huge cracking sound gradually erupted from the air, and the whole world was gradually shattered like a mirror. And the Wolf King, with a mouth full of blood in the center of those cracks, had his eyes completely white. The white shock wave engulfed his Wolf King's body. The hard fur and extremely dense flesh were now inconspicuous and fragile under the power of the vibration. The terrifying resonance caused by the layers of superimposed shock waves shattered the Wolf King's internal organs. Even the bones were broken. And the white shock wave did not stop after the Wolf King died instantly. The spreading earthquake quickly engulfed the nearby wolf pack. And even the Candle soldiers were mostly wrapped up. Wu Xiao, who was fighting in the wolf pack, saw the white light coming quickly not far away. And his hair exploded. He almost didn't care about maintaining the Candle centipede form. He immediately made a candle slide with his backhand. And then, he immediately moved away from here along the slide. Injure the 0th layer Lord level creature. Black Prison reward level +1. Current reward level 2. Injured? Mu Bai, who was standing in the ruins pit several hundred meters away, was slightly stunned when he heard this prompt. Especially when the word injured appeared in the prompt. His eyes gradually narrowed. And his light golden eyes followed the weak current to look deep into the ground. There, the Wolf King of the Thunder White Kneeling bloodline had turned into a pool of rotten meat. But at this moment, the blue current was gathering. The Black God cult leader, who had been watching the projection, took a few steps forward. This Mu Bai's skills are really amazing. Even the flesh of the beast in the Star Wheel realm can't withstand his 2 rounds of attacks. If a human in the Star Wheel realm is in front of him, he will probably be even more unbearable. But it seems that this Wolf King has entered the next stage. The Black God cult leader looked at the Buddhist disciples from the western regions, and the Saintess of Wenchuan Pavilion, who had just joined here, and couldn't help but take a breath. The difficulty of each level of the Black Prison is not fixed. But some of the levels will trigger special mechanisms. For example, the stronger the people participating in the Black Prison, the more powerful they are, and the more difficult the Black Prison will be. I remember that there was a strong man in the Sun Wheel realm who accidentally broke into the Black Prison. As a result, this level of strongman didn't even get through the first level, just because his realm was too high and his strength was too strong. When his own strength is extremely strong, it will trigger the mechanism of increasing the difficulty of the Black Prison level. Now that these top geniuses have gathered at the 0th level of the Black Prison, the difficulty of the 0th level of the Black Prison is likely to soar. If those people do not enter, and Mu Bai stays here alone, then the Wolf King may not enter the next stage. The lightning that keeps flowing in the deep pit at the crossroads where aftershocks are still happening seems to be brewing something. Wu Xiao, who had just escaped from the candle slide, hurried over. When he saw that the Wolf King had been killed without even a corpse left, his eyelids twitched wildly. Good fellow. There is not even a dreg left. The battle is over. Mu Bai, who had been silent all the time, said in a deep voice along the trajectory of those electric currents, "No. The battle has just begun." Ding dong. The host cannot enter the first level. It is detected that the Lord Monster of the 0th level is entering the second stage. The system's prompt is undoubtedly a clear indication that the Wolf King is not dead yet. Just when Wu Xiao was somewhat curious about why Mu Bai said this, cracks suddenly appeared under their feet. The next moment, countless purple venom swept in crazily. The huge venom that exuded the meaning of corrosion fell towards the two people like a giant snake rotating trajectory. A trifle. With a cold voice, Mu Bai held his left hand and smashed the vibration ball cover from the air. Squeak! Squeak! The venom that made people's scalps numb was torn apart by the power of the tremor fruit, and the splattered venom also flowed to the ruins along the tearing track. As expected of someone valued by the Star Lord, he is very alert even after the battle. The splattered venom gradually merged together, and soon these venoms formed a decadent green-haired youth with messy hair and blue-striped clothes. Those who didn't know would think that this was a mentally ill patient who escaped. "Who are you?" After realizing that the other party was not hurt, Mu Bai asked with some curiosity. He estimated that the other party's fruit ability was the superhuman fruit. That is, the signature fruit of Magellan Warden in One Piece. The superhuman poison fruit. The basic ability is that the eater can produce venom from any part of the body, which can make the whole body wrapped with extremely powerful poison, and can release extremely toxic venom from any part of the body, including sweat, saliva, breath and sighs, which are all toxic gases. The antidote for these poisons is only possessed by the ability users, and other methods to remove the erosion of toxins are extremely troublesome. The disadvantage of this seemingly heaven-defying fruit is also obvious. That is, the toxic gas exhaled from the mouth will affect the food. If the ability user eats food contaminated with toxic gas, it will greatly affect his physical condition. If the ability of the fruit is used frequently, the ability user's body will be in a state of diarrhea due to the inhalation of toxic gas. This is the ability of the poison fruit in the One Piece comics, which can be compared with the natural disaster fruit. In the environment of the main world, this fruit can only become more powerful. Even Mubai suspected that the disadvantages of the poison fruit ability are not there. After all, as long as the realm is high, there is no need to eat at all. In other words, although the ability user will be depressed due to breathing toxic gas, he will never be in a state of diarrhea. Who am I? I don't know who I am. Can you tell me? Or can the bald monk on the roof tell me? The poison fruit ability user with dark circles under his eyes said with a silly smile like a madman. Wu Xiao followed his sight, and saw the bald young man, with a perfect face on the roof. The other person was wearing a luxurious monk's robe, and had a jade-like face. He was born with a sacred and inviolable feeling. The only monk with such a peerless face was probably the Buddhist son of the Great Ling Temple in the western regions. Mu Bai, who could vaguely guess the identity of the monk watching the show on the roof, did not say a word. He wanted to see what these two were going to do. Amidba. Sin. This friend looks like he has kidney deficiency. Right? Although I can't treat your kidney deficiency, I can help you to transcend after you die. I think this is also a good thing with immeasurable merits. The voice of the Buddhist son of the western regions was very light. But he did not answer the question of the poison fruit ability user. So he was very unhappy. Since you don't know, go to the western paradise to ask for me. As he said that, a vertical pupil suddenly opened behind the poison fruit ability user. An indescribable creature composed of venom was spying on the Buddhist son. Toxic abyss. This unknown poison fruit user sprayed venom all over his body. His face was full of twitching marks. And he looked crazy. The vertical pupils composed of poison behind him gradually merged into his body. And the third eye on his open chest stared at the Buddha. This feeling is really disgusting. The Buddha with a gentle voice seemed to be very disgusted with this poison fruit user. Great compassion palm. The Buddha with profound Buddhist teachings chopped out with a palm. The dazzling Buddha light rushed away like a furious Vajra. Under the control of the poison fruit user, a large amount of venom gathered into a dozen giant snakes composed of venom, biting the Buddha in multiple directions. Wu Xiao, the young master of the Black God cult, was stunned. What was going on? Starting a war at the 0th floor? Not to mention him. Even Mu Bai, the battle maniac, was a little speechless. The powerful Wolf King's aura in the deep pit under his feet was reviving. At this juncture, these two people actually had to fight each other. This was simply stupid. Wu Xiao, do you know what's going on with this Wolf King? It's entering the second stage. Wu Xiao was a little confused when he heard Mu Bai's words. After all, he had never heard of a monster in the second stage on the 0th floor. In the gap between the fierce and powerful palm technique and the venom snake head with a tricky angle in the sky. The poison fruit ability user seemed to have noticed Mu Bai, who was watching the show. You should also taste my venom. The poison fruit ability user, who looked like he had kidney deficiency, summoned a venomous snake in the direction of Mu Bai and the others. When the corrosive liquid venom was sprayed down, it easily corroded the nearby buildings. The reinforced concrete could not support the stability of the building under such super corrosive force. The overwhelming venom and the broken half of the building hit Mu Bai's head together. Mu Bai, I heard that you are going to participate in this God Son selection competition. I want to participate too. Someone from the royal court? Mu Bai, with a frown, had never seen the other party before. So the other party was most likely the person of the greedy wolf Star Lord or several other Star Lords. Seeing that the venomous madman focused on Mu Bai, the Western Buddhist was happy to be relaxed. After repelling the nearby venomous liquid, he immediately moved to the back. He wanted to wait for Mu Bai and the madman to kill each other before taking action. Wu Xiao, use your ability to create a candle barrier. Your fruit ability can restrain his poisonous fruit to a certain extent. Mu Bai, with his hands in his pockets, was too lazy to take action. After reminding Wu Xiao, he jumped directly into the deep pit. Hack! Are you sure? Looking at the corroded building nearby, Wu Xiao really had no confidence in his heart. But since Mu Bai recognized the other party's fruit ability, he would not deceive himself. Candle umbrella. The liquid candles above his head quickly climbed to a certain height. And then these flowing candles were like inverted umbrellas that contained all the purple venom. Huh? Candle? Li Shaoqing was also very surprised to see Wu Xiao blocking his venom. You know, his poison fruit is extraordinary. He has been training the poisonous corrosiveness and toxicity of the poison fruit over the years. For this reason, he even practiced a variety of poison skills. Even in this situation, enemies of the same level cannot fight him at all. In close combat, as long as they are infected with his venom, the whole battle is over. Wu Xiao, who was under great pressure, was immediately scared after receiving the opponent's move. After all, it would be terrible if the opponent's venom splashed on him. See you all again? Brother Mu Bai. I'll go first. After saying that, Wu Xiao turned around and ran on the candle slide. His own strength could not intervene in this level of battle, so it was natural for him to leave the battlefield for self-protection. Mu Bai, who jumped into the deep pit, did not care about the other party's departure. After all, the two of them had never joined forces. When he approached the center of the deep pit, endless thunder exploded out of thin air. A large amount of venom floating nearby was all evaporated, and the terrifying heat waves swept across the scene with a strong beast's hegemony. In a distorted light, the Wolf King with a body of thunder roared to the sky. Li Shaoqing and Mu Bai who were present were all suppressed by this momentum. At this moment, the second stage Wolf King had evolved to the Moon Wheel realm. The Buddhist who had left far away was about to leave here, but was forced back by countless thunder. Wu Xiao was the same, as if the surging thunder would not let them leave the vicinity of the Wolf King. Is this kind of pressure really only the first level? Li Shaoqing, who was scratching his head with both hands, was surprised that his venomous snot bubbles flowed out. He was experienced in combat, and could naturally find that the aura of the other party was obviously outstanding in the Moon Wheel realm. In addition, the other party was a star beast. I am afraid that the 4 people present would lose in a one-on-one duel with him. The 0th level is the Moon Wheel realm monster. Isn't the Black Prison a bit outrageous this time? Wu Xiao, who was forced back by the thunder, said a little embarrassedly. It's really distressing that I can't leave. Mu Bai, you should know me, and that venom madman. The 3 of us have a chance to kill the Wolf King together. The Buddha son of the Western regions intends to unite these 2 people. After all, killing the Wolf King in a single battle will hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt yourself by 800. At the same time, he also wanted to see what kind of strength Mu Bai had. He was very surprised when he heard that he had killed the abbot of Yueluan realm in Songlong Temple. He knew the strength of the abbot of Songlong Temple, although he was confident that he could kill him with all his strength. It was difficult for him to achieve a quick victory like Mu Bai. Of course, this is good. Li Shaoqing, agree. But if you, a bald donkey, dare to call me a lunatic next time, I will peel off your face evenly. Li Shaoqing, with dark circles under his eyes, spoke weakly, as if he wanted to fall asleep after saying this. Mu Bai in the deep pit naturally heard what the two said. He smiled and said without comment, Buddhist, I heard that the Peacock King of your Great Lane Temple went to chase Jiang Shutian personally. I wonder if he is okay now. Jiang Shutian is as cunning as a rabbit. He escaped a long time ago, using some kind of Shura secret treasure of the Shura God Emperor. At this moment, I don't know if he is still in the western regions. The King of Great Ming did not take action personally. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape from the clutches of the Shura God Emperor, even if he were still alive. Although the western region Buddha seemed to be disdainful of Jiang Shutian when he spoke, Mu Bai could still detect the admiration in his tone. No matter what means he used to escape from the Great Lane Temple in the western regions. It shows that his ability and luck are far beyond ordinary people. He actually escaped from the western regions. Mu Bai's pupil shrank as he thought about it. He now suspected that Jiang Shutian had also come to Zhongzhou to participate in the Black Prison, with the other party's ability to conceal his breath and disguise himself. Even a strong man in the Sun Wheel realm would find it difficult to distinguish him. It would not be surprising if the other party replaced some genius to participate. As the two were talking, the Thunder Wolf King, who had entered the second stage, had already reached its peak momentum. With a roar, endless thunders fell on the entire area. With such a dense attack, everyone had to resist it first. The Buddha form is activated. As a user of the Buddha form of the fantasy beast Man fruit, the Western region Buddha's son naturally used his fruit ability immediately. In an instant, the Buddha's light shone everywhere. A golden giant was already sitting cross-legged on the ground, and the sound of Buddha rolled around him, as if the gods and Buddhas in the heavens were chanting the scriptures of rebirth. The Buddha's dharma is boundless. After a loud roar, the Buddha's shock wave in the hands of the Buddha's son bombarded the sky. Li Shaoqing, the poison fruit user, curled up his body in the face of such dense thunder bombardment, and the sticky venom was quickly secreted on his body. Tons of venom accumulated together and corroded the surface, causing him to quickly penetrate into the ground. Candle mold? Candle shelter? Wu Xiao did not dare to be careless. He had seen the power of thunder with his own eyes. If he was hit continuously, he might not be saved by gods. The liquid candles flowing on his hand split into nearly 50 layers of thin candle walls, which were evenly stacked together until a semicircular shelter was formed and stopped piling up. The solid candle shelter was instantly hit by countless thunderbolts. The violent vibration made Wu Xiao look unhappy. But fortunately, the Wolf King didn't seem to focus on him. After the intermittent thunderbolts disappeared, his candle barrier melted to only 2 or 3 layers. But at least he survived. The person in the whole scene who was exactly the opposite of him was Mu Bai. The Thunder Wolf King's anger was obviously poured on Mu Bai. After all, it was this human who killed him before. There are many natural disasters in the natural world of the main world, among which thunder might often appears in the coastal areas of the East region. The so-called thunder might is somewhat similar to rainstorms or hail, except that the former two are rain and ice respectively, while this thunder might is real lightning. Li Shaoqing was born in the coastal areas of the East region, so he is naturally very familiar with this kind of natural disaster. However, at this time, hiding underground, he feels that the so-called thunder might is just a child's anger, and the thunder might in front of him is the real, heavenly might. Mu Bai himself couldn't tell how much thunder there was above his head, but it was obvious that nearly half of the thunder in the entire area was basically gathered above his head. At the moment when the first wave of thunder fell, several nearby high-rise buildings were directly evaporated into fragments by the high temperature of thunder. It seems that you hate me to the extreme. Mu Bai, who opened the 8 desolate prison body to withstand the first wave of damage, stretched his muscles and bones, and felt that the fatigue of the past was swept away at this moment, and the whole person could be said to be full of energy. The Wolf King seemed to have noticed Mu Bai's ease. He twisted his body and merged into the dark clouds in the sky. The next moment, the thunder with hundreds of times the intensity of the previous one bombarded the ground with hundreds of cylindrical beams. The observation hockey was activated. After the observation hockey flashed in his eyes, Mu Bai continued to attack the sky from the gaps against the roaring thunder. The martial god was tightly held in his hand. The Wolf King obviously had strong star power. If the battle continued, he would probably be exhausted to death by the opponent. In this case, it was useless to hesitate. It was better to destroy the opponent in one go. After dodging the thunder beams, Mu Bai found the right time to locate the Wolf King, and the martial god in his hand flew out. The fast-flying martial god easily penetrated the body of the Wolf King. The illusory body could not dodge the attack of the martial god, which undoubtedly gave Mu Bai a further verification of the ability of the martial god. The thunder in the entire area disappeared after the Wolf King was hit by the God of War. Not only that, the Wolf King floating in the sky could no longer use his floating ability, and could only drag his body to the ground. When the Buddha and Li Shaoqing saw the Wolf King being shot down, they attacked at the same time. One of them turned into a golden giant Buddha and attacked fiercely, and the other turned into a river of venom gushing out from the ground. The target of both of them was not the injured Wolf King but the legendary weapon God of War that was inserted into the Wolf King's hind leg. Join forces to deal with the enemy? What a joke. If you can snatch Mu Bai's magic weapon, that would be the biggest gain. It's really as expected. Mu Bai, who was accelerated by the Golden Crow Divine Fire, flashed in front of the Wolf King and drew out the God of War to chop at the two. The Buddha had already been alert and stepped back a few steps, while Li Shaoqing, who was unable to dodge, directly took out a purple strange knife with vertical pupils from the venom-transformed chest. The strange knife seemed to have some kind of miasma. As the green miasma drifted away, the purple strange knife had already collided with the martial god's weapon. The void exploded. After a bang, the strange knife in Li Shaoqing's hand was actually cut off by Mu Bai's martial god. Li Shaoqing, who was shaking with his palms, stepped back dozens of steps and looked at the martial god in Mu Bai's hand with even more fiery eyes. It's really a rare magic weapon. It can even cut off my 100 insects poison knife in one encounter. With fiery eyes, Li Shaoqing didn't care about the Wolf King. The poison in his hand rolled, and he attacked Mu Bai again while repairing the blade. At the same time, some extremely sweet poisonous gas was floating on his hands. Under the blessing of this poisonous gas, his arms were obviously swollen, and his strength was also obviously improved. At least Mu Bai could feel that the opponent's strength was at least twice as much as before. Poison Dragon. The blade turned over. The poisonous dragon condensed by the poisonous fruit in the green miasma bit fiercely. Mu Bai, with a cold expression, directly opened his palm and grasped it horizontally. The next moment, the ferocious poisonous dragon was torn into foam by the devouring mouth in the void. How could Mu Bai, who activated the devouring ability of the Taotai fruit, let the opponent go? The next moment, he used the cover of the God of War to devour Li Shaoqing's chest with a move. Poisonous physique. Li Shaoqing, who sensed the danger with his observation haki, quickly poisoned his chest. After barely avoiding Mu Bai's devouring mouth, he felt a chill all over his body. If he hadn't dodged just now, he would have died. Venom swamp. Not daring to be careless, he casually sprinkled a piece of venom on the ground. The next moment, the corroded ground expanded rapidly. On the venom surface, a large number of poisonous dragons flew towards Mu Bai with twisted murderous intent. Don't use the tricks of playing house. Mu Bai stepped down with a vibration ball cover condensed on his feet. The terrifying vibration shock wave directly destroyed the corroding and expanding venom swamp. In the violent earthquake, the golden crow divine fire accelerated the martial god in Mu Bai's hand and chopped vertically. The Buddha's son was speechless. When he was about to take the opportunity to attack Mu Bai, a blue light and shadow behind him soared into the sky. It was the ignored Wolf King who angrily summoned thunder again. The surging thunder erupted again with the anger of the Wolf King, supported by the power of the stars in the Moon Realm. The Wolf King's range bombardment had almost no dead angles, and the closest Buddha's son was the first to bear the brunt. While secretly sighing that he was unlucky, the gentleness on the corner of his mouth gradually disappeared. I really give you face. Under the endless thunder, the Buddha's son of the western regions shone with Buddha's light in his left hand and condensed a dark vortex in his right hand to erode. Mu Bai, who caught a glimpse of this scene, immediately recognized another fruit ability in the other party's hand. It was the dark fruit. Dark water was in front, and Buddha's light was behind. The superscale thunder bombardment was weakened to the extreme in front of the dark water. The terrifying lightning and thunder were like prey being devoured and dissipated all their energy under the erosion of dark water. The Wolf King was wondering why this guy could withstand his thunder offensive when the Buddha's son in the form of a big Buddha directly slapped him down with one palm. The terrifying energy shock wave swallowed the Wolf King in a rapid flash. Without waiting for the Wolf King to parry, the Buddha stomped on the ground to summon a large number of dark water whirlpools. The Wolf King, whose limbs were trapped, wanted to struggle, but found that the special liquid under his feet, which was sticky like black mist, was pulling him down and falling. Dark erosion. Big whirlpool. After a low roar, the Buddha pressed the ground with his hand, and then stretched out his hand to stir up the entire dark water. The Wolf King, who was shrouded in dark water, was extremely frustrated. At this moment, he felt that all his abilities were suppressed, and the ability to transform into thunder elements and summon thunder was sealed. All his abilities except his original physique disappeared. Where is your thunder? I let you summon it. The Buddha's fists hit the Wolf King's body with shock waves. The embarrassed Wolf King opened his mouth in anger. But suddenly the Buddha, who was about the same size as him, suddenly expanded again. I don't know what secret technique this is, but Mu Bai can find that the other party is not simply bigger in size. The key is that the power of Buddha's light has increased by at least 6 times. The Buddha fruit of the mythical beast species plus the dark fruit. This Buddhist from the western regions is indeed hidden. Thinking of this, Mu Bai somewhat understood why the Peacock King had summoned his subordinates to capture Jiang Shutian. Because after capturing him, the king could use the dark fruit of the Buddhist to extract the mythical Shura fruit from Jiang Shutian's body. If we extend it further, the overall strength of the Great Lane Temple may not be as simple as it seems. With the ability of the dark fruit to extract other people's fruits, the Great Lane Temple can completely create countless legions of people with abilities. Mu Bai, who was fighting with Li Shaoqing, seemed to be at ease. Otherwise, he would not have stopped to observe the movements of the Buddhist with his peripheral vision. Li Shaoqing, whose eyes looked extremely tired, never found a chance to take the weapon martial god from Mu Bai. Even if he used more melee poison skills, the other party seemed to be unaffected. He had heard that the mythical golden crow fruit on Mu Bai had the ability to detoxify, but he didn't care too much at the time. But now it seems that he underestimated the other party. Li Shaoqing was also tired of touching the broken poison knife. He said lazily, forget about it this time. Mu Bai, this weapon is on you first. I will find you when I need it. After that, he turned around and picked up the poison knife to attack the Wolf King. According to Mu Bai's character, he would definitely kill the opponent first despite the pressure of other factors. However, he was still in the main world and had not entered the Black Prison. If he acted rashly at this moment, it would bring some trouble. More importantly, he looked up and could vaguely sense that someone seemed to be observing him in the sky. If he hadn't cultivated the Heisei domineering chi to the extreme, he probably wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. If you have the ability to take this martial god from me, then of course you can. After a perfunctory remark, Mu Bai mentioned the martial god and attacked the Wolf King. This time Li Shaoqing was a little surprised. He thought that Mu Bai could continue to attack. Then you have to keep an eye on it. Don't let the Emperor you or others defeat you first. Li Shaoqing laughed gloomily for a few times. And the poisonous dragon under his feet surged. And his figure also merged into the poisonous dragon. The previous turmoil was finally over. The Western Region Buddhist, Wang Ting Mu Bai, and Wang Ting Li Shaoqing. The three of them joined forces, and did not give the Wolf King a chance to fight back. The Buddha standing in front of the Wolf King used the dark fruit and the Buddha form to completely suppress the Wolf King unilaterally. Although the Wolf King did not suffer too many injuries, this entanglement did not give him the opportunity to launch a thunderous attack. Li Shaoqing, who came from behind the Wolf King, held his left hand in the air, and a large amount of venom on the poisonous knife in his right hand sprayed out with his slash. There were so many that they turned into a river of venom. While corroding nearby buildings, they also paralyzed the Wolf King's limbs with toxins, causing his body, which was already being pulled by the dark water, to sink even faster. The offensive of the two undoubtedly blocked the Wolf King's way. And when Mu Bai, holding the God of War, arrived, the Wolf King could no longer suppress his trump card, and the electricity in his body gathered in his mouth. Obviously, he was not going to use his ability to attack anyone, but to self-destruct directly. The Buddhist child originally wanted to use the dark fruit to eliminate this self-destruction. But when he saw the other two people coming, he immediately stopped the action without making a move, pretending to be lazy and watching the two people's performance. Self-destruction? Mu Bai, holding the God of War, would not give him this opportunity. He accelerated the golden crow flame along the opponent's open wolf mouth, and after turning into a swift flame, the three-pointed two-edged knife in his hand went straight through the Wolf King's mouth. The Wolf King, who was about to self-destruct, was severely injured and his power was suppressed. Shock! The power of the vibration fruit in his hand was transmitted into the martial god through Mu Bai's arm, with the martial god's blade covering the vibration ball cover. He fiercely chopped down along the Wolf King's meridians. Under the continuous resonance amplification, the Wolf King was completely trapped in the dark water, and the poison of the poison fruit also spread rapidly in the Wolf King's severely injured body, under the combined damage of the power of three different fruits. Even the Wolf King, who had reached the Moon Wheel realm and was forced to open the second stage of the Black Prison, was killed instantly like an ordinary beast. The moment the Wolf King's body disappeared, the Buddha's son, who was calmly waiting for the opportunity, suddenly attacked. But his target at this moment was not Mu Bai, but Li Shaoqing. Poison Dragon. Raging. Li Shaoqing, who had been alert for a long time, opened his dark circles, like a serious illness, and split a giant poisonous dragon from his body with his backhand. The momentum was amazing, and the arm-colored domineering covered his body. Obviously, he also knew the power of the Buddhist son's dark fruit, so he deliberately added a layer of arm-colored domineering. The two just exchanged blows when a white light flooded everyone. Feeling that he was about to enter the next level, the Buddhist smiled and dodged the giant poisonous dragon. Before Li Shaoqing's poisonous knife fell, he had already knocked down the poisonous knife with a palm, under the murderous eyes of the other party. This Buddhist from the western regions actually went directly to the next level with a poisonous knife. My knife. Li Shaoqing's mouth twitched and his veins bulged. If he was given another chance to start over, he would definitely poison this little bald donkey first. Unfortunately, it was impossible to start over. He also entered the next level under the bright white light. And Mu Bai, who witnessed this bizarre scene, was rarely amused. After all, Li Shaoqing wanted to snatch his weapon before, but now his own weapon was snatched away by others. This was also retribution. Kill the 0th layer Lord level creature. Black Prison reward level plus 10. Current reward level 12. Mu Bai, who had just entered the first layer of Black Prison, heard the system prompt in his mind before he opened his eyes. Wow! He has leveled up 10 in one go. It seems that this Wolf King is indeed super difficult. Looking around, Mu Bai found that he had come to a world that looked like a sea of flowers. Between the undulating mountains, a sea of flowers bloomed, as if it was a world in a dream. The gorgeous flowers fluttered in the valley in the wind, like the sound of nature. Intoxicating. But in such an atmosphere, Mu Bai's feet were gradually entangled by vines, and a big plant mouth suddenly split on the originally peaceful and beautiful hillside. After opening the observation hockey, Mu Bai was a little speechless. This first layer was too easy. Seeing the more than 10-meter-long man-eating plant dragging the vines to drag himself into his mouth, Mu Bai did not move at all. But the fire in his eyes flickered slightly. And the next moment, the steaming sea of fire swept the sea of flowers. The scalding golden crow divine fire penetrated any plant without resistance and directly evaporated the area into a black wasteland. Kill the Lord-level creature on the first floor. Black Prison reward level +2. Current reward level 14. After entering the second floor, Mu Bai did the same thing. He didn't care about the terrain or the area at all. He burned the world before he opened his eyes. Any Lord-level monster or elite monster can't survive under the Golden Crow divine fire. In this case, Mu Bai broke through 9 floors at an astonishing speed. In the underground space of the Black God cult, the leader of the Black God cult looked at the information that was constantly updated and scrolled on the stone tablet next to him and felt a little unwell. Break through 9 floors in less than 10 seconds. What did he do? Everyone looked and saw that the ranking on the stone tablet was particularly weird. First place, Mu Bai. 10th floor. Second place, Li Shaoqing. Second floor. Third place, Wu Xiao. Second floor. The fastest one behind Mu Bai was only on the second floor. As Mu Bai opened up right after entering the next floor, the images on the transmission stone in the eyes of the Black God cult were all pitch black. Therefore, even the Black God cult supreme elders did not understand Mu Bai's operation at this moment. I don't know, but it is normal for a young man who is valued by Ziwei Xingjuan to be able to do this. Except for the 0th floor, which is a little special. The other levels are normal. However, he is now on the 10th floor, and should encounter the real challenge in the Black Prison. The old man with white eyebrows said softly, and it was obvious that the challenge of the 10th floor was not that simple. The 10th floor of the Black Prison. When Mu Bai opened his eyes, he rarely detonated the Golden Crow divine fire immediately. In this gray space, not far in front of him, an old man was carving a stone tablet with tools. When Mu Bai approached, he found that the other party was carving a tombstone. There are still living people in the Black Prison? After sensing the other party's breathing, Mu Bai guessed that the other party was a normal human being. But what was an old man doing here? Some people are dead while they are still alive. And some people are still alive while they are dead. If you ask me if I am a living person, I can only say that I am still alive. The old man had no intention of turning back while speaking, due to the line of sight. When Mu Bai looked forward and walked a few steps, he found that the name engraved on the tombstone was not someone else but his own name. Playing tricks. Mu Bai is not a person who respects the elderly and loves the young. Moreover, the other party is in the Black Prison. Even if he is alive, Mu Bai dare not take it lightly. Mu Bai slapped the old man's head with his backhand and kicked the tombstone. The old man was hit by the huge force and died on the spot. And the stone tablet also shattered like tofu dregs. So easy to kill the other party? Mu Bai approached and was very sure that the other party was dead. But when he raised his head again, an old man appeared again in the place covered by gray mist in front of him. And the tombstone was also in front of the other party. If an ordinary person encountered this scene, he would probably be scared out of his wits. But who is Mu Bai? Let alone resurrection. Even if the other party is a real ghost, what is he afraid of? The time has come. Mu Bai still doesn't enter this tomb. The old man who came back from the dead suddenly picked up a hammer and smashed it on the coffin in front of him. As the nails were hammered into the coffin, Mu Bai's entire body was moved out of thin air. The next moment, he actually appeared in the coffin. What kind of method is this? Mu Bai was surprised and had already concluded that the other party was a person with abilities. But he had never seen such a strange ability before. Not to mention in the main world. Even on Blue Star, he had never heard of it. After he was nailed into the coffin, the voice of the old man outside continued. Every time I knock down a nail, your ability will increase by 3 points. When your ability disappears, I will hammer the nail again and your life will pass away. Mu Bai, this is your grave. After that, the old man stopped talking and continued to knock down nails with his strength. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. As the hammer hit, Mu Bai really felt that his whole body's ability was disappearing. Wrapped in a sense of powerlessness, he still didn't believe that the other party's ability could be so amazing. There must be something strange about it. But after thinking for a long time, Mu Bai still couldn't figure it out. No matter what kind of power he used in the coffin, He couldn't hurt the coffin at all. It was as if this thing was really here to bury him. As the power disappeared, Mubai relaxed. He felt that the 10th floor was like a dream. This ordinary old man could use his ability to trap. A dream? Mubai suddenly opened his eyes and found something unusual. The feeling of being spied on from the 0th floor to the 9th floor was gone. Which means that those who were watching him through the Black God cult could not see him at all at this moment. In other words, this should not be the real world. And the real him was dreaming? After figuring this out, Mubai did not attack the coffin again, but held his fingers and broke them one by one. The best way to break a dream is extreme pain. As long as the pain is enough, he can wake up. The old man seemed to have noticed something strange, and when he was about to hint at Mubai again, the gray fog world collapsed immediately. Mubai, who felt the sharp pain in his fingers in the 10th floor of the real world, woke up. 50 meters in front of him was the old man in the dream, who seemed to be still sleeping. Mubai, who woke up in shock, did not attack the old man immediately, but his eyes flashed with vigor. The next moment, he used extremely strong armed color domineering and domineering color domineering to cover his whole body. Mubai didn't even know how he entered the dream woven by the other party after entering the 10th floor just now. If he didn't use domineering to limit the other party's fruit ability, he was afraid that he would be hit again. The countdown above his head in the wide thousands of meters arena was vivid. Obviously, there was a time limit for passing the 10th floor. Mubai glanced and found that there were still 50 minutes left. The old man who stood upright and fell asleep gradually woke up. He opened his eyes slowly and made Mubai slightly absent-minded. The other party's eyes were very special, and the purple halo flowed in them. Obviously, this was not an ordinary fruit ability user. This kind of naturally abnormal pupils, the double pupils of the Emperor U, count as one, and Mubai's own golden pupils rendered by the domineering color domineering and the activation of the golden crow fruit count as one. The natural heterochromatic pupils themselves can explain something. The first time the old man woke up was to look at Mubai. Isn't it the best way to remember a person by engraving his name on a tombstone? Since you don't want to be buried in a grave, where is your final resting place? Wouldn't it be better for me to bury you myself? The old man, who had no joy or sadness in his tone, said something that Mubai couldn't understand. Mubai didn't rush to attack, because he could tell from the other party's clothes that the old man was definitely not from this era. Obviously, the Black Prison had most likely collected him hundreds of thousands of years ago. Mubai, who had read ancient books since childhood, had done a lot of research on clothing. The clothing of each era was different. The golden spider silk clothes on the other party were already antiques among antiques in this era. Strangely enough, when Mubai looked up, he vaguely didn't feel that he was being spied on. A bad premonition came to his mind, while the old man opposite him had already introduced himself. I will become your nightmare, and the guide who will bury you in the dreamland. I am Chaoshin, and I am also the user of the dream fruit. Welcome to the infinite dreamland, where you can never wake up. As soon as the voice fell, Chaoshin acted, holding the vibration ball cover. He punched Mubai in the face. Mubai dodged in a panic under the powerful vibration shock wave. How is it possible? The opponent actually used the vibration fruit? Chaoshin didn't seem to intend to let Mubai go. After seeing him dodge, he took out the martial god from his side and chopped him vertically. His speed was close to Mubai's limit. In a hurry, Mubai detonated the vibration ball cover in his hands, with both hands to distance himself from the opponent. But who would have thought that the fake martial god in Chaoshin's hand actually had the power of the real martial god weapon? The top of the three-pointed double-edged sword just touched the range of the vibration ball cover, and the vibration ball cover was forcibly sealed. Seeing this, Mubai quickly transformed into the golden crow form and retreated. Your ability is very useful, Chaoshin, holding the martial god, said without joy or sadness. The next moment, void chains appeared out of thin air on the outside of his body. These chains full of ancient breath kept wrapping around him. When the momentum reached its peak, Chaoshin's muscles grew violently. The king-like tyrannical body was strengthened several times. This was the manifestation of opening the second level of the 8 desolate prison body. Not only that, Chaoshin seemed unsatisfied, and in an instant, he condensed a large amount of flames to attach to his whole body, which was obviously to open the golden crow divine fire and the half-human, half-golden crow form. Mubai thought quickly in just a few breaths. He did not fight with the other party immediately. Is it possible that the other party can copy all of his abilities? The answer is possible, unless the other party is a person with a fruit related to the copying ability. But even so, it should not be possible to copy everything so comprehensively. The only possibility is that this is still not a normal world. This is obviously not the real world either. It can even be said that contrary to his own expectations, he is probably in a deeper dream at this moment. A dream within a dream, also known as multiple dreams or multi-layered dreams, describes a state of sleep. At the same time, this word is also used to describe illusions, and unreal feelings. Mu Bai remembered that the earliest explanation of a dream within a dream came from the Chiwu Luan in the inner chapter of Zhuangzi. It manifests itself as often being triggered by something in the dream. And only after waking up do you realize that you were dreaming just now. But you don't know that you are still in a dream. After being triggered again by something, you wake up again. And this process will be repeated once, twice, or even many times before you can really wake up completely. In this multi-dream process, each time you wake up, the reality of the dream will increase, so that people can't tell whether they are in reality or in a dream. Since the other party is a dream fruit ability user, he can naturally control people to enter a dream within a dream or a deep dream. Mu Bai judges that he has fallen into a deeper dream at this moment. Another criterion is the other party's power in the dream. In the first layer of dreams, the other party needs to rely on psychological hints, or give himself pressure to make his own ability come true. If he really thought that he was trapped in the coffin and would gradually die, he would probably die so easily in reality. If the current world is the second layer of dreams, then the other party's authority here will obviously be upgraded a lot, and he can copy his own abilities at will to deal with himself. When the battle with himself changes from equal to overwhelming, he will inevitably collapse first, and at that time, he will be able to help increase the other party's control authority in the dream. After all, the characteristics of human beings are very obvious. Nothing can destroy a person's self-confidence more than defeating the other party with the other party's means. When Mu Bai was thinking about how to break the situation, the fully armed Chao Shen had already bombarded him like a god or demon. The extremely crazy god of war destroyed everything in front of him with overwhelming force. In this case, Mu Bai also used the acceleration of the Golden Crow Divine Fire and the domineering aura of observation to dodge. At this moment, he knew why the other party said that this was a dream that could never be awakened. In the dream of infinite falling, if he followed the other party's script, he would undoubtedly die. In the current situation, he could only break the script while dodging the opponent's attack. Mu Bai gradually emptied his mind in this high-speed movement state, and then tried to influence the scene in the dream now, using his mind to control the pile of stones next to him to become larger, or using his mind to control the clothes on his body. After continuous and tireless attempts, he actually gradually found a little feeling, and the fabric of the clothes gradually began to change, and even the color was slowly changed. This scene was naturally seen by Chao Shen. Strange. This little kid actually saw through the dream rules. With admiration in his eyes, Chao Shen immediately launched a more terrifying attack. This time, the power he used was obviously a level beyond Mu Bai's own. Simply put, he used all the power of Mu Bai in the Star Wheel realm to attack Mu Bai in the Star Master realm. Mu Bai, who was beaten back repeatedly, laughed after being hit by several consecutive punches and crashed into the stone pillar of the arena. I understand your dream rules, and I can also use the power in the dream. After saying this, Mu Bai's heart moved and his injuries immediately recovered as before. Not only that, but even the damaged clothes returned to their original state. Although he could only use the primary power in the dream at this moment, there is no doubt that this is already precious. Chao Shen has never seen anyone who can comprehend and use the power of dreams in such a short time in all these years. The countdown begins. 10, 9. Mu Bai looked up at the countdown in the sky and smiled with some disdain. Chao Shen, do you think I still care about the countdown in the dream? If it's just to make me feel stressed, then there's no need to do these little tricks. The purple eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at this talented young man, he rarely felt challenged. Since you can see that this is a dream, it doesn't matter. The second level itself is a warm-up game. Next, you will officially experience the feeling of H.L. Chao Shen, with a low voice, smiled and snapped his fingers. The next second, both of them closed their eyes at the same time because of sleepiness. The body was very heavy, and it was a feeling similar to the feeling of being on the verge of collapse after being overworked. A thought flashed through his mind, and he felt like he was being pressed down by a huge stone and couldn't breathe, under the dual pressure of the soul and the body. The hazy sleepiness was like a nightmare that kept attaching to his body. After falling into the third layer of dreams, Mubai could no longer feel the passage of time. The heavy body and the indescribable pressure made him gradually want to sleep forever and never wake up. At a certain moment, Mubai even felt that the world in the third layer of dreams was the real world. And the main world where he had lived for decades before was an illusory world of flowers in the mirror and moon in the water. This was an enlightenment that could not be felt by ordinary people. And there was a sense of déjà vu of Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly, and a butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou. Mubai, who staggered up in the dim world, only felt a tremor on the ground. The moment he looked up, he found that a face that covered the sky and the sun was looking down at him in the sky. And Mubai himself was despised like an ant. The voice of Chaoshen, who had transformed into a giant of the universe, was as loud as the rupture of a planet. Mubai, you will never escape from my dream. It is your good fortune that you are assigned to me. You are destined to lose here. Chaoshen's words obviously contained some regret. After all, it was a pity for a genius like Mubai to meet him. Even in the era when Chaoshen lived, there were many geniuses, but he was among the best. The purple god demon he possessed was a super divine body that could weaken the spirit. With the help of the dream fruit, his ability was extended to a perverted degree. In terms of single combat, he was confident that he could kill all the geniuses in the Sunwheel realm alone. If you are talking about fate, I don't believe it. After all, I have broken countless destinies in my life. Chaoshen, do you think you can beat me? Mubai, who was heavy and hazy, simply sat down on the ground. Chaoshen was a little confused at this. He didn't know what trump card Mubai had. No matter what cards you have, they are just empty talk in this deep dream. Sleep forever. Chaoshen repeated this sentence with an extremely hypnotic voice. Mubai, who heard the other party's voice, really showed some signs of falling asleep. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Chaoshen didn't see Mubai fall asleep until he yawned. Huh? Chaoshen, who didn't believe the scene in front of him, immediately used the dream to activate a stronger hypnotic ability. The whole world seemed to be disturbed by the power of sleep. In a trance, even the stones and plants seemed to be in a deep sleep. This is the dream world. This is the sleeping world. Everything awake will become hazy. Everything hazy will fall into a deep sleep. And everything sleeping will never wake up again. Until forever and ever. Ding dong. Sense that mental interference is being blocked. Ding dong. Sense that mental interference is being blocked. Ding dong. The voice of the eternal system in his mind kept ringing. Mubai looked at the hard-working Chaoshen and couldn't help but yawn again. The other party was really working too hard. Mubai understood a truth from the current situation. That is, things that can be taken away by others are never absolutely reliable. And things that cannot be taken away by others are the ones that you can rely on in times of crisis. Chaoshen, don't bother. Even if you are a Dalio Jinxian, don't think I can fall asleep. After saying this, Mubai sat down and felt the power in the dream with his heart. According to his judgment, the flow of time here was obviously very slow. He had time to waste with the other party. When he fully comprehended the power in the dream and mastered the rules of operation, he could turn this place into his own dream home. At that time, this deep dream would naturally fall apart. How is it possible? Chaoshen, who was big and small, was obviously collapsed. He couldn't think of what ability the other party relied on to stay awake. In the stalemate, he snorted coldly and directly wiped out his own breath and disappeared here. He wanted to see how long Mubai could hold on. Seeing that the annoying Chaoshen had left, Mubai was happy to be free and at ease. While constantly comprehending the power in the dream, he also used his mind to speed up the flow of time here to speed up the Taishang Wanqing sword technique and Taishang Jiqing sword technique. I don't know how long it took. When the third layer of dream began to break, Chaoshen, who was in the second layer of dream, had his mouth twitching. He never expected that Mubai actually cracked the third layer of dream. Before he thought about it, the second layer of dream gradually collapsed. When Mubai cracked 2 layers of dream in succession, he really returned to the first layer of dream. The cemetery and tombstone were still there. The only change was that Chaoshen's expression had become gloomy. It's really unprecedented. Mubai, you are really an outlier. Thank you for the compliment. If it's normal to go with the flow, my relationship has become an outlier. After Mubai finished speaking, his mind moved, and the entire first layer of dream quickly disintegrated. Seeing that all his moves were cracked, Chaoshen was also a proud person. He actually used his luck to slap his head with both palms. As his body disappeared, Mubai successfully passed the 10th level. When Mubai successfully passed the 10th level, the Western Buddhist had been beaten to a pulp by another mysterious figure on the 10th level. This level of observation hockey has reached its peak. Right? Even if a person like you is included in the black prison, it is impossible that he has no name. Right? The slightly embarrassed Buddhist did not dare to be careless. The dark water under his feet was still spreading, and he transformed into a big Buddha just to prevent the opponent from attacking him. The person who was completely trapped in the shadow could not see his face, but the shadows nearby were obviously under his control. According to common sense, a genius of the level of Buddhist had a chance to take down the other party with the dark fruit. But for some reason, every time his dark water attack could be easily avoided by the opponent, which to some extent had surpassed Katakuri's observation hockey to predict the future. The opponent's super observation hockey was more like mind reading. No matter how Buddhist changed his moves, the opponent could perfectly predict all his actions. It seems that it will take some effort. Seeing that the other party did not answer, Buddhist began to plan a battle plan. Although the other party was very strong, he was confident that he could defeat the other party. Compared to the enemies on the Buddhist side, who were difficult to deal with and could not be attacked, Li Shaoqing's side was completely the opposite. He was fighting a young man who looked cute and stood still and let Li Shaoqing attack with all kinds of poisonous dragons. The venom with extremely strong corrosiveness and toxicity covered the boy's whole body, but the opponent could still stand still intact, as if mocking Li Shaoqing. So you are a superhuman poison fruit ability user. I was wondering why Black Prison sent me to the 10th floor. It turned out to be specifically for you. Brother, you admit defeat. In terms of fruit restraint, I am afraid that time is not more suitable for me to restrain you, the boy said slowly, not caring about the dozen poisonous dragons that continued to fall in the air. Poison Dragon Abyss. Corrupt everything. Seeing that his tricks never worked, Li Shaoqing was not calm, and immediately transformed into the ancestor of venom and assimilated the entire area into the purple venom kingdom. Countless venoms with deadly toxins penetrated into the boy's skin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The boy whose face was corroded by the venom not only showed no abnormality, but also burst into laughter. Let me introduce myself. I am a superhuman type Jiegia fruit ability user. I can remove any toxins or control states in the world. In other words, your poison skills and poison fruit are useless to me. After saying this, the boy actually connected his feet to the ground, and the strong armed color domineering swept all the venom. The detoxified venom gradually changed from purple to white liquid, and the antidote contained in it made Li Shaoqing terrified. You know, if the venom in his body was detoxified by this white liquid, he might not be able to maintain his vital signs. Since your move is the Poison Dragon, then my move is called White Dragon. The boy who controlled the massive detoxification potion raised his hands. The next moment, several detoxification dragons composed of white liquid rushed over. The dark circles on Li Shaoqing's face were so frightened that he retreated a lot. He was so frightened that he subconsciously controlled the venom to form a barrier to protect himself. However, he never expected that the venom barrier that was hit by the white dragon would directly transform into a detoxification barrier. Li Shaoqing, who was covered with white detoxification potion, was covered with hot white smoke. Seeing such a desperate situation, he naturally did not dare to hide his weakness. Mu Bai, who entered the 11th floor, didn't know the dilemma that others encountered on the 10th floor. Of course, he was not in the mood to think about it at the moment. After killing elite monsters in succession and finally killing Lord-level monsters, he successfully passed the level. He repeated this process repeatedly, and the more he killed, the more handy he became. In this process, he also repeatedly tempered his combat talent. Unconsciously, when he entered the 20th floor, the sense of being watched above his head suddenly disappeared. In this case, Mu Bai thought he had entered a dream again. His heart sank, and he became alert. Only the cold night wind blew slowly in the dark forest. He didn't wait for the owner of the dream to show up. And now he realized that this was not a dream. I have been psychologically traumatized by the ability user of the dream fruit. After saying this self-deprecatingly, Mu Bai just took a step forward and found that his star power quickly dissipated. Even if he tried his best to store it with meridians and soul, he couldn't stop the loss of this star power. This familiar feeling was naturally familiar to Mu Bai. This is the Dark Star World. The 20th floor of the Black Prison is the Dark Star World. If so, it can explain why those big shots who watch here through special abilities can no longer peek. The power of the Dark Star, and the power of the stars are two completely opposite existences. In a world full of dark star power, the power of the stars naturally cannot support it. Standing upright, he immediately switched his own energy system. The star power of the peak realm of the Star Master was gradually hidden by him, and replaced by the dark star power of the Star Apostle level. After switching the energy system, Mu Bai walked towards the depths of the forest and naturally became more powerful. The feeling of being suppressed disappeared and replaced by incomparable joy. I am afraid that even the Black Prison, which randomly arranges the levels, did not expect that someone could actually have dual system capabilities. This dark star world is an extreme challenge for others, but it is a real tour for Mu Bai. He moved in the forest with the Golden Crow Divine Fire, and immediately noticed that many life forms were moving at high speed behind him. They looked like dark star beasts similar to cheetahs. Mu Bai, standing on a thick branch, held his breath and concentrated to hide his breath. The next second, the beast, which was emitting a cold and dark light, twitched its nose and kept sniffing the smell, as if it was looking for the smell of the stranger. Standing on the branch, Mu Bai was a little surprised to see this dark star beast. According to his biological knowledge, the other party seemed to have the characteristics of a cat, but there was a strong dark star power in its body. When he saw this, Mu Bai's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly thought of a key question. Isn't it a good time to kill these dark star creatures to increase the devouring points? Mu Bai, who suddenly jumped off the branch, caused the nearby group of strange dark star beasts to roar. Obviously, his sudden appearance also scared these creatures. I wish you all a good night. After saying this, Mu Bai, who was smiling, immediately condensed a vibration ball cover at his ankle. As he stepped on the ground, the entire surface made a terrifying shattering sound. The ground began to crack with the vibration power, and those fierce and abnormal dark star beasts were running around like panicked wild deer at this moment. Unfortunately, it was obviously too late for them. Squeak! 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 The cracks in the ground gradually broke apart, and the vibration power swallowed them up. These beasts, which were equivalent to the level of star warriors, could not withstand such heavy vibration fluctuations. Their bones, flesh, and internal organs were shattered together. The instigator, Mu Bai, immediately heard the system prompt in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the dark star creatures and gaining 32 devouring points. Sure enough, since you can gain points by killing dark star creatures, it means that this 20th floor is a real dark star world. If so, without time limit, you can completely gain massive devouring points by killing them. At that time, you can use these devouring points to strengthen your body or awaken the devil fruit. He had previously checked that it would take about 1 million devouring points to awaken the devil fruit. In this case, it seems that strengthening the body or various organs is the most immediate benefit. Thinking of this, he immediately opened his personal panel. Name Mu Bai lifespan 32198 Realm Star Master Great Perfection. Dark Star Apostle Rank 3 Star Power 15.13 million Dark Star Power 980,000 Comprehensive Attributes 2.12 million Devil Fruit Mythical Sun Golden Crow Fruit Awakening Degree 36%. Fruit Increase 22.9%. Superhuman Tremor Fruit Awakening Degree 29%. Fruit Increase 13.2%. Mythical Tautai Fruit Awakening Degree 7%. Fruit Increase 4.6%. Skills Berserk Blade Skill. Fire Shield. Berserk Blade Skill. Netherworld Heart Sutra, incomplete. Golden Crow Divine Code, currently the 3rd level. Supreme Forgetful Sword Skill. Supreme Emotional Sword Skill, currently the fusion degree of the 2 sword skills is 49%. Heroic Aura Overlord Heroic Aura 15 points. Observation Heroic Aura 21 points. Armament Heroic Aura 19 points. Divine Body of Emperor Yin, 2nd level unlocked, possessing the ability of Emperor Yin's creation. A Desolate Prison Body, 2nd level seal unlocked, Weapon Martial God, 3-pointed double-edged sword. Legendary weapon. Other functions unknown. Subordinates Juegu Elder, Emperor Yan's creation life form. Legendary degree 419 devouring points 221 points strengthened thing super strengthened heart. This heart has been super strengthened. The next evolution requires 300 points, currently. Only the heart has been strengthened several times in his body, and other body organs have not been strengthened. In this case, he still chooses to strengthen other organs first. Looking at his 221 devouring points, Mu Bai's whole body was covered with flames. The next moment, he directly transformed into the Great Sun Golden Crow form, with the golden crow divine fire on his wings and ignited the entire forest. Not only that, he activated the observation hockey and flapped his wings to fly along the dark star area where there were more creatures in his perception. While the forest was burning, a large number of dark star beasts were burned to death, which made Mubai's system prompts never stop. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the dark star creature and getting 2 devouring points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the dark star creature and getting 4 devouring points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the dark star creature and getting 5 devouring points. When Mubai came to the place close to the city, he understood the mission of this level. Ding dong. The 20th level mission, safely passed through 3 cities to reach the southern border area under the pressure of the Dark Star world. This level is an escape mission for half a day. Mubai doesn't want to complete the mission immediately now. After earning a large amount of devouring points, Mubai has tirelessly come to the nearest Dark Star city similar to a town. Looking at the strange-looking Dark Star people below, Mubai launched a large-scale killing without any mercy. Taishu Divine Fire. The wings crossed and passed. The surging white flames burned the void. A large number of white fireballs exploded in every corner of the city. The white Taishu Divine Fire could not be extinguished at all. Even if it was sprinkled with water, it could in turn burn the water and expand the fire. The Dark Star city in the dark night instantly turned into a sea of fire. A large number of Dark Star people died under the scorching heat, including many Dark Star warriors and Dark Star warriors. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the Dark Star creature and gaining 6 devouring points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the Dark Star creature and gaining 9 devouring points. Sure enough, it is more efficient to gain devouring points here. Mubai, who continued to ruthlessly destroy the city, found that 3 auras in the distance had locked onto him in an instant. That aura was very similar to the Rakshasa ghost he had fought before. Obviously, they were also 3 demons, and it seemed that the aura level should be that of the Dark Star Overlord level, which was just 1 level higher than Mubai. Human? Where did you come from? The demon in the lead was angry and shocked. After all, this was the deep Dark Star world, a place that even ordinary Dark Star people could hardly reach. Seeing 3 delicious prey, Mubai was too lazy to say anything. He transformed into a human-shaped gluttonous monster and bit the demon on the left through the air. With the sound of the bite, the unprepared and careless demon's head exploded instantly. While Mubai was biting, the god of war in his right hand had already escaped from his hand and shot towards the demon on the right. Hearing the screams of his companions, the demon on the far left was about to reach out to block the god of war. But he suddenly found that this magic weapon actually pierced through his arms and chest directly, nailing him to the ground with an irresistible force. After being accelerated by the golden crow divine fire, Mubai immediately came to the ground and pulled out the god of war with his backhand. The demon that was cut in half naturally had no breath and was deader than dead. The heart of the remaining demon in the air was beating wildly. How could he not be panicked when 2 Dark Star overlords were buried here in one encounter? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the Dark Star creature and gaining 200 devouring points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the Dark Star creature and gaining 210 devouring points. After instantly gaining more than 400 devouring points, Mubai was also slightly shocked. This feeling of taking a shortcut was simply too damn great. The city that was being destroyed by the Taishu Divine Fire continued to provide a steady stream of devouring points, adding the more than 400 points just now. The devouring points in Mubai's panel had broken through the 1,000 mark and reached an exaggerated level of more than 1,300 points. The promoted demon was delighted when he saw that Mubai didn't pay attention to him. He ran as fast as he came. However, before he ran out of the city area, he was nailed to the ground by Mubai Wushan and couldn't move. Mubai, who walked with his back to the fire, looked at the frightened demon in front of him without any mercy. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Not to mention the demons from another world. The vibrating iron fist smashed down. The opponent died instantly. Li Shaoqing was very depressed now. He looked at the Western Buddhist disciple beside him with disgust. However, he had no intention to take action, as if he had even forgotten the revenge of the knife. In the dim forest, the 2 were almost teleported to the 20th floor at the same time. The 2 sat on the ground one after the other and thought about something seriously. Have you noticed that the power of the stars has disappeared? The Buddhist disciple said with a smile, without any sadness at all. In contrast, Li Shaoqing seemed a little depressed. Nonsense. If the power of the stars is still there, I will definitely kill you on the spot. Let's talk about this later. I suspect that this is the legendary Dark Star world. After all, if this is the main world, according to normal logic, it is impossible for life to be born. Looking at the flying dark night butterfly in his hand, the Buddhist disciple said with some surprise. Li Shaoqing, who looked thin, stood up suddenly. Although the power of the stars was completely suppressed, and the overall combat power dropped sharply, he was still sensitive to danger. We are in trouble. There are wild beasts lurking within a few dozen meters of us. After hearing this, the Buddha's son hurriedly stood up. Now he was different from before. He had lost the power of the stars, and didn't even have the power to use the fruit ability. It can be said that even ordinary dark star beasts could take their lives at this moment. The Buddha's son looked carefully, and found the pupils of the beast that were very well hidden. The faint light flashed with bloodthirsty beast intentions. The other party's hunting instinct had obviously begun to stir. Amitabha. Monks are compassionate. Mr. Li, you hold on and I will follow. As soon as the gentle Buddha's son finished speaking, he ran away. Even Li Shaoqing at this moment couldn't catch up with that speed. The hidden beast saw one of the prey start to run away, and immediately pounced on Li Shaoqing, who was not far away. Li Shaoqing, who couldn't see the figure of the beast clearly, didn't dare to stay and immediately followed the Buddha's son, cursing and chasing. Thanks for the compliment. But Mr. Li, you better shut up. If you shout and attract other beasts, we'll be finished. The Buddha's son, whose breath was steady, was obviously in very good physical condition. Even under the suppression of the Dark Star world, he was still able to run fast. However, he had just run less than a few hundred meters when cold sweat broke out on his head. Li Shaoqing, who gritted his teeth and kept his mouth shut, would never suffer such a loss. Hearing the heavy breathing of the beast behind him getting closer and closer, he wanted to kill this fragile beast with venom. Unfortunately, he couldn't use the fruit ability at all. And the physical skills he was proud of were gone. And even those poison skills were difficult to use. He picked up a stone casually and had a good aim. He raised his arm and swung the stone down and hit the back of the Buddha's son's head. The Buddha's son, who fell down, immediately rolled to the side and was stepped on by Li Shaoqing and passed by. You rubbish. The Buddha's son, who was in a mess and bleeding from his nose, lay on the ground and picked up the Buddhist beads on his neck and tripped Li Shaoqing's ankle. Li Shaoqing, whose knees were weak, knelt down on both knees. Seeing the situation, the Buddhist had already heard the sound of the beast biting behind him. So he grabbed Li Shaoqing and threw him backwards. The beast was as ferocious as a wolf or a tiger. And Li Shaoqing, who was targeted, was immediately bitten on the arm and thrown to the side. It seemed that it was attracted by the head of the Buddhist, who was reflecting the moonlight. The Dark Star beast actually ignored Li Shaoqing, who was thrown away, and stared at the Buddhist's head like a hungry tiger. You deserve it. Li Shaoqing, whose arm was broken, laughed excitedly, while Fuzi was a little collapsed. After all, he never thought that this stupid beast would not hunt the nearest prey first, but instead target him. Just when he was planning how to escape, a violent noise in the sky made the Dark Star beast run away anxiously. Li Shaoqing and Fuzi shut up at the same time, and ran to the jungle next to them at the fastest speed. The two looked at each other in silence. 3 seconds later, a black figure passed through the sky above the forest. The violent wind pressed the two people to not dare to breathe. It is an intelligent creature in the Dark Star world. Fuzi, who was halfway through, immediately received the task of the 20th floor of the Black Prison, crossing the Dark Star city to the southernmost edge. Little bald donkey, do you know how to write the word death? Li Shaoqing, who was smiling grimly, took a stone and smashed it on Fuzi's face while he was not paying attention. Once, 2 times, 3 times. Li Shaoqing didn't stop until the smell of blood spread. Li Shaoqing, whose face was covered in blood, had several of his front teeth knocked out. He was so angry that he forced himself to suppress his anger as he watched the other person disappear from his back. He had to be treated like a grandson on the 20th level. After enduring this level, he had to teach the other person a lesson on the subsequent road. Originally, his hunting list was mainly Mubai. But this Li Shaoqing was really hateful. He had to get rid of this bastard first. After looking at the distance with hatred, he walked out along the bushes next to him. While the two were fighting, the black figure that passed over their heads had already arrived at the Dark Star city that Mubai had visited. Looking at the many buildings devoured by the sad fire, he didn't even see a corpse. He knew that the people in the Dark Star city had been burned to ashes. Not to mention the particles The demon with 4 horns looked at it for a few seconds, and then said to a strangely shaped sound transmission stone, "Lord, there are aliens in the 5th district. Maybe humans or something else. The flames of the other party are very strong, and have burned all the people in the city to death." At this point, he looked down at the demon who was killed. The other party's head was blown up, and his chest was obviously pierced by a sharp weapon. This death undoubtedly proves one thing. That is, this alien can control the power of the Dark Star. This is very important. After all, there has never been an alien with the power of the Dark Star entering the Dark Star world. If the other party can find a way to master the power of the Dark Star in patches through special means, it may affect the stability of the entire Dark Star world. The sound transmission stone was silent for a moment, and it made a slow voice after a long time. "I know. You don't have to chase him now. You take people to block the entire 5th district, and I will come in person. After that, the other end has already turned off the communication status of the sound transmission stone." The demon was also surprised to hear that the Lord was coming in person. In his impression, even if a foreign race inexplicably entered the Dark Star world, it would not cause such a commotion. After all, as a strong man at the Dark Star Sunwheel realm, the Lord's time is more precious than gold. However, since the Lord was coming in person, he could only obey the other party's orders. The wings behind him gradually spread out, and then after looking at the city wrapped in flames, he immediately disappeared into the sky. Mu Bai, who was destroying the 2nd city, had already killed all the Dark Star Masters. Mu Bai, who was stepping on the remains of a Dark Star Apostle, fired a series of vibrating iron fists, causing chain earthquakes in the city. The overlapping vibration power had already pulled many people into the cracks on the surface. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the Dark Star creature and gaining 12 devouring points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the Dark Star creature and gaining 2 devouring points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the Dark Star creature and gaining 4 devouring points. The constantly resounding system prompts made Mu Bai very comfortable. There were not many such efficient ways to gain points. Before, Mu Bai could not enter the Dark Star world freely. He had to seize every opportunity to enter here. Mu Bai, who surrounded the entire city alone, killed all the lives with extremely high efficiency. He did not rush to the main city further south, but stood on a hill a few thousand meters away from here and began to think about the use of devouring points. At this moment, the devouring points on Mu Bai's panel have reached nearly 3,500 points. He can already carry out a systematic strengthening. Since the heart has been strengthened before, he plans to strengthen all the other 5 internal organs first. Thinking of this, he directly opened his personal panel to hit points. The 5 internal organs include the heart, lungs, spleen, liver, and kidneys. Except for the heart, Mu Bai directly waved his hand and infused a large amount of devouring points into the other 4. First, the lungs. Lungs, level 1, 50 points are required for evolution. This lung has been slightly strengthened. Strong lungs, level 2. This lung has been strengthened to a certain extent. The next evolution requires 100 points. Super strengthened lungs, level 3. This lung has been super strengthened. The next evolution requires 300 points. After strengthening the lungs, Mu Bai felt refreshed. When he suddenly exhaled, it seemed that there were free nutrients in the air that were slowly absorbed by him. Although this process was slow, it was enough to surprise Mu Bai. He only consumed 150 devouring points to strengthen his lungs to this extent. Mu Bai, who did not continue to strengthen other parts, continued to strengthen his lungs. He always felt that after a few more levels, he would be able to absorb nutrients that could only be obtained when the mind method was running through ordinary breathing. Thinking of this, he directly consumed 300 points to strengthen again. Ultimate Iron Lung, level 4 lungs at the limit of ordinary flesh. With extremely strong breathing ability, the owner will have no scruples when breathing, which will enhance the survival time in extreme environments. And the owner can transform the energy of various systems through breathing. The next evolution requires 1,000 points. After experimenting, Mu Bai inhaled the dark star power of this world into his mouth, and the next moment, it was transformed into a relatively small amount of star power. Mu Bai, with his eyes lit up, of course, could understand the power of this ability. But before he could continue the experiment, his lungs gradually shrank. The body gradually began to mutate. Mu Bai half knelt on the ground, feeling extremely uncomfortable as he had difficulty breathing. He thought the discomfort would end soon. But to his surprise, as the difficulty breathing worsened, his organs began to break. Ding dong. Warning! Warning! The serious imbalance of the 5 internal organs will affect the host's subsequent enhancement and the overall stability of the current body. Please immediately increase the strength of the other 5 internal organs. Warning, warning. Mu Bai, who was shocked, upgraded his spleen, liver, and kidneys to super enhancement, which is level 3. Only then did he gradually get better. Mu Bai, who had consumed 900 devouring points, currently had 5 internal organs at level 3 except for the lungs, which were level 4. This feeling, with the upgrade of the other 3 organs, Mu Bai's whole body began to undergo a qualitative change. His skin gradually became whiter, and his whole body temperament was moving closer to the fairy spirit. To Mu Bai's surprise, the upgrade of the other 3 organs increased the original lung function again. The lungs continued to upgrade. Seeing that his physical condition was almost the same, Mu Bai was too lazy to wait for his body to fully recover, and immediately clicked on the lung upgrade. At first, there was no pain, but as his lungs upgraded, Mu Bai's breathing became extremely outrageous. When he inhaled, the rocks in the distance were faintly shaken, and when he exhaled, the airflow was like the breath of a giant dragon with a strong impact. The lungs were undergoing a qualitative change. Not an ordinary qualitative change, but an existential qualitative change similar to the breakthrough of a great realm. It was as if 99 plus 1 became 100. And the lungs that had reached the limit of strengthening continued to evolve, like a fairy from the mortal world. Mu Bai felt a chill rushing through his body. That chill was not caused by the cold, but a kind of fear. All of Mu Bai's organs, and even Mu Bai's own soul, were afraid. His whole body was afraid of this newly born lung. This feeling was very strange, and Mu Bai was also a little afraid. After all, he always felt that this lung began to have its own life. Lungs with life, level 5, 10,000 points are required for evolution lungs that exist through mysterious means. It has a strong filtering ability, and more importantly, it has life. Exhale. Inhale. In an instant, Mu Bai's system prompt came out. Ding dong. Successfully breathe. Gain 1 point of dark star power. Ding dong. Successfully breathe. Gain 0.5 devouring points. This is hacking against the sky. At this moment, Mu Bai was already sluggish. This thing can directly change his own combat power system. At this moment, Mu Bai truly realized that breathing can make him stronger. Existence can make him infinitely stronger. Only when the body organs are strengthened to level 5 can a qualitative change occur. Thinking of this, Mu Bai did not care and directly raised the heart level rapidly. Super enhanced heart, level 3, 300 points required for the next evolution. This heart has been super enhanced. 300 points required for the next evolution. Ultimate iron heart, level 4, 1000 points required for the next evolution. Heart with life, level 5, 10,000 points required for the next evolution, possessing a terrifying blood-forming ability. This otherworldly heart has its own thoughts. It will continuously strengthen the blood in the whole body. The person who possesses it will greatly improve his physical strength and have a heartbeat increase. Ding dong. Heartbeats. Gain 1 point of dark star power. Ding dong. Heartbeats. Gain 0.5 devouring points. Ding dong. Heartbeats. Gain a slight physical enhancement. Sure enough, level 5 is a qualitative change. Mu Bai, with a somewhat complicated expression, can now see the heaven-defying ability of this devouring point. It can be said that the promotion to level 5 has changed his view of devouring points. And it is even enough to overturn the path he had previously envisioned. With the continuous enhancement of devouring points, he is able to reverse everything. Overtaking on a curve is easy. He can even surpass all life forms in the world with his unlimited strengthening ability. Feeling the condition of his body, Mu Bai clenched his fists. The surging blood and energy swept through the mountains and forests with a terrifying aura of oppression. He did not use his domineering aura, but was able to achieve this with just part of his physical blood. Add points. Add points. Grow into a life form that surpasses all existence. At this moment, Mu Bai only had this thought in his mind. While Mu Bai was still feeling the super senses brought by the 5th level organ, the main city of the 5th area of the Dark Star world had been blocked. The demons who were on high alert blocked all the nearby exits with special energy barriers. Even flies could not fly under such strict defense. After completing these arrangements, the leading demon with horns gradually breathed a sigh of relief. What he feared most was that he would not catch up with the blockade. He was shocked by the 2 secondary cities he passed by just now. Being able to kill all the Dark Star humans and Dark Star demons in such a short time. This alien must have terrifying combat power. He even suspected that the other party was a wounded Dark Star Will Realm strongman. After all, only that level of existence could exert such a terrifying Dark Star ability, and move relatively slowly. When he was about to continue to arrange the defense work here, a figure in the distant sky came late. "Sorry, my Lord Envoy. I didn't know that the Lord sent you here. So why did you go to so much trouble?" Although the chubby city lord spoke kindly, the envoy could still see the dissatisfaction hidden in his tone. "I see that you have cultivated to the level of Dark Star Wheel. So you don't look like a fool. Right?" The envoy was also blunt, and made a personal attack on the spot. Seeing the other party's words, the city lord's heart skipped a beat. The other party, who was close to the same level, could say this, obviously because the lord above had something to tell him. But the other party bypassed him, and told this envoy, which obviously thought he was not capable enough. The city lord, who had some grudges in his heart, was still an old hand. While smiling, he also signaled the servant behind him with his eyes. The servant had also followed the city lord for many years. Seeing this look, he knew what he meant. He took out the storage bag and handed it to the envoy respectfully. "These ultra-pure Dark Star crystals are not a gift. I just hope that you can reveal a few instructions from the superior, so that I can prepare in advance." The chubby city lord smiled a little funny. With such an attitude, the ordinary envoy would definitely find a way to accept the gift. But today he obviously couldn't do it. The envoy looked at the storage bag and didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he pointed at the city lord's nose and said, "What kind of filthy thing are you? Are you qualified to inquire about the lord's orders? Now you don't have to go back. Follow me and wait for him to come here in person." The lord is coming in person. Originally, he couldn't suppress his anger after hearing the first half of the other party's words. But the second half of the other party's words about the lord coming in person made his eyelids twitch wildly. You must know that the lord, as a top-level strongman in the Dark Sun Wheel realm, usually doesn't pay attention to the people below, unless the main city lords make a big mistake. The city lord, sweating profusely, wanted to ask for more information, but he changed his mind and sighed, and stood in the front line of defense with his servants, under the sight of many generals in the city. The envoy looked at the other party coldly, and undoubtedly had some thoughts in his mind. The other party's lucrative job might end today. He completed the task perfectly this time. And who knows if the Lord will assign the 5th district to his faction. At that time, the benefits he will get will not be comparable to the shabby Dark Star crystal. In addition, he and the city lord and 2 Dark Star Wheel realm masters guarding here can ensure that nothing goes wrong. The messenger, who had calculated all the variables in his mind, was about to speak again, to knock on the spherical city lord, when a blazing fire surged in the distance. Even he couldn't match the speed. "Beware. The aliens are coming. Everyone, keep the city barrier still." The messenger gave orders, and the entire main city was surrounded by a light blue barrier. This barrier can defend against ordinary Dark Star disasters, as long as the internal energy supply is sufficient. Let alone a mirror. Before he finished thinking, Mu Bai, who had revealed his figure, had already thrown the martial god through the air. The 3-pointed double-edged sword's almost abnormal level of penetration was even more exaggerated in front of the barrier. The solid barrier of the entire city instantly broke with dot-shaped cracks. Mu Bai, who entered the main city, immediately set off to enter the second level of the 8 desolate prison body. At the same time, the 3-headed golden crow phantom derived from the golden crow divine scripture also floated behind him. Mu Bai, whose arms were transformed into gluttons, had a huge mouth crack on his palms. The golden crow wings representing the mythical great sun golden crow fruit also extended from behind him. And the milky white Taishu divine fire opened with the wings. This Taishu divine fire was already burning the void and expanding its scale as soon as it was unfolded. Mu Bai held the god of war in his right hand and condensed a vibration ball cover at his white blade. The pale white ball cover condensed steadily at its tip, and the vibration power contained in it affected the stability of the nearby space. After all the preparations were ready, Mu Bai's body aura had risen to an astonishing level. When the messenger saw Mu Bai in the distance turned into a monster, he was in a bad mood. "Everyone, we must take him down. The Lord will be here soon. This is a great achievement." As soon as the messenger said this, all the top masters in the city took action. Even the chubby city lord followed behind to test the human skills. If he could take him down easily, that would be the best. Otherwise, at least he took action to avoid being criticized. Mu Bai, who had integrated the mythical Tao Tai fruit, the mythical sun golden crow fruit, and the superhuman Jinjin fruit was horrified just by standing in the void. Not to mention the low-level demons were terrified. Even the strong men at the level of the Dark Star Overlord were a little unsure. Fortunately, Mu Bai successfully helped them avoid the decision of whether to approach immediately, because he had surrounded this place alone. Everyone. The game has begun. After that, the devouring mouth in Mu Bai's palm bit through the air. A powerful demon's head exploded out of thin air. Then Mu Bai whooshed and chopped horizontally. The terrifying blade light instantly drowned the life breath of dozens of demons. This is not over yet. The 3 golden crows chirping behind Mu Bai were all drenched in milky white Taishu divine fire. The 3 golden crows, which had transformed into fire transmission machines, continued to burn the void in an arc shape. When the demons reacted, the spherical flames had already surrounded 2/4 of the demons that were about to collapse. The vibration of the ball cover gradually intensified. The martial god's weapon exuded a murderous intent that looked down on all living beings. Martial god. Tyrant slash. Accompanied by the burning of the flames. This slash full of vibration power immediately exploded in the sky. Countless demons were shaken to death. And even those who survived were splashed by the sparks of the Taishu divine fire. Some demons who tried to extinguish the flames with river water just jumped into the moat outside the city and ignited the entire moat instead. Under the crazy reproduction and expansion of the Taishu divine fire, the entire periphery and the east side of the city have been completely engulfed by the flames. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the Dark Star creature and gaining 39 devouring points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the Dark Star creature and gaining 51 devouring points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for killing the Dark Star creature and gaining 27 devouring points. The crazy sound of the points arriving notification made Mu Bai very satisfied. The quality of this wave of Dark Star monsters was generally good. And the devouring points he gained from killing high-level monsters were also huge. What the h.l. The horns on the chubby city lord's head were almost frightened off. The combat power of this alien race was too exaggerated. Although it could be sensed that its realm was not high, its destructive power was comparable to that of a strong man in the upper 3 realms. It's too late. The envoy frowned and did not rashly join the battlefield. The order given to him by the Lord was to besiege this place instead of killing the opponent. It didn't matter if these monsters died. What mattered was to complete the mission. Thinking of this, the envoy looked coldly at the blood flowers blooming in the air and retreated hundreds of steps. City Lord. The Lord means to besiege the border of the main city. He will come in person. Before that, you and I must trap this alien race. Now it's your turn. The City Lord, whose horns were almost frightened off, almost pointed at the messenger and scolded him. But when he thought that the Lord of the Dark Sun realm would come, he had to swallow his anger. He rolled his eyes and was about to think of a solution when he suddenly saw a figure in the dark forest not far away. He immediately shouted with a flash of inspiration. Who is hiding there? Come out! After saying that, the chubby city lord actually brushed past Mu Bai, who was rushing towards him, and ran towards the forest. The messenger was not surprised. Seeing that the other party was so clever, he sneered in his heart. Waiting for the lord to come and tear his skin off was considered a light thing. Avoiding the battle like this would be a more miserable death. Mu Bai, who killed all the demons in a few minutes, rushed over quickly with the unstained martial god in his hand. The target was the demon messenger. No matter how powerful you are, you can't escape from here. Why don't you put down your weapons and kneel down to beg for mercy? Maybe I will take you as a slave because you are still strong enough. While speaking, the messenger's eyes flashed. A hazy breath lingered in the void. The next second, the messenger wrapped in light gradually grew horns on his head, and his whole body expanded and stretched. From a distance, he looked like the bull demon king in Journey to the West. Devil fruit. After sensing the fluctuations of the fruit in the other party's body, Mu Bai was startled. In his impression, demons could not master the power of fruits. But now it seems that his previous inference was wrong. It turns out that the demons in the Dark Star world can also use the power of fruits. Could it be that there is also a fairy fruit space in this Dark Star world? The fairy fruit space in the main world is nourished by the power of stars. In other words, the purest star power supports the operation of the fruit power in the main world, while there is only the power of dark stars in the Dark Star world, which means that the operation of the other party's fruit relies on the power of dark stars. This inference is obviously close to correct, but it also brings Mu Bai a new question. That is, who opened the fairy fruit space in both the main world and the Dark Star world. The entrances to the fairy fruit space all show traces of countless years of baptism. And it is obvious that it was not built in the past 100,000 years. The messenger who transformed into a demon bull stood tall. His swollen body was almost as big as the entire city. In myths and legends, this is considered to be the ability to rule the world. Alien. I saw that your physique is very strong just now. But I don't know if you can be stronger than me? The giant bull, who looked down on all living beings, punched Mu Bai with all his fists. The abundant power of the Dark Star and the strong physique made it show its current terrifying strength that surpassed Mu Bai at this moment. Mu Bai narrowed his eyes and didn't dare to take it head-on. He turned into a flame and landed on the other side of the city. The giant bull that was chasing him caught up with Mu Bai in just a few steps. The heavy fist hit the ground and caused a slight earthquake. Mu Bai, who had dodged continuously, understood that the other party was not an ordinary person. He must have had many opportunities to be a young genius in the Dark Star world. Otherwise it would be impossible for the other party to show such a terrible oppression just in the Dark Star will realm. If he was in the main world and used the power of the Dark Star, he would have the upper hand if he wanted to solve the opponent in 30 rounds. And he would definitely kill the opponent within 50 rounds. Unfortunately, he was in the world of the power of the Dark Star at the moment. In the opponent's home field, Mu Bai, whose Dark Star power was only at the level of the Dark Star Apostle, might not be able to defeat the opponent in a short time even if he used all his powerful abilities. It seems that we will have to go through a hard battle. We can't fight head-on, but we have to take the opponent by surprise. Thinking of this, Mu Bai stopped dodging. The moment the 8 desolate prison body was opened, he had already circled behind the giant bull demon, and the god of war in his hand chopped out. The envoy, who had been alert for a long time, did not dare to confront the god of war head-on, but swung his horn to try to knock the weapon in Mu Bai's hand away. Unfortunately, he obviously underestimated the toughness of the god of war. When the bull demon's horn hit the sharp blade of the god of war, the thick black horn actually broke. Mu Bai, who was light in figure, didn't care about the shock in the other party's eyes. After holding the god of war with both hands diagonally, he chopped towards the other party's forehead along the inner edge of the horn with sparks and lightning. With the terrifying acceleration of the golden crow divine fire, his figure could not be seen clearly at all. The envoy's eyelids twitched wildly, with the beast's instinct to warn him frantically. He didn't dare to continue to maintain his inflated body, and quickly shrank his body size. Just before Mu Bai's god of war blade was about to touch his forehead, he spurted a lot of gas from his nostrils and shrank quickly. The envoy, who had transformed into a 2-meter tauren, took a few vigorous steps to distance himself from Mu Bai. A magical weapon. It's truly a magical weapon never seen before. Touching the broken horn on the left side of his head, the messenger showed a hint of admiration in his eyes instead of being angry. He had never met an opponent of his age in this area. Although this alien looked very different from himself, he should be a young generation among the aliens. Seeing that the other party was still eager to fight, Mu Bai didn't care. Even if he was in the Dark Star world, he was confident that he could use the god of war to grind the other party to death. He had never seen anyone stronger than himself in close combat. While the two were looking for each other's flaws, the city lord who hid in the jungle wiped the sweat on his horns and looked a little exhausted. He had seen the fight between the two just now. They were both monsters among the younger generation. If he went up, he would probably be beaten badly by the alien. It's easy to find an excuse to run away. But what if the Lord comes? Thinking saw that he unconsciously touched his chin, leaning against the big tree next to him. When he was thinking about the solution, 2 objects suddenly fell from his head and hit him. The city lord looked at the 2 creatures after the round belly bounced them away and was immediately delighted. Li Shaoqing and the Buddhist looked at each other and immediately ran away separately. Unfortunately, they had lost all their star power and were captured by the city lord with 2 hands. You look the same. It seems that you two are also aliens who entered the Dark Star world. After nearly 100 rounds of fighting, the demon envoy's body was covered with wounds. But he was still full of energy. Although Mu Bai was unscathed, his physical exhaustion was undoubtedly huge. After all, as a star creature, he was not used to staying in the Dark Star world. This is like an eagle flying in the sky flying into the ocean to fight with sharks. Environmental factors can affect too many things. Half of the main city has become ruins in the battle between the two. In the firelight of the ruins, the demon envoy's face did not fluctuate at all, as if the person who was groaning for help in the ruins under his feet was not his own people. However, according to Mu Bai's observation, That person was indeed not his own people. The difference between the Dark Star world and the main world, that is, the Star world, is that the ruling creatures here are a race called demons. Although they are very similar to Dark Star humans, they have slender horns and flesh wings. The combat power of these demons is often far beyond ordinary Dark Star humans. There were several times when you could have fought with me, but you didn't. Let me think about it carefully. What do you want to do? Hold me back? Mu Bai asked curiously after noticing the abnormal reaction of the other party during the fight. According to the other party's fighting style, it was obviously more in his interest to trade injuries, instead of deliberately being worn down by him. Just now, there were several times when the martial god in his hand was about to pierce the other party's body. Whatever you think. But since you are here, don't think about leaving. Seeing that the two were about to fight again, the city lord in the distance happily grabbed Li Shaoqing and Fozi and walked over. Lord Envoy. What did I say? Didn't we catch 2 peeping thieves? With these 2 people, the city lord can report to the Lord. How can he not be happy? The envoy raised his eyebrows slightly. He obviously didn't expect that the other party would actually catch 2 members of the alien race by chance. Well done. Take them outside the main city, and don't get close to here. I will capture him and join you in a while. The messenger with a calm voice stared at Mu Bai and said with a fighting spirit. The city lord saw that the 2 were about to fight again, and immediately left quickly. Mu Bai naturally discovered these 2 weirdos. Aren't these the Buddhist disciples of the Great Lane Temple and the poisoned King Li Shaoqing, who are famous in the western regions? Why are you 2 here for tourism? Mu Bai didn't forget to make up for it. Don't take them out of the main city. Otherwise they will run away. Leaving the main city and entering the southern border is considered to be a successful breakthrough in the 20th level of the Black Prison. So Mu Bai also reminded the demon city lord out of kindness. Li Shaoqing and the Buddhist disciples were so hateful. They originally wanted to sneak out while Mu Bai was fighting with these demons. But they would never have thought that this round demon would happen to come under them. The other party lightly knocked on the tree. How could the 2 people without the power of the stars stand firm? Mu Bai. You damn bastard. I'll make you suffer when I get to the next level, Li Shaoqing said with hatred. But the Buddhist kept silent, fearing that if he said too much, the demon would become suspicious. Fortunately, his worry was obviously unnecessary. Holding the principle that we should do the opposite of what the enemy said, the demon city lord immediately brought the 2 to a wooden house outside the city. He was about to lock the house and wait for the lord to arrive before opening it. But he subconsciously took a look inside the house. This sight made him tremble with fear. The aliens are gone? How could he know the rules of the Black Prison? At this moment, the 2 of them had successfully passed the level and entered the next level. Mu Bai, who was still fighting with the demon envoy, suddenly stopped his action. A panic from the heart gradually spread. With a sword-like gaze, he quickly looked towards the east. There was an undisguised terrifying aura approaching at an alarming speed. This kind of pressure. Mu Bai suddenly understood why the other party wanted to delay time and immediately accelerated the Golden Crow Divine Fire to leave the main city area and enter the customs clearance venue directly. The demon envoy let the other party leave without caring, and he himself knelt on one knee in the direction of the terrifying aura. Disciple welcomes the Lord to come. Just when Mu Bai was about to enter the outside of the main city, a breath had already locked him. At the moment when most of his body passed through and only his arms remained in the main city area, he was fixed. There was no battle. No fierce momentum confrontation. Mu Bai did not even see the other party's figure and was doomed to die. This is the terrifying pressure of the Dark Sun Wheel realm. As long as the breath locks you, you can't move at all. Mu Bai knew that this was the peak powerhouse of the Dark Sun Wheel realm. He almost didn't hesitate to pick up the God of War and cut off his remaining right arm. A large amount of blood spurted out from the sharp blade. Mu Bai's heart, which had life, immediately collected the blood, and then under his terrifying physique and the limb regeneration ability of the Golden Crow Divine Fire, the broken right arm immediately grew out. Strange. A faint voice was slightly surprised. Obviously, the Lord seemed to have noticed the existence of the Black Prison. At that moment, he didn't care about the life and death of Mu Bai, an alien race, and directly stretched out his hand to crush the entire area. Facing the destructive force, Mu Bai successfully disappeared here at the last moment. Successfully escaped the 20th level. The Black Prison reward level plus 90. The current reward level 781. The voice in his mind sounded, and Mu Bai collapsed on the ground after entering the 21st floor, his heart pounding. even if the flying dragon monster in the air on the 21st floor descended. He didn't pay attention. The so-called lord was obviously a strong man in the Dark Star Sunwheel realm, which was equivalent to a strong man in the main world Sunwheel realm. This was the first time that Mu Bai was targeted by such a person. No matter how strong Mu Bai's domineering color or his own spirit was, he could not resist the other party's transcendent suppression. Just simply locking himself could make himself almost unable to move. This feeling is not good. After realizing the gap between himself and the top strong men, Mu Bai's ambition gradually expanded. The flying dragon with muscles all over his body was nearly 50 meters long and was behind Mu Bai. Seeing that this monkey did not move, this ugly-looking flying dragon also bit it. Just after biting it firmly, a crisp sound was heard, and the flying dragon loosened his mouth and the steel teeth fell to the ground. Mu Bai grabbed the dragon's head with his backhand and smashed it to the ground. As if venting, the power of this vibrating iron fist can be said to be very terrifying. The surrounding flying dragon's dependent monsters were directly shaken to death by this punch. The flying dragon was even more miserable. This lord-level monster didn't even see Mu Bai's face until it died. Its body was torn into pieces, and it was dead beyond dead.